Changxing traverses into the realm of cultivation and acquires a simulation life system. As long as he possesses enough spirit stones, he can activate the system. On the first day, you unexpectedly acquire 20 spirit stones, only to be threatened by the bully Gao Teng, who demands that you surrender 16 of them. You feign compliance, yet secretly resolve to utilize these spirit stones for your cultivation. On the second day, you experience a remarkable enhancement in your cultivation, filling your heart with elation. By the fifth day, your cultivation breaks through to the second level of Qi refinement. On the seventh day, your actions infuriate Gao Teng, and you are turned into a puppet, leading to your demise. 3 simulations, 3 deaths, profoundly awaken Changxing to the cruelty of this world. However, Changxing also inherits the cultivation from the 3 simulations, becoming a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement. When Gao Teng finally appears before him, he is effortlessly vanquished. Through repeated simulations, Changxing's cultivation ascends as if propelled by a rocket. In a mere decade and a half, he ascends to the celestial realm, becoming a legend of this world. Chapter 1. The First Life Simulation. In Huling Town, within a cavern beneath a cultivation market, Changxing, bruised and battered, gazes at the low-grade spirit stones emitting a soft glow, his eyes filled with conflict. He has been here for nearly a decade, maturing from a mere child into a young lad. Over these years, he relied on selling herbs in the market, finally accumulating enough spirit stones to exchange for a rudimentary Qi refining technique. Yet, due to a lack of spirit stones for assistance, after years of effort, he has barely reached the entry level, possessing only the first level of Qi refinement. Just days ago, fortune smiled upon him when he encountered a nouveau riche. This young master, unknown from whence he came, purchased all his herbs for 20 low-grade spirit stones. Changxing thought his luck had turned, believing he could use these spirit stones to dramatically enhance his cultivation. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this news would reach Gao Teng. The bully directly sought him out, demanding 16 low-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, Changxing had hidden the spirit stones in advance, preventing them from being snatched away. However, Gao Teng was not inclined to relent. He threatened that if Changxing did not deliver the 16 spirit stones within 3 days, he would ensure his complete disappearance from the market. Faced with the dilemma of either risking everything to escape with the spirit stones or enduring humiliation by surrendering them to Gao Teng, Changxing found himself in a profound quandary. Just as he was indecisive, a clear voice suddenly echoed in his consciousness. Ding, detecting that the host is in a state of indecision, activating the simulation life system. A system, it truly exists. Changxing nearly wept tears of joy. When he first traversed here, he had called for the system countless times in secret, yet had received no response. He never expected it to appear at this moment. As he rejoiced, several pieces of information reappeared in his mind. After reading through them, he understood the function of this system. The simulation life system could simulate his future life at the cost of consuming points, rewarding him based on his experiences. Points could be obtained by recharging with spirit stones. For every low-grade spirit stone recharged, 1 point could be earned. With his current first level of Qi refinement, initiating a simulation only required 1 point. Without hesitation, Changxing seized a low-grade spirit stone and silently declared, "Recharge." The spiritual energy within the stone was swiftly exhausted, reducing it to a pile of powder, while his points increased by 1 in the system. Containing his excitement, Changxing continued, "Initiate simulation." As he spoke, lines of text appeared in his consciousness. On the first day, you unhesitatingly absorb a low-grade spirit stone, feeling your strength surge. Unable to resist, you absorb a second one. On the second day, you absorb 2 more low-grade spirit stones. On the third day, just as you prepare to cultivate with the spirit stones, Gao Teng suddenly barges in and snatches the stones from your hands. Thankfully, you had hidden 10 low-grade spirit stones in advance, preserving your remaining stones. Gao Teng violently beats you, threatening that if you dare to cultivate with the spirit stones again, he will send you to the Xianxia zone to be turned into a puppet. On the 4th day, you dare only to cultivate secretly at night, planning to leave immediately after breaking through your realm. On the 5th day, you finally transcended your realm, becoming a practitioner of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. That very night, you stealthily departed, intending to wander the world with the remaining spiritual stones. However, you were caught off guard by the minions of Gao Teng, who had been waiting outside the marketplace for you to bring forth the stones. Despite your desperate resistance, Gao Teng easily subdued you. Upon discovering that you had only 4 stones, he was filled with fury and sold you to another outer disciple of the Xianxia zone. On the 6th day, You were transformed into a puppet by the Yin-Shi zone. You were dead. Changxing gazed at the lines of text that danced within his consciousness, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. He had indeed contemplated such an outcome, yet this conclusion was utterly unbearable. While he was lost in thought, more lines of text appeared in his consciousness. Simulation end. Evaluation. You chose to follow your heart, but lacked the strength to resist, hence you perished. Based on the simulation results, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Observe the simulated life from a first-person perspective. 2. Attain the cultivation of the second level of Qi Refinement. Changxing had no desire to witness how he was turned into a puppet. He directly chose to. In the next moment, a surge of warmth suddenly flowed into his dantian. Unbeknownst to him, he had already transcended his current realm, becoming a practitioner of the second level of Qi Refinement. As he felt the changes within himself, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. The system's introduction was indeed true. He could truly carry his cultivation from the simulation into reality. After the initial euphoria, Changxing grasped 2 lower-grade spiritual stones in his hands and whispered, "Recharge." As his cultivation had ascended to the second level of Qi Refinement, the points required for the simulation had doubled to 2. After recharging his points, Changxing activated the simulation once more. On the first day, after witnessing the outcome of stubbornly resisting, you chose to follow your heart, willingly handing over 16 spiritual stones to Gao Teng. Gao Teng praised your perceptiveness and took you on as his subordinate. On the second day, you continued to set up your stall in the marketplace, but news of your new status as Gao Teng's subordinate had spread, causing the other vendors to shun you. Unwilling to explain yourself, you quietly earned spiritual stones and devoted yourself to cultivation. On the 16th day, fortune smiled upon you once more as you sold 6 lower-grade spiritual stones. Since you were now Gao Teng's subordinate, you only needed to hand over 4 stones. After paying the protection fee, you resumed your training. On the 43rd day, your cultivation finally broke through again, elevating you to the 3rd level of Qi Refinement. On the 55th day, Gao Teng unexpectedly discovered your progress and decided to keep you close as his enforcer. Though reluctant, you dared not defy Gao Teng, who had reached the 5th level of Qi Refinement. On the 56th day, you first exerted pressure on other vendors. After a brief moment of moral conflict, you discovered that this feeling was surprisingly enjoyable. On the 70th day, you continuously exploited other vendors, your sense of shame gradually dissipating, and your methods grew increasingly ruthless, resulting in a greater harvest of spiritual stones. The only source of your discontent was that you could only retain 1/10 of your earnings, with the remainder going to Gao Teng. On the 86th day, a vendor unexpectedly came into possession of a significant sum of spiritual stones. He wished to give you half and implored you to keep this matter secret. You were somewhat tempted and demanded 60% in return. Chapter 2. 3 Simulations, 3 Deaths. On the 99th day, the tax collector from the Yin Corp's sect arrived, and Gao Teng greeted him with fervor, bestowing a substantial sum of spirit stones upon him. As the collector departed, he cast a glance at you, praising your commendable talent. Gao Teng feigned delight. Yet behind this facade, his icy gaze scrutinized you. On the 100th day, sensing a threat, Gao Teng began covertly monitoring your every move, eager to uncover the secret behind your rapid cultivation. However, you had already erased all traces of evidence, leaving him with nothing. By the 108th day, you had begun to perceive a shift in Gao Teng's demeanor, prompting you to remain wary of this tyrant. On the 113th day, despite your vigilance against Gao Teng, you underestimated the cunning of this old villain. Unbeknownst to you, someone had poisoned you, and you met your demise once more. Again, I have perished. So it seems I'm destined to die, no matter the choices I make. Changxing felt disoriented for a moment, gritting his teeth and declaring, Gao Teng, I shall not rest until we settle this. Before he could further vent his frustrations, the system's voice echoed once again. Simulation ended. Evaluation. You chose a path of forbearance, but underestimated the treachery of the outer disciples of the Yin Corp's sect. Thus you met your end once again. Based on the simulation results, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Observe the recorded images of your simulated life from a first-person perspective. 2. Cultivation at the 4th level of Qi Refinement. Changxing resolutely opted for the second choice. A surge of warmth once again flowed into his dantian. This time, the duration of this warmth was twice as long as before. When it dissipated, his cultivation had ascended to the 4th level of Qi Refinement. Changxing brought his fingers together and murmured swift. A blast of vital energy materialized out of thin air, cleaving a 2-inch deep gash into the wooden post before him. This technique, known as condensing qi into vital energy, was one of the few rudimentary spells Su Changxing had mastered. Previously, his condensed energy blade could only leave shallow scratches on the post, possessing limited power. However, with the cultivation at the 4th level of Qi Refinement, the potency of this spell had surged, rendering it suitable for practical combat. In addition to the significant increase in his vital essence, he felt his physical body bolstered by this energy feedback, enhancing his physique considerably. He estimated that he could now surpass most ordinary martial artists. If he were to prepare in advance and draw some basic talismans, even renowned martial artists in the mundane world would likely prove no match for him. As Su Changxing reveled in the newfound strength coursing through his body, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Yet his elation was short-lived, for he faced yet another choice. His cultivation had now reached the 4th level of Qi Refinement, and the cost of the simulation had doubled to 8 points. After 2 simulations, only 17 spirit stones remained in his possession. In other words, if he chose to simulate, he would have but one path to tread. Yet this time, he did not hesitate for long before making a decision. Su Changxing took a deep breath, clutched the 8 low-grade spirit stones in his hand, and murmured, "Recharge. Moments latte." The spirit stones in his grasp transformed entirely into powder, and the system displayed 8 points of credit. Without a moment's pause, he initiated the 3rd simulation. On the first day, armed with only 9 remaining spirit stones, you prepared to depart from the market. Anticipating the interception by Gao Teng, you opted not to take the main road, instead choosing to navigate cautiously through the dense forest. After 2 hours, you finally emerged from this place. On the second day, you found a secure location to continue your cultivation with the remaining spirit stones. By the 5th day, you had exhausted all your spirit stones, yet your cultivation had not advanced. Understanding the hardships faced by wandering cultivators, you refrained from seeking sustenance in other markets and instead decided to test your luck at the Incorp's sect. On the 8th day, with your cultivation at the 4th level of Qi Refinement, you effortlessly joined the Incorp's sect as an outer disciple, overwhelmed with joy. On the 9th day, you discovered that there were numerous outer disciples within the Incorp's sect, and it seemed that the sect had little regard for your well-being. Not only did you fail to receive spirit stones, but you were also required to pay a monthly tribute to the sect. On the 11th day, in a state of confusion and uncertainty, you were approached by a disciple named Shatai, who was at the 6th level of Qi Refinement, inviting you to join his ranks. Faced with his imposing demeanor, you dared not oppose him and could only acquiesce. On the 14th day, Shatai, along with you and 2 other Qi Refinement cultivators, expressed the need for a place to settle. A thought crossed your mind, and you suggested Huling Town as an ideal location. If you could eliminate Gao Teng, who was at the 5th level of Qi Refinement, you could dominate that market. Shatai was somewhat intrigued. On the 16th day, Shatai arrived with you at Huling Town. After a fierce battle, Gao Teng was struck down by Shatai, his heart vein shattered, passing away with a lingering gaze. Standing before Gao Teng's lifeless body, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction filled your heart. On the 17th day, Shatai successfully took Gao Teng's position, assuming control over the Huling Town market. Brimming with confidence, he declared that as long as he had enough to eat, he would not neglect his brothers, which moved you deeply. On the 38th day, an inspector from the Incorp's sect arrived to oversee operations, showing little concern for the change in market management. He merely scrutinized Shatai for a moment before collecting the management fee, as usual. After securing the fee, he extorted an additional sum under the pretense of harming the market's management. Once the inspector departed, Shatai erupted in a tirade. On the 39th day, Shatai gathered you all together. After vehemently berating the inspector, he demanded that each of you contribute 10 low-grade spirit stones to compensate for the losses incurred, while also reducing your share of the profits. On the 69th day, the inspector from the Incorp's sect reappeared, once again extracting a substantial sum of spirit stones from Shatai. After Shatai bid farewell to the inspector, he erupted into a tirade as before, only to be caught in the act by the returning inspector, which ultimately led to his demise. You were promptly appointed as the steward of Huling Town. On the 71st day, you took over Shatai's position overseeing the market of Huling Town and unexpectedly found yourself managing it with remarkable ease. By the 76th day, your cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of Qi Refinement. On the 99th day, the inspector made his monthly appearance punctually. You respectfully presented the monthly tribute, along with an additional token of respect. The inspector glanced at your offering, then chastised you sternly, compelling you to part with your remaining 30 low-grade spirit stones to see him off. Though you were tempted to unleash a torrent of curses, the fate of Shadai restrained your outburst. On the 223rd day, you finally experienced a breakthrough in your cultivation, reaching the 6th level of Qi Refinement. However, due to the inspector's excessive deductions, your progress slowed considerably, and your resentment towards him deepened, yet you found yourself powerless to act. On the 536th day, after painstakingly extracting resources from the vendors, you invested your saved spirit stones into your cultivation, finally achieving a breakthrough and becoming a 7th level Qi Refinement practitioner. On the 579th day, the inspector who had consistently collected tribute was replaced by a sinister young man. Just as you were about to inquire about the sudden change, the young man waved his hand and ended your life. Chapter 3. 7th Level of Qi Refinement. Su Changxing gazed at the flickering words in his consciousness, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. 3 simulations ended in 3 deaths. Being a demonic cultivator was perilously treacherous. As he lamented, the words in his consciousness flickered once more. Simulation ended. Evaluation. Sometimes, luck is indeed quite significant. Based on the simulation results, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. View visual record from the simulated life from a first-person perspective. 2. Attain the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi Refinement. Su Changxing twitched his lips and declared, "I choose 2. As his words fell, a surge of warmth erupted from his dantian, causing it to gradually expand. Moments later, he felt the warmth begin to radiate throughout his limbs and meridians. As the warmth coursed through him, every pore opened, releasing a foul-smelling sweat. This was the cleansing of the marrow. Su Changxing had long heard that reaching the 7th level of Qi Refinement marked a watershed moment, as the dantian would spontaneously vibrate to produce a cleansing effect. He had not anticipated that this feedback would also include the marrow cleansing. After the cleansing, he would no longer be constrained by lower-tier spells and battles against others. With every gesture and movement, he could easily overpower ordinary martial artists of the mundane world. He attempted to throw a punch, and a powerful gust of wind erupted as if his fist were a mighty iron hammer. Su Changxing felt the changes within himself, and a wave of joy surged through him. With such strength, he could easily crush Gao Teng. However, he refrained from recklessly seeking trouble with him. His sudden surge in power left his body somewhat unaccustomed, so he took advantage of the past 2 days of leisure to swiftly acclimate to his newfound cultivation level. Simultaneously, he retrieved the blank talisman papers he had purchased earlier. Previously, due to his low cultivation, he could only inscribe the most rudimentary talismans. Now, with his elevated status, he could finally inscribe talismans of a higher grade. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early on the 3rd day, his door was forcefully kicked open. Gao Teng stormed in, flanked by several subordinates wielding sharp blades. Unbeknownst to them, the last servant who entered shut the door behind him, as if to shield their actions from prying eyes. At that moment, Gao Teng stood before Su Changxing, casting a glance at the half-inscribed talisman and scoffing. TSK. Even on the brink of death, you still have the leisure to craft talismans. Do you wish for me to render you foolish? Su Changxing cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Leave now, and I will overlook the previous matters." Gao Teng was momentarily taken aback, but then his fury erupted. "You seek death, don't you? Today, I shall make you aware of our in-corpse sex capabilities." With a wave of his hand, he summoned 3 copper-skinned, iron-boned in-corpses. These corpses, once top-tier martial artists in life, had gained strength after being transformed. The 3 in-corpses lunged towards Su Changxing, creating an intimidating spectacle. Yet, Su Changxing's expression remained unchanged. He brought his fingers together and softly commanded, "Swift." Several streams of energy blades surged forth, instantly dismembering the 3 corpses. Gao Teng's pupils constricted violently, filled with terror. Before he could finish his sentence, an energy blade sliced through his neck, sending his head flying. Blood gushed from his throat, splattering his nearby henchmen. The assailants, who had recently been beaten by Su Changxing, were utterly dumbfounded by his newfound prowess. Only one astute individual turned and dashed towards a closed door. However, having already taken action, Su Changxing showed no mercy. More energy blades swept through the air, and the remaining henchmen were swiftly dispatched. Su Changxing surveyed the ground littered with severed limbs and couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the more than 10 years since his arrival in this world, He had witnessed death on numerous occasions. Yet this was the first time he had taken a life himself. He quickly adjusted his mindset and began to search for spoils amidst the carnage. The first item he discovered was Gao Teng's storage bag. To Su Changxing's slight delight, he discovered that it was indeed a spatial storage bag. Given the bag's inferior quality, it bore no restrictions. With a gentle shake, Su Changxing managed to dislodge the spirit stones within. Upon a rough count, he found over 180 low-grade spirit stones residing inside. Besides the spirit stones, there was also a vial of spirit-gathering pills. Although both the pills and the spirit stones could be utilized for cultivation, the speed of advancement through pills far surpassed that of using spirit stones. This small vial contained 12 pills, valued at around 60 to 70 low-grade spirit stones. Su Changxing continued to rummage through the bag, uncovering a collection of miscellaneous items. Altogether, these trinkets could fetch around 30 to 40 low-grade spirit stones, though they were far less marketable than the spirit-gathering pills. After collecting these items, Su Changxing proceeded to search the few servants accompanying Gao Teng. Their plight was evidently more desperate. After thoroughly searching them, he only managed to find a little over 10 low-grade spirit stones and several herbs of rather poor quality. Indeed, the swiftest method to acquire spirit stones was through thievery. While musing on this, he neatly stowed away his spoils and stepped out of his humble abode. As he emerged, Su Changxing noticed several astonished gazes from a distance. Those were the merchants peddling their wares at the marketplace. They had been covertly observing since Gao Teng had forcefully kicked open his door. Clearly, they did not anticipate that Su Changxing would be the first to exit. One sharp-eyed individual immediately spotted the blood-stained storage bag slung over Su Changxing's shoulder, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Ignoring their stares, Su Changxing swiftly made his way to the back mountain, leaving the marketplace behind. Finding a secluded spot, he summoned the system once more. With his cultivation having reached the 7th level of Qi Refinement, this simulation required a hefty 64 points. Although he was no stranger to this figure, it nonetheless caused a pang of regret. 64 low-grade spirit stones represented a fortune he had never possessed before. Nevertheless, he hesitated not, grasping the spirit stones in his hand and whispering, "Recharge." As his words fell, the spiritual energy from the stones dissipated rapidly. After repeating this process several times, he finally accumulated the requisite 64 points. Without further ado, he initiated the simulation. Day 1. You find the path of demonic cultivation arduous and contemplate departing this place to cultivate in the lands of righteous practitioners. During your time at the marketplace, you had heard tales that a few hundred miles to the south lay the Xianxia sect, and you decide to venture there in search of fortune. Day 2. You sprinted for 100 miles and arrived at a dilapidated temple, intending to rest temporarily. Just as you settled, a hunter approached from outside, bearing a slain deer on his back, seemingly having just returned from a successful hunt and looking to take refuge here. Upon your departure, he discreetly took his leave. Chapter 4. A divergence from the simulation. On the 3rd day, after a night had passed, an inexplicable scent of blood clung to you. Though puzzled, you speculated it might have originated from the slaying of Gao Teng and others. Thus you paid it little heed. Simply changing your attire, you resumed your flight southward. After a relentless escape spanning 100 miles, you discerned no pursuers behind you. Consequently, you resolved to seek a secure location to consume the spirit-gathering elixirs you possessed. On the 12th day, having depleted all your spirit-gathering elixirs and several low-grade spirit stones, your cultivation ascended to the 8th level of Qi Refinement. Brimming with confidence, you embarked once more on your journey. On the 16th day, you at last arrived at the Falling Sunset sect and sought an audience with an official to express your desire to join. However, the individual deemed your origins dubious and declined your request. Heart heavy with disappointment, you prepared to depart. Wandering aimlessly for an indeterminate time, you suddenly encountered an exceptionally beautiful female cultivator. Initially intending to bypass her, you were moved to find her on the brink of tears as she lamented. "This is the 3rd time. What must I do to join the Falling Sunset sect?" Unbeknownst to you, your heart softened at her plight. Before you realized it, you stood before her. After a brief exchange, you learned her name was Lu Jiaochan, a fellow seeker yearning for the righteous path. You regarded her as a kindred spirit. That evening, you both spent a delightful night by the gentle flow of water. On the 17th day, you discovered the existence of such exquisite joys continuing in your intimacy. On the 18th day, your spirits soared even higher. Yet on the 19th day, sensing a degree of weakness, You contemplated resting for 2 days. However, inexplicably, a sudden dizziness overcame you, leading to further intimacy. The 20th day saw the continuation of this tender affair. The 21st day also passed in a similar fashion. By the 25th day, your weakness intensified, yet your spirits remained exuberant. On the 28th day, after a night of passion, you attempted to rise to fetch some water, but collapsed into a puddle. You have perished. Su Changxing was at a loss for words. He had indeed intended to test his fortune at the falling sunset sect, but never anticipated falling into the grasp of a seductress. Su Changxing could only await the outcome with a bemused expression. Soon, the system's voice resonated once more. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. You have died. It was immensely pleasurable. Based on the simulation results, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. View the recorded imagery of your simulated life from a first-person perspective. 2. Attain the cultivation at the 8th level of Qi Refinement. In previous instances, Su Changxing had unhesitatingly chosen the second option, yet this time he found himself hesitating. It is not that he yearns to witness his own pleasures, but rather to comprehend the circumstances surrounding his demise. Perhaps, upon glimpsing this, he might avert a similar fate. After a brief, internal struggle, Su Changxing ultimately resolved to select the first option. The rationale behind this choice lay in the fact that he still possessed over 130 spirit stones. Had he been at the 7th level of Qi Refining, he could have simulated twice. However, opting for the 8th level would necessitate 128 stones for a single simulation. This implies that, should he forego the choice of cultivation level, he could potentially have 2 opportunities for simulation. In contrast, choosing the cultivation level would limit him to just 1 more simulation. There was no significant qualitative leap between the 7th and 8th levels of Qi Refining, suggesting that the benefits of selecting the latter were not substantial. With this consideration in mind, he chose to revisit his past experiences. Upon making his decision, the previous text instantaneously transformed into vivid images, materializing in his mind. It was akin to watching a film at an accelerated pace, allowing him to swiftly relive the entire sequence. During this observation, Su Changxing discovered that the recorded material not only included visuals and sounds, but also retained sense and sensations. It was as if he were experiencing everything from a first-person perspective. However, the presence of fast-forward, pause, and skip buttons floating before him somewhat diminished his immersion. After half an hour, he exhaled a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "This is truly exhilarating. The next time I encounter that enchantress, I must strike first and deny her the opportunity to charm me." In the course of his viewing, he realized that the enchantress from the Yin-Yang sect did not possess formidable cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have endured for 10 days. Provided he remained vigilant, he should be able to evade her allure. After pondering for a moment, Su Changxing rose from the ground. He opted not to continue the simulation, instead choosing to pursue the route he had previously envisioned, racing southward. Although the Yin Corp sect was indifferent to the lives of external disciples, he had just slain Gao Teng, and lingering here for too long was not a prudent choice. Since the initial segment of the last simulation had proven safe, it was wise to depart without delay. He concealed his presence as planned and ran relentlessly for a day, ultimately arriving at the dilapidated temple depicted in the visuals. Just as he prepared to approach, he unexpectedly discovered that it was already occupied. Su Changxing paused momentarily, then quickly deduced the situation. The individual within the temple was the hunter. In the simulated imagery, Su had arrived here first, allowing him to claim the temple. However, the half-hour delay during his observation meant he had arrived late. The temple had now been taken by the hunter. Frowning slightly, Su Changxing resolved to seek another place to rest. As he prepared to depart, a pungent scent of blood suddenly emanated from the dilapidated temple. This odor was far more intense than the one he had encountered during the slaying of Gao Teng. What could the hunter be doing inside that would produce such a strong scent of blood? Was he not concerned about attracting ferocious beasts? At this thought, Su Changxing felt a stir within. He suddenly recalled that during a previous simulation, he too had been tainted by the scent of blood. However, at the time, he had dismissed it and chosen to continue on his journey. Reflecting now, that scent felt oddly familiar, tinged with a hint of age decay. It seemed he had overlooked some side quest during the simulation. Should he investigate now? In the past, Su Changxing would have certainly fled at the first hint of danger, avoiding any involvement in such matters. Yet recently, his strength had surged, and his confidence had grown significantly. Furthermore, Having previously rested here for a night, without incident suggested that whatever resided within the temple held a certain trepidation towards him. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately resolved to take a closer look. Concealing his presence, Su Changxing cautiously approached the decrepit temple. Chapter 5. Let us simulate first. Moments latte. Su Changxing discerned the scene within the temple. The hunter had dismembered the dead deer into chunks of meat. Beside the meat, blood was collected in a vessel made from deer hide. The blood, which should have been dark red, appeared unnaturally vivid, as if agitated by some force. At that moment, the hunter was using the deceased deer's tongue to draw strange symbols on the ground, dipping it into the blood as he worked. With every stroke, a wave of intense blood odor wafted outward. Su Changxing took a careful whiff, and noted that this scent closely resembled that of the blood from the simulation, both sharing the aroma of aged blood. A glimmer of understanding sparked in his eyes as he began to surmise the hunter's intentions. If he was not mistaken, there was likely an unknown demon sealed beneath the temple. The hunter, having fallen prey to the demon's allure, was employing the most primal method to taint the temple's seal. This revelation ignited excitement within Su Changxing. Throughout his years of trading in the marketplace, he had heard numerous tales. He was aware that areas surrounding sealed demons often housed magical artifacts or certain treasures capable of restraining malevolent spirits. These treasures were typically utilized by the sealers to suppress the demons. Should a successor manage to eliminate the sealed demon, they could claim the artifacts used for the sealing. Additionally, the demons themselves were valuable materials. For instance, the Corp sect had methods to refine demon bodies into zombie corpses. The more he contemplated, the more tempted Su Changxing became. Yet he refrained from acting rashly. Such sealed demons typically possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, there would be no need for sealing in the first place. Especially those demons that can partially unleash their power are typically quite formidable. Even if their abilities are somewhat diminished due to confinement, they are still often beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Changxing ultimately decided to engage in a simulation first. He retreated several miles to find a safe location and exchanged 64 low-grade spirit stones for points, murmuring, "Initiate simulation." Day 1. You stealthily observed the dilapidated temple for half an hour. You concluded that this demon was beyond your current capabilities, thus you swiftly retreated. Su Changxing's lips twitched upon reading this newly displayed text. His intention was to gauge his chances of success if he were to confront the demon directly. However, he never anticipated that his cowardice would lead him to flee. Yet, this experience made Su Changxing realize that the simulation was selecting the path he was most likely to take, rather than the one he wished to attempt. Before he could ponder further, several lines of text continued to leap forth in his mind. He had no choice but to focus on the words. Day 2. You continued your retreat southward. This time, you absorbed the lessons from your previous failure and refrained from recklessly approaching the Xianxia sect. Day 8. After wandering in the vicinity for a few days, you decided to settle in Dankei town. You rented a courtyard near the market, intending to cultivate there for a while. Having observed your prior training experience, your practice with spirit pills this time proved to be much smoother. Day 16. After consuming 12 gathering spirit pills, your cultivation broke through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Having saved several low-grade spirit stones, you felt quite pleased and strolled around the market. A Qi refinement practitioner named Xianxia, noticing your remarkable demeanor, approached you for conversation. After exchanging a few casual words, you discovered his broad knowledge and invited him for tea at your residence. Day 23. Xianxia returned to chat with you again. During your conversation, he voluntarily revealed his identity. He was, in fact, an outer disciple stationed by the Xianxia sect, and his initial approach was merely to ascertain whether you harbored any ill intentions. You smiled and replied that you had already suspected as much. You then shared the hardships of being a loose cultivator and candidly expressed your desire to join the Xianxia sect. That day, you conversed with Xianxia until late into the night, yet he did not mention assisting you with an introduction. Day 36. As Xianxia prepared to return to the sect for a report, he felt you to be a person of good character and wished to ask for your help in overseeing Dankei town for a while. You gladly agreed. Day 50. As you gazed upon the bustling cultivation market, thoughts of collecting protection fees frequently crossed your mind. However, you suppressed these unreliable notions, diligently maintaining order within the marketplace. Each time a disturbance arose in the marketplace, you were quick to expel the troublemakers. On the 51st day, Xianxia finally returned from the Falling Sunset sect. He seemed to have known of your commendable performance in advance, showering you with praise and presenting you with a vial of elixirs as a token of gratitude. Accepting it with joy, you realized that you might have passed a significant trial. By the 93rd day, you had exhausted your supply of spirit stones and elixirs, yet your cultivation remained stagnant. Consequently, you sought out Xianxia, hoping to secure a position that would allow you to earn spirit stones. Having developed a certain camaraderie with you, Xianxia readily offered to recommend you. If successful, you could, like him, ascend to the status of an outer disciple of the Falling Sunset sect. On the 94th day, armed with Xianxia's letter of recommendation, you arrived at the Falling Sunset sect. After undergoing a series of evaluations, you successfully became an outer disciple. By the 135th day, during your first month as a disciple, you undertook simple tasks and managed to earn a modest amount of spirit stones. Although the sum was insignificant, it provided a sense of stability and leisure, allowing you to experience the joys of cultivating immortality for the first time. On the 300th day, you continued your practice, enjoying a serene and comfortable life. In February of the second year, you celebrated 1 year of joining the Falling Sunset sect, receiving favorable evaluations from your peers. However, your innate talent was not exceptional, and the prospects of advancing to an inner disciple appeared bleak. By September of the second year, having earned enough spirit stones through outer sect tasks, you finally elevated your cultivation to the 9th level of Qi Refinement. After solidifying your progress, you ventured out once more to seek opportunities for a foundation establishment. In October of the second year, after exploring the vicinity, you found yourself before a dilapidated temple that seemed vaguely familiar. After pondering for a moment, you recalled that this was the very temple you passed while escaping from the domain of the Corp sect. Now possessing the 9th level of Qi Refinement and armed with several talismans for combat, you felt a surge of confidence and entered the temple to investigate. However, upon stepping inside, a surge of blood energy enveloped you. To your horror, while the demon remained suppressed, the power it exuded was terrifying. You struggled against it and barely managed to escape the temple, but your foundation was severely damaged. Without a fortuitous encounter, you feared that establishing your foundation would be an insurmountable challenge for the rest of your life. In November of the second year, you returned to the Falling Sunset sect, dejected and disheartened. By January of the third year, unable to accept the reality of your inability to establish a foundation, you chose to leave the sect. After wandering for a while, you encountered your friend Xianxia, and at his urging, you settled in Dankei Town. In September of the third year, after nearly a year of despondency, you regained your resolve and prepared to seek remedies for your damaged Dantian. By June of the fourth year, after months of searching, you finally discovered a glimmer of hope for restoring your foundation in a black market, in a hidden realm once graced by the presence of a transcendent elder. It is said that this venerable figure, during their lifetime, aided fellow cultivators in mending their fractured foundations. After the elder's passing, the cave dwelling became enshrouded by countless demonized plants, rendering each step perilous, yet concealing the legacy of a transcendent master. Many foundation building and even core formation cultivators ventured forth to explore, but most perished within, including some elders from prestigious sections. After much contemplation, you resolved that you could not resign yourself to a life of insignificance and chose to take a desperate gamble. In the 8th month of the 4th year, following a harrowing exploration fraught with near-death experiences, you stumbled upon a stone wall inscribed with a technique of unknown origin. This technique, named Spring's Awakening, filled you with elation upon its perusal. However, before you could commence your cultivation, a chilling realization struck you. The area was ensnared by countless demonized vines. It dawned on you that this was, in fact, a trap. The technique inscribed upon the stone wall served merely as bait. Moments later, the vines effortlessly reduced you to a mere pulp. You have perished. Chapter 6. One becomes accustomed to death. Indeed, it is still death. Surprisingly, Changxing had begun to acclimatize to this outcome. He even felt that surviving 4.5 years in this simulation was a significant breakthrough. The realm of cultivation here was fraught with peril. Fortunately, he had spent the prior years lingering near a small town, never straying far, which allowed him to survive relatively unscathed. Yet, even so, he found himself embroiled in a life-and-death crisis over 20 spirit stones. Were it not for the system's intervention, he might have already met his end. Changxing shook his head, suppressing these chaotic thoughts as he awaited the conclusion of the simulation. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. despite sustaining injuries to your dantian, you persisted in your cultivation. Your perseverance is commendable. Based on the simulation results, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Observe the recorded footage of your life in the simulation from a first-person perspective. 2. Attained the cultivation level of the 9th stage of Qi Refinement. 3. Acquire Spring's Awakening. Compared to previous rewards, an additional option had emerged this time. Su Changxing's eyes brightened at the sight of the third option. In earlier simulations, this technique had brought him immense joy, clearly surpassing the superficial methods he was currently practicing. Should he choose to cultivate this technique, his future would likely be much more promising. Furthermore, this technique had been acquired in a hidden realm, making it relatively safe, devoid of hidden dangers. The sole drawback of this option was its inability to elevate his cultivation level. The disparity between the 7th and 9th stages of Qi refinement remained considerable. As Su Changxing grappled with his decision, he suddenly noticed the first option. Should he view his past experiences? Perhaps he might uncover Spring's Awakening within them. Moreover, within his prior experiences, there seemed to be fragments of a scene where he battled the demons within a dilapidated temple. The thought of discovering their weaknesses lingered in his mind for a moment. Yet he ultimately cast it aside. Such an evident flaw was unlikely to be overlooked by the system. Should he find that the Spring Awakening technique was merely obscured, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Aside from that tome, the encounter in the temple was the only noteworthy experience. However, the issue remained that he might not uncover anything of value during that confrontation. The returns from the first option appeared to be exceedingly unstable, fraught with a high degree of risk. Consequently, Su Changxing fixed his gaze upon the latter two choices. Should he directly opt for cultivation, adhering to the established path of joining the falling sunset sect, or should he select the Spring Awakening technique, using his remaining spirit stones for one final simulation? Given his prior simulation experience, the probability of refining back to the 9th level of Qi cultivation was significantly high. The sole remaining question was whether there were prerequisites for cultivating the Spring Awakening technique. If he acquired it only to find himself unable to practice, it would be a regrettable loss. After a moment of internal conflict, Su Changxing finally steeled himself and declared, "I choose option 3. Exchanging 64 low-grade spirit stones for a technique of considerable rank was undoubtedly a profitable endeavor. Even if he were unable to cultivate it, he could later seize the opportunity to sell the technique at a good price. Upon making his choice, an ethereal tome materialized in his consciousness. As the pages of the tome turned, the contents of the Spring Awakening technique gradually emerged. Moments later, the illusory tome slowly faded. Yet the details of the technique were firmly etched in Su Changfei's mind. After a moment of careful reflection, a complex expression settled upon his face. Indeed, this technique had certain prerequisites. To cultivate the Spring Awakening technique, one must possess a wood spiritual root. While the wood spiritual root was not classified among the highest tiers, Su Changxing lacked it entirely. Instead, he was endowed with a mixed spiritual root. A mixed spiritual root is characterized by the possession of more than 5 types of roots, each exhibiting subpar potential. Su Changxing possessed over 10 types of roots, including water, wind, ice, gold, thunder, and star, among others. Although his variety of roots appeared extensive, each individual root strength was notably weak, with only the wind root barely qualifying as 7th grade, while the others ranged between 8th and 9th grade. Beyond their inferior quality, Su Changxing's roots were also incomplete regarding the 5 elemental categories, rendering him incapable of unifying the 5 elemental roots. This mixed root type proved exceedingly inefficient in refining spiritual energy into a singular essence. Without the assistance of spirit stones, his root aptitude rendered him incapable of absorbing the ambient spiritual energy of the world. This inefficiency was precisely why he had languished in the marketplace for over a decade. The condition for cultivating the Spring Awakening technique was indeed the possession of a wood spiritual root. Otherwise, converting spiritual energy into its spiritual essence would be extraordinarily challenging. Fortunately, there existed potential solutions to this predicament. According to the records in the Spring Decision, cultivators devoid of a wood spirit root can practice this art by merely locating natural treasures imbued with the wood attribute, thus harnessing external forces for their cultivation. Upon entering this technique, one generates wood attribute true essence within their body, which, as it continually nourishes the physical form, coalesces into a wood spirit root. With perseverance, this root can be progressively strengthened, potentially achieving a 5th tier of enhancement. This signifies a gradual transformation of the cultivator's innate talents. When Su Changxing encountered this passage, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. Techniques capable of altering one's spiritual root are exceedingly rare and generally of high tier, at least classified as Xian rank, far surpassing the wind control technique he currently practiced. The sole dilemma now lay in where to procure treasures of the wood attribute. Such treasures are not only scarce, but also exorbitantly priced. Given his current cultivation level, even years of searching may yield nothing. Fortunately, he possessed a system. Su Changxing withdrew the remaining spirit stones from his possession and continued to recharge the system. As the spiritual energy within the stones dissipated, the points within the system began to soar rapidly. When the points reached 64 once more, he found himself with only a handful of inferior spirit stones left. With a glimmer of hope, Su Changxing initiated a simulation once again. On the first day, you unhesitatingly departed from the dilapidated temple and fled southward. On the third day, after casually wandering a few locales, you decided to settle in Dankei Town. On the 11th day, having exhausted your spirit-gathering pills, your cultivation once again broke through to the 8th level of Qi Refinement. You continued to meander through the market, hoping to chance upon Xianxia. Yet, after an entire afternoon of wandering, no one approached you. You resolved to change your approach and set up a stall in the market with the herbs you had previously gathered. On the 16th day, while patrolling the market, Xianxia noticed your extraordinary demeanor and engaged you in conversation. In the second month, you successfully obtained Xianxia's letter of recommendation and arrived at the Falling Sunset sect. Just as you prepared to register, you unexpectedly spotted a pitiable figure by a small stream. It was Lu Jiaochan. Behind her followed a young man whose cultivation clearly paled in comparison to yours. Witnessing their impending illicit act, you were seized by a sudden fury. You shouted, "Bewitching woman, cease your harm," and struck down the unsuspecting Lu Jiaochan. The young man beside her was drenched in blood, staring at you in confusion and rage. Chapter 7. Third Tier with Spirit Root. Why did you become so agitated over that enchanting woman entangled with another? What if this incident brings trouble? Do you think the Yin Yang sect is easy to bully? Su Changxing watched the incessantly flashing text within his sea of consciousness, his lips twitching involuntarily. He was reluctant to admit that he had been provoked to such fury. Without waiting for him to continue his tirade, the words within the sea of consciousness began to pulse anew. You deftly explored the remains of Lu Jiaochan, discovering within her possession a dual cultivation manual and several vials of spring night pills. You deemed this evidence sufficient to assert that you had slain a demoness of the Yin Yang sect. However, the young man, filled with indignation, sought vengeance for his beloved. You contemplated a hasty retreat, only to unexpectedly sense someone lurking in the shadows. A surge of instinct prompted you to restrain the young man and declare your intention to bring him before the luminous sunset sect for a reckoning. Yet, just as you took a few steps, an elderly figure obstructed your path. With a composed demeanor, the elder informed you that he had long been aware of a demoness seducing passing cultivators nearby. He had intended to observe who accompanied the demoness, only to find himself unexpectedly confronted by your actions. You hastily clarified that your actions were unintentional. After a moment of scrutinizing you, the elder sighed deeply, uttering that it was indeed all fate before departing, leaving you utterly perplexed. In the third month, you successfully entered the luminous sunset sect, becoming an outer disciple. By the fourth month, you wished to offer the spring encounter technique in exchange for resources to aid your cultivation, yet you harbored concerns that the rewards might be misappropriated. In the fifth month, you finally became well acquainted with several logistical disciples of the luminous sunset sect. Through diligent inquiries, you discovered that the elder in charge of logistics was a person of integrity, unlikely to embezzle the disciple supplies. Thus, you seized an opportune moment to present the spring encounter technique. True to your expectations, the elder did not misappropriate your reward, delivering to you the desired rootless wood as compensation. Demonstrating your understanding of propriety, you voluntarily presented your recently accumulated spirit stones as a token of respect, which the elder graciously accepted. In the sixth month, drawing upon the continuous emanation of wood attribute spiritual energy from the rootless wood, you finally made your initial foray into the spring encounter technique. The seventh month saw you persist in rigorous training. By the eighth month, after 2 months of relentless practice, you finally manifested a wood spirit root within you. However, the spiritual energy from the rootless would have been completely depleted. Consequently, You were compelled to undertake various tasks to acquire the heavenly materials and earthly treasures necessary for your continued cultivation. In July of the second year, after nearly a year of arduous effort, you once again exchanged for a piece of rootless wood. With the wood attribute spiritual energy coursing through it, you resumed your cultivation. By May of the third year, your cultivation had advanced to the 9th level of Qi Refinement, and the quality of your wood spirit root had risen to the 7th rank. You resolved to elevate your wood spirit root to its utmost limit before contemplating foundational establishment. In the 4th year, you continued your relentless pursuits. In March of the 5th year, you once again exchanged for a piece of rootless wood. After a period of intense cultivation, you finally brought the spring encounter technique to the threshold of minor accomplishment and elevated the grade of your wood spirit root to the 6th rank. At this juncture, you could finally perceive the wood attribute spiritual energy drifting through the cosmos. This signifies that you can continue your cultivation even without relying on spiritual stones, filling you with immense joy. In the 6th year, you achieved commendable results in the Outer Sect Disciples competition, thanks to your minor success with the Spring Awakening technique. With the points earned, you exchanged for a piece of mid-grade rootless wood and commenced your secluded training. In the 7th year, after spending over half a year in seclusion, your wood spiritual root had ascended to the 5th grade. You resolved to temporarily halt your collection of wood-type celestial materials and instead began to amass spiritual stones, preparing to purchase a foundational elixir. By the 8th year, after a year of diligent effort, you finally acquired a foundational elixir. Due to your remarkable talent, you successfully established your foundation on the first attempt. Once your realm was solidified, you departed the sect to embark on a journey. While passing by a relic, an inexplicable sensation arose within you, resonating with something unseen. You surmised that this might be the site where you obtained the Spring Awakening technique. After a moment of hesitation, you decided to investigate the periphery of the relic. However, as soon as you entered, an unknown seed struck you on the head. Terrified, you fled the secret realm in haste. In the 9th year, after half a year of seclusion, you found no discomfort within yourself. Rather, the quality of your wood spiritual root had further improved. You had now attained the status of a minor genius with a 3rd grade wood spiritual root, leaving you both astonished and elated. In the 10th year, while in seclusion, you suddenly felt the earth tremble violently. In sheer horror, you realized that the protective formation of the falling sunset sect had been breached. As you emerged from your secluded spot, you were engulfed by a torrent of demonic energy, and a malevolent figure lunged at you with a sinister grin. Before you could mount any resistance, consciousness slipped away and you met your demise. Indeed, you managed to endure for a decade this time. Although the conclusion still resulted in death, you had established a new record of 10 years, which inexplicably uplifted Su Changxing's spirits. He awaited the reward assessment with a sense of excitement. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. Despite the hardships of this lifetime, you successfully established your foundation, surpassing the majority of mediocre cultivators. Based on the simulation results, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. View the recorded footage of your simulated life from a first-person perspective. 2. Attain the cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi Refinement. 3. Gain a 3rd grade with spiritual root. Su Changxing gazed at the second reward, momentarily taken aback. In the previous simulation, he had indeed completed his foundation. Yet this time the reward only offered the 9th layer of Qi Refinement. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He had previously contemplated whether he could suppress his cultivation level, then suddenly unleash his potential in a future simulation to directly attain core formation or nascent soul. It now seemed he had overestimated his chances. The system had left him no such loophole. However, he did not feel overly disheartened, for he had already contemplated such a scenario. Even if the system were to grant him an opportunity to advance directly to the foundation establishment stage, he would hardly dare to make that choice. According to the rules of the system, the higher the realm, the more spirit stones would be required during simulation. Should he abruptly elevate himself to the foundation establishment stage or beyond, the points necessary for subsequent simulations would become exceedingly high. As he was still unfamiliar with his own realm and lacked a solid foundation here, acquiring the requisite spirit stones would likely prove to be quite arduous. Consequently, he would inevitably find himself unable to gather enough spirit stones for simulations over an extended period of time, which could place him in grave danger should any peril arise. Thus, this gradual ascent would allow him to evade certain crises through continuous simulations. After swiftly adjusting his mindset, Changxing once again turned his gaze toward the three options. The first option held little value, prompting him to dismiss it without a second thought. Between the choice of cultivation level and the third grade wood spirit root, he barely hesitated before selecting the latter. He had toiled for 7 years in simulations to barely cultivate the wood spirit root to the 5th grade, only to be fortuitously struck by an unknown opportunity that bestowed upon him the 3rd grade wood spirit root. In comparison, the 9th level of Qi refinement seemed rather trivial. Upon making his choice, Changxing was enveloped by a natural and refreshing aura. A warm sensation spread throughout his body, leaving him with an indescribable sense of comfort. Simultaneously, a faint green light emerged within his sea of consciousness. As soon as the green light appeared, it pushed aside the remaining dozen or so chaotic lights. Changxing attempted to immerse his awareness into the sea of consciousness, using the green light to sense his surroundings. To his delight, he soon discovered that he had, for the first time in his life, perceived the spiritual energy drifting through the world. Chapter 8. The Spirit Pill Pavilion. As Changxing activated the cultivation technique of spring's arrival, the spiritual energy in the environment began to swiftly converge towards him. Unbeknownst to him, he commenced his cultivation. In a trance-like state, the dawn gradually brightened the horizon. Remarkably, he had cultivated for an entire night. When he opened his eyes again, he felt no fatigue from the sleepless night. Rather, he felt invigorated. With the enhancement of the 3rd grade wood spirit root, he had managed to initiate his practice of spring's arrival overnight. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could cultivate without the use of spirit stones. Thanks to the 3rd grade wood spirit root, he was able to absorb the spiritual energy that permeated the environment. After silently estimating for a while, he found that the efficiency of absorbing this drifting spiritual energy was roughly equivalent to 2 or 3/10 of his previous efficiency while using spirit stones. Although this efficiency was not particularly high, it was commendable for its sustainability and lack of cost. In areas rich in spiritual energy, his cultivation efficiency would continue to improve. Additionally, his efficiency in using spirit stones had more than doubled compared to before, and his utilization of the spiritual energy within those stones had also become more effective. Had he possessed a 3rd grade wood spirit root upon his arrival in this realm, he would most likely have attained the 9th level of Qi refinement by now. With a stroke of fortune, even the completion of foundation establishment would not be beyond reach. The disparity between those endowed with talent and those lacking it in the path of cultivation is indeed vast. Beyond the speed of cultivation, the potency of the same spells wielded by cultivators with and without spirit roots diverges dramatically. Changxing, currently employing wood attribute spells, wields power at least double that of a cultivator with a lower grade wood spirit root. This is still under the assumption that he possesses merely a 3rd grade root. Should he be fortunate enough to possess a 1st grade or even a heavenly root, even the most rudimentary spells in his hands would become extraordinarily formidable. It is said that those prodigies capable of being invincible within their tier must at the very least possess a spirit root of 3rd grade or higher. Otherwise, no amount of magical artifacts could compensate for the deficiency in spirit roots, as the top-tier geniuses are not lacking in artifacts either. At present, my aptitude may not qualify me as a top-tier genius, yet within an ordinary sect, it is still considered commendable. After a moment of blissful contemplation, Changxing suddenly realized a pressing concern. He had run out of spirit stones. The spoils from his prior conquest of Gao Teng and his accomplices had all been exchanged for points. If he wished to continue his simulations, he would need to find a means to procure spirit stones. However, the question remained, where could he acquire them? Despite his significantly enhanced cultivation, he still occupied the lowest echelons of the cultivation world. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Before him lay 2 potential paths. The first was to follow the course of his previous simulations and head to Dankei Town. In prior simulations, he had always made his initial stop there without encountering any unforeseen events, indicating a relative safety. Additionally, he could obtain a letter of recommendation from Xianxia, making it a comparatively secure option. The second path involved vanquishing the unknown demon residing in the dilapidated temple. Should he succeed in eliminating this demon, he would most likely acquire a magical artifact capable of subduing demons, which could fetch several hundred low-grade spirit stones. Although he had previously suffered damage to his foundation from this unknown demon, he had, after all, survived, with the ceiling still intact. He indeed had opportunities to eliminate the demon. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he dismissed this plan as unwise. The world was perilously dangerous. Pursuing a magical artifact of uncertain grade by confronting a demon evidently stronger than himself was hardly prudent. It was far better to play it safe when stability was an option. Having made his decision, Su Changxing departed without a backward glance. 2 days later, he arrived at Dankei Town. Though not large, Dankei Town was bustling with activity. He circled the town and purchased a spacious courtyard near the cultivation market. The rooms were neat and tidy, but the price was rather steep, costing Su Changxing 2 inferior spirit stones. This was his first experience using spirit stones for transactions, and he found it quite gratifying. After the previous owner departed, he retrieved a vial of spirit-gathering pills from his storage bag. In earlier simulations, he had relied on this vial to reach the 8th level of Qi Refinement. However, he now hesitated. Directly using the spirit-gathering pills would indeed allow him to transcend his current realm. Yet, if he sold the vial for spirit stones, he could potentially accumulate enough for another simulation's worth of points. In previous attempts, he had achieved the 9th level of Qi Refinement. Investing the equivalent spirit stones into the system would likely yield even greater returns. With this thought in mind, Su Changxing stored the vial away and made his way towards the bustling market. He initially intended to set up a stall, having honed this skill over a decade. However, he didn't venture far before spotting a pill pavilion. Intrigued, he stepped inside. Now, a 7th level Qi Refinement cultivator with a 3rd grade wood spirit root, Su Changxing, even clad in simple hemp garments, exuded an air of distinction far beyond that of an ordinary person. The attendant, wary of any lapse in attention, greeted him with a beaming smile. Without further ado, Su Changxing produced the vial of spirit-gathering pills and inquired, "Do you accept spirit-gathering pills here?" The attendant replied with a grin, "Certainly. We purchase such readily marketable pills at 80% of their value." Su Changxing then asked, "How many spirit stones can you offer for this vial of spirit-gathering pills?" The attendant opened the vial, inhaled the aroma, and savored it for a moment before responding. "This vial contains 12 pills of moderate quality. Each pill can fetch you 4 inferior spirit stones. For the entire vial, how does 50 inferior spirit stones sound?" Curiously, Su Changxing asked, "Are you able to finalize this transaction without consulting your manager for verification?" The attendant chuckled. "If it were anyone else, we would certainly conduct a thorough examination. However, your imposing demeanor clearly indicates you are no ordinary individual. Why would you deceive us over a mere handful of inferior spirit stones? This vial of spirit-gathering pills requires no further scrutiny. Nonetheless, if you wish to meet our manager, I can certainly summon him." Upon hearing this, Su Changxing's expression turned somewhat peculiar. In the town of Huling, where he once eked out a living, there was also a pill pavilion. During his time there, he had occasionally taken on tasks for gathering medicinal herbs while setting up his stall, becoming well acquainted with the local attendants and gaining a general understanding of the trading processes involved in the pill pavilion. In the alchemy shop over there, the proprietor personally inspects the elixirs every time they are received, employing various detection spells to ensure the potions are flawless. The shopkeeper in Huling Town not only remains vigilant against the cultivators selling their potions, but also keeps a watchful eye on the employees within the store. Should any staff dare to privately accept elixirs from customers, they risk a severe beating at the least, or worse, being cast into the wilderness. Chapter 9 reveals yet another branching scenario. Su Changxing has observed the transactions in Huling Town several times, each occasion proving to be exceedingly intricate. He was taken aback to discover that the procedures in this alchemy shop were remarkably straightforward, allowing the staff to handle the potions. Indeed, the Xianxia sect lives up to its esteemed reputation, as the atmosphere of this marketplace is significantly more favorable than that of Huling Town. After a moment of reflection, Su Changxing shook his head and said, "There is no need to trouble your manager. If you are able to accept these, then I shall give them to you. By the way, do you also accept various herbs here?" The attendant replied with a smile, "We do, but we only accept some of the rarer herbs." Su Changxing nodded and retrieved the herbs he had previously collected from his storage pouch, saying, "Take a look at these herbs and let me know how many you can accept and the price." After carefully examining the herbs for a while, the attendant selected several fine specimens and quoted Su Changxing a price of 20 low-grade spirit stones. This price was indeed somewhat low. Had he chosen to sell them at a stall himself, he could have easily fetched 30 low-grade spirit stones, albeit with a bit more time invested. If he were still a first-level Qi refinement cultivator, he would likely have hesitated to part with the herbs at such a price. However, now that he had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement and possessed the support of the system, he was unconcerned with the slight loss of spirit stones. Time. After all, held far greater value for him than a handful of low-grade spirit stones. After collecting the spirit stones, Su Changxing exited the alchemy shop with 70 low-grade spirit stones in hand. Once he departed, the shop attendant brought the gathering spirit pills to the back room. He placed the pills before a middle-aged man, stating, "Master, this is the gathering spirit pill I just acquired for 50 low-grade spirit stones." The middle-aged man nodded and examined the pills closely. After a moment, he remarked, "This batch of gathering spirit pills is of commendable quality. Your valuation of 50 low-grade spirit stones is quite accurate." The attendant, grinning widely, replied, "Master, my appraisals are becoming increasingly precise. Am I nearing the point of graduation?" The middle-aged man scoffed, "Graduation? You're still far from it. Tell me, which alchemist produced this batch of gathering spirit pills?" The attendant paused, taken aback, and replied, I do not know." The middle-aged man shook his head, saying, "I have told you before, each alchemist has their own distinct characteristics. Even if the medicinal properties of the potions are identical, subtle differences can reveal their origin. The bottle of spirit-gathering elixir exhibits a notably potent nature, intermingled with a faintly obscure aura, clearly indicating the use of Yin fire during its refinement." The attendant's pupils constricted slightly as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that this elixir was procured from the Yin Corp sect?" The middle-aged man, maintaining an impassive countenance, replied, "What is the cultivation level of the individual who sold you this elixir?" The attendant pondered for a moment before stating, "I cannot discern it, but he emanated an impressive aura, clearly above the 5th layer of Qi refinement." The middle-aged man nodded contemplatively, saying, "A practitioner above the 5th layer of Qi refinement has brought forth a bottle of spirit-gathering elixir from the Yin Corp sect. Yet, rather than utilizing it himself, he chose to sell it to us. This individual is indeed intriguing." The attendant's pupils constricted once more, exclaiming, "Could it be that he deliberately sold this elixir to us? But what could be his motive?" The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "Who can fathom his intentions? Just inform Xianxia about this matter. The rest is not for us to worry." Little did Su Changxing realize that he had inadvertently revealed his background due to that bottle of spirit-gathering elixir. At this moment, he was rather exhilarated, gazing at the spirit stones in his hand. These stones were sufficient for him to conduct another simulation. After retrieving 64 inferior spirit stones to recharge the system, he initiated the simulation once more. Day 1. You seclude yourself in your chamber to cultivate, familiarizing yourself with your current realm. The exhilarating sensation brought forth by your 3rd grade with spiritual root provides you with considerable comfort. Day 7. You persist in your cultivation, calculating the time to venture out in a couple of days, anticipating a chance encounter with Xianxia. Day 9. While engrossed in your practice, a knock resounds at the courtyard door. Upon opening it, you are taken aback to find a young practitioner at your doorstep, inquiring about his identity. You are astonished to discover that he is none other than Xianxia. Xianxia, keenly perceptive, notices your surprise but chooses to remain silent. After exchanging a few words, he seemingly nonchalantly inquires about your origins. Wishing to conceal your cultivation level and background, you merely state that you are a wandering practitioner, here solely to join the Xianxia sect. Xianxia acknowledges your words with a nod and departs. Day 20. You take the initiative to visit Xianxia, only to find that he is absent from Dankei town. A vague sense of unease washes over you, though you cannot pinpoint the source of your discomfort. Day 29. Xianxia returns from his travels and engages you in casual conversation once more. You express your desire to join the Xianxia sect, yet he remains non-committal. 2nd month. You attempt to visit Xianxia again, but he appears rather wary of you. 3rd month. You finally come to the realization that obtaining a recommendation letter from Xianxia is highly unlikely. Nevertheless, these past months have been quite comfortable for you. Moreover, you feel that with your current talents, leading the life of a wandering practitioner is quite satisfactory, and thus you decide to settle here. In the 8th month, after a tranquil 6-month period of cultivation, you increasingly revel in this leisurely existence, your spirit growing ever more serene. In the 2nd year, Xianxia gradually lowers his guard around you, occasionally engaging in conversation, yet he still refrains from mentioning the matter of the recommendation letter. By the 3rd year, your cultivation ascends to the 8th level of Qi refinement, and you have amassed a modest collection of spirit stones. Given the challenges that solitary cultivators face in acquiring spirit stones, you choose not to utilize them for your training, opting instead to save them until you reach the 9th level of Qi refinement at which point you plan to purchase foundation building pills. In the 4th year, while gathering herbs nearby, you rescue a spirited young woman clad in armor. This maiden, known as Yun Yanwan, is a renowned heroine in the vicinity. To repay your kindness, she willingly offers to become your attendant. As the 5th year unfolds, your affection for Yun Yanwan deepens, leading to a union in marriage. You impart to her the art of cultivation, while she teaches you the finesse of wielding weapons, and your days pass with joyful ease. In the 6th year, during a discussion with you, Xianxia unexpectedly proposes to recommend you for admission into the Luoxia sect. After careful contemplation, you decline his invitation. The following month, your son, Su Yunfei, is born. By the 7th year, your cultivation experiences another breakthrough, elevating you to the 9th level of Qi Refinement, granting you a measure of renown in this remote town. In the 8th year, you begin to prepare for the foundation building process. Yin Yanwan voluntarily announces her decision to forego her own cultivation for the time being, dedicating all her spirit stones for your foundation building endeavors. Despite your repeated refusals, her determination prevails, and you accept her generous offer. In the 9th year, your second son, Su Yunhai, is born. In the 10th year, a sudden tremor shakes the earth, prompting you to seek out Xia Shanyang to inquire about the disturbance. With a pallid expression, he informs you of the revival of the Yin Corpse sect's ancestor, who has breached the defenses of the Luoxia sect. The fate of the sect leader and elders remains unknown. You swiftly realize that Danxia town is no longer safe and prepare to flee with your family. By the 15th year, the Yin Corpse sect has swiftly dismantled several righteous sects within a short span of 5 years. You and your family traverse various locales, yet find no refuge for stable cultivation. Fortunately, you have completed your foundation building, granting you a measure of self-protection. In the 18th year, while foraging for herbs, you are ambushed by a demonic cultivator at the foundation stage. Despite battling valiantly for an entire day with your severely injured body, you ultimately succumb to defeat and perish. Su Changxing gazes at the words in his consciousness, murmuring to himself, I have lived quite a long time this round. Yet why was I unable to obtain Xia Shanyang's recommendation? Where did the problem lie? Before he can ponder further, the results of this simulation manifest in his consciousness. Simulation complete. Evaluation. You have once again completed the foundation building process, indicating that it no longer poses a significant challenge for you. Based on the simulation results, you may choose one of the following rewards. From a first-person perspective, I observe the imagery within the Sims. My cultivation has reached the 9th level of Qi Refinement. The mundane martial art, Shadowless Spear, holds little relevance to me. The prospect of re-establishing my foundation seems far-fetched, as I'm still at the 7th level of Qi Refinement. Su Changxing harbored lingering regrets about his inability to fully inherit the cultivation from the simulation. He expressed his dissatisfaction briefly, then began to contemplate the rewards presented to him. He swiftly dismissed the 3rd reward, recognizing that the mundane martial arts offered minimal benefit, rendering the expenditure of 64 low-grade spirit stones unjustifiable. The 2 preceding options, however, piqued his interest. He found himself puzzled as to why he had not garnered a recommendation from Xia Shanyang this time. Had he opted for the first choice, he might have discerned subtle hints from Xia Shanyang's demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately relinquished this thought, as he had already surmised the reason from the textual description. The sole distinction between the simulation and previous ones lay in the fact that he had sold the spirit-gathering pills for spirit stones. Beyond that, he had not made any divergent choices compared to the simulations before. If we assume the results of the simulations were accurate, then the issue likely resided with that particular bottle of spirit-gathering pills. Su Changxing had begun to suspect that the proprietor of the pill pavilion in Dankei Town had discovered something about that vial. Given this reasoning, he deemed it unnecessary to review the playback, as it contained no pertinent information. With this in mind, Su Changxing declared, I choose option 2. As his words resonated, a familiar surge of warmth re-emerged within his dantian. This warmth coursed through him, rapidly pushing his dantian to its limits. He had reached the 9th level of Qi Refinement. Su Changxing could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within his dantian had become remarkably refined. With every gesture, he felt the flow of spiritual energy subtly responding to him. At this juncture, he was poised to prepare for establishing his foundation. However, for Su Changxing, the most pressing concern was not the foundation itself, but rather obtaining Xia Shanyang's recommendation. In the previous simulation, he had once again experienced the hardships of being a loose cultivator, lacking the support of a sect. He had spent over a decade painstakingly progressing from the 7th level of Qi refinement to the foundational stage, even with a 3rd grade wood spirit root. Although the Xianxia sect was likely to face annihilation in a decade, it could still provide him with protection and sufficient resources for cultivation in the meantime, thus not deterring his aspirations of joining a sect. The only obstacle remaining was how to secure a letter of recommendation from Xianxia. In the ensuing days, Changxing diligently rehearsed how to narrate his background to Xianxia. While strategizing his approach, he continued to acclimate himself to his newfound level of cultivation. Additionally, he crafted several talismans. Despite having attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, Changxing still struggled to condense spells with the same ease as those in the foundation stage. Once combat ensued, talismans remained an exceedingly significant means of offense and defense for him. Amidst the tense preparations, several days swiftly passed. On the morning of the 9th day, as he had anticipated, there came a knock at his gate. Changxing opened the door to find a young man with a complexion as fair as jade standing before him. In the previous simulations, he had encountered Xianxia almost every time. However, this was their first true meeting. Though Xia appeared youthful, he exuded an air of remarkable composure. Xianxing, with a hint of curiosity on his face, inquired, "May I ask whom you seek, esteemed brother?" Xianxia clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "I am Xianxia, an outer disciple of the falling sunset sect, entrusted by my sect to ensure the peace of Danyang town. Recently, I have heard of an extraordinary cultivator arriving here, and I took the liberty to visit." Changxing smiled and said, "It is Elder Xia. Please come inside." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he invited Xianxia into his room. He did not immediately inquire about Xia's purpose, but instead retrieved the tea set he had prepared earlier and brewed a cup of tea for Xia according to the traditional tea ceremony. Although Changxing had only recently begun to engage with the art of tea, his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement lent him an aura of elegance in his every move. Xianxia took a symbolic sip from the cup, setting it down on the table, and remarked, "It seems you possess considerable knowledge of the tea ceremony." Changxing chuckled and shook his head, saying, "To be honest, Brother Xia, I have only just begun to explore the tea ceremony a few days ago. For the last several years, I have been preoccupied with cultivation and had little leisure to delve into the art of tea." His act of pouring tea for Xia was not a display of his modest skills, but rather a means to convey his tranquil disposition. Xianxia indeed lowered his pace, engaging Su in further small talk before asking, "Might I inquire if you intend to stay here temporarily or for a more extended period?" Changxing pondered briefly before responding, "Since you are a disciple of the falling sunset sect, I shall not conceal my intentions. I have found the life of a wandering cultivator to be arduous and wish to join your esteemed sect. However, I have heard that one must possess a clean background to qualify for admission. At present, I am uncertain how to demonstrate my background, which is why I am temporarily residing here." Xianxia continued, "Is there something about your background that you find inconvenient to disclose?" Changxing sighed softly and replied, "To be candid, Brother Xia, I grew up in Town. As you know, it lies within the territory of the Corp's sect. Given my origins, how could I possibly pass the tests of the falling sunset sect?" Changxing had already surmised that his background had likely been revealed due to the spirit-gathering pill. Since he could no longer conceal it, he chose to be forthright, hoping to leave a candid impression on Xianxia. He believed that merely having been raised in Town would not suffice to lead to his outright rejection. Chapter 11. Elder of the Falling Sunset Sect. Xianxia indeed did not leave immediately. He shifted the conversation and inquired, "By the way, I have heard that Brother Su sold a bottle of spirit-gathering elixir a few days ago. This particular elixir is quite effective for cultivation. Why, dear brother, did you not choose to use it for yourself, but instead opted to sell it?" Changxing had long anticipated this question, yet he did not respond right away. Instead, he displayed a demeanor of significant hesitation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally sighed and said, "Since Brother Xia has posed such a question, I shall speak candidly today. The reason I decided to sell that bottle of spirit-gathering elixir is simply because I have no use for it." As he spoke, he summoned the true essence from his dantian. The rich would attribute true essence instantly filled the small room. Xianxia, who had been composed moments ago, felt his pupils constrict. He instinctively rose from his seat and murmured, "Would attribute spiritual root. Qi refining 9th layer." Changxing chuckled ruefully indeed. "It was only after I began my cultivation journey that I discovered my talent was rather commendable. Upon testing according to the methods documented in the texts, I unexpectedly found that my wood spiritual root is actually of the third grade. It is precisely due to this third grade with spiritual root that I have been able to cultivate in secret despite the lack of spirit stones. Growing up in Huling Town, he had witnessed the ruthlessness of the local cultivators, which instilled in him a fear of revealing his talents. He could only present himself as a mere herbal gatherer. Fortunately, he had managed to cultivate steadily to his current level. He initially planned to master a few combat techniques before departing, but unexpectedly, the local bully, Gao Teng, discovered the spirit stones he had accumulated over the years and sought to kill him. Left with no choice, he fought back against those bullies. Taking advantage of the fact that the Yin sect had not yet received word, he fled to this place. Xianxia listened quietly, his expression shifting continuously. When Su Changxing voluntarily mentioned his third grade with spiritual root, a spark of excitement flickered uncontrollably in his eyes. He sensed that an opportunity might have arisen. The deacon of the Falling Sunset sect, in addition to maintaining local stability, was also tasked with seeking out local talents. A cultivator of good character, possessing a third grade with spiritual root, was undoubtedly a person worth recruiting. The only remaining question was the individual's background. However, this was something he could have other sect members investigate. Given that Su claimed to have grown up in Huling Town, there would surely be traces left behind. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia finally made up his mind and clasped his hands towards Su Changxing, saying, "Brother Su, having grown up in such perilous circumstances, yet still maintaining your integrity, is truly commendable. I shall report your desire to join the Falling Sunset sect to my superiors. If all goes well, we should have results within half a month." Upon hearing this, Su Changxing felt a surge of joy in his heart. His long days of strategizing had finally borne fruit. Indeed, the Xianxia sect finds it difficult to part with such a promising disciple possessing a third grade with spiritual root. Amidst Su Changxing's repeated expressions of gratitude, Xianxia departed from the modest courtyard at a leisurely pace. Once he reached a secluded area, he abruptly quickened his step, hurrying back to his chamber. After securing the door, he retrieved a communication jade pendant that had been sealed for many years from his storage pouch. After a moment's hesitation, he activated the pendant and conveyed, "Esteemed elder, this is outer sect disciple Xianxia. I encountered a wandering cultivator with a third grade with spiritual root in Dankei Town." According to his account, he recounted Su Changxing's words and then awaited a response in silence. After a lengthy pause, an aged voice emanated from the jade pendant. "A third grade with spiritual root, coupled with the ability to endure, indeed makes for an impressive disciple worthy of my personal verification. If he has truly committed no wrongdoing, he may be admitted into our ranks. Remain cautious in the coming days. Should your assertions prove accurate, you shall earn my commendation." On the other side, Su Changxing remained oblivious to the fact that his recent declarations had stirred the attention of an elder from the Xianxia sect. However, he surmised that it was likely the sect would dispatch someone to verify his claims. This prospect did not instill fear in him. Rather, it ignited a sense of anticipation. After all, he had grown up in Huling Town, and there were ample vendors who could attest to the oppression he faced from Gao Teng and others. Since his arrival in this world, he had been nothing but honest, refraining from provoking any trouble. Thus, aside from the blemish of his origin in Huling Town, his background remained untainted, leaving him unconcerned about any scrutiny. Previously, his attempt to conceal his background and cultivation level had rendered Xianxia wary of him. Given that the latter had already traced his origins to the territory of the Yin sect, concealing his lineage was akin to openly confessing to nefarious beginnings. No wonder Xianxia was cautious. In contrast, he chose to reveal his background transparently, which yielded favorable results. Now, the sole concern was whether the talent he exhibited would capture the attention of the sect. If the elder deemed it unworthy of investigation over a mere Qi refining cultivator, then his prior efforts would have been in vain, inadvertently exposing his background. While it was acceptable for his birthplace to be known, the significance of his third grade with spiritual root and his 9th level of Qi refinement constituted critical information. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards him upon learning these details, he would find himself in considerable peril. With a heart tinged with trepidation, he awaited the elder's response. This sensation oddly reminded him of the anxious anticipation he felt at home after the Gaokao, waiting for his results. The only distinction was that his previous examination results merely influenced his university admission, whereas this wait could potentially dictate the course of his very life. Fortunately, Xianxia did not allow him to linger in unease for too long. Early the next morning, Xianxia excitedly sought him out. revealing that an elder of their sect held him in high regard. Filled with exhilaration, Su Changxing expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xianxia repeatedly. In the ensuing days, Su Changxing hardly ventured outside, dedicating each day to familiarizing himself with his own realm. He would only pause to rest when Xianxia came to visit. On the seventh day at noon, Xianxia returned to Su Changxing's small courtyard. This time, however, he was not alone. A venerable elder with a white beard accompanied him. Before Su Changxing could utter a word, Xianxia took the initiative to introduce, "Brother Changxing, come forth. This is Elder Lu from the Internal Affairs Hall of our Xianxia sect, and he has come specifically for you." Su Changxing was momentarily taken aback. Although he had suspected that someone might be investigating his background over the past few days, he had not anticipated that he would attract the attention of an elder from Xianxia sect. As he understood, to attain the position of elder in such a sect, one would at least need to reach the core formation stage. Su Changxing hurriedly emerged from the house and bowed deeply, saying, "I am Su Changxing, a scattered cultivator. It is an honor to meet you, Elder Lu." Elder Lu assessed Su Changxing for a moment, nodding in approval. To maintain one's true self in such a chaotic environment is indeed a remarkable feat, Su Changxing quickly replied. "I have merely witnessed the fates of those who succumb to the path of evil cultivation. I wish to avoid becoming like them." Elder Lu remarked nonchalantly, "It is rare to find such purity of heart. It aligns well with my disposition. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" The directness of his proposal once again caught Su Changxing off guard. However, he quickly regained his composure and performed a deep bow, exclaiming, "Disciple Su Changxing pays respects to my esteemed master." A smile played upon Elder Lu's lips. "In that case, you shall be my third disciple. Within the Xianxia sect, you have two elder brothers. Your eldest brother is named Li Changge, and your second brother is Zhou Lechi. Upon returning to the mountain, you shall have the pleasure of meeting them." Su Changxing responded, "Disciple will remember this. May I inquire about my master's honored name?" "My given name is Lu Chenyu." "Do you remember it?" Lu Chenyu replied. He then produced a string of beads composed of dozens of small purple orbs, saying, "This magical artifact is known as the Purple Cloud Sand, and it was once wielded by your eldest brother. Keep it for your protection." Su Changxing's eyes lit up at the mention of the artifact. Even the most mediocre magical item could easily fetch several hundred lower-grade spirit stones. Previously, he had even contemplated risking his life against demons in a dilapidated temple for a potentially damaged artifact. To his surprise, he had now effortlessly acquired a magical item simply by taking on a master. The Purple Cloud Sand, with its faintly swirling purple clouds, appeared quite extraordinary, far superior to those artifacts of unknown origin. He wondered how many simulations could be initiated by selling this magical item. Su Changxing suppressed his excitement, expressing gratitude to Lu Chenyu before carefully accepting the piece of purple cloud sand. After handing over the purple cloud sand, Lu Chenyu casually retrieved a porcelain vial and presented it to the ever-observant Xianxia, saying, "You performed admirably this time. Accept this vial of spirit-gathering pills. Once I return to the mountain, I will ensure your points are credited accordingly. With this accumulation, you should be able to return to the mountain as well." Xianxia's face lit up with fervor as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Elder, for your guidance." Su Changxing observed Xianxia trembling with excitement, feeling somewhat perplexed. Lu Chenyu seemed to sense his confusion and clarified, "In our Xianxia sect, points can be exchanged for various elixirs and materials, as well as serve as a criterion for advancement. If an outer disciple accumulates sufficient points, they may apply to become an inner disciple. The benefits of inner disciples greatly surpass those of outer disciples, akin to the disparity between civil servants and contracted positions." After inwardly scoffing at this comparison, Su Changxing turned to Xianxia and said, "Congratulations, Brother Xia." Xianxia quickly replied, "It is all thanks to Brother Su." Once the two exchanged pleasantries, Lu Chenyu casually stated, "Since you have joined my sect, you shall return to the mountain with me." With that, he tossed out a flying shuttle. The shuttle expanded rapidly in the wind, soon exceeding 30 feet in length. Upon Su Changxing boarding the shuttle, Lu Chenyu guided it towards the Xianxia sect. Merely half an hour later, they arrived at Xianxia sect, nestled amidst towering mountains, spanning nearly 100,000 acres, sparsely populated. Lu Chenyu practiced within one of the mountain ranges, specifically at the main peak known as Filiu Peak. Su Changxing had anticipated Lu Chenyu's residence would embody a tranquil retreat, harmonizing with nature. However, upon reaching Filiu Peak, he realized his assumptions were entirely misguided. Atop the peak, numerous courtyards dotted the landscape, and he even spotted a small marketplace. From a distance, the various stalls came into view, eliciting a rather peculiar expression from him. Lu Chenyu glanced at him and chuckled. "What's wrong? Do you find it too crowded here?" Changxing nodded. "I had envisioned my master's abode to be an untroubled, celestial dwelling." Lu Chenyu replied with a smile. "Such dwellings do exist, but not here. Our Filiu Peak boasts 1,000 acres of spiritual fields. With so few people, it cannot be maintained properly. As for your living quarters, they are not situated here." His gaze drifted towards the horizon, seemingly assessing which mountain peak would be suitable for his third disciple's residence. After a moment, his eyes brightened, and he pointed to a distant peak, saying, "You shall cultivate there. It is quieter, though the resources may be somewhat limited. If you find solitary practice inconvenient, you may recruit a few attendants here." After briefly introducing Changxing to the essentials, he proceeded into the grand hall. Once he seated himself with a dignified posture, he solemnly inquired, "Are you currently at the 9th level of Qi Refinement?" Changxing nodded earnestly in response. "Indeed." Lu Chenyu continued, "Reveal both your spiritual roots and cultivation level. Let me assess the strength of your foundation." Upon hearing this, Changxing, without a trace of hesitation, activated his dantian, unleashing the essence of Qi refinement at the 9th level with unreserved intensity. Amidst the swirling essence, a faint green glow flickered into view. After sensing it for a moment, Lu Chenyu nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Quite impressive. You indeed possess a 3rd grade with spiritual root, and your foundation appears to be solid. Were you an ordinary loose cultivator, you would already be ready to commence foundation establishment. However, since you have chosen to join my tutelage, let us set aside the matter of foundation establishment for now." As he spoke, he produced a jade slip, declaring, "The path of cultivation is a long and arduous journey. Foundation establishment is merely the first step, albeit a crucial one. Should your foundation be weak, this path will crumble like a fleeting illusion before you can journey far." He continued, "Focus on refining this technique until there is no further progress to be made, and then we shall revisit the subject of foundation establishment." "Yes, master." Changxing accepted the jade slip and discovered it contained the teachings of a technique known as the cloud and mist reflection technique. According to the instructions, he needed to continuously compress the essence within his dantian. When the essence reached its utmost compression, it would crystallize into a pattern resembling clouds. Upon successfully condensing 9 such patterns, his dantian would be enveloped in swirling clouds. At that point, should the cultivator exert their full power, a radiant cloud-like aura would surround them, resembling an ethereal reflection of an immortal. After thoroughly examining the technique, Changxing curiously asked, "Master, how many cloud patterns did my 2 senior brothers condense during their foundation establishment?" Lu Chenyu appeared to have anticipated this inquiry. With a slight smile, he replied, "Your elder brother, Xianxia, possesses remarkable talent but encountered a minor mishap during his cultivation. He managed to condense 7 cloud patterns before reaching a standstill, ultimately having to establish his foundation. Your second brother, while slightly less gifted, condensed only 5 cloud patterns before proceeding with his foundation establishment." "Master, you seem rather unperturbed by this," Changxing observed, although Lu Chenyu spoke of the necessity of foundation establishment with a tone of regret. The upward curve of his lips betrayed a hint of pride. Contemplating this, Changxing soon grasped the underlying reason. The 9th level of Qi refinement is already the pinnacle for ordinary cultivators. The difficulty of condensing further essence is evident. Thus, achieving 7 cloud patterns is indeed commendable. He mused, nodding thoughtfully. Chapter 13. A surge in points. As Changxing pondered, Lu Chenyu suddenly raised his hand and tossed him a storage bag, saying, "Condensing cloud patterns consumes considerable resources. This storage bag contains some spiritual stones and elixirs, which should suffice for a time. In the future, you may also collect your monthly allowance from a sect. If that proves insufficient, feel free to undertake tasks within the sect." Changxing paid little heed to Lu Chenyu's reminder. He was merely exhilarated by the sight of the storage bag. Previously, he had been pondering where to acquire some spirit stones, and to his astonishment, they had appeared before him. With sparkling eyes, he accepted the storage bag and exclaimed, "Thank you, master." A subtle twitch flickered across Lu Chenyu's face as he responded. "First, peruse this cultivation method thoroughly. Should you encounter any confusion, do not hesitate to ask." "Yes, master." Su Changxing promptly stored the bag away and began to read the Xianxia Xianju. Upon completing a thorough reading of the Xianxia Xianju, he realized that the technique was far from simple. He then settled into contemplation regarding the method. Lu Qinyu did not rush him, patiently waiting in silence until Su Changxing posed his inquiries, which he answered in full. After addressing all of Su Changxing's questions, he elaborated on the key points of the technique, leaving Su Changxing with a sensation of enlightenment. Meanwhile, the sky outside had brightened once more, and unbeknownst to them, an entire day and night had passed. Lu Qinyu finally waved his hand, signaling for the attendant to escort Su Changxing away. Following the attendant, Su Changxing traversed mountains and valleys for an hour before finally arriving at his new peak. Compared to the lofty Filiu Peak, this place was much simpler, indeed evoking a sense of tranquil beauty. Once the attendant departed, Su Changxing, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly retrieved the storage bag bestowed upon him by his master. With a delightful clatter, a small heap of low-grade spirit stones appeared at his feet. After a hasty count, he discovered there were at least over 1,000 stones. "I've struck gold," he thought, suppressing his exhilaration as he began to inspect the elixirs within the storage bag. There were only 9 bottles of elixirs. He opened each one in turn and found them filled with gathering spirit pills, 12 in each bottle. The quality of these pills was significantly superior to those he had previously sold. If he were to sell them, they could fetch around 500 low-grade spirit stones. "My master is truly generous." Su Changxing had never before encountered such an abundance of spirit stones and elixirs. With these spirit stones, he could also activate the system. However, he did not immediately commence the simulation. Instead, he endeavored to cultivate the Xianxia Xianju. While the system could largely simulate rewards, it could not wholly substitute for actual cultivation. Therefore, he planned to master the foundational aspects of this technique first, allowing for a smoother integration of the cultivation feedback when the time came, preventing any potential chaos in his true essence. Given his current talent, he believed it would not take long to achieve a basic grasp of the technique. Indeed, just as he anticipated, merely 2 days later, he had successfully cultivated the method to its introductory level. What remains is the gradual refinement of the true essence within the Dantian. At this moment, he finally retrieved the spirit stones, depositing them into the system in handfuls. After breaking through to the 9th level of Qi Refinement, he found the required points for simulation had surged to 256. Only when a small pile of spirit stone powder accumulated on the ground did he finally acquire enough points for a single simulation. Changxing, suppressing his heartache, murmured, "Commence simulation." On the first day, you remain indoors, beginning to utilize the techniques from the Cloud Reflection Immortal Art to purify the true essence in your Dantian. On the 5th day, your master's attendant arrives to inform you that your senior brother will return to the mountain tomorrow, prompting you to visit Filiu Peak. Lu Qinyu, pleased with your initial mastery of the Cloud Reflection Immortal Art, rewards you with several bottles of spirit-gathering pills. On the 6th day, your senior brother Li Chang'e returns to the mountain, presenting you with a protective talisman as a greeting gift. On the 28th day, your second senior brother, Zhou Lechi, returns, a hint of concern etched on his brow. However, upon seeing you, he quickly regains his composure and presents you with a bag of spirit stones as a meeting gift. On the 29th day, you successfully condense a cloud pattern. You find this technique surprisingly manageable and continue your seclusion for further cultivation. In the 2nd month, you endure over a month of arduous training, yet only manage to condense half of the 2nd cloud pattern. It dawns on you that this technique becomes increasingly challenging the more you practice. Nevertheless, you do not yield and persist in your seclusion. In the 3rd month, having exhausted the pills your master provided, you finally condense the 2nd cloud pattern. You sense a notable enhancement in your strength, confident that you could contend with 2 ordinary practitioners at the 9th level of Qi Refinement. By the 6th month, you have successfully condensed the 3rd cloud pattern. At this point, your stock of spirit stones has been depleted, compelling you to undertake various tasks within the sect. As a direct disciple of Lu Qinyu, you effortlessly select simple yet lucrative tasks, allowing you to accumulate spirit stones swiftly. In the 11th month, you manage to condense another cloud pattern, now acutely aware of the challenges associated with this process. In June of the 2nd year, you condense the 5th cloud pattern, establishing a foundation that rivals that of your second senior brother. In November of the 2nd year, your master evaluates your cultivation progress, expressing satisfaction with your advancements and instructing you to participate in the sect's grand competition next month. In December of the second year, after a month of rigorous training, you managed to condense yet another cloud pattern just before the competition. It is during this time that you first encounter the sensation of a bottleneck. However, there is no time to ponder this, as the sect's grand competition has commenced. With 6 cloud patterns at the 9th level of Qi Refinement, you shine among the practitioners, only to be defeated in the finals by Kong Yunan, a disciple with 7 cloud patterns. Your master Lu Qinyu is quite pleased with your performance, rewarding you with a piece of mid-grade thunderwood infused with spiritual energy. In the 6th month of the 3rd year, harnessing the spiritual energy from the thunderstruck wood, you secluded yourself in meditation for half a year, successfully refining a cloud pattern once more. At this juncture, you had finally reached your limits. Lu Qinyu expressed his satisfaction with you, praising your remarkable talent and unwavering determination. However, you were not content to stop at 7 cloud patterns and sought your master's assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qinyu utilized his own points to grant you an opportunity to cultivate in the Xianxia secret realm. By the 10th month of the 3rd year, you had spent 3 months in the Xianxia secret realm, yet still failed to condense the 8th cloud pattern. It was then that you came to realize this was indeed your limit. With a soft sigh, you began to lay your foundation within the secret realm. Your foundation was exceptionally solid, and without the aid of foundation-building elixirs, you effortlessly completed the process. In the 5th year, due to your remarkably firm foundation, your progress after the foundation establishment surged forward. In just over a year, you broke through to the mid-foundation stage. Chapter 14, Self-Hypnosis. In the 8th year, you advanced to the late foundation stage and commenced your travels, preparing for the future of forming your core. In the 9th year, while journeying, your sea of consciousness suddenly throbbed violently. You recalled the impending calamity facing the Xianxia sect, remembering the care your master had shown you over the years. You could not bear to let him meet a tragic fate for no reason. You raced back to the mountain gate and informed Lu Qinyu of your unexpected discovery regarding the imminent revival of the Embark sect's ancestor, forewarning of potential disaster for the sect. Lu Qinyu gazed at you intently for a long moment, inquiring how you had come by this information. Although you had prepared a response, under his relentless questioning, you ultimately found yourself unable to justify your claims. With a heavy sigh, Lu Qinyu confined you atop Filiu Peak, forbidding you to step outside. In the 10th year, just as you were resignedly awaiting your fate, the door to your confinement was unexpectedly opened. Lu Qinyu observed you for a moment before heaved a deep sigh and permitted your departure. Your heart trembled, yearning for your master to leave with you. Yet, Lu Qinyu merely urged you to depart swiftly. After much internal conflict, you ultimately bowed deeply to your master and left the Xianxia sect. Hardly half a day had passed since your departure when the mountain gate of the Xianxia sect was besieged. Witnessing the devastation of the gate, you felt utterly disheartened. While you stood in a daze, a sinister old man suddenly appeared beside you, remarking on the presence of a stray fish before severing your head. You have perished. This demise feels particularly unjust. Changxing never anticipated that he would meet such an end in this simulation. He silently resolved that in the future, he would never recklessly disclose the results of system simulations without certainty, especially regarding matters pertaining to the Embark sect. Such discussions must remain unspoken. After all, having grown up in the domain of the Embark sect, speaking of significant matters related to it could easily arouse suspicion among others. However, this simulation made Changxing realize that his master was indeed quite commendable, despite the uncertainty surrounding his potential affiliation with the Embark sect. Lu Qinyu surprisingly allowed Changxing to leave early. Had Changxing been a bit more resolute and swiftly fled, he might have lived several decades longer within the simulation. Before his thoughts could drift further, the system's voice resounded once more. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. You aspire to defy fate, yet lack the requisite strength, ultimately becoming ensnared in the whirlpool of destiny. Based on the simulation results, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Observe the simulated life from a first-person perspective. 2. Cultivation at the initial stage of foundation establishment. 3. 7 cloud patterns. Changxing gazed at the 3 options, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. The cloud patterns he had refined in the simulation could indeed be inherited. As for his cultivation realm, it still bore a reduction. It remained uncertain whether this would persist in the future or only manifest during significant breakthroughs. Nevertheless, this was of little concern in comparison to various bottlenecks. The cultivation realm was comparatively easier to attain. Without much hesitation, Changxing chose the 3rd option. As he made his selection, his dantian underwent a transformation once more. Ethereal, cloud-like patterns coalesced within his dantian. Once the 7 cloud patterns were fully formed, his dantian had expanded by more than double, and the refinement of his true essence had increased severalfold. He snapped his fingers lightly, and 3 streams of vital energy coalesced in his palm. Each stream of vital energy was something he had previously needed to exert all his strength to gather. Now, he could simultaneously gather 3 with ease. Changxing's chest rose and fell slightly as he mused. The enhancement from the 7 cloud patterns was astonishing. He wondered what transformations would arise upon refining 9 cloud patterns. The changes brought about by these 7 cloud patterns were even more significant than his ascension from the 7th to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Such a remarkable enhancement led him to envision the potential of the 9 cloud patterns. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, his brow furrowed slightly. He could distinctly sense that the 7 cloud patterns were already his limit at present. This had been confirmed during the previous simulation, where he had repeatedly attempted to no avail, ultimately necessitating a breakthrough in realm. However, in reality, he had yet to attempt this, and thus was reluctant to settle for foundation establishment with merely 7 cloud patterns. Instead of immediately initiating another simulation, he began to contemplate viable paths for enhancement. The first thought that came to mind was the acquisition of rare materials. During the prior simulation, he had sensed a bottleneck after refining the 6th cloud pattern. It was only after obtaining a piece of Thunderstruck wood that he managed to refine the 7th cloud pattern. If he could procure materials of superior quality, he might be able to refine the 8th. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. The quality of the Thunderstruck wood, imbued with the essence of the wood spirit, is already exceedingly high. To seek materials of an even greater grade is bound to be an arduous endeavor. Aside from forcibly refining the cloud patterns with superior materials, he possesses an alternative route to continue elevating the grade of his spiritual root. Should his wood spiritual root ascend to the 2nd or even the 1st grade, the process of refining the cloud patterns would become significantly simpler. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the spring encounter has already pushed his wood spiritual root to its utmost limit of the 5th grade, with his 3rd grade wood spiritual root being a fortuitous discovery. To further enhance his spiritual root, what he requires is not merely techniques, but materials of an even higher grade. This brings us back to the initial dilemma. Such materials are seldom found. Nonetheless, this path may not be devoid of direction. Having experienced a stroke of fortune within the secret realm before, it is conceivable that another venture might yield similar results. The only issue is that, within the simulation, he may be reluctant to take such risks. After a moment of contemplation, Changxing suddenly closed his eyes and began to speak to himself. Spiritual root, spiritual root, spiritual root. In this lifetime, even if I perish, I must acquire a material capable of enhancing my spiritual root. He silently hypnotized himself for a considerable time before recharging the spirit stones into the system and commencing the simulation. Day 1. You awaken from your self-induced hypnosis. Acquiring a material that can enhance the spiritual root is no easy feat. With a touch of self-mockery, you begin to attempt the refinement of cloud patterns. Changxing, though he did not harbor overly optimistic expectations for his endeavors, the very first line of text that appeared felt like a slap in the face, which was rather excessive. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. For now, his longing for material that could elevate his spiritual root was palpable. Even without the hypnotic influence, he believed he would seek out similar treasures. Whether or not that involved visiting the ruins was of little consequence. As long as he could elevate the grade of his wood spiritual root during the simulation process, he would be able to inherit the results. Filled with fervent anticipation, Changxing continued to await the subsequent messages. Chapter 15. 1st grade, wood spiritual root. Day 5. You persist in your attempts to refine the cloud patterns, only to realize, with a sense of frustration, that you have indeed reached your limit. Just as you prepare to try once more, your master's attendant arrives to summon you to Filiu Peak. Following the attendant, you arrive at Filiu Peak. Upon seeing you, Yu is momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he places his hand on your shoulder, a look of confusion crossing his face, before he becomes momentarily dazed. Moments later, he begins casting various probing techniques upon you. After a considerable time, Yu inquires how you manage to refine 7 cloud patterns. You can only feign ignorance, attributing it to talent. Yu scrutinizes you intently for a long while before declaring you a genius. Seizing the opportunity, You express the challenges you face in breaking through your current bottleneck. Lu Qinyu ponders for a long time before instructing you to return and await further news. On the 15th day, having returned to your mountain peak for 10 days, your cultivation has yet to progress, and there has been no news from Lu Qinyu. A sense of unease washes over you, prompting a hesitation about whether to depart secretly. After much internal conflict, you resolve to continue waiting. On the 27th day, Lu Qinyu finally makes an appearance. He arrives looking weary, as if he has just returned from a long journey. You approach him with anticipation, only to receive a disheartening response. Your wooden spiritual root has already reached the 3rd grade, and the heavenly treasures required for further enhancement are beyond even his reach as an elder of the falling sunset sect. After a moment's hesitation, you produce the spring encounter technique you had long prepared. Upon reading it, Lu Qinyu is overjoyed and hastily departs. On the 28th day, Lu Qinyu returns once more, this time accompanied by a middle-aged man. After introductions, you learn that this individual is Shi Haoyan, an esteemed ancestor of the falling sunset sect. Shi Haoyan casts a glance at you, remarks on your fortuitous luck, and then ascends into the air with you and Lu Qinyu. When the scenery stabilizes, you find yourself transported to a mystical realm. This realm is teeming with peculiar vitality, with demonic trees flourishing in abundance. A vague realization dawns upon you about its identity. On the 29th day, Shi Haoyan wreaks havoc throughout the mystical realm. You are treated as a key, only brought forth when obstacles arise. Meanwhile, your master Lu Qinyu dutifully records the events from the sidelines. On the 31st day, after 3 days of exploration, Shi Haoyan finally breaches the entirety of the mystical realm. He tosses a verdant crystal your way before gracefully departing. You intend to return to your mountain for seclusion immediately, yet Lu Qinyu insists that this is a rare opportunity, prompting you both to scour the now-penetrated realm for further treasures. On the 36th day, laden with bounty, Lu Qinyu finally escorts you back to the sect. That very day, you commence your seclusion. By the 3rd month, you successfully absorb the verdant crystal, elevating your wooden spiritual root to the 1st grade. Now, you stand among the most exceptional prodigies within the falling sunset sect. You begin to experiment with the condensation of cloud patterns. Success. Huh. Su Changxing gazes at the words before him, unable to suppress a triumphant fist pump. His simulation, this time, was solely intended to enhance his spiritual root. As long as the grade of his spiritual root improves, his objective would be achieved, rendering the subsequent results of the simulation less significant. After all, the simulation system allows him to select only one reward. Even if he were to condense 9 cloud patterns during the simulation, he would still choose to enhance his spiritual root, for the cloud patterns could be pursued in a future simulation. However, Su Qingfei is unaware of how to terminate the simulation, and he is eager to witness how far his cultivation can progress now that he is regarded as a genius within the falling sunset sect. On the 10th month, after nearly half a year of diligent practice, you finally condense the 8th cloud pattern. In June of the 2nd year, you sense that the 9th cloud pattern was on the verge of formation, yet the opportunity for refinement eluded you. Consequently, you approach your master to explain your predicament. Lu Qinyu pondered for a moment before using his own points to exchange for a 3-month cultivation period in the cloudy mist secret realm. By August of the 2nd year, after 2 months of arduous practice within the cloudy mist secret realm, you finally succeeded in refining the 9th cloud pattern. With the completion of the cloud pattern, you naturally achieved the foundation establishment. Su Changxing, witnessing this development, was filled with joy. These simulations further confirmed his suspicions that the number of refined cloud patterns correlated with the quality of one's spiritual roots. This meant that his foundation establishment was firmly secured. Su Changxing felt a surge of excitement and continued to observe the content of this simulation. In September of the 3rd year, as you emerged from the cloudy mist secret realm, you had already become a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Feeling that you still had some energy left, you returned to the mountain to continue your seclusion. By June of the 4th year, you broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment and had gained considerable renown among the inner disciples of the falling sunset sect. Just as you were preparing to venture out, a venerable ancestor named Shi Haoyan sought you out, requesting your company for an outing. Although confused, you could not refuse the venerable ancestor. He guided you once more to the mysterious wood secret realm. Amidst your bewilderment, he led you deeper into the realm. After what felt like an eternity, you finally reached the innermost depths of the secret realm. Shi Haoyan pointed to an array diagram, urging you to attempt refining it with your own true essence. Following his instructions, you gradually infused your true essence into the array diagram. By July of the 4th year, after several weeks of experimentation, you finally merged with the array diagram within the secret realm. To your astonishment, you discovered that you had gained control over the cave dwelling. Expressing your deep gratitude to Xianxia, with a smile, he remarked that this was your fortune. Yet as he departed, he discreetly took 2 of the most precious spiritual plants from the cave. Although somewhat resigned, you accepted this as a matter of course. In June of the 5th year, while cultivating within the cave, you suddenly sensed an intruder. Utilizing the array within the cave, you expelled him and informed him that the dwelling had a master. In August of the 5th year, the expelled cultivator returned, accompanied by a terrifying shadow corpse. It was then that you realized the intruder was, in fact, a spy sent by the shadow corpse sect. You sought to escape, but found no avenue left. The entire cave dwelling was sealed by powerful magic. You have perished. Is it truly possible to die this way? Changxing felt utterly speechless upon reading this. He had believed that this time he could break free from the curse of certain death and successfully cultivate to the core formation stage, or even the nascent soul stage. Yet, he never anticipated that he would lose his life due to a mere cave dwelling, while his demise might alert the falling sunset sect ahead of time. It was never his intention. Being corpse sect indeed. Once I hone my skills, I shall undoubtedly annihilate you all. Changxing had lost count of how many times he had met his demise at the hands of the in-corpse sect within the simulations. Initially, his only desire was to escape. However, as his innate talents continued to flourish, so too did his confidence. This time, he finally harbored the ambition to confront that formidable entity. Chapter 16, Foundation Establishment. Before Changxing could allow his thoughts to wander further, the voice of the system resonated once more within his consciousness. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. Your talent is extraordinary, and you have acquired opportunities far exceeding your current realm. Yet, due to insufficient fortune, you could not contain this opportunity. Thus you perished. Based on the simulation results, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Observe the recorded images of your simulated life from a first-person perspective. 2. Initial stage of foundation establishment cultivation. 3. First grade with spiritual root. 4. 9 cloud patterns. I choose 3. Long before the simulation reached its midpoint, Changxing had already contemplated his reward. Thus his selection was resolute and unhesitant. As his words fell, a soft green light once again shimmered within his sea of consciousness. Once the green light dissipated, Changxing felt a transformation in the world he perceived. Previously, with only a 3rd grade with spiritual root, he could already sense the wood attribute spiritual energy in the air. With the elevation of his spiritual root, his perception of this energy became increasingly vivid, and the range of his awareness expanded significantly. What thrilled him even more was that the wood attribute spiritual energy began to actively congregate around him. Even without deliberate cultivation, he could passively absorb the wood attribute energy. To cultivate a wood attribute technique with such innate talent was to achieve results with half the effort. After reveling in excitement for a while, Changxing directed his consciousness into his dantian. At that moment, his dantian still housed 7 cloud patterns. However, unlike before, these 7 cloud patterns no longer felt congested. He distinctly sensed that he could further refine the cloud patterns. Naturally, he would not squander time on such arduous training at this juncture. Instead, he withdrew 256 low-grade spirit stones, deposited them into the system, and initiated the simulation once more. Day 1. You continue your cultivation. Day 5. Lu Qinyu's attendant seeks you out again. You accompany him to Lu Qinyu's cave dwelling. Lu Qinyu perceives your 7 cloud patterns and regards you as a genius. Month 6. You refine 8 cloud patterns. March of the 2nd year. You refine 9 cloud patterns in the cloud mist secret realm. The following month, you break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Changxing nodded slightly upon reading this. The simulation had now fulfilled his predetermined objective. This time, he had exchanged 256 low-grade spirit stones for 2 years of cultivation time. However, he remained patient and continued to observe the subsequent simulations. In the 3rd year, you advanced to the late foundation establishment stage and began venturing out to hone your skills, preparing for the golden core stage. By the 5th year, you had gained a faint understanding and felt confident in your ability to form a golden core. Yet the quality of a golden core is categorized into 9 ranks. Although you were confident in achieving the upper 3 ranks, your ambition was solely to attain a 1st grade golden core. You refrained from hastily forming your core and chose instead to continue your travels. In the 6th year, you unexpectedly ventured into the territory of the Corp's sect and dismantled one of their secret hideouts. From the practitioners of the Corp's sect, you learned of their ongoing conspiracies. Suddenly recalling the impending crisis years ahead, you resolved to inform your sect. As you had already established yourself as a recognized genius within the sect, your words garnered the attention of the elders. The sect dispatched several Golden Core elders to investigate the schemes of the Corp's sect alongside you. After months of exploration and inquiry, you uncovered that the Corp's sect was conspiring to awaken a long-slumbering old demon. The Falling Sunset sect immediately began to coordinate with other righteous sects to preemptively eradicate the Corp's sect. Upon receiving this news, the Corp's sect hastily roused the dormant demon. Although the demon's powers were significantly diminished due to the premature awakening, it still surpassed ordinary transformation stage ancestors. The Falling Sunset sect was once again breached. The Corp's sect harbored intense resentment towards you for exposing their plot and dispatched several nascent soul ancestors to eliminate you during the ensuing battle. You found yourself utterly powerless to resist and were swiftly vanquished. You have perished. Changxing gazed upon this outcome, his lips twitching involuntarily. Did we not agree to be more cautious? Why this time was it so reckless? At the very least, one could have investigated the Corp's sect's conspiracy after forming a core. Though the outcome would likely still have been death, one could have at least struggled against the nascent soul practitioners. Just as he began to voice his frustrations, the system's concluding announcement rang out once more. Simulation complete. Evaluation. Although you perished this time, you successfully unraveled the Corp's sect's conspiracy, benefiting the entire righteous path. You are regarded as a beacon of righteousness. Based on the simulation results, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. View video records from the first-person perspective of your simulated life. 2. Late foundation establishment cultivation. 3. 9 cloud patterns. In light of the system's evaluation, Changxing found himself at a loss for words, particularly with the phrase beacon of righteousness, which felt like a thinly veiled mockery from the system. However, the second reward option sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. This option was not for the early foundation establishment cultivation, but rather for the late stage. What could this signify? Was it because I am now considered a beacon of righteousness? Or has the system already deemed me a foundation establishment practitioner? Though Changxing was somewhat taken aback by the second option, he chose not to cultivate his skills and instead adhered to his original plan of selecting the 9 cloud patterns. Upon making his choice, he felt a transformation within his dantian. 2 cloud patterns emerged in succession, filling his entire dantian with their presence. As it became saturated, he suddenly experienced a profound sense of completeness. This state of enlightenment manifested naturally, swiftly spreading through his limbs and meridians. When Changxing regained his senses, he realized he had unconsciously completed his foundational cultivation. With a gentle flick of his hand, a vivid green light coalesced at his fingertips. This was the wood attribute true essence he had just gathered. The ability to effortlessly condense wood attribute true essence at his fingertips indicated that his mastery over true essence had reached an extraordinary level, something that most foundational cultivators could not achieve. Indeed, the 9 cloud patterns foundation was markedly different from that of ordinary foundational practitioners. Elated, Changxing instinctively retrieved a spirit stone, preparing to continue his simulations. However, upon depositing the remaining spirit stones into the system, he discovered that the points required for a simulation had skyrocketed to 1,000. How vexatious! Just after establishing his foundation, he was already faced with the daunting prospect of needing 1,000 points for a single simulation. What would the future requirements be? Changxing could only shake his head, relinquishing the thought of further simulations, and instead focused on solidifying his cultivation. Although his foundation was remarkably stable, the rapid ascent in his cultivation still necessitated a period of adaptation. Days passed by. Just as Changxing became accustomed to his current realm, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Calculating with his fingers, he deduced that the visitor should be Lu Qinyu's attendant. Chapter 17. Li Chang's Proposal. Changxing opened the door to find the familiar little attendant before him. Without waiting for the attendant to speak, he smiled. Is the master looking for me? The attendant was momentarily taken aback before nodding. Yes, the master sent me to invite you, senior brother. Then let's be off, Changxing replied, stepping out the door first. The little attendant was momentarily stunned by this. He tilted his head, sensing something amiss, yet could not articulate what it was. An hour later, Su Changxing followed the attendant to Lu Qinyu's courtyard. At this moment, Lu Qinyu was deep in meditation. He merely glanced at Su Changxing before intending to resume his practice. However, just as his head turned halfway, he suddenly froze. In the next instant, Lu Qinyu abruptly turned his head, his expression one of astonishment. "You have established your foundation?" Su Changxing, appearing a bit reserved, replied, "Yes, I did not intend to establish my foundation so quickly. However, during my cultivation a few days ago, I inexplicably achieved a breakthrough. When I regained consciousness, I had already established my foundation. In previous simulations, Su Changxing had consistently demonstrated notable talent, yet the outcomes had not been entirely favorable. Therefore, this time, he resolved to remain as low-key as possible. His audacity stemmed from the seamless integration of his essence after establishing a solid foundation. Even cultivators at the core formation stage, without meticulous inspection, would be unable to discern the cloud patterns within his dantian. Indeed, as Changxing had anticipated, the astonishment on Lu Qinyu's face gradually faded, revealing a trace of disappointment. In Lu Qinyu's eyes, a mere few days were insufficient to refine any cloud patterns. This implied that his disciple had rendered himself incapable of advancement. After a brief moment, Lu Qinyu sighed lightly and remarked, "Since you can establish a foundation without the foundational pill, perhaps it is simply that you are fated to be estranged from this particular technique. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Although you have not managed to refine the cloud patterns, the natural process of establishing a foundation is still a considerable opportunity. Your future may not necessarily be inferior to that of your senior brother. Do not let this deter your commitment to cultivation." Changxing quickly bowed and replied, "Disciple understands." After contemplating for a moment, Lu Qinyu retrieved a flying shuttle from his storage pouch and presented it to him, saying, "Now that you have completed your foundation, you will soon need to undertake some external tasks. Although you possess commendable talent, you must remain cautious when engaging in combat with others. This flying shuttle is a gift for you. Should you encounter an opponent beyond your capability, remember to flee at the first opportunity." Upon receiving the flying shuttle, Changxing instantly grasped his master's intent. Lu Qinyu likely believed that, due to his failure to refine the cloud patterns, Changxing's combat prowess would be somewhat inferior to that of disciples from other major sects, hence gifting him a shuttle for self-defense. This thought stirred a sense of gratitude within Changxing. At that moment, he even contemplated revealing that he had refined 9 cloud patterns. However, he ultimately refrained, as he was uncertain how to explain how he had achieved such a feat just days prior. He had been a 9th-level Qi Refinement cultivator with a 3rd grade with spirit root. Yet now, after merely a few days, not only had his root ascended to the 1st grade, but he had also refined 9 cloud patterns. Such an occurrence could not simply be attributed to fortune. Although Lu Qinyu had not acted unfavorably towards him in the earlier simulation, instead showing heightened concern, it was still merely a simulation. Throughout his journey, he had encountered several developments that deviated from the simulation. Any slight alteration at a pivotal moment could significantly influence the course of events. With a mind to proceed cautiously, Changxing ultimately chose to maintain a prudent approach. He accepted the flying shuttle and expressed his gratitude to Lu Qinyu once more. Lu Qinyu appeared somewhat fatigued and waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Having successfully passed the trial, Changxing refrained from wandering aimlessly and directly followed the young attendant to a private chamber to consolidate his foundation. The following morning, his door was once again rapped upon. Upon entering Lu Qinyu's study, he discovered an additional individual present. "This is my elder brother, Lichanga. Although he appears youthful, his aura is remarkably formidable." Despite his efforts to suppress his presence, Su Changxing can still sense that his cultivation level seems to rival that of Lu Qinyu. At this moment, Lichanga is also scrutinizing Su Changxing. His gaze flits across Su Changxing several times, and with a hint of surprise, he remarks, "Master just mentioned that you, little junior brother, had yet to refine the cloud patterns before establishing your foundation. I thought you had wasted your training. I did not expect your aura to be so pure and flawless, even more stable than my own when I recently broke through." After speaking, Lichanga turns to Lu Qinyu and adds, "Master, you have indeed acquired a fine seedling this time." This statement leaves both Su Changxing and Lu Qinyu momentarily taken aback. Lu Qinyu is astonished by Lichanga's high appraisal of the 3rd disciple, while Su Changxing is surprised by his elder brother's keen insight, seemingly surpassing even that of his master, Lu Qinyu. Could it be that my elder brother's realm truly exceeds that of my master? As he ponders this, Lu Qingyu can no longer contain himself and asks, "Do you genuinely believe that, or are you merely flattering me?" Li Chang'e scratches his head and replies, "Master, you know my nature. I always speak my mind. I truly believe that junior brother has a solid foundation and boundless potential." Hearing this, Lu Qingyu takes another careful look at Su Changxing. Yesterday, after discovering that Su Changxing had established his foundation, he felt somewhat disheartened and had not examined his young disciple closely. Now, upon hearing Li Chang'e's assessment and looking again at Su Changxing, he indeed notices that his disciple's aura is smooth and without a hint of leakage. His foundation is remarkably stable. Could this young man be an unrefined gem? Am I indeed fortunate to have found such a treasure? Lu Qingyu contemplates, since your foundation is so solid, do not rush to undertake sect missions just yet. For the time being, focus on solidifying your cultivation. In a few months, there will be a sect competition. You should participate. You need not achieve any remarkable results. Simply make an appearance to familiarize yourself with the brothers from other peaks. Although Su Changxing is reluctant to participate in the sect competition, he finds it difficult to refuse. Just as he prepares to agree, Li Chang interjects, "What is the point of participating in the sect competition? I believe it would be more fitting for you to join me in the secret realm for some combat." "Master, I am short one wood element sword cultivator to complete a 5-element sword formation. Please let junior brother accompany me to the secret realm. When he returns in a few years, I promise to present you with an exceptional sword cultivator." Lu Qingyu shoots him a glare and retorts, "Do not scheme for your junior brother so soon. He has just established his foundation. If you seek assistance, wait until he has reached the golden core stage." Li Chang'e awkwardly scratches his chin, pondering the situation. I find myself in a bit of a hurry. How long must I wait for my junior brother to reach the golden core stage before I can study the sword techniques? Moreover, I believe my junior brother might have a greater passion for swordsmanship. Master, I think this matter should be left for my junior brother to decide. Chapter 18, another branch in the simulation. Lu Qingyu turned to Su Changxing and asked, "Would you prefer to cultivate steadily in peace? Or would you rather follow your senior brother into perilous secret realms for the sake of a sword technique? With your attitude, is there even a choice for me?" Su Changxing replied with a slight grimace, "I wish to cultivate alongside my master." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu finally smiled. He waved his hand dismissively at Li Chang'e, as if shooing away a fly, saying, "Off you go quickly. You always have your eyes on my junior brother. Last time it was your second junior brother, and now it's my youngest. If you dare to plot against him again, be wary of my wrath." Li Xianxia, unperturbed by the scolding, chuckled, "I merely wish to offer them a new path." He then turned back to Su Changxing and assured, "Junior brother, I am truly not leading you astray. When you have the time, come visit me, and you will see that I speak the truth. Compared to languishing in the sect, my place offers far more freedom. You can acquire all the cultivation resources you desire with the sword in your hand." Before he could finish, Lu Qingyu interjected, "Since you possess an abundance of resources, why not share a bit with your junior brother? It is rather hypocritical to scheme against your own brother while being stingy with spirit stones." Li Chang'e smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, master is right." As he spoke, he presented a storage bag to Su Changxing, adding, "I returned in haste this time and did not prepare anything substantial. Please accept this for now, and I shall bring you a grand gift next time we meet." After Su Changxing expressed his gratitude, he took the storage bag. Lu Qingyu, seemingly anxious about Li Chang'e whisking away his third disciple, hurriedly expelled him before allowing Su Changxing to depart. Subsequently, Lu Qingyu shared his insights on foundational cultivation with Su Changxing before finally letting him leave. By the time Su Changxing returned to his mountain peak, night had fully descended. However, his spirits remained undampened. He retrieved the storage bag given to him by Li Chang'e. The quality of this bag was notably high. It not only offered ample space, but also featured an additional layer of enchantment. If Su Changxing infused his aura within it, outsiders would find it exceedingly difficult to breach the enchantment. This alone spoke volumes about Li Chang'e's affluence. In truth, the enchantment was of little significance, merely serving to deter petty thieves, as it could not withstand the efforts of higher-tier cultivators. However, the cost of prohibitions is substantial, serving as a means for certain cultivators to showcase their status. Su Changxing never anticipated that a mere storage bag casually given to him by Li Chang'e would hold such significant value. It seemed that this detail had not been mentioned in previous simulations. Could it be that upon my completion of the foundation establishment stage, the quality of my senior brother's gift has likewise elevated? With a hint of curiosity, he opened the storage bag to inspect its contents. The first thing he sensed was a multitude of shimmering spirit stones. Upon a rough count, he discovered that there were at least 3,000 low-grade spirit stones within. Beside this considerable heap of low-grade stones lay a small additional pile, the aura of which was far more potent and the spiritual energy contained within far purer. These were indeed medium-grade spirit stones. Although the quantity of medium-grade spirit stones was modest, exceeding 20 pieces, each medium-grade stone could be exchanged for approximately 100 low-grade stones. This meant that the spirit stones alone within the storage bag were valued at no less than 5,000 stones. In addition to the spirit stones, there were several elixirs necessary for cultivation, a jade slip, and a sword pellet. Upon seeing the sword pellet, Su Changxing's heart raced uncontrollably. In both his previous life's myriad novels and his current experiences, he had heard time and again of the formidable nature of flying swords. Therefore, when Xianxia mentioned imparting the 5-element sword technique, he had felt a stirring of interest. Yet, due to Lu Qinyu's attitude and his own desire for stability, he had refrained from accepting Xianxia's invitation. Although he had not acquired this sword technique at that time, a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. Little did he expect that Xianxia would present the flying sword pellet as a greeting gift. If he had been bestowed with the sword pellet, what treasures might the jade slip contain? With a surge of excitement, he grasped the jade slip in his hand. Indeed, it contained a sword technique of the wood attribute. This sword technique was named the Emu sword technique. Upon seeing the name, Su Changxing's lips involuntarily twitched. The name was exceedingly mundane, akin to common names like Li Chang or Wang Wei. Any wood attribute sword technique lacking a creative title could be referred to as the Emu sword technique. The quality of these techniques varied greatly. It was said that the earliest version was derived from the 5 elements sword technique, ranking among the pinnacle of sword techniques. However, as the name became overused, its quality fluctuated wildly. Now, Su Changxing could only hope that Xianxia's Emu sword technique was not of inferior quality. As he thoroughly read through this sword technique, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it was divided into foundation establishment and core formation sections. It appeared that there might even be a nascent soul section following the core formation part. The quality of this sword technique seemed promising. However, why was it bestowed such an ordinary name? Could it be that his senior brother lacked the ability to name it? Su Changxing shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Regardless of the quality of this sword technique, he presently found himself devoid of alternatives. Moreover, the sword technique was not immutable. He could always replace it later when he acquired a more superior one. However, he did not rush to cultivate the sword technique. Instead, he retrieved a small pile of low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch to recharge the system. He wished to ascertain whether he could enhance the proficiency of the sword technique within the system simulation. Once his points reached 1,000, he resolutely commanded, "Commence simulation." In the first month, you refined the sword pill gifted to you by Xianxia and began practicing the Emu sword technique. In the second month, although you did not deliberately cultivate, your realm unexpectedly advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage. In the third month, the sex grand competition commenced. Leveraging the advantage of your flying sword, you performed admirably, earning the admiration of Lu Qinyu. In the ninth month, your Emu sword technique grew increasingly proficient, and your cultivation broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. Just as you were preparing to venture out, Xianxia approached you once more, inviting you to battle in his secret realm. After a moment's hesitation, you acquiesced to Xianxia's invitation. A change has occurred this time. Su Jianxing Bao said, slightly taken aback. In previous simulations, Xianxia had played a minimal role, yet this time he made a powerful entrance. Could it be that because I did not exhibit that extraordinary talent this time, my master did not regard me as a prodigy worthy of cultivation, thus allowing the senior brother to seize the opportunity? With a tinge of bewilderment, Su Changxing continued to observe the subsequent simulation. Chapter 19. This time, it finally took shape. In the 10th month, you finally completed your preparations and followed Xianxia to his secret realm. The sky here was dim, and a faint, rancid odor permeated the air. After Xianxia's introduction, you discovered that this was a shattered demon realm. Xianxia had been battling demons here for some time. Following the environmental briefing, he introduced you to several companions. After conversing briefly, you were astonished to find that they were all core formation stage sword cultivators. They were merely lacking a wood attribute sword cultivator to form a 5-element sword array. They invited you to become the final member to complete the array, to which you gladly agreed. In the 12th month, instead of engaging in combat, you focused on practicing the 5-element sword array with your companions. Under the guidance of the 4 core formation seniors, your swordsmanship advanced rapidly. Coupled with your exceptionally solid foundation, you remarkably managed to unleash 70 to 80% of the 5-element sword array's power with your foundation establishment cultivation, astonishing the others. In the first month of the second year, you finally faced demons in battle for the first time. The engagement was not particularly intense, as you easily dispatched several core formation stage demons and obtained several demon cores. This effortless victory bolstered your confidence, making you feel increasingly integrated into this group. In June of the second year, after months of relentless combat, your swordsmanship reached an extraordinary level, and your resolve sharpened further amidst the turmoil. To your astonishment, you found yourself harboring the nascent thought of forming a Golden Dan. Yet, with an unwavering desire to achieve a first-grade Golden Dan, you refrained from hastening your breakthrough. By August of the same year, you fell into an ambush laid by malevolent spirits, enduring a fierce battle against foes comparable to the venerable Yuan Ying ancestors. Gradually, your group faced defeat. In this dire encounter, you finally witnessed the unparalleled swordsmanship of your elder brother, Xianxia. His prowess was nearly divine. Single-handedly, he wielded his sword with such finesse that he nearly matched the strength of your 5-person sword formation. Through his transcendent skills, he managed to stall the Yuan Ying ancestor of the enemy. However, despite his efforts, your situation remained precarious. In the face of crisis, you forcibly condensed your Golden Dan, achieving a second-grade Dan. This breakthrough completed the final gap in your 5-element sword formation, allowing you to encircle the enemy's Yuan Ying ancestor. Seizing the moment, Xianxia unleashed his full power, decisively slaying the adversary's Yuan Ying ancestor. The demons, struck with terror, fled in disarray. You pursued them for hundreds of miles, reveling in the thrill of victory. In that moment, you realized that achieving a second-grade Dan was of little consequence. As long as you wielded a sword, you were not inferior to any first-grade Dan cultivator. By March of the third year, Xianxia successfully formed his infant and returned to the Xianxia sect to consolidate his cultivation, while you continued your battles within the secret realm. In April, while pursuing a few Dan-forming demons, you fell into an elaborate trap. Suddenly, a Yuaning elder demon emerged and launched a surprise attack on you. The 5-element sword formation was shattered, and 2 of your friends were instantly dismembered. In their final moments, they simultaneously entrusted their spirits to their flying swords, sacrificing themselves to leave behind their blades. Together, the 3 of you wielded 5 flying swords, fighting while retreating. Yet, the Yuan Ying elder demon was overwhelmingly fierce, and the other 2 Dan-forming sword cultivators were no match for Xianxia, suffering grievous injuries in succession. You too were wounded severely, but your deep foundation allowed you to endure. However, if the battle continued, death seemed inevitable. You resolved to simultaneously shatter your Golden Dan, risking everything in a final gambit. 3 Golden Dawns shattered at once, unleashing an incredible force. The brilliance of your swords illuminated the battlefield, striking the Yuan Ying elder demon with significant injury. With a malevolent glare, he turned and fled. You exchanged glances with your remaining friends, yet no one could find solace in laughter. This battle claimed the lives of your 2 friends, while the other 2 were left with shattered Golden Dawn, nearly beyond recovery. Only you, having established a foundation with 9 cloud patterns, remained intact with the potential for recovery. Upon learning of your ability to heal, the other 2 resolved to bequeath their flying swords to you, urging you to continue the fight with their blades. Overcome with grief and fury, you vowed to avenge your fallen friends. In May of the third year, Xianxia, upon hearing of the matter, resolutely returned to this secret realm. He fought alongside you for 100 days within the confines of this realm, repeatedly slaying 5 ancient demons of the nascent soul stage, and ultimately infiltrating the stronghold of the enemy. In this battle, the brilliance of Xianxia's sword illuminated the heavens, casting light across half of the secret realm. Following this confrontation, the demons within this realm were left powerless to retaliate, and your gains were unprecedentedly bountiful. Yet, you felt no desire to collect the spoils of war. Instead, you solemnly bore the severed heads of several ancient demons to the graves of your 2 friends. In September of the third year, you meditated for 100 days before your friends' graves, and suddenly, a sword elixir was condensed. With the elixir as your sword, your fierce spirit soared to the heavens. Yu, astonished by your transformation, exclaimed that he had previously underestimated you. He wished to keep you within the sect for further cultivation. But you resolve to take the remaining flying swords of your companions and continue your battles in other secret realms. In October of the third year, you entered another secret realm tainted by demons, persisting in your warfare against the fiends therein. By February of the fourth year, your brilliance attracted the ambush of ancient demons of the nascent soul stage, yet you remained unperturbed. You unleashed 5 flying swords, establishing a 5-element sword formation single-handedly, and engaged in a relentless battle with the ancient demon for 3 days and nights, neither yielding nor claiming victory. Your reputation spread swiftly, and you came to be regarded as the second Xianxia of the falling sunset sect. In September of the fourth year, you finally achieved another breakthrough, advancing to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Your 5 elements sword formation also reached a level of refinement through countless battles. At this juncture, you encountered the ancient demon who had previously ambushed you. In another skirmish, after a night-s clash, you struck him down with your sword. This marked the first occasion your blade tasted the blood of a nascent soul ancient demon. The sound of your sword echoed through the heavens, leaving cultivators within 100 miles in awe. In June of the 5th year, you fell into an ambush set by several ancient demons of the nascent soul stage. However, relying on the life-preserving treasures you had prepared over the years, you narrowly escaped death multiple times and eventually fled the secret realm. In August of the 6th year, after more than a year of recuperation, your injuries finally healed and your sword heart refined significantly during this period of tranquility. To your delight, you discovered that your 5 flying swords exhibited a subtle tendency toward fusion. Armed with an unwavering belief in victory, you re-entered the previous secret realm. In September of the 6th year, you encountered a solitary ancient demon of the nascent soul stage and seized the opportunity to severely wound him with a single strike. The demon, in panic, attempted to flee while signaling for his allies in this realm. You pursued him for 100 miles and, despite the arrival of 2 additional ancient demons, you managed to slay the severely injured nascent soul demon. With a hearty laugh, you returned on your sword, leaving the other 2 demons rooted in place, hesitant to pursue you. Changxing, witnessing this, felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. In prior simulations, he had met his demise time and again for various reasons. This time, he had finally risen. I have become quite formidable. Surely, I shall not be easily vanquished again. Changxing muttered to himself as he continued to observe the subsequent simulated narrative. Chapter 20. This simulation is toxic. In the 10th month of the 6th year, having healed your wounds, you prepared to once again confront the ancient demon within this secret realm, only to discover that the foe had vacated the premises, leaving it entirely to you. Though a tinge of displeasure coursed through you, a flicker of understanding illuminated your mind. You realized that the moment had arrived for you to transcend from the core formation stage to the nascent soul stage. In the 11th month of the 6th year, you successfully achieved the nascent soul stage, becoming a powerful elder of the Xianxia sect. With a dual nascent soul lineage, your clan's reputation soared. However, your master, Liu Qinyu, remained in the mid-core formation stage. In the 5th month of the 8th year, after a year and a half of seclusion, you firmly established your prowess in the nascent soul realm. Suddenly, memories of the Xianxia sect's impending tribulations surged forth. Without hesitation, you summoned your flying sword and rushed out of the sect. In the 9th month of the 8th year, after 3 months of exploration, you finally discovered the resting place of the ancient demon. Initially intending to retreat and inform the sect's elder of the situation, you were unexpectedly detected by the guardian of the Incorp sect. At that moment, fleeing might have afforded you a glimmer of hope. Yet, you resolutely unleashed your most resplendent strike. This blow encapsulated your entire will, its brilliance illuminating the heavens, and it cleaved through the demon's skull. Although the ancient demon forcibly awakened at the last moment, narrowly escaping the fate of having its brain obliterated, it was left gravely wounded. At that juncture, you were nearly spent, yet you met your demise with a smile. You have died. You have articulated this quite clearly. No need for further emphasis. Changxing internally scoffed, though his emotions remained tumultuous. Although merely lines of text appeared in his consciousness, he could vividly envision the life illuminated by his sword's radiance. The only aspect that left him with a sense of regret was his ultimate demise. Reflecting upon his past, he realized that his acceptance of death was largely influenced by the years of brutal conflict within the secret realm. Absent those years of relentless combat, he would not have transformed from a cautious individual into a solitary hero. Lichang's secret realm is indeed treacherous. I must resolutely decline any future invitations he extends. Just as Su Changxing reached this conclusion, the system's voice echoed once more. Simulation complete. Evaluation. Once again, you have met an untimely demise. Nevertheless, through your singular strength, you gravely injured an ancient demon who would later incite a tempest of bloodshed. The righteous cultivators regard you as a paragon, and your tale endures through the ages, recounted by many long after your passing. Based on the simulation's outcome, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Observe the visual records of your simulated life from a first-person perspective. In the twilight of his cultivation journey, Su Changxing's gaze brightened momentarily upon beholding the second reward. His initial intention was merely to expend 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to swiftly ascend to the later stages of foundation establishment. To his astonishment, the system had bestowed upon him the attainment of the late stage of core formation. Yet, this fleeting exhilaration was soon marred by a pensive frown. As a nagging concern surfaced in his mind, he recalled that, in his previous simulations, he had seemingly only achieved a second-grade elixir. Although he later refined his shattered golden core into a sword core, he could not shake the fear that the system might whimsically grant him merely a second-grade golden core. Furthermore, even if the system provided him with a sword core, it might not align with his current capabilities. He had heard that for sword cultivators, the heart of the sword was paramount. Should his Dao heart waver, even the finest sword core would be futile in his hands. His ability to forge a sword core in simulations stemmed from the trials of life and death he had endured in the secret realm, which had honed his unparalleled sword intent. If the sword core were to be unceremoniously thrust into his body, and the sword energy surged into his sea of consciousness, he might not be able to contain it. Such a prize came with no 7-day return policy. If the awarded golden core proved unsuitable, it would lead to his lamentation. Had he no other options, he would accept it, for even a second-grade golden core would be a commendable choice. However, Su Changxing was blessed with abundant alternatives. Through simulations, he could refine a golden core more suited to his essence through numerous trials. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he ultimately averted his gaze with considerable reluctance. Among the remaining 3 selections, he swiftly dismissed the third. While the 5-element sword technique was formidable, its significance for him was limited. Even if it were presented before him, he would not immediately transform into a formidable sword cultivator. In contrast, the opportunity to observe his own cultivation and combat experiences in the simulations held far greater value. With prior experience, his subsequent cultivation would surely yield exponential results. As for the final option, it appeared abruptly devoid of any explanation. Su Changxing was entirely in the dark as to whether this item would assist his cultivation, aid in refining his sword heart, or merely serve as a token of commemoration. In essence, it left him utterly bewildered. It felt to Su Changxing as though the reward had been carelessly tossed to him, leaving him to decide whether to select it or not. Should he invest 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for a singular experience of growth from weakness to strength, or gamble on a blind box? After grappling with this dilemma for some time, he finally resolved with determination. I choose option 4. He was eager to discover the contents of this blind box. As his words resonated, twinkling starlight suddenly materialized in his sea of consciousness. These scintillating lights swiftly coalesced, ultimately forming an ethereal little sword. As Su Changxing endeavored to touch the ethereal little sword with his spiritual awareness, several lines of text abruptly manifested in his consciousness. Divine Sword Illusion. The strike you delivered in a moment of peril extinguished a calamity that threatened the righteous cultivators in its cradle. Your deeds have echoed through the ages, celebrated by countless cultivators. The ethereal shadows born from their thoughts converge within your sea of consciousness, coalescing into this illusory divine sword. When you summon it, you can replicate that fateful strike from your past, unleashing half of its formidable power. After the strike is executed, the illusion of this divine sword will dissipate completely. Upon reading these lines, Su Changxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a windfall! A strike from a nascent soul swordsman, even at a mere 50% potency, is extraordinarily terrifying. An ordinary core formation cultivator would surely face annihilation, and even a nascent soul elder would likely be hard-pressed to escape unscathed. However, he was uncertain what price would need to be paid to invoke this trump card. Although the system did not specify, such a formidable asset would undoubtedly come at a cost. Nevertheless, he now possessed a life-saving ace in the hole. Had he had this advantage before the simulation, perhaps his friends in that scenario would have been spared. Consequently, he might not have become the solitary hero he was destined to be. Regardless, he had no intention of accepting Li Chang's invitation. Was it not preferable to live a quiet life rather than engage in reckless battles? Chapter 21. A life of leisure or a life of restraint. Su Changxing composed himself and retrieved a small pile of low-grade spirit stones, depositing them into the system. Upon reaching 1,000 points again, he initiated the simulation once more. In the first month, you refined the sword pellet gifted by Li Chang'e and began practicing the Imu sword technique. In the second month, you advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. In the third month, you displayed remarkable prowess in the sect's grand competition, earning Lu Chenyu's admiration. In the ninth month, your mastery of the Imu sword technique deepened, and your cultivation reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Before Li Chang'e came to seek you, you departed from the Xianxia sect to embark on your own journey. In the second year, your identity as a disciple of the Xianxia sect alleviated many troubles during your travels. This past year has been quite pleasant, though your cultivation progress has been somewhat sluggish. In the third year, you forged numerous friendships during your travels. Upon learning of your status as a Xianxia sect disciple, they provided you with considerable assistance. Your foundation grew increasingly solid, yet you still lacked confidence in achieving the first grade Dan. You resolved to return to the sect for guidance from your master. In the fifth year, after 2 years of seclusion within the sect, a vague understanding began to dawn upon you, prompting another expedition. This time, you intended to explore some less perilous secret realms. In the seventh year, through the trials of combat over the past 2 years, you accumulated a notable sword intent, and your true essence became ever more refined. You resolved to retreat for a period of introspection. In the eighth year, you finally sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough and seized it, successfully condensing your golden elixir to the first grade. It was a moment of triumph. Su Changxing observed this development with a sense of amusement. During his previous simulation, he had condensed his golden elixir after merely 2 years of battling in the secret realm. He was taken aback that it took you a full 8 years this time, though he found solace in the fact that your elixir had attained the first grade. The only uncertainty lingered regarding whether the rewards would allow you to inherit all your cultivation. Brother, you have transcended. Go forth and become the beacon of the righteous path. With anticipation, Su Changxing watched as the simulation text continued to unfold. In the ninth year, you suddenly recalled the calamity that befell your sect. Though you intended to expose the sinister plot of the Immortal sect, years of peaceful existence left you hesitant. After months of inner turmoil, you ultimately recoiled, departing from the luminous sunset sect under the guise of traveling. By the 10th year, the slumbering ancestor of the Immortal sect awakened and besieged the gates of the luminous sunset sect. From a distance, you witnessed the spell's brilliance illuminating half the sky, tears cascading down your cheeks unbeknownst to you. It struck you then that you had lost something significant. After much contemplation, you recognized that what you had lost was the hope you had harbored over the past 9 years. It dawned upon you that you had come to regard the luminous sunset sect as your home, and now that home was gone. With a deep sigh, you departed, ready to begin anew. In the 12th year, the Immortal sect grew increasingly powerful, yet you remained largely unaffected, having already soared thousands of miles away on your sword, settling in a secluded paradise. By the 15th year, you had cultivated several acres of spiritual fields in this idyllic retreat and cared for a few spiritual beasts. Your days were filled with meditation and playful interactions with the beasts, bringing you considerable joy. However, in moments of leisure, the image of the luminous sunset sect's mountains collapsing would occasionally flash through your mind. In the 23rd year, your cultivation finally experienced a breakthrough, reaching the mid-stage of golden elixir. This progress felt excruciatingly slow for one of your caliber, yet you remained unconcerned, desiring only to revel in nature and lead a carefree life. In the 33rd year, while wandering for solace, you encountered a mortal boy being pursued. After rescuing him, you were pleasantly surprised to discover he possessed a wood spiritual root and inquired if he wished to return with you to the mountain. The boy immediately bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "I greet you, master." In the 42nd year, your disciple completed his foundational training and expressed a desire to travel. After a brief moment of contemplation, you granted his request. By the 68th year, your disciple finally condensed his golden elixir, though it was only of the 5th grade. You felt a tinge of disappointment, but encouraged him not to lose heart. In the 73rd year, your disciples welcomed several new apprentices, bringing a touch of vitality to your domain. Observing the joyful antics of the young ones, an epiphany struck you, allowing you to break through to a minor realm, advancing to the latter stage of the Golden Core. By the 98th year, your swordsmanship had become increasingly refined, earning you a modest reputation among the Golden Core cultivators. However, the influence of the Corps sect was expanding ominously, casting a shadow of concern over your heart. In the 109th year, just as you were preparing for the relocation of your sect, you received thrilling news. The ancient ancestor of the Corps sect had been injured. Upon learning the name of the assailant, you stood frozen in disbelief, for the individual was none other than Xianxia. Memories long sealed within your mind surged forth, leaving you with a tumult of emotions and a sense of guilt towards your former sect. By the 180th year, having experimented with various methods to solidify your nascent soul over the preceding decades, you found yourself unable to make a breakthrough. Deep down, you realized the root of your stagnation lay in unresolved inner turmoil. Although your Golden Core thrived with vitality, a gaping chasm existed within your state of mind. To force a breakthrough would likely result in a flawed nascent soul. Thus, you began to ponder the possibility of utilizing external means for soul cultivation. In the 260th year, your disciple was unexpectedly gravely injured. When you sought to confront the assailant, a disagreement escalated into a fierce altercation. After a brutal battle, you succeeded in inflicting significant damage upon them, only to learn that they were a disciple of the Artifact Soul sect who vowed to seek vengeance from their master. As you contemplated relocating your sect, you found yourself a step too late. The elder of the opposing nascent soul had already arrived at your doorstep. With no other recourse, you were compelled to forcibly cultivate a nascent soul at the expense of your potential. Yet, even then, you proved no match for your adversary. After a grueling struggle, although you managed to repel them, you sustained grave injuries, leaving your nascent soul withered and your lifespan dwindling. In the 280th year, your injuries flared anew, and you passed away within your cave abode. You have perished. This life felt rather stifling. Changxing mused lightly upon reading the final line of text. In truth, he had fared quite well in this simulation. Not only had he established a sect and garnered a host of disciples, but he also lived for 280 years, a span that would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to achieve. Compared to previous simulations, this outcome was quite satisfactory. Nevertheless, Changxing still felt a sense of frustration. The conclusion diverged significantly from his envisioned path of cultivation. Throughout this simulation, he had failed to thwart the Corps sect, and his progress in cultivation was excruciatingly slow, far from commensurate with his profound foundation. Although Changxing had long understood that this was the norm for loose cultivators, he still found himself feeling somewhat constrained. Chapter 22, Enlightenment. As Changxing pondered the source of his predicament, the system's voice resonated once more. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. You once flourished during your training, yet through a singular setback, you have lost your edge and descended into mediocrity as a wandering practitioner. Based on the simulation results, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Observe the recorded imagery from your simulated life from a first-person perspective. 2. Attain late-stage foundation cultivation. This time, the rewards indeed plummeted as Changxing had anticipated. Ordinarily, he would have chosen the late-stage cultivation. Yet, he felt a sense of discontent. Without fully grasping the underlying issue, casting a glance at his remaining spirit stones, he ultimately resolved to select the first option. For had he chosen cultivation, the spirit stones required for the next simulation would surely skyrocket, and his current reserves might not suffice to sustain further simulations. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about the fluctuations in his mindset during this simulation. I choose option 1, Changxing declared, and the text within the simulation transformed into vivid imagery before his eyes. Perhaps due to his recent enhancement in cultivation, the scene before him became remarkably more lifelike than during the previous simulation. He could even perceive the contours of the objects within the imagery using his spiritual awareness, as though he had entered a peculiar realm of secrets. As he pressed the play button, the surrounding scenery began to shift rapidly. From his study of the Mu sword technique to the commencement of his practice, Changxing felt acutely aware of every detail. To his astonishment, he could even sense the changes in his true essence within. The clarity afforded by 1,000 spirit stones was astonishingly superior to that of just a few dozen stones. What immense value! Changxing silently scoffed, then focused all his attention on perceiving the simulated images. This experience was akin to learning the swordsmanship training process from a first-person perspective. Should he fully comprehend it, his own practice would yield remarkable results. Just this aspect made the expenditure of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for viewing worthwhile. Given Su Changxing's habit of meticulously analyzing the nuances of his spiritual energy changes, he did not rush through the viewing. A full day and night passed before he completed the observation of the sword technique training process. By that point, he had developed a clear understanding of the Yi Mu sword technique. After savoring the insights for a moment, he proceeded to view the subsequent sequences. He swiftly bypassed the laborious training scenes, only slightly slowing down during the Sect's grand competition. The series of battles provided Su Changxing with immense benefit. He could not only observe the fluctuations of the techniques, but also perceive the flow of his true essence at that time, creating a powerful sense of immersion. Without the fast-forward button, he might have believed he was the one engaged in combat. He nearly experienced the evolution of his sword technique firsthand, transitioning from initial clumsiness to gradual mastery. Following the conclusion of the Sect competition, he accelerated the playback speed once more. The scenes of his travels and enlightenment amidst nature unfolded rapidly, hastened 100-fold, allowing him to bypass a plethora of inconsequential images. Only during encounters with battles and explorations of hidden realms did he occasionally decelerate to observe more closely. Before long, 9 years had elapsed. As he prepared to condense his first-grade Golden Dan, Su Changxing once again slowed his viewing pace. Through a first-person perspective, he deeply internalized the process of forming the Golden Dan. After pondering for an extended period, he resumed watching the subsequent scenes. Upon witnessing the destruction of the entrance to the falling sunset sect, an inexplicable turmoil stirred within him, echoing the turmoil of his simulated self. It was then that he finally comprehended the origins of the emotional turmoil within the simulation. The images of collapsing mountains were profoundly shocking, and the sense of helplessness they evoked was truly unforgettable. After a lengthy interval, he accelerated his pace once more to observe the ensuing developments. In the following century, there was little of significance to behold. Only upon hearing of Li Chang's emergence and his grievous injury of the Yin Corp's Sect's patriarch did he slow down again. He distinctly sensed that, at this moment, the emotional weight of his simulated self intensified. It became clear to him that his inability to successfully condense a perfect, nascent soul stemmed from this very moment. Su Changxing quietly contemplated for a while before continuing to watch the subsequent scenes. Although there were many visuals to observe, few warranted meticulous examination. He swiftly bypassed the trivial imagery until the final battle, when he once again paused to scrutinize closely. The circulation of true essence at the nascent soul stage had become somewhat incomprehensible to him. However, the despair depicted in the simulated visuals of being severely injured resonated deeply within Su Changxing. Unbeknownst to him, the scenes fast-forwarded several years into the future, where he was depicted in meditation within a cave. The image froze at that moment. With a long sigh, Su Changxing withdrew his consciousness from that ethereal tableau. At that instant, he felt as if he had traversed through time. He vaguely recalled that upon his arrival in this realm, he had experienced a similar state. This was the sensation of living a second life. Su Changxing clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed them, only to tighten his grip once more. After several such cycles, he murmured, "To witness the annihilation of a sect evokes this kind of feeling. Your regrets, I shall fulfill for you." Upon uttering these words, he felt a sudden lightness envelop him, as if something had departed from within his being. Yet, Su Changxing did not delve into the nuances of his transformation. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind: practice the sword. With a swift motion, he summoned the sword pellet gifted by Li Chang'e into his hand. His true essence surged forth rapidly, deftly manipulating the sword pellet with the art of sword control. Logically, he had not yet completed the refinement of the sword pellet, yet he felt an inexplicable certainty that he could wield this flying sword. In defiance of reason, the sword pellet unfurled gracefully. Su Changxing's true essence permeated the sword pellet as swiftly as rain soaking into a parched desert, without the slightest obstruction. Mere moments later, the flying sword danced around him like a butterfly in flight, swirling endlessly. Swiftly, Su Changxing recalled the techniques from memory, attempting to execute the sword techniques he had learned. Although it was his first attempt at these sword techniques, he felt an uncanny familiarity. The flying sword he had just refined resonated with him in an indescribable manner. After only a few attempts, he adeptly commanded various sword techniques. The sword pellet transformed into countless forms, gracefully performing upon the desolate mountain peak. This dance persisted for dozens of days and nights. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed at Su Changxing's door. "Senior brother, are you there? Master sent me to inform you that the sect competition is about to commence." Chapter 23. Let us make a bet. Hearing this voice, Su Changxing was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the sect competition supposed to begin in 2 months? How could it be approaching so soon? As he pondered, he seemed to remember something and began to calculate with his fingers. Though he was not adept at divination, estimating the time he had experienced was straightforward. After a brief moment, he finally understood the situation. It turned out that time had slipped away unnoticed, and 2 months had already passed. He had spent over 20 days merely observing the simulated scenes, followed by what felt like an epiphany as he practiced the sword techniques, resulting in over a month of rigorous training. At this juncture, he had thoroughly mastered the Imu sword technique, and his cultivation had inadvertently broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He had made a breakthrough? Damn it! Realizing he had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Su Changxing instinctively slapped his forehead. After watching the simulation, he had been so engrossed in practicing swordsmanship that he forgot to simulate once more to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of foundation establishment. Consequently, his cultivation had surged on its own, meaning the cost of simulating again would undoubtedly increase. However, he did not emerge empty-handed. Although he had squandered over 2 months, the process of practicing the sword techniques allowed him to fully integrate his burgeoning cultivation. With every movement, he exuded an aura of sword intent, devoid of the awkwardness typically associated with rapid advancement. If this aspect were taken into account, he would not suffer too great a loss and might even gain a slight advantage. Yet, he clearly had no time to assess his gains and losses, as the disciple outside knocked on the door once more. After a moment of contemplation, Su Changxing decided to participate in the sect competition. Although he had gained some experience from previous observations, it was not truly his own, and he yearned to test his skills personally. He sheathed his sword and pushed open the courtyard gate, inquiring, "How many days until the sect competition commences?" The young acolyte was about to respond when he suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from sword intent. Under this overwhelming force, he found himself momentarily speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, senior brother, have you truly refined a sword intent?" At that moment, Su Changxing realized that he had indeed cultivated a sword intent uniquely his own. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "I merely gained some insights while practicing the sword techniques over the past few days." The young acolyte's mouth dropped open in awe. To think that senior brother could refine a sword intent in just over 2 months. This is the mark of a swordsmanship prodigy. If the eldest senior brother were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be thrilled and drag you along to battle in the secret realm. Su Changxing couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. In truth, after witnessing the last simulation, his perspective had shifted somewhat, and he was no longer entirely averse to engaging in battles within the secret realm. Nevertheless, he still did not intend to enter the secret realm prematurely. He preferred to simulate a few more times and exhaust his spiritual stones first. He waved his hand dismissively. "Let us keep this matter from the eldest senior brother for now. I still wish to refine my sword control techniques a bit more." The young acolyte nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. "I understand. Rest assured, senior brother, I will not mention your sword intent to anyone." Su Changxing chose not to pursue the topic further and instead asked, "When does the competition begin?" Only then did the young acolyte recall his task, quickly responding, "It starts tomorrow. Here are the location and details of the competition." As he spoke, he handed over a jade slip. Su Changxing took the slip, perused its contents, and nodded. "I see. You may go now. I will make my way to the venue tomorrow." After sending the young acolyte away, Su Changxing returned indoors and retrieved the flying shuttle that Lu Qinyu had gifted him. Although he had developed a sword intent and could already fly with his sword, he still possessed only the foundational cultivation and was unable to disperse sword light. During aerial combat, the utility of a flying artifact remained undeniably significant. Moreover, this flying shuttle not only served as a means of flight, but also offered some defensive capabilities. He had long intended to refine this shuttle, but had never found the time. With the competition still afoot, he seized the opportunity to conduct the refinement and familiarize himself with its usage. The grade of the flying shuttle was not particularly high, and the refinement was completed in a mere moment. However, mastering its flight would require further practice. Yet, with time running short, He could only make do with an intense night of practice before the competition began. Although he had not reached the level of mastery for Su Changxing, his abilities were sufficient. In the sect competition, his opponents were all Foundation establishment cultivators, most of whom were not particularly adept at flight techniques. He had refined this flying shuttle merely as a precaution. Once he had made all necessary preparations, the horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Su Changxing took to the skies, guiding his shuttle toward the competition venue. Before the sky fully lit up, he had already arrived at the site, where numerous cultivators were already gathered, including many familiar faces. Among them, one young cultivator, adorned with a talisman pouch at his waist, stood out in Su Changxing's memory. He recalled that this individual was named Han Mingguan, a talisman practitioner. His pouch was nearly overflowing with various talismans, which he would deftly unleash in battle. In terms of talisman density, Han Mingguan's prowess could rival even some core formation cultivators. In a previous simulation, Su Changxing had suffered defeat beneath a barrage of talismans from him. It seemed Han Mingguan sensed Su Changxing's gaze and turned to look in his direction. Su Jiangxing, seizing the moment, bowed and said, "I am Su Changxing from Filiu Peak. I humbly request your guidance, Brother Han, in the competition 2 days hence." Han Mingguan appeared puzzled, as the competition was clearly starting today, and he wondered why this individual mentioned 2 days later. Nevertheless, he brushed it off, thinking that Su Changxing might be somewhat nervous. He intended to respond casually, but as he prepared to return the gesture, he unexpectedly noticed the sword intent swirling around Su Changxing. Han Mingguan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Brother Su is actually a sword cultivator who has refined his sword intent. Su Changxing nodded, stating, "I have just recently grasped the sword intent. Please excuse my lack of finesse." Han Mingguan's eyes gleamed with excitement. I have long wished to duel with a sword cultivator, yet have not found a suitable opponent. There is no need to wait for 2 days. Let's have a friendly match today." Su Changxing shook his head, replying, "Today's opponents will be determined by drawing lots, and it is unlikely we will face each other. However," Han Mingguan laughed, "I believe we will surely meet today." Feeling a spark of intrigue, Su Changxing suggested, "Since you are so confident, shall we make a wager?" "A wager? What shall we bet on?" "Let us wager 1,000 spirit stones. If we encounter each other on the stage today, I shall concede 1,000 spirit stones to you. If we do not meet, you will owe me 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." "That sounds splendid. Let it be so." Han Mingguan readily agreed. He then produced a communication jade pendant and said, "Master, I have just met a sword cultivator named Su Changxing, and I am eager for a match. Could you please take a moment to draw our lots together?" Su Changxing remained silent. Chapter 24. The Bet Between Core Formation Elders. Han Mingguan looked at the oddly expressive Su Changxing and laughed heartily. "Previously, dear brother Su, you needn't take our wager seriously. I was merely jesting. Today, however, let us engage in a spirited contest." Su Changxing's expression stiffened somewhat as he replied, "I believe that a duel without stakes lacks excitement. Since we cannot bet on the draw, let us wager on the outcome of our contest instead." Han Mingguan's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. How much would you like to wager, Brother Su?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Changxing declared, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones feels rather meager. Let us make it 3,000. Han Mingguan scrutinized Su Changxing with astonishment. "You are quite generous, Brother Su. Your Filiu Peak is indeed affluent beyond measure. I accept your wager." Upon hearing his agreement, Su Changxing fell silent, moving aside to prepare quietly. He had raised the stakes to 3,000, partly out of irritation towards this underhanded character and partly in hopes of acquiring some spirit stones. He had just noted that the cost to reopen the simulation had surged from 1,000 points to 2,000. With only a little over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones in hand, his initial proposal had been 1,000. Nevertheless, he held a fair degree of confidence in his chances of victory this time. Although he had previously been bested by Han Mingguan in the last simulation, he had not yet condensed his sword intent then. Moreover, he had adopted a mindset of mere survival, concealing the depth of his foundational strength to avoid revealing his 9 Dao cloud pattern foundation. However, after witnessing his entire life from the perspective of the first person, his mindset had shifted. What does a carefree life amount to if it ultimately ends in a pit of bones? If immortality eludes him, what difference does it make between 280 years and 8? Su Changxing's outlook had evolved from mere survival to a pursuit of longevity. In this context, it would not be amiss to slightly unveil his talents. After all, in earlier simulations, he had showcased remarkable aptitude, and none within the sect had harbored ill will towards him. As he quietly meditated, the core formation elders had already taken their places, including Su Changxing's master, Lu Chenyu. A middle-aged elder approached, greeting, "Brother Lu, what brings you here? Is your second disciple, Zhou Leqi, competing? He must be nearing core formation. And participating in a competition meant for new disciples seems a bit unfair." Before Lu Chenyu could respond, another core formation elder chimed in. "I heard that old Lu recently accepted a third disciple. Are you suggesting that your third disciple will compete? Surely not. Didn't that disciple just enter the Qi Refinement Stage? How could they have established their foundation in just 2 months? If they reach foundation establishment in 2 months, that implies they had no time to condense their cloud patterns. Old Lu, how could you possibly send out such a disciple? Even if you had to bring him along, he should have trained for at least another 2 years. If someone were to easily defeat him with a single spell, it would be quite the embarrassment for you." Ahem. Lu Chenyu cleared his throat, interrupting the ongoing discussions. In truth, he had anticipated this very scene prior to their arrival. He had long been ambivalent about allowing Su Changxing to participate in the set competition. Had it not been for Li Chang's assurance regarding his junior disciple's solid foundation, Lu Chenyu might have refrained from exposing him to potential humiliation. Lu Chenyu shook his head and remarked, "The one participating in the competition is my rather unremarkable third disciple. I observed that he possessed decent talent, and I intended for him to refine a few more cloud patterns. Yet, inexplicably, he has achieved foundation establishment without even using a foundation establishment pill. Since he has reached this stage, I shall allow him to witness the competition, lest he remain oblivious to the vastness of the world." The fact that he achieved foundation establishment without the aid of a foundation establishment pill speaks volumes about his exceptional talent. What a pity, what a pity. Old Li, if you cannot articulate your thoughts, it is better to remain silent. What do you mean by what a pity? It is merely the absence of refined cloud patterns. Since old Lu dares to let his disciple compete, I believe this young man possesses some merit. Indeed, there is some truth to that. However, the lack of refined cloud patterns does represent a certain loss. At the very least, during the foundation establishment period, his true essence will not be as well refined as that of others. Lu Chenyu, upon hearing this, felt somewhat displeased and responded, "What does it matter if his true essence is not as refined as others? My third disciple practices swordsmanship, as long as his talent is sufficient. He can slay enemies even without true essence. Moreover, his foundation is exceptionally stable, not inferior to those peers who have refined 4 or 5 cloud patterns." The elder named Li, who was not particularly eloquent, suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Old Lu, you remain ever the protective master. Your first 2 disciples are understandable. As Li Chang'a possesses extraordinary talent and has surpassed you, his master, several years ago. Your second disciple, Zhou Leqi, is also commendable, so your protectiveness is justified. Now, you're even shielding this third disciple who hasn't had the chance to refine cloud patterns. This mindset strays from the path of cultivation. Old Li, perhaps you should speak less. Be wary of provoking old Lu to let his disciple deal with you. His eldest disciple, Li Chang'a, has quite the reputation now and is said to be capable of preserving his life even in the presence of yuaning ancestors. If you anger him, you might find yourself in a most embarrassing predicament." The elder Li was momentarily speechless. Yet he was reluctant to miss the opportunity to tease Lu Chenyu. Previously, Lu Chenyu had not hesitated to mock his own disciple selection skills, thanks to his 2 disciples. After contemplating for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he proposed, "Old Lu, since you believe your third disciple has a solid foundation, how about we make a wager?" Lu Chenyu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What kind of wager?" The elderly smirked slightly and replied, "Let us wager on whether your third disciple can pass through 5 rounds. If your disciple can surpass 5 rounds, I shall gift you a piece of celestial crystal sand, which you may use to refine your disciple's flying sword. However, should you lose, you must surrender that spirit fruit from your medicinal garden. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyu furrowed his brow even deeper. Before he could respond, several other elders nearby chided him with laughter. "Old Li, are you not taking advantage of the situation? You are fully aware that old Lu's third disciple has yet to condense the cloud patterns, and yet you propose such a wager. How is that different from outright robbery? Indeed, even 3 rounds would be unfair in my eyes. Old Li, this is simply not right." The elder, surnamed Li, facing a barrage of accusations, maintained his composure and replied, "What of 5 rounds? This time, it's a double elimination format. Do you truly believe that old Lu's third disciple could lose 2 rounds in the first 5? You are not disparaging me. You are casting aspersions on old Lu. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, their gazes converging on Lu Qinyu. He twitched at the corner of his eye and declared, "A wager it is then. It is but a single spirit fruit. Do you truly think I cannot afford this? However, do ensure you can produce the celestial crystal sand when the time comes." Chapter 25, The Astonishing Draw. Elder Li's eyes sparkled at his words. "Ha! Rest assured, I have long been prepared with the celestial crystal sand. Should you indeed triumph over me, you may claim it at any time." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a familiar aura. The several foundation-building elders turned their gazes toward the distance, their expressions revealing varying degrees of astonishment. "Why has Uncle Pei arrived?" One murmured. "Since his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage decades ago, he seldom graces this place. Could it be for that lad, Hummingguan? I have heard he possesses considerable talent in talisman crafting and is likely to inherit Uncle Pei's gifts." While these foundation-building elders speculated, Pei Yong of the nascent soul stage had already alighted upon the platform. The elder presiding over the competition seemed to have received prior notice, proclaiming loudly, "Today, we are fortunate to have Uncle Pei with us. Let's invite Elder Pei to draw the first lot for today's match." Without hesitation, Pei Yong'an lightly pointed, retrieving 2 jade tokens inscribed with the names of the participating disciples from his storage artifact. The elder overseeing the competition held the jade tokens aloft and announced, "In today's first match, it shall be Hummingguan from the Jiyan Peak against Su Changxing from the Fei Lu Peak." Lu Qinyu. Having been perplexed just moments before, Lu Qinyu sprang to his feet upon hearing this announcement. He had never anticipated that Pei Yong'an would draw out Su Changxing. Initially, he harbored hopes that his third disciple might endure through 5 rounds, given the double elimination format. Yet now, he was faced with the grim reality of encountering Pei Yong'an's direct disciple, Hummingguan, right from the outset. Did this not imply that he was destined to lose a round right away? He simply could not comprehend how his utterly inept third son was the first to be chosen. In fact, he was not alone in his bewilderment. The elder cultivators present to witness the event shared his confusion. They were equally perplexed as to why Pei Yong'an would draw a disciple named Su Changxing. Who exactly was this Su Changxing? How could he have been the first selected? It was rumored that he hailed from Filiu Peak. Filiu Peak? Wasn't it the domain of Elder Lu's disciple? There had been no indication of any animosity between Elder Lu and Uncle Pei. Perhaps this Su Changxing possessed some unique qualities? What could possibly make a disciple who had only recently established his foundation so exceptional? Was it merely because he was a junior to Li Chang'e? Where could this Su Changxing be? Why had he not yet appeared? Surely he had not failed to show up. Otherwise, how could he have been drawn? Look, it seems that Hummingguan is nodding respectfully toward a nearby sword cultivator. Could that individual be Su Changxing? He appears to... Wait, am I mistaken? Is that the aura of sword intent surrounding him? Just as the crowd was abuzz with speculation, several elder cultivators encircling Lu Qinyu finally noticed Su Changxing meditating in a corner. Elder Li's countenance shifted as he remarked, "I never anticipated your disciple would condense sword intent so soon after establishing his foundation. No wonder you had the audacity to allow him to compete. I nearly fell for your ruse. Yet, how unfortunate that you failed to foresee him attracting the attention of Hummingguan." A sly grin crept across his face. "I say, Old Li, is it not a tad premature for such declarations? Although Elder Lu's disciple may be at a disadvantage, the overall strength of the loser's bracket tends to be somewhat inferior. With that sword intent of his, he might very well achieve consecutive victories in the forthcoming matches. I still find that rather dubious. Elder Lu's disciple appears to be merely a novice in wielding sword intent, unable to command it with ease. To secure 4 victories with such rudimentary skill would be quite the challenge. Fascinating, indeed. I previously believed Elder Lu was destined for defeat. Yet this unexpected twist has piqued my interest. This wager has become rather enticing. My hands are itching to partake. How about you two include me in the bet? I find Elder Lu's disciple intriguing. Let us wager 5,000 spirit stones for some amusement. What need have you to join their fray? If you wish to wager, I shall wager with you. Since you bet he will advance past 5 rounds, I shall bet that he will not. Count me in." Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere in the arena had shifted toward an increasingly peculiar direction. Simultaneously, Su Changxing's notoriety surged with the expanding stakes of the wager. Amidst this fervent excitement, the presiding elder finally completed the drawing of lots and announced the commencement of the first match. Amidst countless eager gazes, Su Changxing and Han Mingguan entered the competition arena in succession. The arena for the competition was a vast expanse, measuring 100 meters in both length and width, ample for practitioners in the foundation establishment stage to showcase their abilities. At the sound of the referee's signal to commence, Han Mingguan gently snapped his fingers, causing dozens of talismans to soar forth from his talisman pouch, swirling around him like a myriad of butterflies. In contrast, Su Changxing brought his fingers together and gestured vaguely towards Han Mingguan. The Qingmu sword transformed into a streak of luminous energy, slicing towards Han Mingguan. Undaunted, Han Mingguan exhibited no sign of fear. Without any visible movement, the talismans encircling him advanced to confront the flying sword. The first talisman was effortlessly severed. Yet, rather than dissipating, the shattered talisman erupted like volatile gunpowder, attempting to disrupt the sword's path. However, Su Changxing's sword radiance was exceptionally concentrated, scarcely affected as it emerged from the flames, striking towards the second talisman. Upon the second talisman's destruction, a frost began to coalesce around it. Yet still, the Qingmu sword faced no delay. Before the third talisman could be destroyed, it preemptively harnessed the surrounding spiritual energy, conjuring a barrier of air. Yet in the next instant, the barrier was cleaved apart by the sword's brilliance. Thus, one talisman after another transformed into spells, only to be severed in succession. In the blink of an eye, the Qingmu sword had sliced through 18 talismans, arriving before Han Mingguan. Clearly taken aback by the sword's sharpness, Han Mingguan's expression shifted slightly, though he remained composed. Just as the sword approached, a flash of light surrounded him as he activated a displacement talisman. In the next moment, he reappeared 5 zhong away. Where he had stood moments before, dozens of talismans simultaneously detonated. A multitude of spells erupted at once, forming a temporary killing array on the spot. The array's power nearly surpassed the limits of a foundation establishment practitioner, causing even the elder in the core formation stage observing the contest to raise an eyebrow. Yet, in the next moment, a green light pierced through the layers of the killing array. It was the Qingmu sword, having shattered the array's defenses. Han Mingguan's expression shifted once more, and he hastily retrieved a locking dragon talisman from his pouch. Instantly, these locking dragon talismans transformed into 13 chains, 10 of which surged towards the Qingmu sword, while the remaining 3 raced towards Su Changxing. Su Changxing's eyebrows lifted slightly, yet he did not allow the Qingmu sword to continue its pursuit of Han Mingguan. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the Qingmu sword spun and severed the 3 chains flying towards him. Subsequently, the sword twirled again, slicing through the remaining 10 chains with precision. Chapter 26. Why hasn't he fled yet? Seizing the opportunity while Su Changxing's sword returned to defend, Han Mingguan quickly gathered several hundred talismans, allowing himself a quiet sigh of relief. Thus, the first round of their fierce engagement reached a conclusion. Meanwhile, those foundation establishment practitioners spectating from the periphery had unknowingly gaped in astonishment. Han Mingguan's dazzling display of talismans was not only visually stunning, but also demonstrated considerable potency. Some foundational stage cultivators placed themselves in Su Changxing's position, astonished to realize they might not even withstand the first round of talisman rain. Yet, Su Changxing effortlessly severed 18 talismans with a single sword strike, compelling Han Mingguan's lethal formation to emerge. However, this was not the end. That flying sword pierced through the talisman array, cleaving 13 dragon locking talismans, forcing Han Mingguan into a defensive stance. Such overwhelming power far exceeded the imaginations of these ordinary disciples. Gulp! Someone unconsciously swallowed, murmuring, "Is this what it means to be a sword cultivator?" This sentiment echoed in the minds of many foundational stage cultivators simultaneously. However, before their thoughts could further wander, a timid voice interjected, that can't be right. I doubt my flying sword could even break through the first round of talisman rain." On the spectators' stand, the numerous Golden Core elders, who had just participated in the betting, found themselves holding their breath unknowingly. It was only at this moment that someone murmured, "Where did this kid come from? How can his sword intent be so fierce? This shouldn't be the sword intent just recently cultivated. I say, old Lou, you aren't pulling our leg, are you? This kid has only been in the foundational stage for 2 months? How can I not feel he might actually win this match? Now that's a bit exaggerated. Han Mingguan is the prized disciple of Master Pei, and his skills are far beyond this. Moreover, it's not his first encounter with a sword cultivator. It's still too early to say he will lose. However, Old Lu's third disciple does indeed possess some talent. Old Lu, you've struck gold. Old Lu had indeed discovered a treasure, while I found myself in a dire predicament. I had wagered 10,000 low-grade spirit stones on him, not surpassing 5 rounds. Now, it was all over. With his prowess, who could stand against him in the loser's bracket? While the Golden Core elders engaged in animated discussions, Lu Yu maintained an impassive expression. Yet, only he knew that he was on the verge of dropping his jaw in disbelief. He had never anticipated that this disciple, whom he had previously deemed unremarkable, could refine his sword intent to such an extent. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Su Changxing's swordsmanship alone was sufficient for him to secure a place among the many talented disciples of the Falling Sunset sect. Just over 2 months ago, Lu Yu had considered this third disciple failure. If it weren't for Li Chang'e asserting that his third junior brother possessed a solid foundation and was a promising candidate, he might have already sent Su Changxing off on a sect mission. Countless thoughts surged within him, ultimately coalescing into a singular realization. How could my judgment be so starkly different from that of Li Chang'e, that rascal? As the spectators expressed their astonishment, Su Changxing once again summoned his flying sword. The Qingmu sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Han Mingguan. Han Mingguan's expression shifted slightly as he raised his hand, scattering a multitude of talismans. Hundreds of talismans transformed into a torrential rain of spells, enveloping Su Changxing. Meanwhile, a multitude of ethereal lights had already begun to illuminate the space around him. These radiant glimmers formed an impenetrable barrier, ensuring that even a sword infused with intent could not cleave through them. Prior to this moment, the deluge of talismans he had unleashed could easily shatter the defenses of the opposing sword cultivator. Han Mingguan observed the vibrant emerald sword light, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "How will you contend with my genuine talismanic rain?" On the other side, Su Changxing gazed at the swirling talismans, his expression betraying a hint of peculiarity. In their previous simulation, he had succumbed to this very technique. At that time, his flying sword had been unable to breach the opponent's defenses, while the relentless rain of talismans continued unabated. He was compelled to retract his sword for self-preservation. However, the confines of this arena were limited, and after enduring the talismans for merely the duration of an incense stick, he had been caught off guard and his sword light dispersed. Su Changxing had anticipated such a scenario. He had since refined his flying shuttle, enabling him to evade while simultaneously engaging in a counteroffensive with his sword. His sword light's potency had increased manifold since their prior encounter. With the flying shuttle aiding his evasion, victory seemed assured. Yet, as he regarded the tempest of talismans, an unexpected reluctance to employ the flying shuttle washed over him. An inexplicable surge of valor ignited within him. In this lifetime, he resolved to confront his adversary with nothing but his flying sword, boldly asserting his dominance. This thought, though unbidden, was fiercely compelling, so much so that it invigorated his sword intent anew. Unconsciously, Su Changxing halted his left hand's motion to retrieve the flying shuttle and instead began to sketch in the air. Talismans materialized around him, much to the bewilderment of onlookers at a distance. One elder, a member of the core formation stage, could not restrain himself and rose from his seat, exclaiming, "What is he doing? Why isn't he fleeing? Is he truly willing to surrender?" Given his mastery over sword intent, he still had a chance. Could it be he intended to counterattack? Counterattack? Did they not see the layers of protective barriers surrounding Han Mingguan? Even if they personally intervened, they could not resolve this matter in mere moments. However, under the onslaught of the myriad spells, how long could he possibly endure? Why did he not escape? Alas, as he lamented, he was astounded to witness Su Changxing wielding his sword in one hand while conjuring talismans with the other, effectively shielding himself from the rain of talismans above. His flying sword struck repeatedly against Han Mingguan's protective barrier, and within mere moments, it shattered several layers of defense. Am I seeing this correctly? He has managed to withstand Han Mingguan's talismanic assault solely with his own vital essence. Is he not a sword cultivator? How could his foundation be so profoundly deep? Surely, he is a sword cultivator. Look, his sword light has breached yet another layer of Han Mingguan's defenses. As the conversation unfolded, Han Mingguan once again unleashed over a dozen talismans around him. These talismans transformed into chains, surging towards the verdant sword light. Meanwhile, Han Mingguan rapidly retreated, evading the terrifying brilliance of the sword. The recent exchange had proven too strenuous for him, compelling him to withdraw proactively. This scene left the onlooking cultivators in astonishment. Who was this Su Changxing, emerging from seemingly nowhere, standing his ground without retreat and effortlessly dispersing Han Mingwan's rain of talismans? It was utterly astonishing. It seemed all hope was lost for the competition. Initially, I had hoped to make a mark in this grand contest. Yet here I was, confronted by two formidable opponents in the very first match. One was in the victors group, the other in the vanquished group. How could one possibly survive this? Chapter 27. Our battle awaits tomorrow. As the foundational cultivators participating in the competition lamented their fate, the Golden Core elders in the arena widened their eyes in disbelief. Some of the less formidable Golden Core elders awkwardly realized that even they would struggle to maintain composure if they were to take the stage. After a complex exchange of glances between the two competitors, their gaze ultimately settled upon Lu Qinyu. Among the assembly of Golden Core elders, Lu Qinyu, being in the mid-stage of Golden Core, was not particularly outstanding. He had gained prominence within the Falling Sunset sect solely due to his disciple, Xianxia. After years of cultivation, Xianxia had successfully condensed a first-grade Golden Core, and his swordsmanship was so exquisite that it could rival even some of the less combat-oriented nascent soul elders. Now, nearly everyone believed it would not be long before Xianxia condensed his nascent soul, thereby becoming a legendary sword deity of the Falling Sunset sect. Other Golden Core elders harbored considerable jealousy towards Lu Qinyu for this reason. They never anticipated that, while Xianxia had yet to achieve a breakthrough. This old fellow would take on another disciple, Su Changxing. Although Su Changxing had only just entered the foundation stage, his unparalleled sword intent already bore a striking resemblance to Xianxia's former brilliance. Given a few years, he might well become another Xianxia. By then, if both Xianxia and Su Changxing were to condense their nascent souls, Lu Qinyu, their master, might still be merely an ordinary Golden Core elder. If that were to occur, how would he bear the shame? Lu Qinyu had already sensed the glances of the other Golden Core elders upon him. His expression remained calm and composed, yet within, tumultuous waves surged. He had not expected Su Changxing to possess not only exceptional sword intent, but also such profound foundational strength. Merely by drawing talismans with one hand, he could withstand the torrential downpour of talismans for a moment. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary foundational cultivator and could only be achieved by one with 7 cloud patterns in their foundation. Had I misjudged this child? Had he secretly refined 7 cloud patterns even before reaching the foundation stage? But just days before his foundation establishment, I had only recently entrusted him with the clouds reflecting Immortal's technique. How had this child developed such a deep foundation? As all present were engulfed in astonishment, Su Changxing had already cornered Han Mingwan with his flying sword. Although Han Mingwan seemingly scattered talismans as if they were worthless, he could not impede the vibrant emerald sword light. When he attempted to retrieve the locked dragon talisman for the 5th time, he finally grasped at emptiness. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the green wooden sword sliced through his surrounding defenses and pressed against Han Mingwan's shoulder. Su Changxing from Filiu Peak is victorious. The elder in the core formation stage in the arena paused briefly before uttering these words in a somewhat complex tone. It was only at this moment that Lu Qinyu could no longer contain a smile curling upon his lips. Though he had yet to comprehend how his young apprentice had suddenly become so formidable, that was a matter for later contemplation. The most pressing concern now was that his disciple had triumphed. Lu Qinyu slowly turned around and addressed the elder Li, who had previously provoked him, saying, "Old Li, my disciple has emerged victorious in this round. When shall I expect your wager?" Elder Li's expression stiffened as he retorted, "Why the rush? We wagered on whether your little disciple would pass the 5th round. We are merely at the 1st round, and I have yet to lose. This time, Lu Qinyu need not speak, as someone nearby chimed in, "Old Li, stop putting on a brave front. Old Lu's little apprentice has defeated Han Mingwan. Who else can surpass him in the subsequent rounds? You might as well prepare your wager promptly to avoid being cornered at your doorstep." Elder Li's complexion fluctuated between green and white as he protested. "How am I putting on a brave front? Su Changxing has indeed won, but Han Mingwan is no pushover. What if this lad has exhausted himself in the previous battle and cannot condense his true essence in the next round? Such occurrences have not been unheard of in the past. I cannot ascertain how much energy old Lu's 3rd disciple has expended. However, I do know that this lad stood his ground from the beginning to the end of the match without moving an inch. Li, did you perhaps suffer too great a shock to your senses and fail to notice this?" Hearing this, Elderly was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly recalled the entire course of the battle. Moments latte. His mouth had unconsciously fallen slightly agape as he realized the truth in the statement. Su Changxing had indeed not moved a single step throughout. He had withstood the torrential rain of talismans from Han Mingguan purely through his profound foundation. Elderly remained in a daze for quite some time before murmuring, "This lad is a true prodigy. The disciple of Master Pei has suffered a tremendous defeat. I wonder if he will harbor any lingering grievances." His words instantly caused several other elders to pause in surprise. After exchanging glances, they all turned their attention to the high platform where Pei Yong'an stood. At that moment, Pei Yong'an's expression remained calm, yet his gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon the distant arena. An observant elder of the core formation stage keenly noticed that Pei Yong'an's lips were subtly moving, seemingly transmitting a message to the distance. Instinctively, they turned their gaze towards the arena, and indeed, they discovered that Han Mingguan appeared to be listening intently, occasionally nodding gently. One of the core formation elders beside Lu Qinyu, unable to contain himself, remarked, "Old Lu, it seems this battle has dealt quite a blow to Master Pei's esteemed disciple. Your pupil has truly made a remarkable impression this time. From today onward, Filiu Peak shall be known for its two prodigies." The corners of Lu Qinyu's mouth involuntarily curled into a broader smile. He suppressed the urge to laugh aloud and shook his head, saying, "The grand competition is not yet concluded. It is premature to speak thus." The elder scoffed, "You may pretend all you like. I know your disposition well. Your heart must be blossoming with joy at this moment. Can you share your secret on how you managed to pick such talented disciples? How did 2 out of 3 turn out to be prodigies?" Lu Qinyu replied with a half-smile, "In the future, when selecting disciples, seek those whose names contain the character for long." The elder blinked in surprise. "Are you serious?" Lu Qinyu simply smiled in response. Meanwhile, as these core formation elders engaged in lively discourse, the second match of the Foundation Establishment disciples had already commenced. However, in comparison to the first thrilling contest, the second felt rather mundane. The attention of more than half of the core formation elders was diverted from this match. Even the judges on the stage occasionally seemed distracted. This lackluster atmosphere persisted until another disciple of a nascent soul ancestor took the stage. The young man, named Yi Hong, wielded a flowing cloud dart, his speed nearly rivaling that of a flying sword, and with a single strike, sent his opponent flying. Yet, this alone did not suffice to rekindle the atmosphere. The true sensation arose when, after defeating his opponent, Yi Hong pointed his dart towards Su Changxing outside the arena and proclaimed loudly, "I had thought this grand competition was merely a contest between Han Mingguan and myself. I did not expect to encounter you, a sword cultivator, as well." I have long heard tales of Li Chang'e sweeping through numerous core formation elders with his flying sword. Regrettably, I entered the sect too late to battle him. Who would have thought that Filiu Peak has produced another Su Changxing? Tomorrow, in the first match, you and I shall duel here. Chapter 28. The Bet of 6,000 Spirit Stones. Upon hearing this, Su Changxing's lips twitched involuntarily. Although Han Mingguan had already demonstrated the significance of drawing lots today, Yi Hong's unabashed declaration left him momentarily speechless. After pondering for a moment, he extended his right hand and signaled the number 6. Yi Hong, slightly taken aback, asked, "What does that mean? Do you wish to face me in the 6th round?" From a high platform, a group of observing core formation elders were equally astonished. One elder exclaimed, "Old Lu, this is rather unfair of you. We had clearly agreed not to partake in the drawing process. So why did you allow your disciple to interfere with it? If Yi Hong were absent, who could possibly restrain your disciple's flying sword? This seems rather unfair. Does it not? It was not Su Changxing who meddled with the draw. Old Lu, do not heed their baseless chatter. Are you incapable of handling this?" Amidst the elders' fervent discussions, Su Changxing shook his head and stated, "No. What I mean is that I currently possess 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you wish to challenge me, stake 6,000 low-grade spirit stones against me. Should you win, you may take the spirit stones from me. If you lose, you must add another 6,000. Yi Hong's expression transformed into one of incredulity. He had never anticipated that this individual, who had toppled Han Mingguan with merely a flying sword, would utter such words. His demeanor was akin to those golden core elders he often looked down upon. Casting a peculiar glance at Su Changxing, Yi Hong nevertheless nodded and replied, "Very well, I accept your wager." This proclamation instantly ignited excitement among the onlookers. The two parties in this wager consisted of a disciple of a Yuan Ing patriarch adorned with magical artifacts and a top-tier swordsman who had just triumphed over Han Mingguan. Their wager was indeed astonishing. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, a considerable sum even for golden core elders, among the young disciples in the foundation establishment stage. A significant portion had never even laid eyes on such an amount of spirit stones. The golden core elders, who had been embroiled in debate moments earlier, now wore expressions of peculiar bemusement, their discussions dissipating. One elder approached Lu Chenyu and remarked, "Old Lu, your disciples possess quite the character. If I am not mistaken, he just acquired a pouch of spirit stones from Han Mingguan. Why then does he turn his sights on Yi Hong?" Another added, "Isn't your disciple a swordsman? What need does he have for such an abundance of spirit stones?" A subtle smile played at the corners of Lu Chenyu's mouth as he remained silent. The elder who had spoken before pondered aloud. Could it be that your disciple possesses a unique talent that requires the consumption of vast amounts of spirit stones during cultivation? Such a talent seems quite rare. Lu Chenyu was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be so? While he was lost in thought, several golden core elders nearby had already begun to place bets on the outcome of the following day's contest. Despite Su Changxing's overwhelming victory today, the betting odds did not heavily favor him. Many believed that Yi Hong, after witnessing today's battle, dared to challenge Su Changxing, suggesting he must have some hidden strategy. Coupled with Yi Hong's fighting style, it was easy to conclude that he possessed formidable treasures. Such treasures could potentially enable a foundation establishment cultivator to triumph over a golden core elder, making it entirely plausible that he could surpass an equally matched swordsman. Lu Chenyu observed his disciple struggling in the betting arena, his expression reflecting discontent. "I wager on my little disciple's victory." "Oh, old Lu, are you joining the fray as well? How much spirit stone do you intend to stake?" Lu Chenyu shook his head, replying, "Spirit stones hold little allure for me. I shall wager a piece of celestial crystal sand and a spirit-nurturing fruit instead." The elder presiding over the betting was momentarily taken aback, then burst in a hearty laughter. "Very well. I accept your wager. Is there anyone willing to place additional bets? Old Lu has even brought forth such precious materials. Who among you dares to raise the stakes?" Before the surrounding core formation elders could respond, Elder Li, who had remained silent until then, could no longer restrain himself. "Lu Chenyu, you are being excessive. I have yet to lose that piece of celestial crystal sand. Should your disciple falter in tomorrow's match, he will descend into the loser's bracket. The formidable Han Mingguan will surely challenge him again. If that occurs, your disciple may not survive the 5th round. I wonder where you shall procure celestial crystal sand then." This pronouncement left the surrounding core formation elders momentarily stunned. But soon their eyes sparkled with excitement akin to onlookers at a spectacle. For them, the greater the stakes, the more entertaining the affair. The unfolding drama between Lu Chenyu and Li Pingyang was becoming increasingly delectable, and they exchanged eager glances, barely restraining themselves from cheering. Yet, Lu Chenyu remained impassive, stating, "That is of no concern to you. Merely prepare the celestial crystal sand." Amidst the cacophony of the core formation elders, the day's competition finally drew to a close. After Su Changxing returned to his mountain peak on his sword, he began to reflect on his duel with Han Mingguan earlier that day. The match had been exhilarating, yet he did not merely dwell on his moments of brilliance. Instead, he sought to discern the lessons gleaned from this encounter. While his overall performance was commendable, he recognized certain shortcomings. The most significant issue lay in his simultaneous swordplay and talisman crafting. Lacking deliberate training in multitasking, he had found himself in a precarious situation. Had Han Mingguan's talisman storm been more ferocious, he might have faced defeat. However, he was not without gains. This battle marked his first experience of such a vigorous talismanic onslaught, a sensation unattainable through mere observation of others. Even having witnessed it from a first-person perspective, nothing could compare to the profundity of personal experience. This deluge of talismans deepened his understanding of true essence and magical arts. After replaying the events of the day in his mind, his gaze fell upon a storage pouch at his waist, which contained 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. One from Han Mingguan. Now he's contemplating whether to seize this opportunity for a simulation, lest he falter in tomorrow's duel. The formidable Yi Hong is a force to be reckoned with. It is hard to believe he possesses no backup plan. Should he engage in a few simulations, his chances of victory tomorrow would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, Su Changxing, after a brief moment of reflection, relinquished this enticing thought. Firstly, he was uncertain about the options available in the simulation. If, as in a last instance, he were to spend half a month merely observing the simulated images, he might miss the grand competition entirely. Moreover, he desired to face Yi Hong in a genuine contest. Such an uncertain battle, devoid of life or death stakes, would serve as valuable training for him. If he were to rely on simulations to win even this non-lethal encounter, how would he respond to genuine life-threatening crises in the future? Such sudden perils would hardly afford him the luxury of simulation. Chapter 29. Unexpected Spirituality After Much Contemplation. Su Changxing ultimately resolved to win the grand competition with honor and integrity. Upon making this decision, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, and the sword intent surrounding him seemed to coalesce with renewed clarity. A smile graced Su Changxing's lips as he prepared to close his eyes and meditate. However, just as he shut his eyes, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Shortly thereafter, the voices of two young disciples rang out. "Senior brother, are you there? The master sent me to deliver a few items to you." Somewhat surprised, Su Changxing opened the door, revealing the familiar young disciple. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What did the master send me?" The young disciple promptly produced a storage pouch, stating, "This is it. Grandfather specifically instructed me to deliver this to you." As Su Changxing accepted the pouch, he discovered it contained several bottles of elixirs, a pile of low-grade spirit stones, and a circular defensive talisman. Before he could examine the contents more closely, the young disciple handed him a communication jade pendant. "By the way, senior brother, the master also instructed me to personally deliver this communication jade pendant to you. It contains words he wishes to convey." Su Changxing was momentarily taken aback. Holding the communication jade pendant in his hand, when he probed it with his spiritual sense, he indeed heard Lu Qinyu's voice within. "Fight well tomorrow. Do not bring shame to our Filiu Peak." In addition to this message, the pendant held further information detailing Yi Hong's complete profile, including his cultivation level, preferred techniques, and the talismans he possessed. Su Changxing gazed at the jade pendant, rendered speechless. In truth, he was not entirely ignorant of Yi Hong. During the previous simulation, he had witnessed Yi Hong's prowess as an observer. However, the knowledge he had gleaned paled in comparison to the comprehensive details contained within this message. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he murmured, "No wonder Yi Hong dares to provoke me. It turns out he possesses a talisman specifically designed to counter flying swords. Had I remained oblivious to these matters, I might have inadvertently fallen into the traps set by the other party. However, my master seems exceedingly invested in this grand competition. Could it be that he has wagered against someone? I wonder what the stakes might be among the Golden Core elders." Just as the thought crossed my mind, the young acolyte chuckled and said, "I know. The master wagered his meticulously cultivated spirit-nourishing fruit against Elder Li for a piece of heavenly crystal sand. Subsequently, he utilized both the spirit-nourishing fruit and the heavenly crystal sand for another bet. However, he did not disclose the nature of that wager." Su Changxing, upon hearing this, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Isn't that a rather reckless gamble, especially with leverage involved? If he were to lose, would he not be forced to jump from a building? No wonder my master is so concerned about my match tomorrow. After murmuring a few words to himself, Su Changxing turned to the young acolyte and declared, "Return to the master and tell him that I will give my utmost effort tomorrow." The young acolyte nodded initially, but then shook his head and said, "The master instructed me to convey that if tomorrow's circumstances prove unfavorable, there is no need to exert yourself recklessly. The priority is to reach the 5th round. So, the wager my master made with someone pertains to this 5th round?" Su Changxing pondered for a moment and nodded in understanding. After the young acolyte relayed all of Lu Qinyu's words, he excitedly encouraged Su Changxing before bouncing away into the mountains. Su Changxing then returned to his chambers to inspect the items the young acolyte had delivered. The storage pouch contained a modest quantity of elixirs, yet each was of exceptional quality. Among them were healing pulse pills for injury recovery, concentration pills for swiftly stabilizing and treating one's consciousness, and essence stabilization pills for solidifying the dantian. Each of these elixirs served a specific purpose, clearly indicating that Lu Qinyu was concerned about the possibility of him sustaining internal injuries during the daytime competition. Su Changxing shook his head and stored the elixirs away. Although he had no immediate use for them, it was prudent to keep them for unforeseen circumstances. In addition to the elixirs, the storage pouch also contained a substantial number of inferior spirit stones. Upon counting, Su Changxing found that there were as many as 3,000 stones. This abundance puzzled him. 4 spirit stones seemed to hold little value in the context of the competition. He could only surmise that his master had recognized his yearning for spirit stones and had casually gifted him a portion. This realization brought him considerable joy. With these 3,000 inferior spirit stones, even if he were to lose tomorrow, the remaining stones would suffice for him to conduct a simulation. Feeling a surge of excitement, Su Changxing stored the spirit stones away and finally turned his attention to a round, disc-like magical artifact. After examining it for a moment, he discovered that it was a reasonably high-quality defensive talisman. What delighted him further was that this artifact did not require constant manipulation. Once activated and placed in his vicinity, it would autonomously defend against the attacks of opposing spells. Had he possessed this artifact during his battle with Han Mingguan earlier, he would not have had to endure the onslaught of talismans directly. Could it be that my master thinks I have been too reckless during the day? Su Changxing shook his head in disbelief and prepared to refine this magical artifact. As soon as he grasped the artifact, the sword pellet of the Qingmu sword suddenly leaped out, emitting a humming sound as if vying for attention against the defensive artifact. Su Changxing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this sword pellet would possess such spiritual awareness. Typically, a sword pellet's spiritual energy is rather feeble when first refined. Only through years of mastery by its owner does the sword's innate spirit gradually enhance. Previously, while observing the simulated imagery from a first-person perspective, the Qingmu sword only exhibited this level of sentience after he had condensed his golden core. Yet now, he had merely refined the Qingmu sword for a little over 2 months. Su Changxing pondered, could it be that you wish for me to remain undistracted while wielding you? The humming sound that followed his musings made him wonder if the Qingmu sword truly comprehended his words. Regardless, as soon as his voice faded, the flying sword emitted another soft chime. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly smiled and declared, in that case, I shall forego this defensive artifact. Tomorrow, in my battle against Yi Hong, I shall rely solely on you to triumph. Upon uttering these words, a surge of heroic spirit welled up within him, and sword intent flowed around him, permeating the Qingmu sword. The sword quivered slightly, and its radiance grew ever more refined. Su Changxing stood poised with the sword, becoming one with the surrounding sword intent. Should an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator have stood before him at that moment, they would scarcely be able to discern whether he was man or sword. Unbeknownst to him, the first light of dawn was already breaking on the horizon. Reluctantly, Su Changxing withdrew from the harmonious state he shared with the Qingmu sword. He gently tapped the sword's body before retrieving a Qi recovery pill from his storage bag. After adjusting his condition to its peak, he soared towards the arena on his sword. Chapter 30, Outside the Game. Upon Su Changxing's arrival, the sky had just begun to brighten. He had thought himself quite early, yet upon reaching the venue, he discovered more than 20 core formation elders already seated on the high platform. Many of them were unfamiliar faces who had not appeared the previous day. How could a mere sect competition among Foundation establishment disciples attract such a multitude of core formation elders? Were they truly that idle? As Su Changxing used, over a dozen elders had already turned their gazes upon him, some scrutinizing and commenting, although he could not hear their discourse due to the distance. Being the focus of so many core formation elders still weighed heavily upon him. He could only bow respectfully towards the distant high platform before finding a discreet spot to sit cross-legged, feigning meditation. However, his actions did little to diminish the attention he garnered. As time passed, the number of core formation elders upon the high platform steadily increased. Nearly every elder who arrived cast a glance at Su Changxing, leaving him somewhat bemused. Fortunately, he did not have to endure this for long. As dawn broke, the drawing of lots commenced as anticipated. To Su Changxing's slight surprise, it was still Elder Pei, a practitioner of the nascent soul stage, who conducted the drawing. The results, however, were not unexpected. The host on the high platform, upon receiving 2 jade tokens, read aloud the names Yi Hong and Su Changxing without any hint of surprise. The emergence of these 2 names instantly stirred excitement among the gathered elders, and he could distinctly see someone already engaging in betting. Was this truly the way of cultivation? Su Changxing gazed at the core formation elders on the platform, feeling a sense of disarray. Just as he was momentarily lost in thought, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Do you think these core formation elders have become too mercenary? Turning around, Su Changxing discovered that the speaker was indeed his opponent for the day, Yi Hong, which caused him to raise an eyebrow slightly. Suddenly, Memories of the information regarding Yi Hong from the communication Jade token flashed in his mind. Yi Hong was adept at wielding magical artifacts and skilled in utilizing external strategies to influence the mindset of his opponents. Was he planning to employ external tactics against me? Su Changxing furrowed his brow, choosing not to respond. Yet Yi Hong, quite at ease, continued with his self-directed dialogue. Our falling sunset sect certainly has its share of devoted seniors, but the days of arduous cultivation are rather lacking in amusement. In this age, longevity is elusive. Even a lifetime of hard practice merely culminates in a handful of earth. Thus, some practitioners have shifted their perspectives, finding charm in a few centuries of leisure. Our inner sect alone occupies millions of acres, while the outer sect encompasses countless industries. Regardless of the industry, a substantial number of core formation elders are needed to manage affairs. For this reason, the sect master refrains from interfering with the choices of these elders. However, relying solely on these elders cannot sustain our falling sunset sect. Hence, many have opted against indulgence, continuing their pursuit of the path to longevity. Among these individuals, two factions have emerged. One faction adheres to ancient methods of cultivation, emphasizing tranquility and non-action, predominantly consisting of talisman practitioners. The other faction perseveres through endless trials, largely comprising sword cultivators. Upon hearing this, Su Changxing pondered. My senior brother, Li Changge, must belong to this latter faction, correct? Yi Hong nodded in affirmation. Li Changge is indeed one of the most renowned among this lineage. That dim-witted fellow, Han Mingguan, has been influenced by your senior brother, often seeking out duels. I did not expect that he would be taught a lesson by you yesterday. That is quite amusing. Su Changxing shook his head. I'm merely engaged in a contest with Han Mingguan. It cannot be deemed a lesson. Yi Hong chuckled, as you wish to interpret it. I share this not to incite discord between Filiu Peak and Xian Peak, but rather to convey that the elder cultivators on stage have largely reached the end of their paths. They do not embody the essence of Luoxia sect. It is only individuals like you and me who represent the future of Luoxia sect. I implore you not to disappoint me today. With that, Yi Hong turned and strode towards the competition arena. At that moment, the elder cultivator announced loudly that the first match was about to commence. Su Changxing observed Yi Hong's confident demeanor and found his arrogance quite boundless. He had initially speculated that Yi Hong's ploys were more elaborate, only to realize it was merely a psychological tactic. This young man appeared grandiose, yet his cunning was profound. For a sword cultivator, the heart of the sword is paramount. Any fluctuation in one's state of mind inevitably affects the sword's power. Yi Hong deliberately chose to speak to him just as the match was set to begin, and it would be naive to believe he had no ulterior motives. Typically, a young disciple hearing such sect secrets might not lose composure, but their thoughts would likely be swayed. However, Su Changxing had lived 2 lives and experienced death from a first-person perspective several times within simulations. Such matters were insufficient to disturb his mindset. Instead, they instilled in him a resolute determination to win. The most effective way to deal with a schemer is to crush them with sheer integrity. I shall see if you maintain your arrogance when you are vanquished beneath my sword. Buzz. The Qingmu sword seemed to sense Su Changxing's intent, emitting a clear, melodious hum. A slight smile graced Su Changxing's lips as he murmured, Soon, it will be your turn. With that, he strode confidently towards the arena. At this moment, all eyes were riveted upon the two of them. The elders who had just placed their bets were visibly excited, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They exchanged comments as they watched the two competitors enter the arena. Did I see correctly? Was Yi Hong just conversing with Su Changxing? Do they know each other? One elder chuckled. You must not have paid much attention to Yi Hong before, have you? This is his favorite tactic. When he encounters an opponent he deems worthy, he always engages them in conversation before the battle to influence their state of mind. TSK, this strategy has proven effective time and again. Several individuals fell for it during last year's grand competition. This tactic lacks honor, someone remarked. Who cares about honor as long as it works? Besides, this is a form of training. Do you expect to maintain a perfect state of mind every time you engage in combat outside? Those demonic cultivators employ every vile expression imaginable. If one cannot withstand such tactics, then facing practitioners of the demonic path would surely lead to one's demise. Lu Chenyu listened to the elder's discussions, his brow furrowing slightly. As he observed, his third disciple was momentarily lost in thought, an unsettling sight indeed. He couldn't help but murmur, Have I not provided him with all the information on Yi Hong? Why then is he still affected? Chapter 31. the ephemeral glimmer of the sword. No sooner had Lu Chenyu spoken than someone offered reassurance. Old Lu, do not fret. Though your disciple appeared dazed for a moment, his sword intent remained steady. He seems not to have been significantly impacted. Before Lu Chenyu could respond, another voice countered, your perception is lacking. Did you not notice that Su Changxing's sword intent has diminished considerably since yesterday? If he were unaffected, such a stark change would not be evident. Lu Chenyu shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, I believe this indicates that Changxing's sword intent has become more introspective. Clearly, he gained much from yesterday's battle. Li Pingyang, who had always held a grudge against Lu Chenyu, scoffed, Old Lu, even if you wish to defend him, you cannot speak such nonsense. In just one night, can your disciple's sword intent truly become so restrained? Lu Chenyu, with a hint of disdain, replied, you thought my disciple would falter in the 5th round yesterday. And yet, what transpired? That seemingly inept disciple of mine overturned Han Mingguan. Li Pingyang's expression darkened. I concede I misjudged yesterday. However, today your 3rd disciple has clearly been affected. Yet you remain obstinate. How about we wager again, betting on whether your 3rd disciple can secure victory this time? Lu Chenyu's eye twitched at the suggestion. But before he could respond, someone interjected, if you're to place another wager, you must be swift. The competition has already commenced. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyu instinctively glanced towards the arena, only to find Yi Hong surrounded by several defensive artifacts. To his astonishment, Su Changxing had yet to summon any artifacts and remained rooted in place. What was happening? I distinctly provided him with a defensive talisman yesterday. Why has he not deployed it? While he was lost in thought, Li Pingyang excitedly exclaimed, Old Lu, why is your disciple standing there motionless? Have you focused solely on sword practice, neglecting to cultivate his mental fortitude? This oversight could prove detrimental. TSK, it seems our wager cannot proceed. Your young disciple clearly cannot last long. As Li Pingyang continued his incessant chatter, Yi Hong, in the arena, finally sprang into action. A dart-like artifact hurtled towards Su Changxing's face. Yet, at that moment, Su Changxing remained obliviously still. This scene left the elders on the high platform in utter disbelief. Those who had wagered on Su Changxing's victory furrowed their brows, clearly grappling with their rising frustrations, while those who had bet on Yi Hong's success gleamed with anticipation. Under the watchful gaze of the elders, the flying shuttle had already arrived before Su Changxing. At that moment, Su Changxing finally made his move. Swiftly, a verdant sword light suddenly emerged, instantly dispersing the radiant aura that enveloped him. Before most could react, the verdant sword had already collided with the flying shuttle before him. In the next instant, the crisp sword light pierced through the shuttle, continuing its relentless strike towards Yi Hong. The flying shuttle seemed to lose all momentum, momentarily suspended in midair. Crack! Just as the verdant sword reached halfway, the observing Golden Core elders heard a distinct sound, the sound of the shuttle shattering. Yet, the elders had no time for astonishment, for the sword light, unyielding in its momentum, had already reached Yi Hong's front. Yi Hong's expression changed abruptly, and he hastily activated the defensive artifacts he had previously deployed around himself. To his horror, just as he released those defensive artifacts, he heard a series of cracking sounds. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a flash of verdant light appeared before him. This was the sword light of the verdant sword. Astonishingly, after shattering his flying shuttle, the sword light continued unabated, cleaving through 3 of his defensive artifacts. Yi Hong's pupils constricted suddenly, leaving him utterly stunned in place. Equally astonished were the Golden Core elders upon the high platform. Moments ago, when the flying shuttle had struck towards Su Changxing, they had all believed Yi Hong was destined to win. Yet, none had anticipated that the tides of victory would so swiftly reverse. Li Pingyang, who had been mocking Lu Chenyu, found himself speechless, his mouth agape, unable to utter the latter part of his sentence. Su Changxing of Filiu Peak emerges victorious. It was the Golden Core elder in the arena who first regained his composure, loudly announcing the outcome of the match. This declaration sent a slight tremor through Yi Hong's entire being. It was then that he finally awoke to the realization he had lost. Yi Hong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with indignation. For this contest, he had meticulously prepared formations capable of countering flying swords. Moreover, he had equipped himself with artifacts designed to disrupt the trajectory of such swords. He had even prepared dozens of defensive artifacts. The 3 he had just cast were merely the ones he routinely employed, far from his most formidable tools. Those meticulously prepared artifacts had not even had the chance to be utilized, and yet he found himself defeated. Yihong yearned to accuse Su Changxing of a sneak attack, but when he opened his mouth, no words emerged. He was acutely aware that voicing such a claim would only serve to humiliate himself. The verdant sword light had severed 4 of his artifacts, directly aimed at his face. Should he accuse it of being a sneak attack, he would merely become a laughingstock. Yet, he remained unwilling to accept defeat, leaving aside the multitude of artifacts he had prepared. Even those 3 defensive artifacts he had cast around himself had not had the opportunity to unleash their full potential. If he had managed to activate those 3 defensive artifacts beforehand, Su Changxing's flying sword would never have reached him. Yet, the brilliance of that sword was exceedingly swift, leaving him no opportunity to respond. The 3 artifacts were entirely in a state of autonomous activation, which led to their complete obliteration. The more Yi Hongyue contemplated, the more discontented he became. However, when he raised his head, he found Su Changxing had already turned and was walking towards the arena's exit, as if he had merely come to perform a cursory display. This scene drove Yi Hong to the brink of madness. Suddenly, he threw his head back and howled at the sky. Su Changxing, I am unwilling. Outside the arena, Han Mingguan observed the seemingly frenzied Yi Hong and felt a sudden sense of relief. Had Su Changxing unleashed such a sword upon him yesterday, it would have been him who was howling at the sky, just as Han Mingguan was silently grateful. A steady voice emerged from behind him. What are your thoughts on today's contest? It was Pei Yong'an, who had unknowingly approached his disciple. Even a nascent soul cultivator would inevitably extend extra care to a disciple poised to inherit their legacy. Upon hearing this, Han Mingguan recalled the striking green sword light and inquired, Master, do you think it is still possible for me to transition to a sword cultivator? Pei Yong'an responded, Chapter 32, offering the spring decision. Not far away, the group of core formation elders had also regained their senses. Lu Chenyu glanced at Li Pingyang, a slight smile gracing his lips. What a pity this battle concluded too swiftly. Had I known you wanted to engage in another wager, I would have instructed my 3rd disciple to slow down. Li Pingyang's eyelid twitched violently, yet he refrained from further provocation. With a deep sigh, he remarked, Your little disciple is likely another Lichanga. The heavenly crystal sand you seek, I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. Before Lu Chenyu could respond, a core formation cultivator beside them expressed bewilderment. Old Li, this is merely the 2nd round. Why have you conceded? Li Pingyang sighed once more. Su Changxing severed 4 of Yi Hong's artifacts with a single sword strike. His might is indeed unparalleled. What more is there to contest? The only thing I cannot comprehend is his foundation. At this point, Li Pingyang suddenly turned to Lu Chenyu and inquired, How many cloud patterns has your disciple truly condensed? If he indeed had no time to condense even a single cloud pattern, even with divine swordsmanship, he could not have severed Yi Hong's for artifacts. This statement instantly piqued the curiosity of the other core formation elders. They abruptly realized Li Pingyang's assertion was correct. While swordsmanship talent is not influenced by a cultivator's foundation, the power of sword techniques is closely tied to the cultivator's cultivation level. Without a solid foundation to support him, even if Su Changxing were a sword genius, he should have been exhausted after breaking through Yi Hong's flying shuttles. Yet, not only did he not exhaust his strength, but he also effortlessly shattered 3 defensive artifacts of Yi Hong, seemingly still possessing ample energy. Such prowess is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. In an instant, the gazes of the core formation elders converged upon Lu Chenyu. Lu Chenyu felt a twinge of anxiety under their scrutiny. He could only maintain a stoic expression and declare, I can assure you that what I previously stated is the truth. From a moment I bestowed the Cloudy Radiance immortal technique upon him until he completed his foundation establishment, no more than 10 days elapsed. Could it be that Su Changxing truly had no time to refine the cloud patterns? Yet, how could his foundation be so profound? Was it possible that the technique he had practiced previously was not inferior to the Cloudy Radiance immortal technique? By the way, old Lu, what technique does your 3rd disciple truly cultivate? At this, Lu Chenyu was momentarily taken aback. His change in expression instantly piqued the interest of the other core formation elders. One of them chuckled, Old Lu, so you don't even know what technique your disciple practices? You truly picked up a treasure by chance. Old Lu's luck is astonishing. First acquiring Lichanga, and now Su Changxing. With these 2 disciples, he could enjoy a carefree life. Alas, why am I not as fortunate as Old Lu? Old Lu, your disciple's performance in this competition has been remarkably outstanding. He may have already caught the attention of the elders within the sect. The fact that your disciple possesses a high-level foundation establishment technique will likely not remain a secret for long. Although the sect does not mandate disciples to relinquish their personal techniques, inquiries will undoubtedly arise. You must contemplate how to communicate with your disciple regarding this matter. These remarks caused Lu Chenyu to furrow his brow deeply. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward Su Changxing, who was currently observing the battles of the other disciples. Although the other Foundation establishment disciples were far from his level, their various combat techniques were still worthy of his study. Perhaps due to his dazzling performances in the previous 2 rounds, the fighting spirit of the other Foundation establishment cultivators was ignited. In the subsequent rounds, they performed admirably, with several revealing their ultimate trump cards. Some techniques even emerged that had not been seen in earlier simulations. It was not until the conclusion of the day's matches that Su Changxing returned to his mountain peak, riding his flying sword. He customarily reflected upon the day's battles and intended to enter meditation to recuperate. However, shortly after he began his meditation, the crisp voice of a young acolyte echoed again outside the courtyard. Su Changxing opened the courtyard door, curious, and inquired, "Has the master sent you to deliver something to me again?" Was it this time? The acolyte directly handed a storage bag to Su Changxing, replying, "I am unaware. The master did not allow me to look. However, he did ask me to convey a message to you." Su Changxing blinked and inquired, "What words does the master bring this time?" The young acolyte touched his own cheek and replied, "The master mentioned that your performance today has been rather conspicuous. Some have speculated that this might be related to your unique cultivation method. In a few days, there may be individuals seeking to inquire about your techniques. Should you be inclined to offer your method to the sect, it is likely that you would receive a substantial reward. However, if you prefer to keep it to yourself, there is no need for concern. The master can easily send those individuals away." Su Changxing pondered for a moment and acknowledged, "My cultivation method is indeed rather exceptional. Nevertheless, if the sect desires it, I would not be opposed to sharing it." He asked the acolyte to wait for a moment. During previous simulations, Su Changxing had already offered the Spring Awakening technique, and each time, the Falling Sunset sect had rewarded him handsomely. Although he had faced misfortune in a certain secret realm, it was not a fault that could be laid at the feet of the sect. Thus, upon hearing that his unique cultivation method had caught the attention of others in the sect, Su Changxing merely contemplated briefly before deciding to present the Spring Awakening technique. After a short while, he transcribed the technique onto a jade slip from memory. Su Changxing then considered it and inscribed a few simple restrictions upon the slip using his own sword intent. These restrictions were techniques he had learned from observing the last simulation. The methods for these restrictions were not particularly complex and should pose no challenge to a golden core cultivator. Su Changxing set these restrictions primarily to prevent the young acolyte from replicating the technique carelessly along the way. Once he confirmed that the jade slip was in order, he returned to the young acolyte and said, "Here is the cultivation method I practice. Please deliver it to the master." The acolyte solemnly accepted the jade slip, assuring him, "Rest assured, senior brother, I will personally hand over the slip to the master." Seeing that Su Changxing had no further instructions, he turned and departed. After bidding farewell to the young acolyte, Su Changxing returned indoors and opened the storage bag that Lu Chenyu had sent him. Within the bag, he discovered only a single vial of elixir. Upon opening the porcelain bottle, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him. This was not merely the scent of medicinal herbs, but rather imbued with a sense of spiritual elation. He instantly realized that this must be a pill crafted from spirit-nourishing fruit, specifically designed to nurture the soul. Generally speaking, Foundation establishment cultivators do not require dedicated soul nurturing. During the transition from Foundation establishment to Golden Core, the influence of soul strength is minimal. Ordinary cultivators only consider soul nurturing upon preparing to condense their nascent soul after reaching the Golden Core stage. Pills for soul nurturing are exceedingly expensive, akin to luxury items among Golden Core cultivators, making them unattainable for average Foundation establishment practitioners. Only those exceptionally wealthy cultivators might indulge in soul nurturing even during the Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 33. At last, meeting the ancestor of transformation. Su Changxing had not anticipated that he would receive such treatment himself. He quickly replaced the vial's cap, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It seems that the master has indeed achieved considerable success this time. How delightful! Joining the Falling Sunset sect was undoubtedly the right choice. I wonder what benefits the master will secure for me with the spring encounter technique. While he was lost in his exuberant musings, Lu Yu found himself in a state of daze within his cave dwelling. He stared at the jade slip in his hand and murmured, "Why has the third disciple inscribed an additional layer of restrictions with sword intent? How am I to unravel this?" The sword intent within the jade slip was not particularly potent, and with Lu Yu's prowess, he could easily disperse the restrictions. However, the issue lay in the fact that this sword intent had permeated the jade slip, and a forceful attempt at breaking it could risk shattering the entire artifact. After considerable internal conflict, Lu Yu ultimately could not bring himself to seek assistance from his disciple. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I refuse to believe that I, a mid-stage core formation cultivator, cannot break my own disciple's restrictions." With an indomitable spirit, Lu Yu channeled his true essence into the jade slip. Moments latte, crack, crack. With a series of crisp sounds, fissures began to appear on the surface of the jade slip. Lu Yu gazed at the shattered remnants in bewilderment, muttering to himself, "This young man is truly a prodigy. How did he inscribe such refined sword intent into the slip?" Just as he was lost in thought, a soft cough echoed from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing this sound, Lu Yu's pupils constricted, filled with disbelief. He sprang to his feet and rushed to the door, only to be met by a figure that left him utterly astonished. He exclaimed, "Master Uncle, what brings you here in person?" The visitor was none other than the venerable Xianxia, who had once swept through the wood elemental secret realm alongside Changxing during a simulation. Xianxia replied nonchalantly, "The techniques of your disciple bear a striking resemblance to those of an old friend of mine. I found myself with some free time and, upon receiving your message, decided to come and take a look. Where's the jade slip sent by your disciple?" Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly, and instinctively, he concealed the hand holding the jade slip behind his back. It soon dawned on him that this gesture was futile in the presence of a nascent soul ancestor. As expected, Xianxia observed with an odd expression, "You are unable to unravel the restrictions inscribed by your disciple? Remarkable. This young man possesses great potential. Gulme, lead me to meet your little disciple." At that moment, Changxing was seated cross-legged, an intense wave of sword intent emanating from within him. Just moments ago, he had consumed the spirit-nourishing pill provided by Lu Yu. The effects of the pill were quite potent, and he felt his consciousness expanding rapidly. Had it not been for Changxing's solid foundation, he might have been overwhelmed by the potency of the medicine. He hastily began to operate the spring encounter technique, attempting to suppress the effects of the spirit-nourishing pill, but found the results less than satisfactory. As the potency of the Yunshi Dan grew increasingly intense, an unexpected thought struck him, prompting him to refine his sword intent. Under the suppression of this sword intent, the potency of the Yunshi Dan indeed softened considerably. After a prolonged moment, Changxing slowly opened his eyes, only to be taken aback by the sight of two individuals standing before him. "Master, what brings you here?" Changxing exclaimed in astonishment, rising to pay his respects. Lu Yu, with an oddly amused expression, remarked, "Your sword intent has become remarkably fierce. It's no wonder." Changxing, intrigued, queried, "No wonder what?" Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not dwell on that for now. I am here to introduce you." He gestured towards the other figure. "This is my esteemed grandmaster, Xianxia. He has a keen interest in the cultivation method you're practicing." Changxing immediately bowed. Disciple Changxing pays respects to the venerable ancestor. Xianxia waved his hand. "No need for excessive formalities. You must be practicing the spring encounter resolution. Am I correct?" "Indeed. I am indeed cultivating this method," Changxing affirmed. "Would you be willing to present this technique?" Taken aback momentarily, Changxing replied, "I would be honored to do so. I have already inscribed this technique onto a jade tablet, which I instructed a young acolyte to deliver to my master." As he spoke, his gaze instinctively flickered towards Lu Yu, only to notice a hint of awkwardness in his master's demeanor. Had he inadvertently misspoken? Changxing was momentarily puzzled. Before he could comprehend the situation, Xianxia chuckled. "That jade tablet has been destroyed. If you wish to present this technique, you will need to inscribe it once more. As for the benefits, rest assured you will not be overlooked." "Understood." Changxing nodded and produced another jade tablet, once again etching the technique within it through his spiritual sense. Moments later, he respectfully extended the jade tablet to Xianxia. Xianxia took the tablet and examined it for a moment, his expression becoming intricate. "That old fellow once told me that his method could be practiced by anyone, allowing all to attain a spiritual root. I had always thought he was merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Who would have thought he truly developed this technique?" Lu Yu, upon hearing this, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief. How could there exist such a method? Does this imply that even commoners could cultivate immortality? Sure, Haoyan waved his hand. Not quite. For those without spiritual roots, entering the path is still quite challenging. Furthermore, this cultivation method can only nurture spiritual roots up to the 5th grade. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyu let out a slight sigh of relief, but his excitement quickly returned. Even so, this is indeed a remarkable technique. Granduncle, Changxing has made a significant contribution to our sect. Sure, Haoyan replied calmly. Rest assured, I will not neglect your disciple. Upon my return, I shall record a merit of 10,000 for him. As for what remains, he paused momentarily, then turned to Su Changxing. My old friend has left behind a hidden realm. When I ventured inside, I was utterly perplexed. Once this grand competition concludes, you shall accompany me on an expedition into this mysterious place. Within that realm, there should be treasures of heaven and earth that would greatly benefit you. If your harvest proves insufficient, I shall make amends. Indeed, the advantages lie within that hidden domain. Su Changxing did not anticipate that, after a brief exploration, he would circle back to the initial paths he had traversed during his earlier simulations. His curiosity about this realm, which he had only encountered through words, was quite piqued. He immediately bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. Sure, Haoyan nodded and replied, I shall return to find you in half a month. With those words, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished beyond the horizon. Once his figure had entirely disappeared, both Su Changxing and Lu Chenyu exhaled in unison. Although Sure Haoyan had not deliberately exuded any pressure, the aura of the ancestor of transformation was profoundly intimidating. Both Su Changxing and Lu Chenyu felt an undeniable weight upon them. Chapter 34. The simulation again, brimming with confidence. Lu Chenyu, noticing that he shared the same reaction as Su Changxing, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and remarked, I didn't realize how much your great uncle esteemed you. He granted you 1,000 merits. You have truly struck gold this time. Back in the day, your senior brother toiled endlessly and only earned a little over 1,000 merits before achieving the golden core stage. Your starting point now is significantly higher than his. Su Changxing was momentarily taken aback by these words. His focus had been entirely on that hidden realm, and he had not given much thought to the 1,000 merits. Hearing this, he suddenly realized that 1,000 merits seemed to be an astonishing figure. He vaguely recalled that 1 merit could be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. If he were to convert these 1,000 merits into spirit stones, as this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively held his breath, his eyes alight with exhilaration. In the past 2 days, he had toiled hard to win 2 gambling matches, earning barely 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. He had not anticipated that by merely offering the spring encounter technique, he would acquire 100,000 spirit stones. With such an abundance of spirit stones, could he not freely engage in simulations? Lu Chenyu, oblivious to Su Changxing's thoughts, patted him on the shoulder and said, with this 1,000 merits, you should be well equipped with resources. However, do not become complacent. In this grand competition, you must still strive to perform admirably. Su Changxing nodded in acknowledgement, I understand, and I shall not slacken my efforts in this competition. Lu Chenyu, satisfied, nodded and offered a few more words of encouragement before turning to leave. The sky had brightened once more. After a brief moment of adjustment, Su Changxing mounted his sword and set off towards the competition venue. In the ensuing days of combat, Su Changxing effortlessly claimed victory. In truth, among these foundation establishment cultivators, there were indeed some with commendable foundations. If these individuals could perform to their full potential, they might indeed contend with Su Changxing for a while. However, the overwhelming might of Su Changxing, who effortlessly severed 4 magical artifacts with a single strike, was simply too formidable. The cultivators standing before him unconsciously found their own momentum diminished. In such a state, engaging in combat with a sword cultivator who had mastered the essence of sword intent would naturally yield no remarkable achievements. Su Changxing's battles against these foundation establishment cultivators garnered him little in terms of combat experience. Yet, the repeated victories nourished his sword intent. Previously, although his sword intent was superior, it resembled water suspended in the air, lacking a solid foundation. Each victory further refined and solidified his sword intent. When Han Ming finally broke through from the ranks of the defeated and stood before Su Changxing once more, he discovered that the flying sword he faced had become even sharper. Despite exerting all his strength, he could only endure under Su Changxing's blade for a fleeting moment. With this, the grand competition reached its definitive conclusion, and Changxing was awarded a commendable defensive robe for securing first place. This robe not only boasted impressive defensive capabilities, but also significantly enhanced the flow of true essence for Foundation establishment cultivators. If sold, it could fetch several thousand low-grade spirit stones. In less than 3 months since his initiation, Changxing had transformed from a destitute loose cultivator into an elite disciple of the Falling Sunset sect with substantial wealth. Should he venture out now, his worth could overshadow the vast majority of Foundation establishment loose cultivators. This transformation made him feel somewhat euphoric. However, such emotions did not linger long, as he quickly recalled the impending crisis facing the Falling Sunset sect a decade hence. If he could not resolve that looming threat, he would revert to being a loose cultivator, potentially leaving lasting scars on his heart. After this grand competition, his recognition of the Falling Sunset sect deepened. The thought that his current place of cultivation would descend into a hellish realm in 10 years swiftly tempered his mindset. Once he had adjusted his state of mind, Changxing retrieved a pile of spirit stones from his storage bag. With each sound of recharge, his system points rapidly climbed to 2,000. Taking a deep breath, he quietly declared, "Initiate simulation." In the next moment, the long-awaited voice of the system resonated once more within Changxing's consciousness. On the first day, you refined a Feiyun robe and felt quite satisfied with it, anticipating an upcoming adventure with the venerable ancestor of the transformation stage. You decided to prepare further means of protection. Thus, you arrived at the merit hall, intending to exchange some merits for life-preserving items. Upon reaching the merit hall, an instinctive thought of exchanging merits for spirit stones crossed your mind. However, you quickly suppressed this somewhat ludicrous notion. Every point of merit within the Falling Sunset sect is exceedingly precious, and many items cannot be acquired with spirit stones. Exchanging merits for spirit stones is truly a waste. After careful selection, you ultimately chose 2 disposable defensive talismans and several life-saving elixirs, which altogether cost you 860 merit points. Changxing raised his eyebrows slightly upon seeing this. His desire to exchange for spirit stones stemmed from the system's simulation. However, after initiating the simulation, he seemed to have forgotten his unique advantage, merely regarding the previous simulated experiences as a sore dream. He had already realized this during his observation of the last simulation. Changxing sensed that this change perhaps hinted at something profound. Nevertheless, the system did not afford Changxing the opportunity for deeper contemplation, swiftly presenting the next line of text. On the 5th day, Haoyan indeed arrived as scheduled. Accompanied by your master, Lu Qinyu, Haoyan exchanged a few brief words with you before leading you to the long-anticipated secret realm. On the 6th day, within the secret realm, Haoyan unleashed a formidable onslaught, only utilizing you as a key during critical junctures. By the 8th day, after 3 days of exploration, Haoyan had finally carved a path through the entire secret realm. He tossed a piece of verdant crystal to you before departing, leaving you and Lu Qinyu to continue your exploration. On the 13th day, Lu Qinyu intended to escort you out of the secret realm, yet you felt there were still unexplored areas. At your insistence, you continued to search within the realm. On the 21st day, you indeed discovered a concealed pathway in a hidden location. However, despite your and Lu Qinyu's efforts, you were unable to break the seal guarding the entrance. Reluctantly, Lu Qinyu had to contact Haoyan once more. On the 22nd day, Haoyan returned to the secret realm, guiding you to its innermost depths. The elder, surprised, glanced at you and remarked that you were indeed fated to be here, subsequently allowing you to refine this cave dwelling. As Haoyan prepared to leave, you proactively proposed to offer this cave to the sect as a training ground. Haoyan regarded you with astonishment, insisting that it was unnecessary. Yet, you remained resolute, refusing to claim this dwelling. Under your insistence, Haoyan purchased the cave dwelling for 100,000 merit points, but did not take away the formation map you had refined. As you departed from the dwelling, Haoyan inquired if you'd like to train with him for a while. Overjoyed, you did not respond immediately but turned to Lu Qinyu, who promptly agreed on your behalf. Chapter 35. A simulation of unparalleled killing intent. Is there such a branching path? Changxing gazed at this developmental trajectory, momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that this simulation would likely not differ much from the previous ones. Unexpectedly, he utilized that hidden realm as a springboard during this simulation, leaping from Lu Qinyu directly before the venerable ancestor of transformation. with the protection of the venerable ancestor. It seemed that the crisis of the falling sunset sect could be resolved prematurely. Su Changxing felt a surge of joy in his heart and continued to observe the unfolding simulation. On the 23rd day, Shi Haoyan brought you to his cave abode. Upon arriving, you finally understood what it meant to be in a sacred place for cultivation. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but various spiritual herbs flourished everywhere. The treasured Yinshan fruit, which Lu Qinyu cherished, was surprisingly not rare here. However, you refrained from immediate cultivation and instead took out the verdant crystal obtained from the hidden realm. To your delight, you discovered that this emerald crystal enhanced your wood's spiritual root aptitude. Although the improvement was modest, it was sufficient to elicit your astonishment. By the 4th month, after merely 3 months of training under Shi Haoyan, you had already broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, and your swordsmanship had become increasingly refined. In the 5th month, Shi Haoyan sent you to an unknown hidden realm for further training. You found that it was rife with demonic beasts corroded by malevolent energy, some of which were comparable to core formation cultivators. When encountering such beasts, your only recourse was to escape using the brilliance of your sword. By the 8th month, after 3 months of survival in the hidden realm, your swordsmanship had grown increasingly fierce, and your movements had become more elusive. Even against demonic beasts on par with core formation, you could now hold your ground. In the 10th month, you finally wielded your sword to slay your first beast comparable to a core formation cultivator. By the 12th month, you wreaked havoc in the realm, gradually advancing deeper into the hidden territory. In January of the 2nd year, you ventured into the depths of the hidden realm and plucked a celestial lotus growing in the demonic pool. You sensed that absorbing it would allow you to achieve core formation on the spot. However, your aim was merely to attain a first-grade golden core, and you did not rush to break through. In April of the 2nd year, after 3 months of recuperation on the mountain, you digested all that you had obtained before entering another hidden realm. Here, the malevolent energy was still pervasive, but it was not just demonic beasts. There were also some cultivators tainted by the demonic energy. Nevertheless, your sword intent had become exceedingly formidable, rendering even core formation demonic cultivators powerless against you. In September of the 2nd year, you continued your rampage, provoking repeated assassination attempts by a core formation evil cultivator organization, all of which you thwarted. During this time, you dispatched countless foundation establishment and Qi refining evil cultivators, instilling fear in your adversaries. Whether due to excessive bloodshed or the frequent manifestation of your sword intent, the sentience of your Qingmu sword became increasingly apparent. Even without your command, the Qingmu sword could contend with slightly weaker core formation cultivators. By June of the 3rd year, after battling in several other hidden realms for over half a year, you finally decided to embark on the path of slaughter. In that moment of self-realization, the true essence in your Dantian rapidly condensed into a golden core, achieving the first grade. After consolidating your golden core, you hastily plunged into the depths of the secret realm without stabilizing your cultivation, annihilating the demonic cultivators at the core formation stage with whom you had previously engaged in battle. Your cultivation was thoroughly solidified amidst the carnage. In the 2nd month of the 4th year, you traversed multiple secret realms, slaying countless demonic cultivators, and unbeknownst to you, your realm ascended to the mid-core formation stage. By the 11th month of the 4th year, you continued your expeditions through various secret realms, breaking through to the late core formation stage. Your name resonated within the falling sunset sect, becoming widely recognized. Even Xianxia, who had already formed his nascent soul, could not overshadow your reputation. You and Xianxia were heralded as the twin swords poised to pierce the heavens, representing the future of the falling sunset sect. In the 3rd month of the 5th year, you resolved to depart from the secret realms and venture into the wider world for further training. Fueled by a righteous hatred for evil, within merely half a month, you vanquished an elder of the Incorp sect at the core formation stage. By the 5th month, you deftly navigated through traps set by the elders of the Incorp sect, emerging unscathed after confronting an elder of the nascent soul stage. The Incorp sect marked you as a target for elimination. In the 8th month, you inadvertently fell into a trap, besieged by 3 nascent soul elders of the Incorp sect. Just as the situation became dire, you summoned the ethereal image of the divine sword within you. A beam of sword light suddenly cleaved through the air, grievously wounding one of the nascent soul ancestors before you swiftly delivered the final strike. Evading the pursuit of the remaining 2 elders, you escaped with remarkable agility. This battle amplified your renown, leading you to enter seclusion for reflection. In the 12th month, After 4 months of seclusion, your golden core was perfected. Without hesitation, you shattered the golden core, giving rise to the slaughtering infant. In the first month of the 6th year, upon learning of your transformation, the Corps sect reacted with trepidation, retreating to safeguard their ranks, fearing your return as a harbinger of death. Yet, you chose not to confront the elders of the Corps sect directly. Instead, you approached Shi Haoyan. Over the years, you had come to regard Shi Haoyan as a mentor and resolved to disclose the imminent crisis facing the falling Sunset sect. Upon learning of the threat posed by the Corps sect, Shi Haoyan promptly agreed to investigate alongside you. You would draw the attention of their high-ranking cultivators through your open slaughter, while Shi Haoyan would discreetly seek out the ancient demon on the verge of awakening. In April of the 6th year, within 3 months, you had slain 3 nascent soul elders of the Corps sect, inciting their ultimate fury. An elder of the transformation stage, disregarding his status, personally sought to confront you. Though your swordsmanship was unparalleled, bolstered by the defensive artifact bestowed upon you by Shi Haoyan, you found yourself unable to contend with the transformation stage elder, relying solely on the swiftness of your flying sword to escape. While you fled in disarray, a sense of joy welled within, for you knew Shi Haoyan would seize this opportunity to deal with the ancient demon of the Corps sect. Moments later, you indeed sensed the tumult of battle emanating from a distance, yet you were taken aback by the intensity of the spiritual fluctuations, far exceeding your expectations. The malevolent figure who had come to hunt you down smirked and remarked that your previous arrogance had drawn the attention of other sects towards the Corps sect. In order to avert any unforeseen circumstances, the sect had preemptively awakened its ancestral master. Anyone attempting a surprise attack would merely be walking into their own demise. At that very moment, a second blazing sun suddenly rose on the horizon. Gazing at the radiant orb, you instantly comprehended the unfolding events. Shi Haoyan had self-destructed. A surge of alarm coursed through you, causing a fleeting lapse in your swordsmanship. Seizing the opportunity, the ancestral master of the opposing faction struck. Though you exerted every ounce of effort to unleash a sword strike, your primordial spirit was still shattered. The ancestral master cackled wickedly, preparing to transform you into a corpse. Yet, just as he was about to act, he froze in place. The brilliance of the blazing sun had reached this very spot, and within its aura lingered an unexpected presence of deathly energy. In that fleeting moment of distraction for the ancestral master, you ignited your shattered primordial spirit and executed the most resplendent sword strike of this realm. You witnessed the light of your sword pierce through his corporeal form, departing with a smile. You have perished. Chapter 36. Continue Simulation. Su Changxing surveyed the outcome with a grim expression. While observing the simulation earlier, he had confidently believed success was assured. However, he had not anticipated that the Corps sect would preemptively awaken that old demon due to his actions. Although the prematurely awakened demon would undoubtedly be weakened, perhaps even incapable of surviving Shi Haoyan's self-detonation, it was nonetheless a failure on his part. He had relied too heavily on the previous simulations. Su Changxing was well aware that the developments within the simulations were not wholly accurate, and circumstances could change dramatically due to unforeseen events. Yet, in matters of such significance, he had placed considerable faith in the results of the simulation. Little did he know, having cultivated to the primordial spirit realm had already granted him the ability to influence the greater tide of events. Shaking his head, he awaited the subsequent evaluation. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. You entered the path through slaughter and met your demise in slaughter, a death befitting your journey. Based on the simulation results, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Experience life from a first-person perspective within the simulation. 2. A golden elixir infused with murderous intent, initial stage of golden core cultivation. 3. An enhanced with spiritual root. Su Changxing gazed at the rewards, momentarily taken aback. The first option drew his attention as its description had transformed. What was once the ability to view recorded footage had now become an experience of life within the simulation. Reflexively, Su Changxing recalled the visual changes he had observed during his last viewing of the simulation data. Could it be that the more spirit stones he expended, the more authentic the experience would become? What would occur if one reached the limit? Su Changxing shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter, as the question was unlikely to yield an answer at this moment. He focused his consciousness on the second option. Before the result emerged, he suspected that this time he would likely attain a late-stage foundation-building cultivation. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself condensing a golden core. From this perspective, The system's evaluation of his simulation appeared surprisingly favorable. Could it be that the old demon of the Corpse sect perished in Shi Haoyan's self-detonation? Su Changxing lingered on the second option for quite some time, yet he hesitated to make a decision. This golden core was evidently not a standard first-grade one, but rather infused with murderous intent. He felt a certain aversion to the very notion of killing. More importantly, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome of this simulation, sensing that if he were to simulate once more, a more perfect resolution might materialize. However, should he choose to condense the golden core, he might not possess sufficient spirit stones for another simulation. After much deliberation, Su Changxing ultimately opted for the third option, to reinforce his spiritual root once again. Regardless, utilizing 2,000 inferior spirit stones for such enhancement was not a loss. As his words fell, a faint green light once again flickered in his sea of consciousness. When the green light dissipated, he found that his perception boundary of with spiritual energy had increased by approximately 20%. Aside from this, there was no significant enhancement. A first-grade with spiritual root was evidently the current limit. Even with the absorption of rare heavenly materials, the improvement would be minimal. Su Changxing retrieved another 2,000 inferior spirit stones, commencing the process of recharging the system. Upon reaching the 2,000 mark, he activated the simulation once more. In the first month, you refined the flying cloud robe. In the second year, you engaged in fierce battles within the secret realm today. In the third year, you entered the Tao through killing, condensing a first-grade golden core. In the 9th month of the 5th year, you broke through the golden core and condensed a killing infant. This simulation, extending to the 5th year, bore a striking resemblance to the previous one. Yet, whether due to an increase in talent, the time required to condense the nascent soul was 3 months earlier than before. Su Changxing patiently continued to observe the subsequent developments. In the 10th month of the 5th year, after stabilizing your realm, you intended to slay a few Corpse sect nascent souls to celebrate. But an inexplicable sense of vigilance halted this thought. You resolved to suppress your murderous intent and investigate the movements of the Corpse sect in secrecy. In May of the 6th year, after half a year of investigation, you gained a general understanding of the Corpse sect schemes. You suppressed the urge to continue your inquiries and returned to the falling Sunset sect, conveying all the information you had gathered to Shi Haoyan. Although the information was not yet complete, Shi Haoyan placed great importance on you and still trusted your words. He took you to meet another ancestral figure of the sect, Zhou Jinglai. Zhou Jinglai believed that if this matter were true, it would profoundly impact the entire righteous path, and should not be solely shouldered by your falling Sunset sect. He proposed that they first seek alliances with several nearby sects to jointly confront the Corpse sect. In June of the 6th year, Shi Haoyan brought you to the Xingyun sect, only to be informed that the revered ancestor of the sect was still in seclusion. After a moment's hesitation, Shi Haoyan relayed the matter to the current leader of the Xingyun sect. The leader took the issue very seriously, stating that they would inform him immediately upon the ancestor's awakening. Although Shi Haoyan found this response somewhat sluggish, he deemed it inappropriate to disturb the ancestor's seclusion and departed. In July of the 6th year, you reached the Longhuan Pavilion and informed them of the Corpse sect schemes. The elder of the pavilion frowned deeply, asserting that an investigation was necessary before drawing any conclusions. By October of the 6th year, Shi Haoyan and you had traversed multiple sects, ultimately convincing a majority of them of the severity of the situation. Apart from your falling Sunset sect, 5 elders of the transformation stage were willing to join forces to eradicate the Corpse sect. In November of the 6th year, you gathered 7 transformation stage elders and dozens of nascent soul cultivators, preparing to obliterate the Corpse sect. However, upon your arrival, you found the sect nearly deserted, with only a few kittens remaining. The 2 transformation stage elders guarding the sect had evidently received advance notice and abandoned their sect. After a thorough search, you eventually located the previous lair of the unknown old demon, only to find it equally vacant. The various sects issued a decree to hunt down the remnants of the Corpse sect. By June of the 8th year, the cultivators of the Corpse sect had suffered heavy casualties under the decree, including several fallen nascent soul ancestors. Nevertheless, the original 2 transformation stage elders of the Corpse sect remained elusive. In September of the 9th year, a faint sense of unease crept into your heart, as you sensed that significant events might be unfolding within your sect. In October of the 9th year, you suddenly received a grave piece of news. The Xingyun sect had been annihilated, and its transformation stage ancestor had been brutally refined into a corpse. The righteous sects were incensed, and 6 transformation stage elders departed their sects, intent on hunting down the old demons of the corpse sect. Yet, merely 3 days later, news reached the righteous sects that 3 of the 6 transformation stage elders had fallen, with the remaining 3 severely wounded in their escape. Meanwhile, the corpse sect had lost only 1 transformation stage elder, and the recently revived demon had merely sustained light injuries. Chapter 37. Late-stage foundation establishment. Changxing gazed at the incessantly flashing text in his consciousness, his eyelids twitching violently. He had come to realize that this simulation would likely yield another unfavorable outcome. Soon, his suspicions were confirmed. In November of the 9th year, Qi Refinement returned to the Falling Sunset sect gravely injured. According to him, the revived old demon, having awakened prematurely, was not his peak strength. Yet, despite this, his realm far surpasses that of ordinary divine transformation ancestors. Coupled with the eerie corpses he mysteriously acquired, his strength becomes exceedingly terrifying. After a brief discussion, Qi Refinement resolved to disperse the core disciples of the Falling Sunset sect, preserving the sect's vitality. Although unwilling, you had no choice but to depart with a group of cultivators. Just after soaring 100 miles, a formidable divine consciousness locked onto you. Suddenly, you realized that escaping this time was futile. As anticipated, the resurrected old demon from the corpse sect explicitly declared that your talent was too formidable and that he had long since locked onto your aura. You could only manage a bitter smile before turning to confront him. Despite your unparalleled sword intent, you were still unable to contend with the terrifying resurrected demon. In merely one exchange, your sword light was ruthlessly shattered. You are doomed. Changxing observed the simulation results, feeling utterly speechless. He truly did not expect that. Despite the prior experience, this outcome was even worse than the last. Previously, Qi Refinement had at least managed to perish alongside the resurrected demon. Yet this time, he was utterly led by the nose. The reason for this, evidently, was the excessive delay in uniting with other sects, which afforded the corpse sect the opportunity to retreat. Just as Changxing pondered this, the system's voice echoed in his consciousness once more. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. Sometimes, having many people does not facilitate success. Rather, it can lead to failure. Based on the simulation results, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Experience the life in the simulation from a first-person perspective. 2. Cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment. Changxing glanced at the 2 rewards and gently shook his head. The evaluation, indeed, was not high. After contemplating between witnessing his failures and gaining cultivation, Changxing chose the latter. He had performed quite well in the simulation. The only issue was the resurrected demon from the corpse sect, who was overwhelmingly powerful. Once that old demon fully awakened, even several divine transformation ancestors joining forces might struggle to contain him. He must rely on extraordinarily intricate schemes and fortuitous luck to bridge the gap in strength, even if he were to eliminate the soon-to-be-awakened demon in a certain simulation. Replicating that success in reality would not be guaranteed. To resolve this crisis securely, the simplest method would be to enhance his cultivation as much as possible. If he could possess the strength to crush that old demon upon its resurrection, then the impending catastrophe would naturally dissipate. For an ordinary cultivator, breaking through to the divine transformation realm within 10 years is a mere fantasy. Yet Changxing was different. As long as he continued simulating with the life simulation system, he could swiftly elevate himself. 10 years to reach divine transformation is merely a challenge. Under the system's enhancement, I refuse to believe I cannot achieve it. Xianxia Witspo Sopti. His consciousness once again submerged within the system. After his cultivation had advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, the points required for simulation had surged to 4,000. Just as Changxing was preparing to continue his simulations, an unexpected hesitation gripped him. It was not due to a lack of spirit stones. During the recent grand competition, he had won 9,000 low-grade spirit stones, in addition to the 3,000 he already possessed and the 3,000 gifted by Luchinyu. Altogether, he had amassed 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. After utilizing 4,000 in the previous 2 simulations, he still had 11,000 remaining, ample for 2 more simulations. His hesitation stemmed from the impending arrival of Qi Refinement. Having just advanced from a mid to late foundation establishment stage, his cultivation speed was already astonishing. Should he complete his core formation during the simulation, it would be challenging to explain to Shi Haoyan. Furthermore, once he achieved core formation, the required spirit stones for simulation would undoubtedly escalate significantly. In the event of encountering danger while outside, he would not have the means to evade it through simulation. After careful contemplation, Changxing resolved to temporarily halt his simulations, reserving 4,000 points for unforeseen circumstances. In the days that followed, he first refined the defensive robe and then began to acclimate to his rapidly increasing cultivation, awaiting Shi Haoyan's arrival. On the 5th day, early in the morning, Shi Haoyan and Lu Qinyu indeed appeared before him. Changxing promptly stepped outside the courtyard, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the ancestor and master. There's no need for excessive formalities. You," Lu Qinyu began, but suddenly paused mid-sentence, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. "How has your aura intensified so significantly? Have you broken through again?" Changxing scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "I had an epiphany after competing with several fellow disciples. A few days ago, while cultivating, my power surged unexpectedly, and I inadvertently advanced to the late foundation establishment stage." Lu Qinyu was momentarily speechless, and even Shi Haoyan looked slightly taken aback. He strode over to Changxing and placed 2 fingers on his shoulder. "Moments later, Xian exclaimed, impressiva. Though your cultivation has just surged, your foundation is remarkably solid. Truly worthy of being a prodigy who has condensed 9 cloud patterns. Stability in cultivation is paramount," Lu Qinyu interjected, only to suddenly widen his eyes. "Uncle Master, what did you just say?" I remarked on the solidity of his cultivation. "Is it not true that your disciple has condensed 9 cloud patterns?" Shi Haoyan, realizing the gravity of the situation, also paused, astonished. Lu Qinyu's mouth twitched involuntarily. I forgot to inquire about that." He had indeed suspected that Changxing might have condensed multiple cloud patterns unbeknownst to him. However, Changxing's rapid advancement made him question the likelihood of such an occurrence. Immediately following this, Changxing presented the Feng Shunju, directing Lu Qinyu's attention towards this unique cultivation technique, thereby diverting his focus from the matter of the cloud patterns. It was not until today that Lu Qinyu discovered that Changxing had actually condensed 9 cloud patterns, leaving him somewhat dazed. Shi Haoyan glanced at the astonished Lu Qinyu and then at the somewhat embarrassed Changxing, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. However, he refrained from probing further. In his recent examination, he noted Changxing's solid foundation and the purity of the wood-based technique he cultivated, finding no issues. For those endowed with abundant fortune, seizing opportunities was not a matter of great astonishment. Having traversed to the transformation stage, Shi Haoyan himself had encountered numerous serendipitous events, several of which had significantly enhanced his own cultivation. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us discuss cultivation matters later. For now, we must proceed to the secret realm." Chapter 38. A personal journey to the simulated secret realm. Since the transformation ancestor had spoken, Lu Qinyu had no choice but to suppress his myriad of questions and obediently stand aside. Changxing secretly exhaled in relief, positioning himself next to Lu Qinyu. In the next moment, they were enveloped by a beam of escape light, soaring into the sky. Although Changxing was already capable of sword flight, the speed of the transformation ancestor still left him in awe. In less than half an hour, they had traversed over 1,000 miles, a pace deliberately moderated by Shi Haoyan to accommodate their endurance. When the trio landed once more, they found themselves amidst a dense forest. Apart from the lush vegetation, it bore little resemblance to other mountains and forests. However, with a mere wave of his sleeve, Shi Haoyan instigated a transformation in the surroundings. The spiritual energy, previously concealed underground, was summoned forth, subtly sketching a vast formation. Changxing's gaze swept over it, his brow slightly furrowing. Judging by the flow of spiritual energy, this appeared to be an extensive maze formation. Without the corresponding diagram, even core formation practitioners would likely find themselves ensnared within this labyrinth. Lu Qinyu, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Is this not the secret realm that the ancestor mentioned before?" Shi Haoyan shook his head, stating, "This is merely the entrance to the secret realm, designed to deter those who lack the qualifications to enter. The true secret realm lies ahead." He gently waved his hand, and the spiritual energy within the formation was swiftly disrupted, losing its binding effect. "Let us proceed," Shi Haoyan remarked nonchalantly, leading the two deeper into the realm. Moments later. They arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Lu Chenyu gazed at the intricate patterns before him, momentarily taken aback. This formation looks somewhat akin to the entrance of a cave dwelling, he mused. Shi Haoyan nodded, replying, "This was originally my friend's cave dwelling. It only transformed into a secret realm after his passing." As he spoke, he extended his hands to reveal the entrance to this hidden realm. Su Changxing felt a sudden darkness engulf him, losing all sense of his surroundings. When his vision finally returned, he found himself amidst a primordial forest, where towering ancient trees stood at dizzying heights. However, these trees did not grow in a straight manner. Instead, they twisted and bent at odd angles, resembling structures that had been repeatedly broken and reassembled, exuding an air of peculiar eeriness. This secret place held an unsettling aura. Su Changxing furrowed his brow slightly and released his perception. Moments later, he indeed discerned the source of the anomaly. The realm was suffused with a strange intent to kill, as if it sought to extinguish all living beings within. Typically, both flora and fauna exposed to such an intense killing intent would not survive for long. Yet, the vitality here was remarkably vibrant, forcefully countering the lethal energy's effects on life. It was evident that these ancient trees had transformed into their current distorted forms due to this warped essence of life. Seeing this scene, Su Changxing felt a momentary shock. He suddenly recalled the previous two simulations. In those simulations, the golden elixir he had refined was saturated with killing intent, and upon its shattering, the entity he had conjured was not an ordinary primordial infant, but a killing infant. At the time, he believed the emergence of the killing infant stemmed from the numerous demon cultivators he had slain. However, witnessing this hidden realm firsthand, he realized he had likely misjudged the situation. The killing infant he had conjured in the simulations was likely connected to this cave dwelling, given his foundational cultivation level. If he were to become the master of this cave, it would be challenging to remain unaffected by the surrounding killing intent. The presence of such overt killing intent in this secret realm was unmistakable. There was no reason for Shi Haoyan not to perceive it. Why had he not assisted in purging the killing intent from Su Changxing's body during the previous simulations, instead opting to send him to hone his skills in a realm of slaughter? Did he believe that such killing intent would benefit him? Su Changxing harbored a vague suspicion that he had unraveled the reason. From the texts in the simulations, it appeared that after conjuring the killing infant, his combat prowess was extraordinarily ferocious, even capable of severely wounding a transformation stage ancestor while sacrificing his own essence. Such feats would be unattainable for a conventional primordial infant sword cultivator. Yet, as Su Changxing gazed upon the twisted forest before him, he inexplicably felt a sense of repulsion. He sensed that this was not the righteous path. Fortunately, he had refrained from selecting the golden elixir imbued with killing intent earlier. While Su Changxing pondered these thoughts, Shi Haoyan had already waved his hand, unleashing a beam of golden light. Wherever the golden light passed, the towering ancient trees offered no resistance and were reduced to dust. Moments later, the golden radiance dissipated, revealing a passage several feet wide before the trio. In the distance, Su Changxing could vaguely see the vines stealthily retreating from the vicinity. Were the vines actually aware enough to escape? This secret realm is indeed peculiar. No wonder I perished here during my earlier simulations. Su Changxing scrutinized the surroundings of this enigmatic domain while following closely behind Shi Haoyan. Upon reaching the end of the path, Shi Haoyan unleashed a radiant beam of golden light, revealing another way forward. The three of them traversed this path with simplicity, soon arriving at a spacious plaza. The ground beneath them was astonishingly formed from the roots of plants that had been transformed into jade. As Su Changxing stepped onto the plaza, he was enveloped by a profound essence of would attribute spiritual energy. Before he could examine it closely, Shi Haoyan instructed him, "Try infusing your true essence into it." "Yes." Su Changxing responded eagerly, following the directive to channel his spring true essence into the platform ahead. As he did so, delicate patterns began to emerge within the previously unremarkable root structure. With each surge of his true essence, the patterns multiplied, gradually outlining a formation diagram. It took him an entire hour to fully manifest the intricate design. At that moment, a sudden tremor resonated from below. "I found it," Shi Haoyan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He swiftly executed a slashing motion towards the platform, cleaving in two. Below was not soil, but a chasm plunging 100 feet deep. The spiritual energy emanating from the depths was remarkably dense, revealing yet another maze. Observing the maze, Shi Haoyan murmured, "No wonder I couldn't find the path earlier. It required the spring decision to activate the spatial spiritual plants. Such an ingenious design. Even in death, a secret realm remains. I must uncover what you have concealed within." After speaking, he casually tossed a piece of spiritual wood to Changxing, saying, "This fragment is the core from earlier. It serves me no purpose. Take it." The moment Changxing grasped the rootless wood, he felt an abundance of wood spiritual energy emanating from it. This was indeed a medium-grade rootless wood, which could fetch thousands of low-grade spiritual stones if sold. If I could acquire more of these rare materials, I could easily gather the spiritual stones required for my golden core simulation. Couldn't I? Grateful to Shi Haoyan, Changxing followed him with renewed enthusiasm. Chapter 39. Unexpectedly Abundant Gains. Over the next 2 days, Shi Haoyan behaved just as described in the simulation texts, rampaging through the secret realm. He only called upon Changxing when faced with mechanisms that could not be dismantled through sheer force. While Changxing had previously regarded such developments as natural upon reading the simulation, witnessing Shi Haoyan's wild charge was an entirely different experience, filled with awe. Changxing witnessed countless formidable demon plants being reduced to dust, an experience so overwhelming that it defies description. By the time he ventured deep into the cave, he was already somewhat numb from the shock. Even when Shi Haoyan tossed him a translucent emerald crystal, his mind continued to replay the scene of Shi Haoyan crushing the towering demon plants. Shi Haoyan glanced at the dazed Changxing and remarked with a smile, "I have found what I was seeking. Would you two care to return to the sect with me?" Before Changxing could respond, Yu interjected, "This secret realm is quite extraordinary. We wish to explore it further." Shi Haoyan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, there are still some heavenly materials and earthly treasures here that you can utilize. Moreover, the aura of killing intent is notably strong. Your disciple, as a sword cultivator, might find it enlightening. However, do keep in mind that this killing intent differs slightly from genuine sword intent. Do not become overly immersed in it." After giving this advice, Shi Haoyan turned and departed from the secret realm. His parting words confirmed Changxing's suspicions. The venerable ancestor indeed believed that integrating some killing intent would not be detrimental for sword cultivators. Yet, Changxing still felt that condensing killing infants might not be the proper path. Had he no other options, he might have resigned himself to it. The truth was, he could enhance his combat strength through repeated simulations without the need to refine killing infants. Compared to cultivating killing intent into pills, Changxing yearned to form sword pills instead. While Changxing pondered with a frown, Yu had already surveyed the surroundings. His eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "This secret realm presents a rare opportunity for us as master and disciple. The vitality here is exceptionally abundant, and various spiritual fruits that are rarely seen in the outside world are quite common here. If we search diligently for a time, we can leave later." Xianxia noted that, proclaiming, "I will follow your lead, master." After a brief exchange, they decided to split up for their search. The formidable mutated demon plants had already been eradicated by Shi Haoyan, and the formations trapping them had largely been violently dismantled. The remaining ordinary demon plants and scattered formations posed little threat to the core formation cultivators. Although Changxing had yet to reach the core formation stage, his sword light was sharp enough to rival some weaker core formation cultivators, allowing him to venture forth independently without issue. In the days that followed, Changxing and Yu traversed the secret realm multiple times, gathering a wealth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Changxing alone amassed hundreds of spiritual fruits of various qualities. In addition to the spiritual fruits, he collected several pieces of rootless wood and some special root-based heavenly materials. Among them were even 3 spirit fruits valued at thousands of low-grade spirit stones. If he were to refine these spiritual fruits into elixirs for sale, they could fetch at least over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The sole concern lies in the fact that many of the spiritual fruits he has gathered are tainted by the malevolent aura permeating this place, potentially affecting their market value. Nevertheless, selling them for around 70 to 80,000 low-grade spirit stones should not pose a significant issue. Once this batch of spirit stones is secured, Changxing can confidently begin to condense his golden core. However, at this moment, Changxing is not contemplating the spirit stones, but rather whether to continue his exploration here. During the previous days of searching, he has sensed certain dissonances within the secret realm. Should he persist in his quest, he is quite confident he can uncover the true core of this secret realm. At that point, He could present this secret location to his sect following the path outlined in his simulations, and train alongside Xianxia. Frankly speaking, this route is rather alluring. Yet, after much internal conflict, Changxing ultimately decides against it. Following the path of Xianxia, a venerable figure in the transformation stage, would be quite cumbersome. If his cultivation level were to rise too swiftly, it would be challenging to explain to Xianxia. In contrast, staying beside Lu Qinyu would be far more convenient. Lu Qinyu is well aware that, given his own level of cultivation, he cannot adequately teach a prodigy like Changxing. Therefore, he adopts a more hands-off approach. He does not even inquire about how Changxing has managed to refine the 9 cloud patterns. Compared to Xianxia, it is evidently much more comfortable to be in Lu Qinyu's company. As for the opportunities that accompany being near a transformation stage ancestor, Changxing can fully compensate for that through repeated simulations. Prior to arriving at this secret realm, he had some concerns regarding whether he possessed enough spirit stones to support his simulations post-condensation. However, with this latest haul, that worry has been alleviated. Now, the only consideration left for him is what type of golden core to refine. After days of contemplation, Changxing ultimately resolves to disregard the core secrets of the secret realm. He can always return here when he truly finds himself in need of spirit stones. Once he has made his decision, he returns to the designated meeting point with Lu Qinyu. At this moment, Lu Qinyu is already waiting for him. Stroking his beard, Lu Qinyu cheerfully inquires, "Well, how was your harvest this time?" Changxing nods and replies, "Thanks to your guidance, master. I have found quite a number of rare materials here." Lu Qinyu shakes his head, saying this time, "It was not I who guided you. Without you, my uncle would not have been able to break the restrictions of this secret realm. I have benefited from your accomplishments to explore this place as well. And I too have reaped substantial rewards." Changxing ponders for a moment, and then says, "By the way, master, some of the spiritual fruits I collected over the past few days have been tainted by the murderous intent here. My current abilities are insufficient to deal with this. I wonder if you could assist me in refining them into medicinal pills?" Lu Qinyu responds with a smile, "What difficulty is there in that? Please bring forth the materials you wish to process, and I shall take care of them all." Changxing feels a surge of joy and promptly presents the storage bag containing his recent acquisitions to Lu Qinyu. Lu Qinyu opened his storage bag and cast a glance inside, only to be momentarily taken aback. He extended his spiritual awareness, meticulously examining the contents of the bag once more, and the expression on his face grew increasingly peculiar. Although he had indeed made considerable gains, the number of spiritual fruits he had collected paled in comparison to less than half of Changxing's bounty. With an incredulous tone, Lu Qinyu remarked, "Are those heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the bag truly your harvest from these past days?" At this moment, Changxing also realized that his acquisitions seemed rather abundant. Rubbing the back of his head, he replied, "It might be due to the cultivation technique I practice, which is particularly attuned to wood attribute materials, thus yielding a more substantial harvest." Lu Qinyu's lips twitched slightly as he commented, "Your venture into the secret realm has indeed proven worthwhile. Let us temporarily store these precious materials with me. I shall refine them into elixirs and return them to you." Changxing felt a stir in his heart and said, "As a disciple, I am not in need of elixirs. I wonder if master could perhaps exchange them for spirit stones? As for the price, a lower offer would suffice." Lu Qinyu nodded thoughtfully and replied, "That is certainly agreeable. Once I have processed them, I will exchange them for spirit stones to give to you." Chapter 40. To form a core, or not 2 days later, Changxing returned to his mountain peak. He did not rush to initiate the simulation. Instead, he took out the emerald crystal obtained from the secret realm. In previous simulations, it was this very crystal that had elevated his wood spiritual root to the 1st grade. Although the impact of this item on his cultivation had become less pronounced, any enhancement in the quality of his spiritual root, no matter how slight, was still beneficial. Changxing dedicated 2 days to fully absorb the emerald crystal. At this point, his 1st grade spiritual root had reached an increasingly perfected state. Absent other fortuitous encounters, it seemed that there would be no further room for improvement in its quality. Satisfied, Changxing nodded and then delved into the system, murmuring, "Initiate simulation." Day 1. You did not cultivate, but instead pondered whether to share life and death with the Falling Sunset sect. Over the past few months since joining the sect, your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and your ties with the Falling Sunset sect have deepened. If you continue to linger here, it is likely that you will never escape the mark of the sect. Yet, You are acutely aware that the impending disaster facing the falling sunset sect in 10 years is beyond your capacity to resolve. You find yourself in a profound dilemma. Should you seize the moment to depart, or gamble your life for a chance? Changxing gazed at the lines of text, momentarily stunned. Why am I so conflicted over such matters? I never intended to leave the falling sunset sect, he instinctively murmured, only to suddenly realize a crucial point. The reason he had not left was due to the support of the system. In truth, after the previous 2 simulations, he had developed a lingering shadow over the catastrophic event looming a decade away. If the system were to unexpectedly abandon him, he might indeed choose to depart from the falling sunset sect. In truth, the most advantageous choice for him would have been to seize every opportunity within these 10 years and then depart before the impending calamity. However, Changxing was not one to possess a heart of iron and steel. Should he truly pursue such a course, he would inevitably find himself, as in previous simulations, stagnated in his cultivation due to unresolved emotional knots. Therefore, for him, leaving while the Xianxia sect had yet to leave an indelible mark upon his heart might prove to be a prudent decision. Changxing paused for a moment, murmuring to himself, "This system understands me even better than I do. How could it possibly achieve this?" This question, evidently, would remain unanswered. When he emerged from his reverie, he discovered that the simulations in his consciousness had generated numerous possibilities. He immediately began to read the second scenario. On the following day, after a full day of contemplation, you ultimately decide to leave this place. You promptly seek out Liu Chenyu, informing him of your intention to venture out for experience. Liu Chenyu initially wishes for you to wait a few more days until the spiritual fruits are sold before you depart. Yet, you assert that it would not be too late to collect those spirit stones upon your return from your journey. Liu Chenyu, trusting your judgment, provides you with several bottles of elixirs and permits your departure. On the third day, you stand outside the Xianxia sect, gazing at the sect you had just entered a few months prior, lost in thought. "Master, those 100,000 low-grade spirit stones shall be my filial tribute to you. It seems unlikely that we shall meet again." You murmur softly, then vanish into the horizon without a backward glance. By the 3rd month, after more than 2 months of adjustment, you finally recover from the sense of loss associated with leaving the Xianxia sect. At this point, you have already traveled nearly 10,000 miles and arrived in the territory of the Qi sect. You resolve to conceal your identity and embark on a new life as a wandering cultivator. In the 4th month, due to your exceptional demeanor, you quickly attract attention, receiving invitations to explore a mysterious realm. After a moment of hesitation, you consent to the proposal. In the 5th month, those wandering cultivators harbor ill intentions, attempting to kill you to seize your flying sword. Yet they underestimate the ferocity of your sword intent. Armed with your sword alone, you effortlessly turn the tables on the 3 would-be assailants, claiming their storage bags. Looking at the corpses strewn about, you merely chuckle lightly and decide to continue your exploration of the secret realm. In the 6th month, you encounter several battles within this mysterious realm, reaping substantial rewards. However, you find the challenges posed by this realm to be of little significance to your growth and prepare to depart in search of another realm. Just as you exit the mysterious area, you are taken aback to discover that a core formation cultivator is preparing to strike against you. Upon inquiry, you learn that this individual is a relative of those you had previously slain. With a cold smile, you take to the skies on your sword and escape. The core formation cultivator, lacking in speed, pursues you for hundreds of miles but fails to catch up. In a moment of his furious rage, you unexpectedly turned and struck with your sword, inflicting a deep wound upon him. The adversary, filled with astonishment and fury, prepared to engage you in a life-and-death struggle. Yet, after a swift maneuver, you once again took to the skies, escaping on your sword. The core formation cultivator gazed at your retreating figure with a complex expression, ultimately refraining from pursuing you further. In the 8th month, you traveled intermittently for over a month, finally settling near a cultivation market situated 1,000 miles away. In the 9th month, you learned of an open secret realm nearby and resolved to venture forth for further training. In the ensuing simulations, Changxing, as a free cultivator, repeatedly embarked on journeys to various secret realms for honing his skills. During this period, he formed several friendships while also encountering betrayal on multiple occasions. Yet, regardless of the crises he faced, he consistently wielded his flying sword to overcome them. Although he managed to evade catastrophic disasters, his progress and training fell significantly short of previous simulations. As a free cultivator, he found it exceedingly challenging to locate a suitable secret realm for his cultivation. Not only did he need to gather intelligence on these realms himself, but even the few he managed to discover often proved unsuitable for his training. Many of these realms were either too high or too low in level, while some were entirely incompatible with a cultivator's needs. On several occasions, had he not sensed danger immediately upon entering, he might have lost his life. Regardless of the arduous path, as a free cultivator, he never wavered in his resolve. Through countless trials of life and death, he gradually confirmed the path he wished to pursue. By the 6th year of simulation, he finally condensed a golden elixir. However, it was not a sword elixir, but rather an ordinary first-grade golden elixir. A first-grade golden elixir seemed rather inadequate. Changxing could not help but exclaim in frustration. If all went as expected, he would be able to select a cultivation level of the golden elixir stage at the end of the simulation. Yet, after so many simulations, he found himself unsatisfied with the common first-grade golden elixir. Should he abandon the sword elixir in favor of this ordinary first-grade one? With a tinge of indecision, Changxing continued to observe the subsequent simulations. Chapter 41. This time, life extended in the 7th year, having stabilized his cultivation. You continued to hone your skills in various open secret realms. In the 8th year, due to your formidable swordsmanship, you caught the attention of disciples from prominent sections. Not wishing to attract attention, you decided to depart for more remote locations to train. In the 9th year, you found yourself in an unfamiliar place where cultivators were scarce, and numerous witches populated the area. By the 11th year, while practicing in the vicinity, you serendipitously encountered an outsider cultivator also seeking to train. He informed you of the current turmoil in the cultivation world, mentioning that several sects thousands of miles away had already been annihilated by the Embark sect. Nearby sects were on high alert. You sighed deeply, rendered speechless by the revelation. In the 17th year, you transcended a modest realm, reaching the mid-stage of Dan formation. After consolidating your cultivation, you felt an urge to venture outside. By the 23rd year, after exploring the outside world, you discovered that the treasures of heaven and earth were quite scarce. Upon inquiry, you learned that the chaos instigated by the Embark sect had rekindled the malevolent activities of various rogue cultivators. Even in this remote location, thousands of miles away, the influence of these wicked practitioners was palpable, with many resource points plundered. Although you yearned for a secluded paradise to retreat to, your unwavering sword heart would not permit such descent into complacency. You resolved to rise and confront those who perpetrated evil. In the 33rd year, after 9 years of intermittent battles, your renown grew immensely, and the Qingmu sword in your grasp became increasingly sharp. However, you caught the attention of several Yuan-ing old demons. After some contemplation, you decided to depart once more, for no matter where you roamed, it would not hinder your conflict with those malevolent beings. By the 38th year, following another 5 years of combat, you achieved another breakthrough in your cultivation, advancing to the late stage of Dan formation. Once you stabilized your realm, you contemplated how to transcend to the infant stage. The dilemma between secluding yourself for cultivation or continuing to battle weighed heavily on your mind. In the 39th year, after a year of wandering, you ultimately resolved to seek the opportunity to break through to the infant stage amidst the strife. By the 43rd year, your reputation soared, once again drawing the attention of several Yuan-ing old demons. This time, you chose not to flee but to confront them alongside a few companions. You formed a sword formation, with you as the spearhead, successfully repelling the onslaught of the Yuan-ing old demons. The exhilaration was overwhelming, and the sound of your sword echoed for miles. In the 45th year, you inadvertently fell into a trap, ensnared by the Yuan-ing old demons. Just as you found yourself in dire straits, you awakened the long-sealed sword intent from your sea of consciousness, hidden for decades. The sword light surged forth, severely wounding the Yuan-ing old demon opposite you. Seizing the opportunity, you counterattacked. After a fierce struggle, you managed to slay the Yuan-ing old demon. This battle brought your sword heart to a state of perfection, prompting your decision to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. In the 46th year, you successfully transcended to the infant stage, solidifying your status. Henceforth, you were no longer an obscure figure in this realm. The young cultivators who beheld you addressed you as ancestor. By the 48th year, you united several sects, preparing to launch a counteroffensive against the local rogue cultivators. In this battle, your sword light surged unimpeded, and none could withstand it. The other Yuan-Ing ancestors marveled in awe. Following this battle, you were honored as the leader of several sects in the area. In the 56th year, under your powerful suppression, the local rogue cultivators had nearly vanished. Yet, as time progressed, the infamous reputation of the Ing Corpse sect continued to grow. Some distant cultivators, fleeing from danger, had begun to arrive in this secluded locale. By the 60th year, the influx of fleeing cultivators increased, encroaching upon many of the region's cultivation resources. Within the local sects, a sense of discontent has gradually begun to emerge. However, these grievances have been suppressed by you, for you are aware that the Ing Corpse sect will not remain rampant indefinitely. In the 73rd year, although you recognize that the Ing Corpse sect would ultimately be vanquished, you underestimated the resilience of the local cultivators. Over the years, numerous local practitioners have perished in conflicts against outsiders, leaving you in a state of disarray. By the 85th year, the trivial matters had consumed your focus on cultivation, leading you to resolve to relinquish your position as the alliance leader and retreat into solitude for self-cultivation. In the 93rd year, as the world outside descended further into chaos, none dared to disturb your peace. After a decade of serene cultivation, you achieved a breakthrough, advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. You resolved to continue your seclusion, awaiting a complete stabilization of the circumstances. In the 109th year, Xianxia emerged dramatically, delivering a devastating blow to the peak elder of the Ing Corpse sect. The righteous cultivators were filled with immense encouragement, igniting a resurgence against the evil sect across various regions. After a century, upon hearing that familiar name once more, you could not help but let out a soft sigh. Yet this time, your heart was far more tranquil, having firmly resolved never to return to that eastern continent. In the 136th year, under Xianxia's leadership, the righteous cultivators finally breached the Ing Corpse sect. The transformation ancestor, who had stirred the eastern sects for a century, met his end. Xianxia earned the title of Sword Immortal. By the 157th year, you experienced another breakthrough, reaching the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Now, aside from those transformation ancestors, you found yourself with few rivals. Finally, unable to contain your restlessness, you prepared to venture out and explore. In the 263rd year, after traversing the continent for over 100 years and witnessing countless human joys and sorrows, your understanding deepened. Yet, you still could not discern the opportunity to break through the transformation stage, realizing you had encountered a bottleneck. In the 305th year, after decades of arduous exploration, you still saw no chance for advancement. Thus, you decided to establish a sect, passing down your knowledge and teachings. By the 436th year, your sect flourished under your protection, and you became known as an ancestor among others. However, you still could not uncover the key to breaking through to the transformation stage. In the 580th year, the emergence of a second nascent soul elder within your sect brought renewed hope for its continuation. Elated, you indulged in a few cups of spirit wine. Upon awakening the next day, you were astonished to find that your bottleneck had subtly begun to loosen. After much contemplation, you vaguely glimpsed the direction toward a breakthrough. In the 630th year, just as you grappled with the challenge of condensing the transformation stage, another significant event unfolded in the east. Xianxia unexpectedly raised his sword to the heavens, pointing directly at the firmament. Thunder rumbled, and lightning shrouded half the sky, persisting for several days without retreat. As the lightning finally dissipated, Xianxia had vanished without a trace, leaving only a shimmering celestial sword in the profound chasm created by the heavenly strike. You were profoundly shaken. After a fierce internal struggle, you resolved to journey to the site of Xianxia's tribulation. In the 631st year, you arrive at the location of Xianxia's trial. The storm clouds still loomed, intermittently unleashing bolts of lightning upon the celestial sword at the bottom of the pit. You felt the overwhelming celestial might, and the shock within your heart was ineffable. By the 633rd year, you had spent 2 years training at the edge of the storm clouds, seeking to comprehend the essence of the thunder while attempting to resonate with the celestial sword below. In the 635th year, an epiphany struck you, plunging you into a state akin to enlightenment. Unbeknownst to you, your sword intent began to emanate, subtly harmonizing with the celestial sword beneath. In the next moment, a flash of sword light illuminated the space, and the flying sword at the chasm's bottom unexpectedly fell into your grasp. A surge of elation coursed through you. However, you were suddenly horrified to discover that the storm clouds above had now locked onto you. Panic surged within as you attempted to fling the celestial sword away. But before you could act, a bolt of divine lightning descended. You gathered all your sword intent to resist, yet you felt so insignificant beneath the wrath of the heavens. Just as you believed your demise was inevitable, the divine sword in your hand emitted an unimaginable brilliance, cleaving through the bolt of lightning. In that moment of miraculous survival, joy flooded your heart. Yet, before this elation could fully manifest, you were struck with terror as the storm clouds above thickened exponentially, resolutely ensnaring you once more. Shrouded again by despair, your fighting spirit ignited. The Qingmu sword you carried sensed your determination and emitted a soft chime. You wielded both flying swords in a fierce counterattack against the storm clouds. Though your sword intense soared, your power paled in comparison to Xianxia's. After merely 3 bolts of heavenly lightning, you found yourself utterly exhausted. Injustice of the heavens, if I am granted another life, I shall defy the firmament, you cried out, embodying your sword as you struck against the storm clouds above. As you ascended, your nearly depleted primordial spirit suddenly burst forth in a kaleidoscope of colors. Astonishingly, in your moment of utter exhaustion, you broke through to the divine transformation realm. Yet, your arrogance incited the wrath of the storm clouds above. In an instant, hundreds of bolts of lightning rained down, engulfing you entirely. When the divine lightning subsided, there was nothing left of you but ashes. You have perished. Changxing gazed at those final words, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Such a demise was undeniably tragic yet heroic. Nevertheless, compared to previous simulations, this outcome could be deemed relatively favorable, though he did not live to an old age. He had survived for over 6 centuries and even established a sect comprising primordial spirit cultivators. This conclusion has indeed surpassed all his previous simulations. Just as he was savoring this experience, the system's voice resonated once more. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. You appear to have chosen a seemingly correct path, yet you have not attained the heights you desired. That final flash of lightning may very well be your finest destination. Based on the simulation results, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Experience the life within the simulation from a first-person perspective. 2. Cultivation at the late stage of the Golden Core. 3. Inheritance of the Sword Cultivator in dire straits. Changxing gazed at these options, inevitably ensnared in a web of indecision. From the very beginning, he had been torn over whether to choose the cultivation. This evaluation was significantly higher than he had anticipated, capable of directly elevating his cultivation to the late stage of the Golden Core. However, the ordinary first-grade Golden Core left him somewhat hesitant. Judging by the subsequent speed of cultivation, it did not seem particularly rapid. Even the breakthrough to the transformation stage was achieved amidst peril. This path was hardly remarkable and was entirely incomparable to Xianxia's. After a moment of contemplation, Changxing's gaze fell upon the third option. This choice, much like before, offered no explanation, as if the system were reluctantly presenting this reward. What exactly is the inheritance in dire straits? Did I not perish instantly in the simulation? How could there still be an inheritance left? Changxing stared in bewilderment. However, after a brief hesitation, he ultimately opted for the Sword Cultivator's inheritance. The cultivation could be selected at any time, but inheritances are rare. Even if the inheritance did not align with his desires, it would merely cost him 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. At present, Changxing was quite affluent and did not concern himself with such a minor loss. No sooner had he spoken than the scene before him transformed abruptly. Boundless thunderclouds suddenly enveloped him, the dense aura of heavenly lightning nearly rendering him breathless. Just as he struggled to breathe under the weight of the thunderclouds, a flash of sword light pierced through the tempest. Following this, a somewhat aged yet familiar voice resonated from a distance. I didn't expect someone to arrive so soon. I thought the inheritance I left behind would remain untouched. How curious. Why is it you? Changxing turned towards the voice. Upon recognizing the speaker's visage, his mouth fell agape. Senior brother. Before him stood Xianxia, his hair streaked with gray, his face adorned with several deep-set wrinkles, appearing significantly older than Changxing remembered. Not only that, but Xianxia's figure seemed somewhat ethereal, as if he were merely a lingering spirit. Changxing was astonished to discover that this inheritance was indeed left by Xianxia, leaving him momentarily stunned. At this moment, however, Xianxia was not in a much better state than Changxing. Xianxia scrutinized Changxing several times, his face a portrait of disbelief. Did you not perish in the tribulation? How is it that you still live? No, your cultivation is so feeble. Who exactly are you? Changxing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this obviously diminished spirit of Xianxia would possess a complete consciousness. Even more astonishing was the realization that this Xianxia resembled the one he had just simulated, who had defied the heavens. What on earth is this inheritance? Changxing opened his mouth to speak, momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. Never mind who you are. It matters not. I have already fallen in the heavenly tribulation. Since you have arrived here, you are my successor. Do you wish to accept my inheritance? Changxing not that easily. I am willing to accept. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's lips curled into a slight smile. I did not expect my inheritance to fall upon you. But perhaps this is for the best. As he spoke, he pointed vaguely at Changxing, and the boundless thunderclouds surrounding them surged toward him. Changxing's heart raced in alarm. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Xianxia's voice echoed in his mind once more. With the sword in your hand, cleave through the thunderclouds, and you shall be free. Otherwise, you will remain here to keep me company. But I have no. Changxing began to retort, only to suddenly realize that a flying sword had inexplicably appeared in his hand. Before he could comprehend the origin of this sword, the thunderclouds roared and bore down upon him. He steadied his mind and swung the sword. The power of the flying sword exceeded Changxing's expectations, cleaving a gap through the thunderclouds. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the clouds began to close in rapidly. A flicker of shock coursed through him, prompting him to harness his sword intent and strike again. The sword light flashed once more, carving another opening in the thunderclouds. Yet this respite was fleeting. The clouds began to converge again. Changxing had no choice but to continue wielding the flying sword, cutting a path forward. In this realm engulfed by thunderclouds, time lost all significance. Changxing was oblivious to how long he had been there or how many strikes he had executed. All he knew was that with each swing of the flying sword, he could only earn a moment's reprieve. Unbeknownst to him, the brilliance of his sword light had intensified several folds since his initial attempts. Yet, his predicament remained unchanged. The thunderclouds relentlessly closed in around him. Moreover, whether it was due to his sword light stirring their wrath, Changxing was horrified to witness the thunderclouds beginning to gather lightning. A rumble echoed ominously. With a thunderous crack, the first bolt of heavenly lightning struck directly above his head. Changxing, who had yet to form his core, found himself utterly defenseless, sent crashing to the ground. As the thunderbolt knocked him down, he nearly believed he was destined to perish in this secret realm. However, he soon realized that the force of the lightning was far less devastating than he had anticipated. Instead of reducing him to charred remains, the bolt integrated into his ethereal form, enveloping him in a delicate lavender glow. What does this signify? Could this phenomenon actually enhance my spirit? Changxing muset silenti, then raised his hand once more, unleashing a beam of sword light. The luminous arc cleaved through the darkening storm clouds, creating a small gap amidst the gathering tempest. Thus, the scene fell back into a cyclical pattern. Time and again, his sword light descended, forcibly creating a sanctuary within the storm. Yet, with each expansion of this sanctuary, the clouds retaliated. The heavenly lightning struck Changxing repeatedly, each time encasing him in layers of electric radiance. As time sped by, he was knocked to the ground again and again, only to rise anew. With each iteration, his swordplay became increasingly adept, and the intervals between each strike grew shorter as he became more familiar with the heavenly lightning. After being struck hundreds of times, he finally anticipated the trajectory of an impending bolt and, with a swift stroke, severed the lightning aimed at him. In that moment, an indescribable exhilaration surged from the depths of his being. He felt that this was the essence of sword cultivation. Thunder rumbled before his burgeoning sword intent could fully manifest. An even thicker bolt of lightning descended. As expected, Changxing was once more sent tumbling to the ground. Yet, he remained undeterred, raising his hand to unleash an even more radiant strike than before. As Changxing battled against the tempestuous clouds, the lingering spirit of Xianxia above nodded slightly. Indeed, one who can break through during a death tribulation adapts to the pressure of the storm with remarkable swiftness. Where have you been all these years? And why have you remained hidden? What accounts for your sudden rejuvenation after death? Is it possible that time can truly flow backward in this world? After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia murmured, Alas, I could not grasp the true essence of this sword intent sooner. If only I had comprehended it earlier. At this juncture, a flicker of undeniable hope ignited in his ethereal eyes, only to swiftly dim. In this world, there are no ifs. As he whispered softly, his hand slowly lifted, pointing vaguely towards Su Changxing below. Suddenly, Su Changxing, who was contending with the storm clouds, noticed that the tempest had ceased its tumultuous churn and began to contract instead. In mere moments, the vast storm condensed into a small mass, and a latent purple lightning grew, increasingly concentrated throughout this process. I am doomed. In Su Changxing's mind, two words instinctively emerged. Yet, before he could respond, a bolt of purple lightning had already detached from the storm clouds, descending upon him. At that moment, Su Changxing's true essence and will were utterly suppressed, rendering him incapable of moving even a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the lightning struck above him. To his astonishment, however, the purple lightning did not reduce him to ashes. Instead, it penetrated into his consciousness, flooding into his spiritual roots. The chaotic array of his spiritual roots was instantly dispersed by the heavenly thunder, revealing a dazzling display of purple light. Even his first grade with spiritual root, which had held on for a moment amidst the purple glow, was soon tinged violet. Simultaneously, an image suddenly materialized within Su Changxing's awareness. It was the moment when Li Chang'e raised his sword towards the heavens. Though merely a still image, the formidable aura of slicing through the firmament was vividly conveyed. Coupled with the purple lightning that had saturated Su Changxing's consciousness, he felt as if he were immersed within the scene. It dawned upon him that this was the true inheritance. At that instant, Su Changxing comprehended the essence of the legacy. It was the sword intent that resided in Li Chang'e's heart at the moment he raised his sword. The storm clouds he had previously encountered were merely a prelude, preparing him to bear this sword intent. Just as Su Changxing experienced this realization, the illusory space around him shattered instantaneously. At that moment, Li Chang'e could no longer maintain the realm. With a resounding roar, the deep rumble of thunder surged into Su Changxing's consciousness. Alongside the thunder, he perceived a faint yet distinct sound of his sword's resonance. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, Su Changxing instantly recognized the location. This was, in fact, the site of Li Chang'e's demise. Before he could examine the surroundings in detail, darkness enveloped him. In the next instant, the scenery around him returned to its original form, and his consciousness had reverted to his own body. However, at this moment, Su Changxing could not afford to marvel at the wonders of this inheritance. Surrounded by swirling purple light, the terrifying sword intent emanated from his soul, rapidly filling his dantian. He even felt as though he would be pierced by this sword intent in the next heartbeat. This sensation was far from illusory. Almost instantaneously, the 9 cloud patterns within his dantian were dissipated one by the purple glow. This inheritance was perilous. He silently lamented, while simultaneously drawing upon all his strength to activate his dantian. Su Changxing was acutely aware that, in his current state, he could not possibly contain this sword intent. The only path to safeguard his dantian was to forcibly condense it into a dan. His true essence swiftly coalesced within the dantian. Under the relentless onslaught of the overwhelming sword intent, the golden dan formed from the gathering true essence naturally shaped itself into a small sword. The sword dan. Su Changxing had barely taken a moment to condense the sword pill he had long desired when a sudden surge of purple lightning erupted from within him, penetrating the very core of his sword pill. The sword pill, freshly formed in his dantian, proved utterly incapable of withstanding such a ferocious celestial bolt. Crack! Crack! With each resounding snap, the surface of the newly formed sword pill became riddled with an intricate network of fissures. Just as Su Changxing feared that his hard-won sword pill would shatter, a surge of even more formidable sword intent erupted from his being. Under the oppressive force of this sword intent, the nearly fragmented sword pill recoalesced. Chapter 44, Thunderblade Pill. The newly reformed sword pill displayed a marked increase in resilience compared to its initial incarnation, yet still faltered against the terrifying celestial lightning. In the next instant, once more, a multitude of cracks manifested upon its surface. Yet, guided by the sword intent, the sword pill persisted in its reformation, shattering yet again, but refusing to be obliterated. However, the thunderstorm showed no signs of abating. The purple lightning descended upon Su Changxing's sword pill with the relentless force of a colossal hammer, striking it repeatedly. with each cycle of reformation and fragmentation. The sword pill grew increasingly sharp and refined. After what felt like countless cycles of reforming, the sword pill finally withstood the overwhelming thunder. At that moment, Su Changxing's entire dantian brimmed with sword intent and lightning. Suspended in the very center of his dantian was a purple sword pill, radiating an aura of formidable sword intent. Above the sword pill, a dense mass of purple thunderclouds gathered ominously. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the place where Xianxia had met his demise in a cloud of ash. At last it was done. Only then did Su Changxing exhale a breath he realized he was holding. In the throes of condensing the golden pill, he had nearly believed he would perish. To his astonishment, he had managed to endure. He delved his consciousness into his dantian, observing the sword pill that seemed on the verge of bursting forth with sword intent. A smile curving his lips in triumph. He had indeed succeeded in condensing the sword pill, and judging by the formidable aura emanating from it, this was no ordinary creation. He felt confident that this sword pill, born from relentless forging, could easily serve as a flying sword. The sole complication remained. The thunder from the inheritance had also made its entrance. The thundercloud within his dantian continued to incessantly temper his sword pill with its electric fury. After a moment of contemplation, Su Changxing felt a sudden stir within him and endeavored to manipulate the thunderous energy residing in his dantian. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning erupted from his fingertips. Crack! The arc of electricity pierced through the roof of the thatched cottage and shot upward like a reverse sword of thunder, illuminating the thin clouds above with a delicate hue of purple. Su Changxing had never anticipated that a mere flick of his will could summon such formidable power. His mouth parted slightly in astonishment as he murmured, "Can the thunder within my dantian truly be harnessed? Yet, I'm not a thunder spirit root. Where's my wood spirit root gone?" At that moment, Su Changxing suddenly realized that not only had his mixed spirit roots been entirely transformed into a deep purple hue, but even his first-grade wood spirit root could not withstand the onslaught of heavenly thunder, succumbing to become a purple thunder spirit root. The only distinction lay in the fact that his first-grade wood spirit root had not completely vanished. A faint glimmer of green light lingered, desperately sustaining itself amidst the overwhelming purple radiance. Is my wood spirit root reduced to such a meager remnant? A thought struck Su Changxing, prompting him to extend his perception. In the next instant, he indeed discovered that the once gentle wood spirit energy had completely dissipated, replaced by an omnipresent thunder attribute spirit energy. To his astonishment, he realized that his range of perception concerning the thunder attribute spirit energy extended nearly 100 miles. As he endeavored to absorb the errant thunder attribute spirit energy, it surged towards him with fervor, coalescing into a vortex of thunder spirit energy around him. In an instant, the thundercloud within his dantian received an abundant infusion of thunder attribute spirit energy, and the quantity of thunderbolts began to increase at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing his remarkably resilient sword pill tremble slightly, he hastily ceased his cultivation. This is astonishing. What grade of spirit root do I possess now? With his current understanding, Su Changxing found himself utterly incapable of assessing the grade of his spirit root. He only knew that his affinity for spirit energy had surpassed that of his previous first grade wood spirit root by more than tenfold. It was then that he suddenly realized that the golden pill he had condensed was seemingly not merely a sword pill. The miniature thundercloud above it should also be considered a part of his golden pill. Could it be that I have simultaneously condensed two golden pills? No, that cannot be. The sword pill and the thundercloud are entwined without a clear boundary. This should not be two golden pills, but rather one. But in that case, what exactly is this pill I have condensed? Su Changxing pondered for a long while, but could not fathom the quality of the golden pill he had formed. He only knew that the power of this golden pill was extraordinarily formidable. Just as Su Changxing was lost in thought, a sudden knock echoed at his courtyard door. Following that, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. "Su Changxing, come out and battle me." After a brief contemplation, Su Changxing discerned the identity of his challenger. The one outside, eager for a duel, was none other than Han Mingguan, who had previously been defeated by him in the grand competition. Su Changxing's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "I am unavailable." Outside the courtyard, Han Mingguan, brimming with confidence for a rematch, was momentarily taken aback by the response. He had never anticipated that his enthusiastic challenge would be met with such brevity. With a twitch of his eye, Han Mingguan exclaimed loudly, "Su Changxing, since you are not in seclusion, why do you avoid battle? Do you truly believe that I, Han Mingguan, lack the qualification to fight you? Inside the room, Su Changxing nodded and said, indeed. Upon hearing this, Han Mingguan felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, as though a torrent of pent-up emotions were trapped within his chest. He stood there in a state of confusion for a while before erupting in a furious shout. Su Changxing, I have no enmity with you. Why do you torment me so? Before he could finish his words, a terrifying sword intent, imbued with the essence of thunder, suddenly surged from the courtyard. In an instant, a streak of sword light ascended into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. Han Mingguan was struck by this sword intent, stumbling backward several paces before collapsing onto the ground. After a brief moment of recovery, he muttered in fear that sword light was exceptionally formidable. Could it be that Xianxia is here? Which is why he claimed to be too busy to duel with me. Yet that aura did not belong to Xianxia. As he pondered this, an expression of utter astonishment crossed Han Mingguan's face. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the vanishing sword light in the sky and murmured, that was Su Changxing. He has actually formed a golden core. At Filiu Peak, within Lu Qinyu's humble abode, he was leisurely tending to the elixirs before him. This time, thanks to his third disciple, he had achieved considerable success. Once he refined these herbs into elixirs, he would be able to enter seclusion once more. By the time he emerged, he should be poised to break through to the later stages of golden core formation. Indeed, acquiring a prodigiously talented disciple is truly a delightful affair. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a subtle tremor throughout his body. Lu Qinyu's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, how can there be such a potent, thunderous sword intent? Who dares to act so audaciously at Filiu Peak? As he bellowed, he unleashed his true essence, attempting to dissipate the arrogant sword intent. To his horror, no matter how he surged his true essence, that sword intent remained steadfastly piercing his heart. It had managed to penetrate his protective true essence from dozens of miles away. Lu Qinyu's complexion shifted alarmingly as he called out, esteemed fellow, please do not act impulsively. This is the inner sanctum of the Luoxia sect. Just as Lu Qinyu's words were halfway spoken, he sensed a familiar aura within the sword intent, rendering him momentarily speechless. In the next instant, the sword light, trailing a long tail, descended before him, revealing the figure of Su Changxing. Lu Qinyu finally confirmed that the visitor was indeed his third disciple. His lips twitched violently as he stammered, You have formed your golden core already? Su Changxing bowed respectfully and replied, yes, during my previous seclusion. I encountered some obstacles and had no choice but to forcibly condense my golden core. However, this golden core sword intent is overwhelmingly powerful, and I am currently unable to suppress it. Just moments ago, I nearly harmed a fellow disciple. Lu Qinyue gazed at his third disciple, whose sword intent soared to the heavens, and was immediately engulfed in a sense of confusion. However, upon confirming the visitor's identity, he felt a significant weight lift from his heart. After scrutinizing Su Changxing from head to toe, he remarked with an expression of peculiar intrigue, So, you have come to seek my assistance in refining your cultivation? Su Changxing was about to shake his head when Lu Qinyue gritted his teeth and declared, well, that is not entirely out of the question. Wait here. I shall humbly approach my revered uncle for assistance. Su Changxing quickly interjected, Master, there is no need to trouble the granduncle. My senior brother can address this matter. You need only summon him back as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinyue's expression became even more enigmatic. He had not anticipated that Su Changxing would prefer to seek Li Chang'e rather than the venerable ancestor of transformation. Nevertheless, he was merely momentarily taken aback before acquiescing to Su Changxing's request. Lu Qinyue, feeling as though he had nothing left to lose, resolved that since he was incapable of instructing this disciple, he would allow Su Changxing to proceed as he wished. He promptly retrieved a communication jade pendant from his robe and stated, Your third junior brother has encountered a mishap in his cultivation and requires your intervention. No matter where you are in the hidden realms, you must return before nightfall. After conveying this, he turned back to Su Changxing and added, Very well. Your senior brother should be able to return by tonight. However, keep in mind that Chang'e's cultivation is only slightly superior to mine. Can he truly suppress your formidable sword intent? Su Changxing was momentarily taken aback by this. In truth, his arrival here was born out of necessity. His Thunder Sword Dan was exceedingly sharp, and with his current foundation, he could not fully contain the sword intent it harbored. Given a few months to solidify his control, he might indeed master his sword Dan entirely. However, at that moment, Han Mingguan had come to issue a challenge. In that instant, Su Changxing merely harbored the thought of warning him against further provocation, lest he be met with the sharp edge of his blade, and uncontrollably. The sword intent began to surge forth. He exerted every effort to suppress it, barely managing to keep it in check. The issue was that Han Mingguan continued to taunt him outside, oblivious to the danger. Su Changxing, fearing he might lose control and truly slay Han Mingguan, had no choice but to leave his mountain peak. His singular thought was to seek out Xianxia, for since the inheritance was bestowed by him, it was likely that Xianxia possessed a means to help him harness his sword intent. Yet, upon hearing Lu Qinyu's query, he suddenly realized that Xianxia was only at the late stage of the core formation realm, while Su Changxing was lost in thought. The sword intent within him surged forth once more, forcing Lu Qinyu to retreat repeatedly. In a state of urgency, Lu Qinyu exclaimed, "Awaken. Quickly regain control of your sword intent." Su Changxing hastily focused and stabilized his sword dan, observing the gradually retracting sword intent of Su Changxing. Lu Qinyu could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead discreetly. Just moments ago, he nearly believed that Su Changxing was about to strike him down. What kind of fortuitous encounter had the third junior brother experienced to wield such a terrifying sword intent? Could that rascal Xianxia truly suppress such formidable sword energy? Surely, he would not also fall victim to the third junior brother's blade? The more Lu Qinyu pondered, the more unease settled within him. After a brief internal struggle, he finally resolved, "Stay here and do not move. I shall seek assistance to help you temper your sword intent." After giving his instructions, Lu Qinyu swiftly departed his courtyard. Su Changxing nodded, diligently focusing on stabilizing his newly attained realm. 2 hours later, a beam of sword light suddenly approached from afar. It was Xianxia, who had returned to Filiu Peak ahead of time. "Master, what has happened to third junior brother?" he called out even before his feet touched solid ground. Naturally, Lu Qinyu could not answer his query, yet Xianxia no longer required a response, for he had already sensed the soaring sword intent emanating from Su Changxing. Xianxia's eyes brimmed with incredulity. What is this sword intent? Why does it feel so familiar? Before he could finish his thought, he abruptly realized that he had been thoroughly locked onto by this sword energy. Just moments prior, Su Changxing had barely managed to suppress the surging sword intent threatening to erupt. However, upon catching sight of Xianxia, the tempest of thunderclouds within his dantian seemed to awaken, spinning wildly as if provoked. The sword dan, which had been resisting the thunderclouds, unexpectedly began to harmonize with them. In an instant, the thunderbolt sword dan resonated subtly with the thunderclouds, and the sword intent, accompanied by a divine punishment like thunder, surged toward Xianxia. Strangely, Xianxia felt no surprise at being targeted by this sword intent. Instead, his eyes were filled with palpable battle fervor, for he suddenly realized that this very sword intent held the answers he had long sought, yet remained elusive. Though he remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding his younger junior brother, he understood that he could not afford to miss this opportunity. His emotions surged, and sword intent unconsciously radiated from him. Buzz! His Jinghong sword seemed to sense the fluctuations of its master's spirit, issuing a resounding cry. Xianxia's lips curled into a confident smile as he declared, "Junior brother, receive my sword." The Jinghong sword sliced through the air, cleaving towards Su Changxing. Almost simultaneously, Su Changxing wielded his own Qingmu sword to counter. Clang! The two flying swords collided with a resounding impact, sending Su Changxing's Qingmu sword flying. Meanwhile, Xianxia's Jinghong sword remained suspended in midair, as if deliberately awaiting the next strike from the Qingmu sword. It was not by design that Xianxia intended to let go. Rather, a divine retribution-like thunderbolt pierced through his flying sword, momentarily severing the connection between him and the blade. Although he swiftly re-established his link with the sword, Su Changxing's weapon had already traced an arc and returned for another strike. Xianxia had no choice but to wield his sword in defense. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two swords collided hundreds of times. Xianxia was utterly unprepared for the realization that he had not gained an ounce of advantage over his junior disciple, who had just recently formed his golden core. Yet, instead of feeling disheartened, his fighting spirit surged even higher. For in his duel with Su Changxing, he discerned a glimpse of his own path ahead. Chapter 46, Merging with the Sword. Clang! With yet another collision, Su Changxing's Qingmu sword was predictably deflected. However, Xianxia's sword did not halt as it had previously. In that brief moment, he had adapted to the punishing thunder. The battle intent in Xianxia's eyes was palpable as he declared, "Junior brother, be cautious. As he shouted, he prepared to break the impasse with his sword. Crackle. Just as his sword light began to rise, it was struck by a bolt of lightning. Xianxia looked up in astonishment, only to discover that a thin layer of thundercloud had mysteriously gathered in the air. The recent thunder had descended from this very cloud. Seizing the opportunity, while Xianxia's sword was momentarily hindered, Su Changxing's Qingmu's sword arced toward him once more. Xianxia was compelled to pivot and defend with his own sword. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords continued to clash mid-air, interspersed with flashes of lightning. Xianxia's defensive sphere was visibly shrinking. On several occasions, the Qingmu's sword even slashed within mere yards of him. Yet, there was no trace of fear in Xianxia's eyes. Instead, he was increasingly consumed by fervent battle spirit. The fusion of sword light and heavenly thunder was truly remarkable. So this is how it is. No wonder I struggled in vain to discern the path ahead. Amidst whispered musings, Xianxia's sword light grew ever more refined. When the thunder struck from the clouds once more, he suddenly merged with his sword, soaring into the sky. In the next instant, the thundercloud above burst like a bubble, and Xianxia reappeared in the air. Though his robes bore faint scorch marks, his expression radiated an unprecedented exhilaration. Junior brother, thank you for your guidance. I have greatly benefited. Now you must be cautious. As Xianxia uttered these words, the amalgamation of battle intent and ecstatic joy in his gaze suggested a subtle elevation in his aura. Below, Su Changxing found himself momentarily unable to distinguish between Xianxia's true form and the extension of his sword light. Junior brother, receive the sword. Xianxia once again merged with his sword, striking towards Su Changxing with an unparalleled force. This time, flashes of thunder encircled his sword. In that brief encounter, he had surprisingly comprehended Su Changxing's technique of summoning lightning with his blade. Su Changxing, witnessing this spectacle, felt an inexplicable shock within his heart. However, in the next instant, his eyes were equally filled with the fervor of battle. During their recent clash, he too had gleaned valuable insights. Through Xianxia's relentless strikes, the essence of his sword had increasingly harmonized with his own sword intent. Even the thunderclouds that had previously lingered around his dantian were now faintly merging with his sword intent, almost simultaneously with the illumination of Xianxia's sword light. Su Changxing's Qingmu sword radiated an unprecedented brilliance. He too merged with his sword, charging towards the luminous blade above him. In the following moment, the two sword lights collided with an unprecedented might. Sword intent soared through the air, dispersing the white clouds within a radius of several dozen miles. Shortly thereafter, the thunderclouds began to coalesce, as both their sword intents simultaneously summoned the surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy. As the two maintained their positions several miles apart, the thunderclouds in the sky had thickened to nearly double their previous density. Strands of lightning flickered like writhing dragons within the clouds. Su Changxing and Xianxia exchanged a glance, and without a word, they chose to merge with their swords and plunge into the thunderclouds. Their sword lights swirled like two dragons dancing through the clouds, stirring the thunderclouds into a tempest. At this moment, the booming thunder had already drowned out the sound of their swords clashing. Yet, the relentless lightning could not overshadow their brilliance. Waves of sword light surged forth, even more dazzling than the bolts piercing the thunderclouds. The intensity of their battle escalated, attracting a gathering of over 10 core formation elders outside the thunderclouds. Initially, these elders assumed it was merely unruly sword cultivators sparring and did not pay it much heed. After all, sword cultivators often engaged in practical combat, occasionally indulging in bouts within the sect. As long as no severe consequences ensued, the sect would only administer symbolic reprimands. Thus, most of the core formation elders, along with ordinary disciples, had grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, as the ferocity of the clash intensified, those elder cultivators could no longer remain seated. Now, over a dozen elders had congregated outside the thunderclouds. How could a mere sparring match between sword cultivators summon thunderclouds? Moreover, the power of these clouds was utterly terrifying. Who were these two combatants? Was it not obvious? They were at Filiu Peak. Are you saying one of them is Xianxia? No wonder such might could be unleashed. This technique of wielding thunder with a sword is nothing short of formidable. With such prowess, the formation of a nascent soul must be imminent. But who is the person engaging him in combat, capable of contesting with Xianxia to such an extent? Regardless of his identity, the carnage within the inner sect blatantly disregards the established rules. This audacious junior, Is there truly no one to intervene? His words instantly drew the attention of a multitude of golden core cultivators. Someone promptly inquired, "Old Li, what has gotten into you today? Why are you so irate?" Before Elder Li could respond, another individual seemed to recall something, exclaiming as they slapped their forehead, "I understand. Old Li recently invested heavily in a brood of Yunzhong phoenixes, cherishing them as treasures in the mountains. The Yunzhong phoenix is notoriously fearful of thunder. I say, Old Li, shouting here is futile. If you wish to prevent your precious Yunzhong phoenixes from being frightened to death, you ought to hastily call for a ceasefire." Upon hearing this, Elder Li's expression stiffened slightly. Had the brilliant sword light amidst the thunderclouds not been so astonishing, he would have intervened long ago. It was precisely because he was intimidated by the ferocity of their battle that he sought assistance from others. However, instead of offering aid, those around him only reveled in his embarrassment, further aggravating his displeasure. The thought of his treasures in the mountains stirred a surge of blood within him. As if to bolster his own resolve, he shouted, "If they are to strike, let them strike. Do you truly believe I fear this Junior Xianxia?" As he spoke, Elder Li had already retrieved a bronze mirror from his robe. With continuous infusions of his true essence, the mirror gradually emanated a soft glow. Just as the sword light within the mirror approached its limit, a resounding clash of swords echoed once more from the thunderclouds. Elder Li bellowed with fervor, "Is this the place for you to recklessly clash swords? Cease immediately." As the crowd anticipated, his bronze mirror expanded dramatically, soaring towards the tumultuous thunderclouds ahead. At this moment, the golden core elders present discerned Elder Li's intentions. He evidently aimed to position the mirror between the two combatants during their confrontation, as they would likely refrain from attacking the mirror in a situation not involving a life-and-death struggle. Thus, he could seize the opportunity to mediate. However, as the mirror approached the thunderclouds, it provoked a surge of electric brilliance. A bolt of lightning struck the mirror directly. In the next instant, the electrical energy surged across the mirror's surface, causing its radiant glow to flicker unpredictably. Before Elder Li could stabilize his artifact, another bolt of lightning descended from the thunderclouds. The mirror ultimately lost its luminescence, wobbling precariously as it plummeted downward. Meanwhile, two beams of sword light ignited once more within the thunderclouds. These two beams intertwined and darted about, completely unaffected by the chaos surrounding them. Chapter 47. Xianxia breaks the Golden Core. The Golden Core elders, who had been spectating from the sidelines, were momentarily taken aback. One exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the end? Old Li, why don't you take action? Indeed, your bronze mirror is several miles away from the radiance of their swords. Surely you cannot be incapable of piercing through even the thunderclouds they emit? Is it true? Old Li, why do you not make a move?" Hearing the doubts of his peers, Elder Li's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white. Yet, no matter how he called, his treasured artifact, honed over many years, remained unresponsive. He stood frozen for a considerable time, before murmuring to himself, "The lightning that fell from those thunderclouds can shatter a cultivator's consciousness. Can it truly shatter consciousness? Is it possible that the consciousness within Li's treasure has been breached? No wonder old Li's bronze mirror suddenly ceased to function. The power of these thunderclouds is indeed formidable." Formidable is an understatement. The thunder capable of shattering consciousness is something I have only witnessed during divine retribution. Hiss! Xianxia's sword light has been weaving through that thundercloud from the very beginning. Does this not imply that he has been contending against divine punishment all along? Perhaps even more than that. Xianxia's sword light not only penetrated the thunderclouds, but has also been engaged in a duel with another cultivator. His attention must be entirely focused on his opponent, leaving little energy to spare on the thunderclouds. Quite right, were it not for this, we would not have overlooked those thunderclouds. How is it that Xianxia, at such a young age, wields such refined sword intent? Who is the cultivator he is clashing with? Could it be a certain nascent soul ancestor? Just as these golden core cultivators were engrossed in their discussions, someone suddenly spoke up. Have you not sensed that the aura of the person sparring with Xianxia seems somewhat familiar? Now that you mention it, I believe I have encountered this aura before. One of the golden core elders pondered for a moment, then suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "It cannot be. Could it be Su Changxing sparring with Xianxia? Who do you say? Did not Su Changxing just complete his foundation establishment a couple of months ago? How could he possibly have condensed his core so swiftly? Even if someone cultivates as effortlessly as breathing, their power could not have escalated to such terrifying levels instantly. Could it? I also find it unlikely, yet the aura undeniably bears resemblance to Su Changxing. Just by the way, where is old Lu? Where has he gone? Li Chang'e is engaged in such fierce combat on his mountain. How could his master not have made an appearance? Indeed, this is illogical. Where has old Lu vanished to? Could it be that old Lu encountered misfortune amidst the aftermath? Quickly, informed the sect leader, just as these Golden Core elders were astounded by a mere hypothesis. They suddenly noticed the surroundings had fallen into silence. It was not that they had ceased their discussions, but rather that their voices had been muted. As they stood in a daze, a calm voice resonated in their ears. Do not speculate wildly. It is Li Chang'e and his junior brother Su Changxing who are sparring within the thunderclouds. Lu Qinyu has not perished during the sparring. He has come to seek me. Upon hearing that sound, the elder cultivators of the Jiadan stage fell silent, bowing in unison towards the distance. The figure approaching was none other than Shi Haoyan, one of the venerable ancestors of the Luoxia sect. Beside him stood the anxious Lu Qinyu, who from afar had already spotted Li Chang'e and Su Changxing engaged in fierce combat amidst the thunderclouds. The flashes of sword light nearly blinded him. Although Lu Qinyu had long accepted that he would likely be no match for his elder apprentice, Li Chang'e, he had not anticipated the vast disparity in their strengths. He could scarcely withstand even a single strike of sword light. In fact, he lacked the confidence to endure the thunderclouds that had been cleaved apart by those very beams. If it were only Li Chang'e exhibiting such ferocity, it would be understandable. After all, his reputation had grown tremendously over the years, and Lu Qinyu had prepared himself for that. Yet, to witness his newly accepted disciple, Su Changxing, displaying such formidable prowess was utterly astonishing. As the two beams of sword light intertwined within the storm, they continuously summoned bolts of lightning to strike one another. Had he not been aware of their identities, Lu Qinyu might have mistaken Su Changxing for a Yuaning elder engaged in battle with Li Chang'e. In that moment, Lu Qinyu felt an immense relief for his decisive actions. Had he not urgently summoned Shi Haoyan, he would likely be relegated to the sidelines like the other onlookers, merely waiting idly, perhaps even subject to ridicule for his inaction. He discreetly wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow and turned to Shi Haoyan, saying, "Esteemed Uncle Master, my third disciple seems to have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, suddenly manifesting a terrifying sword intent. It is precisely due to his inability to control this overwhelming thunderous sword intent that he sought my assistance in bringing his elder brother here. It appears that Chang'e is also unable to subdue his sword intent. I implore you, esteemed Uncle Master, to intervene and save my wayward disciple." Shi Haoyan cast a peculiar glance at Lu Qinyu and replied, "There is no need for haste. Let us wait a moment longer." Lu Qinyu was taken aback by his words, yet he dared not question the words of the venerable ancestor. He could only suppress the unease within him and focus his attention on the two combatants. After observing for a while, Lu Qinyu suddenly exclaimed, "What has happened to Chang'e's sword intent? And why does his danqi appear so dense?" Could it be as he spoke, his eyes widened in astonishment? Is he on the verge of breaking through to the Yuanying stage? Shi Haoyan nodded slightly, saying, "It seems Li Chang'e has greatly benefited from this sparring session. His sword intent is not only sharp, but also remarkably steadfast. He must have discovered a path that suits him. If he continues to tread upon this self-affirmed path, it may not be long before our Luoxia sect produces another venerable ancestor of the transformation stage." Lu Qinyu was utterly unprepared for Shi Haoyan's high praise of Li Chang'e. He opened and closed his mouth slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Qinyu cast a glance at him and smiled, saying, "There is no need for such astonishment. Li Chang'e is exceptionally gifted. Even without this opportunity, it was merely a matter of time before he coalesced his nascent soul. What intrigues me is your third disciple, Su Changxing. Just over a month ago, he bestowed upon me a fortuitous encounter, and unexpectedly, he has now brought another boon to Li Chang'e. TSK. These two disciples of yours are indeed stirring a sense of yearning within me." Lu Qinyu, upon hearing this, found his expression momentarily frozen. This time, he was utterly at a loss for how to respond. Just then, a beam of sword light shot into the sky, capturing his attention. It was Li Chang'e, merging with his sword, bursting forth from the thunderclouds. Below, Su Changxing seemed to sense something amiss, as he also contained the sword light and restrained the surging thunderclouds around them. Seeing this, Lu Qinyu's eyes sparkled slightly as he inquired, "Is the battle over? Has Chang'e truly helped the third suppress the sword intent? How did he accomplish that? Was it merely a matter of engaging in combat?" As Lu Qinyu's questions bubbled forth, A sudden storm of spiritual energy swirled around Xianxia. Almost simultaneously, a crisp cracking sound resonated from his dantian, the unmistakable sound of it shattering. Chapter 48. Sword pointing to heavenly punishment. Lu Chenyu was taken aback at first, but then a realization dawned upon him, and he gasped in astonishment. Is it possible that Chang'e is about to transcend into a nascent soul? As if to affirm his conjecture, Xianxia's aura surged dramatically. Changxing, who had just managed to stabilize the surrounding thunderclouds, found himself once again besieged by this turbulence of spiritual energy. Lightning crackled as the thunderclouds churned violently. The onlooking golden core elders, witnessing this spectacle, hastily summoned their escape lights, retreating in haste. As they fled, a new dark thundercloud began to coalesce above the original storm. The instant this second thundercloud formed, it disrupted the spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen miles. The original thundercloud seemed to have been struck at a vital point, rapidly disintegrating. From its dispersing remnants, lightning attribute spiritual energy surged upward, congregating towards the newly formed thundercloud. Thunder rumbled. In the blink of an eye, the newly manifested thundercloud let out a deafening roar. The golden core elders who had not fled far enough were shaken to their cores by this sound, their true essence in disarray. Some nearly lost control of their escape lights. Even Changxing trembled at the sound of this thunder. He looked up in shock and confusion, exclaiming, "Is this the heavenly tribulation? My elder brother's coalescence of the nascent soul has actually attracted the heavenly punishment?" Not only was Changxing astounded, but the fleeing golden core cultivators were equally taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They had never anticipated that someone would create such a tumult during the process of coalescing into a nascent soul. Although the transformation from Dan to infant is a significant metamorphosis for cultivators, it holds little significance in the grand scheme of the universe. Typically, when a cultivator transcends from Dan to infant, it merely stirs some turbulence in the spiritual energy. There has never been a record of anyone attracting a heavenly tribulation during this transition. What kind of sword technique is Xianxia practicing that could invoke divine punishment? This disciple of old Lu is truly a marvel. Hush! Silence. If Xianxia succeeds in his breakthrough, he will become the Yuaniing ancestor of the sect. Sword cultivators are known for their irascible nature. Be wary, for he may very well strike you down with his sword upon his ascent. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the increasingly imposing thunderclouds above, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed, "I have indeed drawn down divine punishment. It seems I have not strayed from my path. I owe a great debt of gratitude this time." Boom! Another resounding thunderclap interrupted Xianxia's musings. A smile played upon his lips as he declared, "The thunder of divine punishment wields great authority. Yet, my sword shall cleave through heaven and earth." An indescribable sword intent surged towards the heavens. Xianxia merged with his sword, charging directly into the tempest of heavenly punishment. Boom! The thunderclouds above seemed incensed by this mere Yuaniing cultivator, roaring furiously. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded down like a torrential waterfall, striking towards Xianxia. The cacophony of thunder instantly became the sole sound in existence, drowning out all other noises. However, amidst the tempestuous light of thunder, a solitary beam of sword light surged defiantly upwards. Xianxia's sword light transformed into a lone vessel navigating the stormy sea of thunder. No matter how violently the thunder raged, it could not impede his ascent. Under the gaze of all, Xianxia's sword light pierced through the thunderous sea and then shattered the thunderclouds, ultimately halting at an elevation of several thousand zhang, overlooking the tumultuous clouds below. In comparison to the vast thunderclouds, Xianxia's sword light appeared no more significant than a tiny silver needle. Yet, upon being pierced by this needle, the tribulation clouds seemed to be struck at a vital point, violently churning and dissipating. The group of Jidan cultivators beneath observed that the thunderclouds were attempting to coalesce once more, yet they could not regain their former strength, as if someone were continually siphoning off their power. After a lengthy pause, the thunderclouds finally dissipated with a reluctant roar. Xianxia's tribulation was astonishingly surmounted in this manner. This spectacle left all the Jidan cultivators, including Changxing, in a state of bewildered shock. When the tribulation clouds first gathered, their might had instilled fear in all Jidan cultivators. At that moment, nearly everyone believed that the recently transcended Xianxia would struggle against the tribulation. teetering on the brink of peril. No one could have anticipated that Xianxia would merge with his sword and confront the thunderclouds head-on. What was even more astonishing was that he succeeded. Xianxia cleaved through the thunderclouds with his sword, transcending the tribulation in a manner previously unheard of. Though his robes were tattered and his breath somewhat disordered, the aura of sword intent surrounding him was so formidable that it was difficult to behold. Changxing gazed at the silhouette, pointing his sword towards the heavens, and suddenly comprehended the reason behind Xianxia's reckless determination to strike at the sky during the earlier simulation, even at the risk of his own demise. From the very beginning, Xianxia's sword light had no intention of being constrained by the earthly realm. It was not the shallow pond that allowed him to roam freely, but the boundless sea of stars. In that moment, Changxing felt a pang of shame. As a transmigrator, his vision paled in comparison to that of Xianxia, a native. The furthest he had previously contemplated was merely surviving the crisis a decade hence, while Xianxia's sword light had always aimed for the heavens. At that instant, Changxing finally understood why he was unable to harness the extraordinary sword core within him. It was not due to a weak foundation, but rather because his heart was too confined to accommodate such unrestrained sword intent. He had never considered that he could wield his sword to point at the sky. No wonder the more he attempted to suppress his sword intent, the stronger the resistance from the sword core became. It was clear that this sword intent was innately meant to be unbridled. Once Changxing grasped this realization, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. He ceased to stifle his sword core and instead opened his heart, allowing his sword intent to surge toward the clouds. The Qingmu sword seemed to sense its master's intention, emitting an unprecedented, resounding sword cry. Xianxia, feeling the burgeoning sword light below him, slightly curled his lips and remarked, "This time, my ability to successfully manifest the sword that resides in my heart and to discern the path ahead is largely thanks to my junior brother's guidance. I shall remember this kindness forever. Now that I have just broken through, I must return to the mountain to consolidate my realm. Once I emerge, let us spar again." Changxing promptly replied, "Senior brother, you are too courteous. I have also greatly benefited from this exchange." Xianxia did not prolong the pleasantries. He turned decisively, bowing to Lu Qinyu and Shi Haoyan, before transforming into a streak of light and returning to his mountain peak. Chapter 49. Overlooked details. Although Xianxia had departed, his recent words sparked a tremendous uproar among the gathered core formation elders. Someone immediately exclaimed, "Did I hear correctly? Xianxia just said that it was Changxing who guided him? How can this be possible? Did Changxing conjure those initial thunderclouds? He only established his foundation a few months ago. How could he possibly be guiding Xianxia so soon? Could he be yet another sword cultivator of extraordinary insight? Even if one's comprehension is extraordinary, the pace of advancement should not be so rapid, should it? What do you think? Could it be that old Lu's third disciple is the reincarnation of some venerable ancestor? Surely not. Those ancients who sought reincarnation have all failed, have they not? I have not heard of anyone succeeding in that endeavor. Yet, I find it plausible. Perhaps he has lost his memories, but retained profound insights into the sword path. Otherwise, it would be utterly incomprehensible to explain his astonishing cultivation speed. If that is the case in a few decades, our Xianxia sect might witness the emergence of another venerable ancestor. Not just one, but two. Did you not notice the expression on old Shi's face when he gazed at Xianxia? He appeared exceptionally pleased. Moreover, when Xianxia paid his respects to the ancestor, he even inclined his body slightly. That was a return gesture. This indicates that he likely regards Xianxia as a future venerable one. Old Lu has indeed struck an incredible stroke of luck. First, he accepted Xianxia, destined for transformation into a venerable one. And now another potential reincarnation in Changxing has surfaced. With these two disciples, old Lu can live a carefree life, not merely a carefree existence. Once these two disciples ascend to become venerable ancestors, any offerings they present to him could facilitate further breakthroughs in his cultivation. At that time, we shall no longer call him Old Lu. We must address him as Ancestor Lu. Old Lu's ability to recruit disciples is truly extraordinary. How is it that I cannot attract such disciples? Could it be that Old Lu possesses the art of fate observation? Has anyone inquired how Old Lu manages to take on disciples? I have indeed asked him. What did Old Lu say? He mentioned that when selecting disciples, it is best to choose those whose names contain the character charm. Can that truly be effective? I feel as though Old Lu is jesting with you. Regardless of its efficacy, acquiring an additional disciple won't be detrimental. I intend to give it a try upon my return. That makes sense. As these core formation elders whispered among themselves, Lu Chenyu and Shi Haoyan had already approached Su Changxing. Lu Chenyu, with an unusual expression, scrutinized Su Changxing from head to toe and remarked, "You're even able to offer guidance to your senior brother." Su Changxing hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "That is merely my senior brother's excessive modesty. I was merely engaged in a friendly sparring match with him. During that time, I gained much insight. I should indeed express my gratitude for my senior brother's pointers." Lu Chenyu nodded in agreement, then sighed, "Even so, that is still quite remarkable." He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Are you perhaps the reincarnation of some esteemed predecessor within our sect?" While the core formation elders were discussing, Lu Chenyu had caught snippets of their conversation. The notion of reincarnation brought him a sudden clarity. If his third disciple is indeed the reincarnation of a certain senior from the sect, then his ability to condense 9 cloud patterns within a few days would become comprehensible. Su Changxing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but pause momentarily. He had been at a loss on how to explain his fortuitous circumstances. Unexpectedly, Lu Chenyu had devised such a rationale. Just as he hesitated on whether to tacitly acknowledge this, Lu Chenyu waved his hand with a look of realization and declared, "Forget it, regardless of your past life. In this one, you are a disciple of the Xianxia sect. You have just assisted your senior brother in condensing his nascent soul, and according to the sect customs, as your master, I should bestow upon you a reward. Is there anything you desire?" Su Changxing initially intended to decline, but found himself stating, "Disciple is currently in somewhat of a financial bind. The spirit stones previously granted by master have already been exhausted. Might I request an additional supply of spirit stones?" Lu Chenyu appeared taken aback at Su Changxing's preference for the mundane spirit stones over the more extraordinary treasures. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled how Su Changxing had been diligently collecting spirit stones through various means. Nodding thoughtfully, he replied, "The matter of spirit stones is easily arranged. The elixirs you sent me have already been sold for over 30,000 spirit stones. I shall supplement you with an additional 20,000 spirit stones, bringing the total to 50,000. The remaining treasures will continue to be sold on your behalf, and I will provide you with the spirit stones once they are sold." As Lu Chenyu spoke, he handed 2 storage bags to Su Changxing. Grasping the bags, Su Changxing exclaimed, "Thank you, master." He had just realized that his earlier hesitation had led Lu Chenyu to assume he was the reincarnation of a venerable ancestor. This subplot had not unfolded in his previous simulations. Although Su Changxing felt that the Xianxia sect would not do him any harm, he still harbored a sense of unease and wished to simulate the situation once more. However, after breaking through to the early stage of the core formation, the points required for simulation had surged to 10,000. The inferior spirit stones he possessed were utterly insufficient for simulation. Hence, he had temporarily altered his request for spirit stones from Lu Chenyu. To his astonishment, Lu Chenyu had readily presented him with 50,000 inferior spirit stones. His master had apparently sold over 30,000 spirit stones worth of treasures in such a short span. That was remarkably efficient, though it was not merely a matter of efficiency. It was also about time. As Su Changxing pondered this, a sudden realization struck him regarding the timeline. He had previously believed that only a few days had passed since his return from the secret realm. Yet, he was now reminded of an important detail. In the earlier simulations, Han Mingguan had not sought him out. Su Changxing had overlooked this nuance before. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the duration required for him to accept the inheritance was far longer than he had anticipated. It was precisely for this reason that Han Mingguan sought him out for a duel. Could it be that the time I spent during the inheritance was indeed real? Did I truly waste an entire month within the inheritance? Does this not imply that the inheritance I received is genuinely existent, rather than a mere simulation by the system? As Su Changxing pondered this, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Beside him, Lu Chenyu, noticing his unusual demeanor, could not help but inquire, "What is the matter? Has your golden core encountered another issue?" Su Changxing then regained his composure and replied, "No. After recently sparring with my senior brother, I am now able to control my sword core. I merely had a sudden realization about certain matters." Chapter 50. Encountering a new side quest. Lu Chenyu, deep in thought, nodded and said, "If you encounter any further issues, do not hesitate to seek out your senior brother. Although his realm may not surpass yours, his talent in the sword path is quite commendable." No sooner had Lu Chenyu spoken than Shi Haoyan, who had been rather quiet, suddenly interjected, It is not necessarily required to consult Xianxia. Should you have any uncertainties, you may also come to me, this old man. Your recent duel with Xianxia has been quite enlightening for me as well. Lu Chenyu was taken aback, unable to comprehend that Shi Haoyan, a venerable figure of the transformation stage, would express such sentiments, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Su Changxing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed this venerable master had begun to believe he was a reincarnated cultivator. The imagination of the cultivators here is rather extravagant. I must quickly devise a simulation upon returning and ensure that no complications arise. Su Changxing thought to himself, bowing respectfully, "Thank you for your kind consideration, esteemed elder. Should I encounter any uncertainties in the future, I may indeed have to impose upon you." Shi Haoyan nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lu Chenyu. "Indeed, your disciples are quite commendable. I recall you have a second disciple named Zhou Leqi. He should be nearing the golden core stage as well, correct?" Lu Chenyu affirmed, "Yes. Zhou Leqi has long since reached the late foundation establishment stage. However, his comprehension is not on par with that of his senior brother, so he likely has some time before he achieves the golden core." Suddenly, as he spoke, he slapped his forehead and said to Su Changxing, "By the way, when you have the time, do remember to offer guidance to your second senior brother." Su Changxing promptly bowed and replied, "As my master commands. I will naturally accept this responsibility. However, having just condensed my sword core, I am not yet fully adept at controlling it. Should I inadvertently miscalculate my strength during a spar with my second senior brother, it may contradict my master's intentions. Perhaps it would be best to wait until I stabilize my cultivation before engaging in such a duel." Lu Chenyu nodded in agreement. "That is indeed a prudent thought. How could I forget that you have only just achieved the golden core? Very well, you need not linger in conversation with us. Return promptly to solidify your cultivation. I shall handle matters here on your behalf." Xianxia expressed his gratitude to Lu Chenyu, then bowed to Shi Haoyan before soaring back to his mountain peak on his sword. Upon his return, he found that Han Mingguan had wisely departed, saving him considerable effort in words. Scanning his mountain with his spiritual sense and confirming that all was well, he retrieved 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and promptly infused them into the system. Eagerly, Su Changxing initiated the simulation. In the first month, you seclude yourself to solidify your realm. In the second month, you continue in seclusion, remaining undisturbed by others. As Su Changxing absorbed these lines of simulated text, his previously furrowed brow relaxed swiftly. It appeared that his identity as a reincarnated ancestor of the transformation realm had not caused him any complications. With a slight sigh of relief, he continued to observe the subsequent simulations. In the third month, you suddenly receive a message from Lu Chenyu, stating that your second senior brother, Zhou Leqi, is in peril and urging you to hasten to Filiu Peak. You immediately summon your sword light and arrive at Filiu Peak. After inquiring meticulously, you learn the details of the situation. Upon discovering that Xianxia had broken through to the infant stage and that you had also formed your sword dan, Zhou Leqi's mindset became somewhat unstable. He abandoned his steady cultivation and ventured into a perilous secret realm. Just recently, Zhou Leqi's soul jade suddenly cracked. In his urgency, Lu Chenyu sent messages to both you and Xianxia. Noticing that Xianxia had not arrived, you suggested not to wait for your senior brother to emerge from his seclusion, and instead, you and Lu Chenyu should investigate the secret realm. Lu Chenyu looked at you with evident appreciation. That very day, you followed Lu Chenyu into the secret realm. To your astonishment, you discovered that it was indeed a place for core formation cultivators to hone their skills. You searched tirelessly for 3 days and nights, ultimately finding Zhou Leqi's remains in a cave. By this time, Zhou Leqi had been devoured by demonic beasts, leaving behind only bones. Lu Chenyu gazed sorrowfully at the scattered remnants, overwhelmed with grief. Observing Lu Chenyu, who seemed to age significantly in an instant, a pang of guilt stirred within you. You were acutely aware that Zhou Leqi's demise was a consequence of the turmoil you had caused. Had it not been for you, Zhou Leqi could have cultivated peacefully for at least 9 more years. In the 4th month, you and Lu Chenyu returned to Filiu Peak with Zhou Leqi's remains. After accompanying Lu Chenyu for half a month, you turned back and rushed once more to the secret realm where Zhou Leqi had perished. With your sword commanding thunder, you wreaked havoc within the secret realm, causing the demonic creatures to tremble in fear at the sight of lightning. In the 5th month, your reckless actions finally drew out high-level demonic entities from the depths of the secret realm. A creature comparable to the infant stage pursued you for an entire day and night, nearly forcing you out of the secret realm. Just as you hesitated to use your trump card, a flash of sword light appeared. In the wake of the sword light, the pursuing demon was cleaved in two. At long last, Xianxia has emerged from his seclusion. During the 6th month, you traversed the secret realm alongside Xianxia for several dozen days, vanquishing the high-tier magical beasts within, leaving them in disarray. Through relentless combat, your sword intent grew increasingly refined, resulting in a natural breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. In the 8th month, after retreating to the mountain for 2 months to solidify your newfound strength, you returned to the secret realm where Zhou Leqi had perished. The remaining magical creatures, believing they had evaded their doom, were met with your relentless return, causing them to flee in panic. By the 9th month, you had become invincible within this secret realm, prompting a bittersweet shift to other realms in search of worthy opponents. In February of the following year, over the course of 6 months, you ventured through 2 secret realms, slaying countless demons with your sword. Your sword heart grew ever more steadfast, allowing you to break through once more and reach the late stage of the Golden Core realm. By May of the 2nd year, having solidified your standing, you began to contemplate the path to breaking the Golden Core and giving birth to an infant spirit. However, due to the solidity of your sword core, typical methods proved ineffective against it. Thus, you resolved to venture into more perilous secret realms, engaging in combat with demons of the nascent soul stage. In June, after a month of exploration within the secret realm, you finally encountered a nascent soul demon. Armed with the advantages of your sword core and the power of thunderclouds, you battled fiercely for 3 consecutive days and nights, with neither side achieving a definitive victory. In July, having digested the previous encounter's insights, you sought out the same demon once more, engaging in a fierce struggle throughout the night, compelling it to retreat in disarray. By November of the 2nd year, your sword light had grown even more formidable, rendering weaker nascent soul demons no match for your prowess. In February of the 3rd year, after pursuing a nascent soul demon for several days, you finally succeeded in slaying it. This marked the first nascent soul demon you had personally dispatched, filling you with exhilaration. In March, your burgeoning potential incited panic among the demons within the secret realm, with numerous high-tier demons marking you as a target for assassination. Undeterred, you continued your daily hunts. The opposing nascent soul demons set numerous deadly traps aimed at you, but each time, you eluded their grasp. By August of the 3rd year, your strength had increased yet again, and you willingly stepped into a trap laid by 3 demons comparable to the nascent soul stage. After a full day of combat, an epiphany struck you, leading to the breaking of your core and the birth of your spirit. The 3 demons were taken aback, attempting to encircle you amidst your breakthrough. However, as your nascent soul coalesced, you wielded a purple illusionary sword beneath a canopy of thunderclouds. Commanding your sword with your newfound spirit, you effortlessly dispatched the nearest nascent soul demon, while the other 2 fled in terror deeper into the secret realm. With a gentle smile, you chose to spare them and return to the mountain to enter seclusion once more. In February of the 4th year, after 6 months of introspection, you emerged once again, turning your gaze anew towards the Corp's sect. You resolved to investigate the movements of the Corp's sect. In the 8th month of the 4th year, in an effort to avoid drawing too much attention, you proceeded with great caution, resulting in unsatisfactory progress. Believing you had ample time, you chose to gather clues while honing your skills. By June of the 5th year, your nascent soul had become increasingly solid, and your realm had deepened significantly. However, your investigative progress remained disheartening. After some contemplation, you decided to inform Xianxia of the looming crisis. Under your guidance, Xianxia had gained clarity regarding his path and advanced rapidly in his cultivation. At this point, he had broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, attaining a status within the Xianxia sect that rivaled 2 of the transformation stage ancestors, thus granting him access to substantial resources. With Xianxia's involvement, the pace of your investigation accelerated dramatically. In February of the 6th year, the 2 of you finally uncovered the hiding place of the ancient demon poised for revival. Yet, feeling somewhat outnumbered, you resolved to seek assistance from Xianxia. Upon hearing of the matter, Xianxia immediately decided to join your cause. However, before embarking on the mission, he wished to prepare a treasure capable of restraining the Corp's sect. Seizing the opportunity, you entered a month-long seclusion to further sharpen your inner sword. By March of the 6th year, Xianxia had completed his preparations, and during this month, you experienced a breakthrough, ascending to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. At last, you stood on equal footing with Xianxia. Both Shi Haoyin and Xianxia were astonished by your rapid cultivation, and they brimmed with confidence for the impending battle. In April of the 6th year, once you were adequately prepared, you plunged decisively into the secret realm where the ancient demon of the Yin Corpse sect lay hidden. To your astonishment, a transformation stage ancestor was guarding the location. Through dialogue, you learned that the Yin Corpse sect had indeed sensed the investigation, which explained the presence of the transformation stage ancestor. A brief sigh of relief washed over you, for they had not yet awakened the slumbering demon. Wasting no time, you engaged in combat with the adversary. The combined strength of you and Xianxia left them utterly astonished. However, the transformation stage ancestor of the Yin Corpse sect proved to be exceedingly resourceful, enduring your trio's vigorous assault at the cost of light injuries, and began the process of awakening the ancient demon. Sensing the imminent threat, you summoned the ethereal sword from your sea of consciousness. Merging with the sword, your nascent soul fused with its spectral essence, and your aura transformed into something terrifyingly formidable. In that moment, you became the sword deity wielding divine retribution, striking directly at the slumbering demon. Although the ancient demon stirred at the last moment, your strike still dealt a grievous blow. However, in his counterattack, your nascent soul was shattered. Just as you prepared to perish alongside your foe, another beam of sword light, akin to divine punishment, descended. Xianxia, closely following in your wake, disrupted the ancient demon's consciousness with a single strike. The ancestor of the Yin Corpse sect, who had been plotting resurrection for decades, never anticipated that he would be slain by two Yuan Ying sword cultivators. His mind was in turmoil. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Haoyin dealt a devastating blow to him. The ancestor of the Yin Corpse sect, heavily wounded, barely managed to escape from the secret realm. Shi Haoyin chose not to pursue, instead shattering the old demon's corpse completely. Before reinforcements arrived, he took the injured Yu and the exhausted Xianxia away from that place. Changxing, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming surge of joy. After countless simulations, he had finally survived to resolve the crisis that had loomed for a decade. Although he had still lost his Yuan Ying in the simulation, he was alive. In that moment, he felt the oppressive clouds above him dissipate significantly. The crisis of the Yin Corpse sect was indeed not insurmountable. Changxing let out a low roar before continuing to observe the subsequent simulations. In the 3rd month of the 8th year, you returned to the Falling Sunset sect to recuperate for 2 years, and your injuries had healed significantly. However, your Yuan Ying remained fragmented and could not fully recover. Your current strength was less than 30% of your peak. Xianxia felt considerable guilt over this. During these 2 years, he had sought countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures for you. Yet, your Yuan Ying was not merely shattered by brute force. Remnants of the old demon's corpse energy lingered within. Had it not been for your Yuan Ying's innate affinity for lightning, which countered the corpse energy, you might have perished long ago. You sense that your injuries might never fully heal. By the 13th year, your condition had improved somewhat, allowing you to exert about 50% of your peak strength. Yet, your Yuan Ying still showed no signs of recovery. At this point, you had come to terms with it. You found a mountain rich in spiritual energy within the Falling Sunset sect, cultivated a few acres of spiritual fields, and raised a few spirit beasts, thus embracing a premature retirement life. In the 28th year, Xianxia's Yuan Ying ascended to divine transformation, his sword light astonishing for miles. Rather than stabilizing his newfound realm, he directed his sword towards the Yin Corpse sect. His sword light summoned thunder, obliterating the sect's mountain gate and forcibly seizing a piece of extreme Yin jade. That very day, his sword light returned to the Falling Sunset sect, and with a hopeful expression, he presented the extreme Yin jade before you. Deeply moved, you insisted it was unnecessary, but Xianxia remarked that he had merely taken it conveniently. Under his expectant gaze, you used the extreme Yin jade to mend your damaged Yuan Ying. By the 29th year, after a year of recovery, your Yuan Ying had barely been pieced together, allowing you to exert 70% of your peak strength. However, due to the instability of your Yuan Ying, you were still unable to cultivate normally. In the 31st year, having just stabilized his realm, Xianxia came to find you again. Seeing that you had not fully recovered, he once again took to the skies on his sword, leaving the Falling Sunset sect. In the 36th year, Xianxia, who had been absent for 5 years, reappeared before you. Though he bore no visible wounds, you keenly sensed an instability in his aura. suggesting a possible injury to his primordial spirit. However, Xianxia chose not to engage in further conversation. He merely cast aside a millennium-old thunder infant fruit and vanished before your eyes. Gazing at the thunder infant fruit before you, a medley of emotions surged within your heart. Chapter 52. It was once again time for the reward settlement. In the 38th year, after absorbing the thunder infant fruit and refining your essence with various rare materials for 2 years, you finally regained 90% of your combat prowess prior to injury. Your primordial infant had reintegrated, with only the faintest cracks detectable upon careful inspection. Although your progress in cultivation remained sluggish, you could finally resume your practice. Resolute in not wishing for Xianxia to risk his life for you any longer, you decided to venture forth, seeking the heavenly materials that might fully restore your injuries. In the 53rd year, after over a decade of travel, your mindset had stabilized completely, and you resolved to return to the mountain for a period of cultivation. By the 86th year, a sudden whim prompted you to witness the sect's grand competition, where you unexpectedly discovered a fine celestial seedling, which you brought into your sect. In the 103rd year, your disciple successfully condensed a second-grade golden elixir, filling you with joy. By the 180th year, your disciple achieved the transformation from elixir to infant, becoming an elder of the sect, which brought you immense satisfaction. In the 230th year, during your cultivation, a moment of enlightenment allowed you to break through to a minor realm, becoming a late-stage primordial infant practitioner. Yet, you remained indifferent, fully aware that, given the state of your primordial infant, there was no possibility of reaching the transformation stage. You placed all your hopes upon your disciple, wishing for him to attain the realm of transformation on your behalf. In the 368th year, your disciple advanced to late-stage primordial infant, yet remained uncertain about how to undergo transformation. Thus, you sent him to Xianxia's retreat, hoping he could mentor your disciple. By the 420th year, your disciple finally broke through to the transformation stage, prompting you to venture out for a 100-year celebration. In the 481st year, while enjoying your time outside the sect, you received devastating news. Your senior brother Xianxia had perished amidst the thunderclouds, sword in hand. You stood in a trance for several days, memories of your vigorous youth flooding your mind. In that moment, an overwhelming desire to witness the vistas of the transformation realm arose within you. You intended to suppress this unwarranted thought. Yet, upon reflecting on your 500 years of existence, you found no lingering attachments. Your sole obsession remained the path to transformation, severed by your past injuries. If you did not take this chance, you might face a regretful demise in 500 years, a conclusion you could not accept. In the 483rd year, disregarding your disciple's protests, you journeyed to the site of Xianxia's demise and retrieved the celestial sword he had left behind. Your shattered soul seemed to sense your will, suddenly erupting in a roar. The long-forgotten essence of the sword surged forth from within you. The forcibly conjoined fragments of your soul could scarcely withstand your explosive power, manifesting cracks upon their surface. Yet, you remained undeterred, wielding the celestial sword in Xianxia's hand, directing it toward the tempestuous thunderclouds above. Amidst the relentless divine retribution, your body and soul gradually disintegrated. Just as you were on the brink of demise, your fragmented essence ultimately forced itself into divinity, cleaving forth an unprecedented and resplendent strike. However, this stroke was not aimed at the heavens, but rather directed toward the very roots of the falling sunset sect. With your most magnificent blow, you transferred Xianxia's legacy to the forbidden grounds of the falling sunset sect, ensuring that its descendants could safely inherit the teachings left behind. Having accomplished your final task, you fell with a smile amidst the thunderous wrath of the skies. You have perished. Changxing observed this conclusion, absent-mindedly stroking his chin. He anticipated that in this simulation, he would actively seek his own demise. Was living not preferable? Why pursue death? Was it perhaps the obscurity of the path ahead that rendered life devoid of meaning? In his previous life, Changxing had indeed heard similar sentiments. It was said that if one lacks purpose and lives too long, one might succumb to a sense of world weariness. Yet, the current Changxing found it difficult to comprehend such a state. After all, combined across both lives, he had lived for less than 50 years. Before he could further contemplate, the voice of the system resonated once more. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. Your stunning brilliance at the onset of your journey foretold that you would never be content with a life of mediocrity. Although the final flash of your sword was as fleeting as a shooting star, It ultimately bestowed a sense of completion upon your existence. Based on the simulation results, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Experience the life from a first-person perspective within the simulation. 2. Attain the cultivation of the late stage of the core formation. Su Changxing regarded these two rewards, his brow furrowing in contemplation. While watching the simulation, he felt he had performed admirably. However, the system seemed to diverge from his assessment, offering rewards that were rather lackluster. Could it be that, due to his elevated realm, the system deemed it natural for him to overcome the crisis a decade later? After some reflection, Su Changxing deduced the system's criteria for evaluation. He had now completed the core formation, significantly enhancing his strength compared to previous simulations. Naturally, the difficulty of facing the same crisis again would differ. Yet, his completion of the decade-later crisis had left him with a damaged foundation, resulting in stagnation for centuries. From this perspective, his evaluation indeed lacked substantial merit. Beyond the inadequacy in facing the crisis, he harbored another regret, failing to rescue his second senior brother, Zhou Leqi. However, he remained uncertain whether this side quest had diminished his evaluation. After contemplating the two options before him for a moment, Su Changxing ultimately chose the first one. Recently, his cultivation had been progressing at an astonishingly rapid pace. He intended to stabilize his realm before pursuing further enhancement of his powers. After all, cultivation was not a rarity. He could easily simulate it at will. In contrast, the benefits of the first option were evidently more substantial. Firstly, it would allow him to directly locate the secret realm where Zhou Leqi was undergoing trials and rescue him in advance. Secondly, he would have the opportunity to observe the layout of the Incorp sect and the techniques employed by their ancestral figure. Gaining even a modicum of insight into the Incorp sect's arrangements might spare him from incurring grievous costs should he encounter similar situations in the future. No sooner had Su Changxing made his selection than the scene before him shifted once more. Compared to previous experiences, the realism of this simulation had markedly improved. If the 2000-point visual was akin to 720p, then this one had surged directly to 2K quality. The visual details were significantly richer than before, and even the range of perception had expanded considerably. Sense and tactile sensations became remarkably vivid. Aside from not affecting the movements of the characters within the scene, he could hardly discern any differences between this and reality. Each iteration grew increasingly clear. Su Changxing couldn't help but express his thoughts aloud. Then he began to view the simulated imagery at hundreds of times the normal speed. Chapter 53. The Lively Zhou Leqi. He swiftly bypassed the experiences of the past 2 months of cultivation, only briefly observing the flow of his true essence. It was not until he arrived at Lufeng that he slightly slowed the playback speed, committing Lu Qinyu's path to memory. When Su Changxing witnessed Lu Qinyu tremblingly lift Zhou Leqi's remains, a pang of emotion struck him. Although he was aware of this scene from the textual simulation, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different concept. Fortunately, this regret could still be rectified. After finishing this simulation, he would proceed to rescue his second senior brother. Muttering to himself, Su Changxing increased the playback speed, quickly watching the subsequent developments. The ensuing years were filled with a plethora of combat scenes. As he battled through from the core formation demons to the Yuan Ing elder monsters, the extraordinary realism of the 10,000-point imagery led Su Changxing to feel as though he were engaged in battle himself. Unbeknownst to him, his sword intent was subtly stirred, and he began to simulate the flow of sword intent depicted in the visuals. He decided to slow down the playback, dedicating himself to mastering the fierce sword techniques he had honed through countless skirmishes. Before he knew it, the imagery had progressed to the secret realm of the Incorp sect. In this climactic battle, his sword light shone with the brilliance of an ethereal being, transcending the limits of his current understanding. He was somewhat taken aback to discover that the ethereal shadow of the divine sword within his consciousness seemed to have grown significantly more formidable than during his previous simulations. This spectral sword was a reward obtained by Su Changxing after he first dealt a heavy blow to the old demon of the Incorp sect during a simulation. In subsequent simulations, this reward had saved his life on multiple occasions. However, in those instances, the power of the divine sword's shadow did not appear particularly remarkable. It could not even directly slay nascent soul demons without his assistance for a finishing blow. Yet this time, as he observed the manifestation of the divine sword from a first-person perspective, he finally sensed something amiss. Upon merging with the divine sword's shadow, the might of his sword techniques became terrifyingly potent. Did the divine sword's shadow unleash even greater power in the face of its archnemesis? Or had it simply grown stronger compared to the previous simulations? If not for the inability to interrupt his viewing, Changxing would have eagerly examined the divine sword's shadow within his consciousness. He could only suppress his curiosity for the moment and continue to observe the unfolding scenes. The subsequent visuals contained little in the way of combat, prompting him to skip over the unremarkable segments. Soon, the time arrived for the final scene. Although Changxing had previously experienced the might of divine retribution during his acceptance of the legacy, it had been considerably weakened by Li Chang'e, rendering it incomparable to true divine punishment. Viewing it now from a different perspective provided him with a clearer understanding of divine retribution for the first time. He watched as he was shattered within the punishment and witnessed his fragmented nascent soul erupting with unprecedented radiance, causing his sword pill to tremble in response. Even the loose thunderclouds above the sword pill unconsciously began to mimic the authentic divine retribution. Before he knew it, the imagery had completely vanished. Yet Changxing remained immersed in the final scene. The thunderous spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius seemed to respond to his summons, gathering around him. Changxing's thunderclouds in his dantian welcomed this energy, absorbing it all. Soon, strands of lightning illuminated the roiling miniature thunderclouds, beginning to strike the sword pill below. Previously, when Changxing attempted to cultivate, his sword pill could not withstand the onslaught of the more powerful thunderclouds, forcing him to halt his practice prematurely. However, this time, a denser essence of sword intent emerged within his sword pill. Enveloped by this sword intent, his sword pill not only remained uncracked, but also rapidly condensed with each strike. Changxing paid little heed to this transformation, as his consciousness continued to linger on the final divine retribution. The terrifying might of the heavenly punishment replayed incessantly in his mind. He felt no fear. Instead, a profound battle intent surged within him, as if this thundercloud was destined to be cleaved by his hand. After an indeterminate period, Changxing slowly opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. Upon regaining his senses, the first change he perceived was within his dantian. Compared to his previous enlightenment, his sword essence had sharpened considerably, and even the thunderclouds above it appeared increasingly vivid. Could it be that he had achieved another breakthrough? A surge of excitement coursed through Changxing as he quickly immersed his consciousness into the system. In the next moment, he discovered that the points required for simulation had indeed risen from 10,000 to 20,000. He had truly transcended his limits. Time was of the essence. Before he could fully relish this achievement, he sprang from the ground and began to calculate hastily. After a brief moment, he exhaled in relief, realizing that it had not yet been 2 months. During his previous observations of the simulation, he had resolved to save Zhou Leqi. If this recent enlightenment delayed his mission to rescue Zhou, it would be a significant loss. Unsure of the precision of his calculations, he dared not linger. Without taking the time to explore the changes within himself, he ascended on his sword and soared towards the secret realm etched in his memory. As the sword light broke through the clouds, Changxing suddenly recognized that his speed of escape exceeded his expectations. In addition to soaring far beyond the typical speed of a core formation sword cultivator, he also found that controlling his flying sword and summoning thunder was remarkably effortless. It dawned on him that he had once again stabilized his realm during this bout of enlightenment. Indeed, it seemed that experiencing the simulations had its merits. However, such endeavors should not be frequent, as the vividness of the simulated scenes felt all too real, as if he had lived them himself. Would excessive viewing lead to confusion in his memories? His musings did not impede his speed. Merely a few hours later, he arrived at the entrance of a secret realm he remembered. After a brief moment of dizziness, he stepped into the realm, which mirrored the ordinary appearance he had witnessed in the simulation. This secluded realm, devoid of external communication, resembled stagnant water in a pond. Over time, it would breed demons. The strength and quantity of these demons were not only influenced by the richness of the spiritual energy within the realm, but also by the frequency with which cultivators entered. If cultivators frequented the realm excessively, even a high-level secret realm would struggle to foster formidable high-tier demons. However, it was not impossible for inherently intelligent demons to evade high-level cultivators and prey on those of lower rank. Changxing swiftly organized the known information and then followed the route etched in his memory towards the place where Zhou Leqi was destined to perish. To his delight, he sensed Zhou Leqi's presence not long after taking flight. Chapter 54. The cause of Zhou Leqi's demise, Su Changxing did not rush to reveal his identity to his second senior brother. Instead, he quickly sheathed his flying sword and activated a technique to conceal his aura, a technique he had learned while observing the simulation. The technique is not particularly profound. It merely involves the circulation of true essence to achieve the effect of concealing one's presence. Such a trivial skill is unlikely to deceive practitioners or demons of a higher realm, yet it suffices to elude Zhou Leqi. After all, Su Changxing is Zhou Leqi's junior brother, making it inappropriate to capture him outright. Moreover, Zhou Leqi had come here spurred by Su Changxing's provocation. A hasty revelation of his identity could yield adverse consequences. Thus, Su Changxing resolved to mask his aura and observe the unfolding events. He refrained from revealing himself, opting instead to trail Zhou Leqi at a distance, preparing to intervene only when danger arose. Days passed as he followed closely behind. During this time, Zhou Leqi ventured deeper into the secret realm, and to Su Changxing's astonishment, it became evident that Zhou Leqi was not merely wandering aimlessly, but had a clear direction in mind. On 2 occasions, he was forced to alter his course due to obstructions posed by demonic beasts, yet after navigating several detours, he ultimately returned to his original path. Could it be that his senior brother had received some intelligence, prompting him to come here? In my simulations, I had already penetrated the secret realm and encountered various treasures. Surely, his senior brother has not fallen victim to a trap. A thought stirred within Su Changxing, prompting him to extend his spiritual sense. However, after a meticulous search, he uncovered nothing. Had I misjudged? Or had the ones who ensnare my senior brother discovered my presence and fled? As he pondered with furrowed brows, Zhou Leqi suddenly quickened his pace. Su Changxing had no choice but to suppress his growing doubts and follow at a distance. After a short while, he witnessed Zhou Leqi arriving at a familiar location, the very site of Zhou Leqi's demise. Su Changxing could distinctly sense a powerful demon exuding malevolent energy lurking ahead on Zhou Leqi's path. Could it be that his senior brother fell at the hands of this formidable demon? Its aura was unmistakably potent. Surely, Zhou Leqi must have sensed it as well. If that were the case, how could he have been slain so easily? In his simulations, the formidable demon had long since vanished, and Su Changxing had detected no anomalies, leading him to regard Zhou Leqi's fall as mere misfortune. Yet, witnessing the scene before him now intensified his confusion. Although Zhou Leqi had not yet formed his golden core, and his combat strength fell short of that of the demon, he was still a disciple of a prominent sect. Equipped with numerous means of survival, he could not have been dispatched so effortlessly. No, there must be other variables at play. With this thought, Su Changxing once again expanded his spiritual sense, meticulously scanning his surroundings. Moments later, he finally discerned an anomaly. Within the den of the golden core demon beast, there lingered a faint aura of a practitioner. The owner of this aura seemed adept at concealment, obscured by the demon's presence, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Had it not been for Su Changxing's subtle perception of the anomalies, he might have truly been deceived by that individual. Su Changxing's pupils slightly constricted as he stealthily approached the source of the disturbance. At that moment, Zhou Leqi had already engaged in combat with the demon beast. Unlike before, he did not flee. Instead, he employed various techniques, seemingly intent on eliminating the creature. Observing the unfolding situation, it appeared that Zhou Leqi had gained the upper hand. Although he could not confront the corrupted Qi Jing tiger directly, his movements were fluid and evasive. Moreover, he was not merely avoiding the beast. Throughout the confrontation, he waved his hands continuously, leaving behind a trail of faintly glowing runes in his wake. Remarkably, Zhou Leqi was crafting a formation amidst battle. This strategy may not have been effective against cultivators, but it was perfectly suited for the demon beast tainted by malevolent energy. Su Changxing witnessed firsthand as Zhou Leqi's formation took shape, causing the demonic energy within the Qi Jing tiger to surge violently, leading to erratic movements. On several occasions, the tiger, in its frenzy, collided forcefully with the ground. If the situation continued to evolve in this manner, Zhou Leqi might indeed confine the formidable demon. However, he was evidently unaware that within the lair of the Qi Jing tiger lurked a malevolent human cultivator. Just as Zhou Leqi appeared to gain control of the situation and prepare to slay the tiger, a sudden shift transpired. The surrounding spiritual energy quaked violently. The once firm ground transformed into a swirling storm of sand amidst this inexplicable energy. The formation Zhou Leqi had painstakingly established disintegrated in an instant. Concurrently, the Qi Jing tiger, now liberated from its restraints, erupted with a power far exceeding its previous state. Before Zhou Leqi could react, the tiger lunged within 3 zhang of him. The abruptness of this turn of events left Zhou Leqi with no time to respond. In that moment, for words echoed in his mind, "My life is forfeit." Just when he believed his demise was inevitable, a brilliant sword light suddenly illuminated his side. The violet glow surged with a speed that nearly transcended Zhou Leqi's comprehension. He could scarcely distinguish whether it was sword light or thunder. In the blink of an eye, the Qi Jing tiger, which had just pounced within 3 zhang of him, froze in place. Only when the sword light vanished did Zhou Leqi realize he had been saved. His chest heaved violently twice as he turned around and said, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely intervention. I, Zhou Leqi, am eternally grateful." Might I inquire if the esteemed senior could reveal themselves? Su Changxing, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "There is no need for such formality, second senior brother. I am merely here to accompany my senior for training on the master's orders." Upon hearing this, Zhou Leqi's eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth fell slightly agape. Unaware of his own reaction, the sword light that just flashed was so fierce that it even surpassed his memories of Lichanga. He momentarily thought that the one who struck was an ancient cultivator of the nascent soul stage, only to be jolted by the words that followed. Zhou Leqi stared incredulously at Su Changxing not far away, exclaiming, You are the 3rd junior brother who was just accepted by the master a few months ago?" Su Changxing, observing Zhou Leqi's reaction, realized that his entrance had been rather spectacular. He quickly redirected the conversation, stating, "Indeed, I am Su Changxing. This matter is not yet concluded. Once I unearth the culprit who harmed my senior brother, we can converse at our leisure." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of escaping light illuminated the den of the red essence tiger. It was the hidden cultivator who, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, attempted to flee. Chapter 55. The pig slaughtering trap in the cultivation world. Naturally, Su Changxing would not grant this individual a chance to escape. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the escaping light, he unleashed the long-prepared thunderous technique. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed, colliding precisely with the escaping light. Moments later, a half-charred cultivator fell to the ground before Su Changxing with a thud. Turning to Zhou Leqi, Su Changxing declared, "It was this person who secretly interfered, disrupting the formation set by my senior brother and using secret techniques to provoke the red essence tiger. Do you have a grudge against this individual?" Zhou Leqi remained in a state of profound shock, although he had heard that his 3rd junior brother possessed exceptional talent, advancing from the Qi Refinement Stage to the Core Formation Stage in just a few months, and had even contended with Lichanga in the thunderclouds for several hours without losing ground. Hearing of such feats could not compare to witnessing them firsthand. The overwhelming shock from witnessing the red essence tiger, which had nearly driven him to despair, being slain by a single sword stroke, was already difficult for Zhou Leqi to comprehend. Then, in the blink of an eye, Su Changxing had captured the very culprit who had conspired against him. This scene sent tremors through Zhou Leqi's mind. Fortunately, his foundation was solid, preventing his true essence from running amok due to the tumult of his emotions. He managed to steady himself and looked toward the half-charred figure. However, upon recognizing the figure, the remnants of his composure shattered once more, this time not only with shock, but with a surge of furious indignation. Zhou Leqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's you. We have been acquaintances for many years. Why would you betray me?" Su Changxing, curious, inquired, "Senior brother, do you know this person?" Zhou Leqi nodded. "His name is Li Hong, a direct disciple of the 9 Immortals sect. When I first met him, he was at the same foundation establishment stage as I was. Later, he seized an opportunity and condensed his golden core. I entered this secret realm because he claimed that the opportunity he once obtained was located here. 9 Immortals sect." The name struck Su Changxing as somewhat familiar. He swiftly rummaged through his memories and soon recalled pertinent recollections. During his previous simulations, he had encountered cultivators from the Jushian sect, a modest sect overseen by a single errant infant. At that time, Su Changxing had sensed that the sect's actions were somewhat peculiar. However, not wishing to draw attention to himself, he refrained from delving deeper. Little did he know that this seemingly inconsequential sect was intertwined with the misfortune of Zhou Leqi. How amusing it is that in my simulations, I was manipulated by those demonic cultivators. No wonder the evaluation of the last simulation was so dismal. With these thoughts in mind, Su Changxing glanced at the charred cultivator on the ground, feeling a surge of displeasure. It was because of this individual that he had only managed to view a single scene for a mere 10,000 spirit stones. Although the outcome had been reasonably satisfactory, he remained discontented. Before he could translate his frustration into action, Zhou Leqi had already produced a jade pendant emanating a faint glow from his bosom and continued. Li Hong informed me that within this secret realm lies the legacy of a nascent soul cultivator. It was through this inheritance that he directly condensed his golden core. This jade pendant serves as the key to unlock the legacy. He claimed that as long as the beast guarding the inheritance is defeated, the key can be used to access it. To acquire this pendant from him, I spent a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. To my astonishment, what I obtained was merely his attempt on my life. Su Changxing could not help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. Such a ruse sounded rather unsophisticated, yet it was surprising to discover that such deception existed even in the realm of cultivation, and that it had ensnared his second senior brother. It seemed that no matter how rudimentary the trickery, if it struck a chord within the heart, success was inevitable. In the previous simulations, Zhou Leqi had not ventured here, indicating that he had not succumbed to temptation. However, this time, the successive breakthroughs of Su Changxing and Li Chang'e had placed immense pressure on Zhou Leqi. Thus, he became reckless, eager to seize any opportunity to condense his golden core. Yet, in this realm, deceivers sought not only wealth but also lives. Those who fell victim to such schemes often found themselves bereft of any chance for redemption. Su Changxing shook his head, suppressing his reflections, and continued to listen as Zhou Leqi recounted his experiences. In truth, there was little of substance to his tale. It merely consisted of Li Hong repeatedly extolling the virtues of the inheritance and asserting that it was beneficial solely to Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhou Leqi, initially dismissive, eventually felt compelled to give a try. After recounting his ordeal, he turned to Li Hong and declared, "I always considered you a friend, yet you sought my life. In that case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. In your next life, refrain from committing such heinous acts." As Zhou Leqi prepared to strike, Li Hong struggled to rise from the ground and exclaimed, "Hold on, it is not I who poses a threat to you, but rather another. We have known each other for many years. Though I have envied your esteemed position as a disciple of a grand sect, I have never harbored ill intentions towards you. The reason I have resorted to violence this time is one of necessity. Do you not wish to uncover who seeks to take your life?" Zhou Leqi was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Who wishes to harm me?" Li Hong replied, "It is not difficult for me to reveal the identity of the mastermind. Simply escort me back to the Jiuxian sect, and I shall disclose the identity of the one pulling the strings." Upon hearing this demand, Zhou Leqi scoffed in anger. "Do you take me for a fool? Delivering you back to the Jiuxian sect will be tantamount to granting you a reprieve." Li Hong closed his eyes and said, "If you do not wish to learn of the orchestrator, then feel free to strike." Zhou Leqi, observing Li Hong's apparent desire for death, found himself hesitating. He instinctively glanced at his junior brother, Su Changxing, only to find a slight smirk upon his face, as if he were privy to some amusing spectacle. He asked in bewilderment, "Junior brother, what is with that expression?" Su Changxing did not answer directly, but instead countered, "What do you think we should do to compel him to reveal the mastermind?" Zhou Leqi frowned. "I would never return him to the Jiuxian sect. To extract the identity of the one who orchestrates this, we need only bring him back to my Luoxia sect. The elders within the sect possess ample means to make him speak." A smile crept across Su Changxing's lips. "Indeed, that is the most prudent course of action. However, this is likely what Li Hong intends for us to do." Zhou Leqi's pupils constricted suddenly. "Are you suggesting he is deliberately stalling for time? Could he have accomplices arriving to rescue him?" Su Changxing nodded. "If I am not mistaken, he desires us to assist him in leaving this secret realm. His rescuers are likely already positioned near the exit." Li Hong, who had just moments ago appeared to be surrendering to fate, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Su Changxing in terror. Chapter 56. The mastermind. Zhou Leqi expressed his astonishment. "You truly guessed correctly, junior brother. He is indeed stalling for time." Yet, Su Changxing did not bask in triumph, for he felt that Li Hong's reactions were excessively conspicuous, akin to an unpracticed actor overexerting himself. After pondering for a moment longer, Su Changxing shook his head thoughtfully. "His reactions are too pronounced, as if deliberately leading me to believe I have deduced everything. This behavior must still be a tactic to buy time. It appears he has already signaled for help. His rescuers are likely not waiting at the entrance of the secret realm, but have already pinpointed his location. If this is the case, we may not have to wait long before encountering the mastermind. As Su Changxing uttered these words, his gaze fell upon Li Hong, who remained in a state of shock, mouth agape and face filled with terror. However, Su Changxing astutely observed that upon his second conjecture, Li Hong trembled involuntarily. Zhou Leqi evidently caught this detail as well, astonished by the realization that Li Hong was indeed awaiting someone to rescue him. With this knowledge, he concluded that Li Hong could not be allowed to live. Li Hong's complexion turned ashen as he exclaimed, "If you kill me, you will never uncover the mastermind behind this." Zhou Leqi scoffed. "It will merely complicate the search for the instigator. I refuse to believe that the esteemed elders of the Falling Sunset sect cannot identify the one pulling the strings." Upon finishing his statement, he raised his hand to unleash a fierce gust of wind, aiming to crush Li Hong's skull. Yet, as the wind surged halfway, it was abruptly shattered by a brilliant beam of golden light. Immediately after, an aged voice resonated from hundreds of feet away. "Which vile creature dares to openly assault my disciple?" Li Hong, who had previously appeared half dead, struggled to rise from the ground, shouting, "Master, save me. These two intend to kill me." In mere moments, an elderly figure had descended within a few dozen feet of the two. The newcomer moved with remarkable speed, revealing himself to be an elder of the nascent soul stage. The elder coldly inquired, "Who are you two, and why do you seek to harm my disciple?" Although his question was directed at Zhou Leqi, his gaze remained fixed on Li Hong. Li Hong, desperately approaching the elder, exclaimed, "They want to kill me and seize the treasure. I had only intended to lead them to explore this secret realm, but little did I expect their wicked intentions to monopolize its legacy. Master, you must uphold justice for me." Zhou Leqi, witnessing the villainous accusation, felt his face flush with anger. Meanwhile, Su Changxing maintained a demeanor of keen interest. Having recognized the identity of the newcomer, Wu Chuan, the only nascent soul elder of the Nine Immortals sect. In previous simulations, Su Changxing had paid little heed to this individual, for when he encountered Wu Chuan in the simulations, the latter had already condensed his nascent soul. Wu Chuan had always appeared obsequious before him, akin to a grandson before his ancestor. To find Wu Chuan, now daring to turn the tables, was, to Su Changxing, a source of intrigue. Although he was only at the mid-stage of the core formation, he felt no significant fear of Wu Chuan, a mixed nascent soul. The condensation of a nascent soul, unlike core formation, did not carry the notion of irrevocability upon achieving the dance stage, yet the nascent soul also possessed tiers of distinction. It was evident that Wu Chuan's nascent soul was forcibly condensed through external means, rendering it one of the lowest-tiered mixed souls. While observing the simulations, Su Changxing had acquired an abundance of sword techniques and was eager to put them into practice. Unexpectedly, this mixed soul appeared before him as if it were preordained. At that moment, his sword spirit could hardly contain its excitement. Wu Chuan was utterly oblivious to Su Changxing's intentions. Observing the silence between the two, he presumed that his formidable aura as a nascent soul elder had left them both speechless. With a cold snort, he declared, "You two appear to be righteous cultivators. How dare you engage in such nefarious deeds? Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." As he spoke, he raised his hand and unleashed two beams of golden light. At that moment, Zhou Leqi suddenly emerged from his boundless fury, finally realizing that Wu Chuan and Li Hong were in cahoots. "Junior brother, flee quickly and return to inform," he intended to say to report to their master for vengeance. But before he could finish, a streak of sword light illuminated the air, effortlessly slicing through the two beams of golden light. The residual force of the sword light continued unabated, aiming directly at Wu Chuan's face. Zhou Leqi's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. Although he had endeavored to regard his junior brother, whom he was meeting for the first time, with a degree of respect, he never anticipated that this young swordsman could contend with a nascent soul elder. Similarly taken aback was Wu Chuan. He had initially assumed that subduing these two juniors would be a trivial matter, yet he was unprepared to discover that one of them was a sword cultivator. However, he remained unfazed. At this juncture, he discerned that the assailant was merely a golden core cultivator, whose presence had been obscured by some means. With a furrowed brow, he unleashed over a dozen beams of golden light, believing these would be sufficient to ensnare the flying sword of a golden core practitioner. Yet in the next instant, the sword light effortlessly cleaved through his numerous golden beams, closing the distance to within 10 yards of him. Wu Chuan's expression shifted as he hastily retreated. Seizing the fleeting moment, he produced a bone artifact that had already been transformed into jade. In the next heartbeat, the sword light collided with his prized artifact. Initially relieved, his countenance quickly soured as he heard a distinct cracking sound. The treasured artifact he held in such high regard had sustained a crack from the strike of the golden core cultivator. Furious, Wu Chuan exclaimed, "Where did this sword cultivator come from?" Audaciously launching a treacherous attack. "It seems you are indeed a villain of the dark arts. I shall not allow you to go unpunished today." Su Changxing, however, merely chuckled derisively. "I am eager to see how a mere mixed infant intends to prevent me." Upon hearing this, Wu Chuan's already grim expression contorted further, for the term mixed infant was the most loathed reference he could imagine. Now exposed by Su Changxing's taunt, his pent-up fury surged forth. Yet, before he could vent his rage, a thunderous sword light descended upon him with unparalleled might. Initially startled, Wu Chuan's astonishment morphed into an overwhelming wrath as he realized Su Changxing was merging his body with the sword in his assault. Although this technique was formidable, it also bore significant peril. Once the protective sword light is shattered, the sword cultivator hidden within it becomes vulnerable and can easily be overwhelmed or even slain. Therefore, the technique of merging one's body with the sword is typically employed only against adversaries of equal rank. In confrontations with higher-tier cultivators, this technique is either a desperate measure or a means of escape. Yet, Su Changxing audaciously employs this technique as his opening move. In Wu Chuan's eyes, this is nothing short of an affront. "Youngster, if you seek your own demise, do not blame me." Chapter 57, Corpse Transformation. With a thunderous roar, Wu Chuan produced a ghastly soul spike from his robe. This soul spike, forged from the essence of hundreds of fallen cultivators, was his hidden trump card, one he had no intention of revealing. However, given the advantageous opportunity presented by the young cultivator, he felt compelled to seize it decisively. As for the risk of exposing this secret weapon, it mattered little if he could eliminate both foes on the spot. A slight smirk graced Wu Chuan's lips as he hurled the soul spike forward. To his delight, the young cultivator appeared oblivious to the spike's lethal nature, charging straight towards it without evasion. Yet, his momentary joy was short-lived. In an instant, a bolt of thunderous sword light struck, sending the soul spike flying and continuing its descent towards him. Wu Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment, but he had no time to ponder the ferocity of the sword light, for it was already within 10 paces of him. He hastily summoned a protective artifact, conjuring layers of azure light before him. With eager anticipation, he witnessed the azure barrier collide with the sword light, shattering into countless fragments with soft sounds of impact. Fortunately, this fragmented shield afforded him a brief respite. Seizing the moment, he soared into the sky, narrowly evading the nearly insurmountable sword light. However, before he could catch his breath, the thunderous sword light arced again, descending upon him once more. Wu Chuan had no choice but to employ his escape technique, retreating while simultaneously countering Su Changxing's relentless onslaught. Not far off, Zhou Leqi observed the two streaks of light entwined in the sky, his astonishment nearly overflowing. If initially Wu Chuan had underestimated his opponent, resulting in the shattering of a magical artifact, now it was a blatant display of suppression. Though the two streaks of light spiraled and entwined, any observer could discern that Su Changxing was pursuing while Wu Chuan was fleeing. The once arrogant Wu Chuan now resembled a cornered beast, desperately relying on his primordial spirit and various sinister tactics to fend off the thunderous sword light. Yet, no matter the stratagem he employed, he could not withstand the onslaught for long. As time proceeded, the sword light closed the distance to Wu Chuan, seeming to promise his demise should he falter even for a moment. This scene left Zhou Leqi utterly speechless. He stared wide-eyed for quite some time before finally coming to terms with the astonishing reality of his third junior brother's formidable prowess. He murmured to himself, "It appears the rumors were indeed not exaggerated. My junior brother can truly contend with a nascent soul ancestor." Though his voice was barely audible, it sent a shiver down Li Hong's spine from short distance away. When Li Hong had just been rescued, he thought he had narrowly escaped death. Little did he expect that the sword cultivator who had thwarted his plans would prove to be so formidable. Witnessing Wu Xuan's increasingly dire situation, Li Hong began to contemplate retreat. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he inadvertently alerted Zhou Leqi. "Zhou Leqi sudan li baluba, li fon." What do you think you can escape to now? Li Hong trembled in fear, but then a realization struck him. He straightened his chest and declared, Zhou Leqi, you are merely at the foundation establishment stage. Even though I am gravely injured, you cannot hope to detain me. I advise you not to seek your own demise. Undeterred, Zhou Leqi retorted, you are but a wretch who has forcibly condensed your golden core through nefarious means. Even at full strength, you may not best me, let alone in your current state. Zhou Leqi continued, today, you shall undoubtedly perish. As he shouted, he conjured several talismans from thin air, which transformed into low-level spells that enveloped Li Hong. Already severely wounded, Li Hong dared not confront these spells head-on, forcing him to tap into the last remnants of his potential, dodging and fleeing. However, his golden core, forcibly condensed, was inherently unstable. The recent heavenly lightning strike from Su Changxing had nearly shattered his golden core into fragments. Even now, he struggled to wield the power within it. With the scant amount of true essence he had just regained, he stood no chance against Zhou Leqi. Within mere moments, he was battered by Zhou Leqi's spells, spitting blood. Above them, Wu Chuan continued to evade Su Changxing's swordlight. As a nascent soul ancestor, being pursued so ruthlessly by a core formation cultivator filled him with both shock and fury. Were it not for this, he might have been able to suppress his anger and slowly seek out Su Changxing's weaknesses. However, the agonized cry of Li Hong below drew his attention once more. Witnessing Li Hong on the verge of death at Zhou Leqi's hands, Wu Chuan's fury erupted in full force. He cast a fierce glare at the youthful Su Changxing and growled, youngster, I had no intention of making a mortal enemy of you. But since you press so relentlessly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As Wu Chuan's voice thundered, a dense stream of demonic energy suddenly surged from within him, spilling forth from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. After several painful groans, Wu Chuan suddenly released a piercing howl into the sky. The malevolent energy that surged forth from his mouth swelled 100-fold in an instant. This almost tangible dark energy transformed into a swirling dragon of shadows, coiling around Su Changxing's radiant swordlight. Below, Zhou Leqi, who was poised to eliminate Li Hong, found his internal spiritual energy in turmoil due to the residual waves of demonic energy above him. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hong narrowly avoided a beam of light from the sword. Though drenched in blood mist and appearing utterly disheveled, his expression was one of audacious defiance. Li Hong waved his arms and declared, Zhou Leqi, my master has invoked the sacred summoning. If you possess any sense of self-preservation, you should flee immediately. There may yet be a path to survival. Should you choose to remain obstinate, you and your disciple shall both perish here today. Upon hearing this, Zhou Leqi's countenance darkened significantly, for the terrifying demonic energy in the sky was overwhelming. Indeed, this was the true essence of a nascent soul ancestor. No matter how remarkable a golden core cultivator may be, they remained merely that, a golden core cultivator. At this moment, a flicker of retreat sparked within Zhou Leqi's heart. Li Hong, emboldened, taunted, What? Are you frightened now? Since you are aware of your fear, why do you not flee? Once my master crushes your disciple, you shall be next. Zhou Leqi's expression grew even more grim at these words. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he suddenly raised his head and proclaimed, My disciple hasn't he fled? Why would I be the first to retreat? Even if I must leave, I shall first rid the world of you, demon. With a fierce roar, Zhou Leqi once again traced symbols in the air with his hands. Observing this, Li Hong promptly turned and fled, not daring to look back. Concurrently, Su Changxing's sword light finally evaded the pursuing dragon of demonic energy in a frantic chase. Chapter 58. The sword slashes the nascent soul. This old fellow possesses quite an ability, Su Changxing whispered, his eyes reflecting not fear, but profound exhilaration. In previous simulations, he had acquired a wealth of sword techniques for combat. Among these techniques, a significant portion was designed for the weaker to triumph over the stronger. Su Changxing had initially intended to showcase his skills against Wu Chuan. Yet, Wu Chuan had refused to engage him directly, relying solely on evasion techniques and various spells. Consequently, he found himself unable to employ his sword techniques, resorting instead to merging his body with the sword. Now that Wu Chuan had unexpectedly succumbed to madness, an opportunity to overcome the formidable had presented itself. Su Changxing's sword pill seemed to sense its master's intent, trembling gently as it absorbed the lightning striking down from above. His true essence surged rapidly, and in an instant, his meridians were filled with the power of lightning. This lightning essence subtly formed a grand array within his meridians, with a singular purpose: to stabilize the meridians and support the overwhelming sword intent surging forth from the Thundersword pill. Almost at the moment when he stabilized the meridians throughout his body, the dragon of demonic energy, delineated by malevolent forces, charged towards him once more. This time, Changxing neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he brought his fingers together and pointed towards the dragon a malevolent energy from afar. With a swift exclamation, a sword light, comparable to divine retribution, surged forth from within him, slicing through the air with astonishing grace and aimed at the demonic dragon. Thunderous roars erupted as the sword light passed, resonating like the sound of thunderclaps. The dragon, previously fierce and menacing, found itself utterly powerless before this celestial sword light. As the sword light traversed, the demonic energy dissipated in its wake. This thunder-like reverberation momentarily restored Wu Chuan's consciousness, which had been consumed by madness. He gazed at the sword light, which radiated an awe-inspiring celestial might, with eyes filled with dread. Impossible. How could a core formation cultivator unleash such a sword light? This is inconceivable. With a heart-wrenching roar, Wu Chuan lost his sanity once more. Dense demonic energy surged from his body as if it were free of cost. Accompanying this torrent of malevolence was a thick aura of death. In an instant, Wu Chuan's physical form was ravaged by both energies, becoming as resilient as a millennium-old corpse. A series of low growls, reminiscent of a wild beast, escaped Wu Chuan's lips. Then, propelled by the overwhelming aura of death, he lunged toward the flying sword that was descending upon him. Thunderous crashes echoed as the flying sword collided with his cadaverous form, igniting flashes of electricity. When the sparks subsided, one of Wu Chuan's arms and half of his flesh had vanished without a trace. Yet, not a single drop of blood flowed from the severed limb, for before any blood could escape, the flesh had been utterly scorched by the lightning. Had an ordinary cultivator suffered such grievous injuries, they would likely be on the brink of death. However, under the relentless barrage of the deathly aura, Wu Chuan remained vibrant and full of life. Roaring like a beast, he directed his fury towards Changxing once more. At that moment, Changxing had just executed a sword strike, and the essence of the sword was still in tumult. If Wu Chuan were to close the distance now, Changxing would likely struggle to defend himself. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for he had witnessed similar scenarios in his simulations, and this was the perfect opportunity to validate his learnings. He paid no heed to the sword core within him, but instead summoned the storm clouds of lightning above his sword core. As he danced his hands, the clouds of lightning rapidly enveloped the surroundings. Crack! Bolts of electricity cascaded from the storm clouds, striking down upon Wu Chuan's demonic form. However, Wu Chuan pressed forward without reservation, charging directly into the storm clouds. After his transformation into a cadaver, his aura surged dramatically, causing much of the storm clouds to dissipate in his wake. The recklessness of this undead figure left Changxing momentarily astounded. Changxing was compelled to momentarily cease his incantation of the thunder summoning technique, opting instead to execute a thunder escape spell. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, reappearing amidst another cluster of storm clouds. After distancing himself from the cadaverous form of Wu Chuan, he unleashed several more patches of thunderclouds, thereby amplifying their coverage manifold. With a thunderous roar, Wu Chuan, having just breached the storm clouds, turned once more to charge at Changxing. However, this time, Changxing did not halt his actions. He had already positioned the Qingmu sword beneath his feet. As he deftly maneuvered the flying sword to evade Wu Chuan's reckless assaults, he simultaneously gestured with his hands, sprinkling additional thunderclouds around him. In a mere moment, the thunderclouds he had conjured enveloped the surrounding area for over 10 miles. At this juncture, Wu Chuan's cadaver had become charred and sluggish, having been struck repeatedly by arcs of electricity, losing approximately 20% of its swiftness. It was only then that Wu Chuan seemed to realize that the golden core swordmaster before him was beyond his capacity to contend with, instilling in him a desire to flee. Yet Changxing had long been prepared. There was no way he would allow such an escape. Swift! With a low exclamation, Changxing melded with his sword, descending upon the cadaver below. Simultaneously, the thunderclouds he had just released responded to his call, unleashing a torrent of electric fury. Rather than striking the cadaver, these bolts descended upon Su Changxing himself. Empowered by the celestial lightning, he bore the majesty of a thunder god, advancing toward Wu Chuan with an overwhelming force meant to obliterate all in his path. The once ferocious Wu Chuan, akin to a wild beast, found himself momentarily bereft of resistance under the weight of this divine retribution. It was only as the sword light bore down upon him that he regained his senses. However, by that time, it was far too late for either flight or defense. Su Changxing's strike of divine punishment cleaved him in twain from head to toe. Within moments, the two halves of Wu Chuan's charred cadaver plummeted to the ground. Yet, after delivering the lethal blow, Su Changxing did not ease his vigilance. Instead, he projected his consciousness outward, scanning the vicinity. Logically, his sword should have shattered all three of Wu Chuan's energy centers, consequently obliterating his nascent soul as well. Yet, he felt no sensation of having severed the soul. Thus, he concentrated intently on his search. However, his thorough examination yielded no sign of the nascent soul attempting to flee. Was it possible that the soul had not escaped? Why then, had he not experienced the sensation of severing the nascent soul? A flicker of realization crossed Su Changxing's mind as he fixed his gaze upon the two halves of the cadaver below. After a moment of observation, he began to piece together the reason. Wu Chuan's nascent soul had likely been corroded by the cadaverous aura during the earlier confrontation, merging with his flesh and blood. It was precisely for this reason that he had managed to withstand Su Changxing's resplendent strike at the cost of merely one arm and half his body being charred. The essence of the corpse was melded with the nascent soul, a technique characteristic of the Yin Corpse sect. Indeed, the Nine Immortals sect is in clandestine collusion with the Yin Corpse sect. Chapter 59, Seeking Justice. Su Changxing pondered for a moment, gradually untangling the intricacies of the matter. The Yin Corpse sect, in its quest to resurrect an enigmatic ancient demon, had secretly infiltrated numerous minor sects, enlisting their cultivators to gather high-quality corpse pills. In return, the Yin Corpse sect would employ arcane methods to forcibly assist them in breakthroughs. This elucidated the secret behind the successive advancements of the master and disciple from the Nine Immortals sect. Zhou Leqi, a solidly grounded cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, was indeed a prime material for high-quality corpse pills. It was no wonder that the simulated second senior brother was left with naught but bones. His flesh had been harvested for the creation of corpse pills. Perhaps it was not so much harvested as it was devoured by beasts, later collected by Li Hong. Otherwise, there would have been traces of sharp blades on those bones. The simulated demise of the second senior brother was truly tragic. After piecing together these thoughts, Su Changxing began to search for any potential spoils in the vicinity. Regrettably, he found nothing. It was unclear whether Wu Chuan had neglected to bring storage equipment or if the ferocity of the recent battle had utterly shattered his storage bag. In any case, apart from two charred corpses, Wu Chuan left nothing behind. Hesitating slightly, Su Changxing stowed the two charred remains into his storage bag before turning towards Zhou Leqi. At that moment, the battle on Zhou Leqi's side had also concluded. As Su Changxing executed his stunning sword strike, Li Hong had been utterly terrified, allowing Zhou Leqi to seize the opportunity and crush his skull. Zhou Leqi, however, paid no heed to the lifeless Li Hong. His gaze was fixed complexly upon the distant Su Changxing. He had witnessed nearly the entirety of the battle above. Both Su Changxing's breathtaking sword strike and the subsequent summoning of divine thunder, descending like a celestial being, were visions he had never conceived of. Even now, the scene replayed incessantly in Zhou Leqi's mind. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret. Had he acquiesced to his elder brother's urging to study the sword? Would things have turned out differently? Zhou Leqi sighed inwardly and, addressing Su Changxing, who had approached him, cupped his hands in gratitude. I owe much to you, junior brother, for rescuing me today. Otherwise, I would have met a grim fate. Alas, it was my misfortune and companions that nearly brought you into peril as well. Su Changxing replied with a smile, There is no need for such formality, second senior brother. Had it not been for you, I would not have experienced such a gratifying battle. Those two disciples are indeed despicable, colluding with the Yin Corpse sect and covertly undermining righteous cultivators. Zhou Leqi was momentarily taken aback, and then recalled the scenes from Wu Chuan's confrontation with Su Changxing. At that moment, his attention was entirely captivated by Su Changxing's sword light, and he had overlooked Wu Chuan's movements. It was only upon Su Changxing's prompt that he suddenly recognized the striking resemblance between Wu Chuan's method of transforming into a corpse and the techniques of the Yin Corpse sect. Zhou Leqi's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "No wonder. During my earlier encounter with Li Hong, I sensed a surge of Yin energy supporting his actions. It turns out to be the Yin Corpse sect. But how could the Nine Immortals sect, a righteous faction, collude with the Yin Corpse sect?" Su Changxing deliberately steered the conversation towards the Yin Corpse sect, clearly awaiting this very statement. He smoothly continued, "If we wish to uncover the truth, we must pay a visit to the Nine Immortals sect. Given that their sect leader is entangled with the Yin Corpse sect, there is likely to be evidence left behind at the Nine Immortals sect. We should strike while they are unsuspecting. Perhaps we can uncover some clues." Zhou Leqi paused, taken aback. "But it's just the two of us. Can we manage?" As he spoke, he suddenly realized that the only nascent soul ancestor of the Nine Immortals sect had already been toppled, leaving him a loss for words. Su Changxing smiled and replied, "This matter requires urgency. We must hasten our journey. Allow me to take you along on my sword." In his current state of mind, Zhou Leqi was in complete agreement with Su Changxing and naturally did not oppose his suggestion. However, Su Changxing did not rush to leave. Instead, he focused his gaze on Li Hong's corpse. He swiftly approached the lifeless body and retrieved the storage pouch hanging from it. If his assumptions were correct, Li Hong had likely engaged in murder and treasure theft more than once, making the contents of his storage pouch worth anticipating. To Su Changxing's slight disappointment, the pouch contained far fewer treasures than he had envisioned, only a few scattered items that appeared to be the remnants of other cultivators. It seemed this individual had a penchant for collecting. Yet, how could he be so impoverished after slaying so many? Of course, he still had a sect leader to answer to, and he would most likely have to surrender the majority of his gains. Life must indeed be quite arduous for the cultivators of these small sections. Su Changxing shook his head and stored the pouch away. Although it contained little in the way of spirit stones, it nonetheless confirmed his suspicions. Li Hong had clearly engaged in murder and treasure theft before. The items belonging to other cultivators were sufficient to condemn him. Aside from the miscellaneous trinkets, Su Changxing also discovered materials for refining corpse pills within the storage pouch. Further validating his theory, the Nine Immortals sect was undeniably intertwined with the Yin Corpse sect. After securing the storage pouch, Su Changxing lifted Zhou Leqi into the air with his sword light. A short while later, the two arrived at the entrance of the Nine Immortals sect. Without further ado, Su Changxing summoned bolts of heavenly thunder with his sword light. The resounding roar of thunder immediately stirred the cultivators below. At this moment, Su Changxing bellowed, "The leader of the Jiuxian sect, Wu Chuan, has colluded with the Yin Corpse sect, intending to harm the disciples of our Luoxia sect. Wu Chuan has already met his demise. You all must immediately open the mountain gates and submit to an inspection." Below, the cultivators, still oblivious to the unfolding events, wore expressions of bewilderment. What exactly had transpired? How could the sect leader possibly conspire with the Yin Corpse sect? Even if the sect leader were indeed involved with them, why drag us into this? Do not heed his nonsense. The sect leader cannot possibly be dead. Quick, notify the elders and open the protective mountain formation at once. Where's Elder Lu? Why is he absent? I thought I just saw him depart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted the discussions below. The cultivators were struck with fear as they realized that dark thunderclouds had enveloped their heads. The overwhelming pressure rendered some lower-tier cultivators trembling. Su Changxing landed directly in front of a young man and asked, "Who is this Elder Lu you just mentioned?" Though his voice was not loud, the imposing aura accompanying the descending thunder punished the young man with a shiver. Chapter 60. Why should I explain to you? The young man hastily replied, "Elder Lu is a close friend of the sect leader who invited him to join the Jiuxian sect years ago. Since then, the sect leader has treated him as an esteemed guest. Many matters within our Jiuxian sect have been entrusted to him. It is said that the sect leader's successful formation of a nascent soul was due to the secret methods provided by Elder Lu." Su Changxing exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Leqi, both recognizing that the recently escaped Elder Lu was indeed a significant figure. However, they were too late. This Elder Lu had evidently sensed Wu Chuan's fall and fled at the first opportunity. Fortunately, Su Changxing was not genuinely here to investigate the Yin Corpse sex case. Having just formed his golden core, there was no need for him to confront them so soon. His urgent arrival was solely to demand compensation. The Jiuxian sect had unjustly harmed the disciples of the Luoxia sect, and it was entirely reasonable for him to seek reparation. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Bring forth the person in charge of your sect." Moments later, agraviarda elde apruaka Su Changxing. His beard trembled slightly as he introduced himself. "I am Zhong Liangsong, Wu Chuan's master uncle. Let us discuss matters regarding him." Su Changxing gestured towards Zhou Leqi and stated, "My senior brother spent 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to acquire this from your disciple, Li Hong." He briefly recounted the incident of Zhou Leqi's misfortune, then spoke solemnly. "Now that Wu Chuan has been dealt with, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. The Jiuxian sect must provide my senior brother with an explanation." Su Changxing's words immediately stirred a commotion among the gathered cultivators, with voices rising in disbelief. "Impossible. The leader could never be such a person. You are slandering. How could a mere core formation cultivator like you possibly kill the leader of the nascent soul realm? It must be you who conspired to bring about the leader's demise. You have caused the leader's death and yet dare to wreak havoc in my Jiuxian sect. This is simply outrageous. Master Uncle, let's fight back." Boom! Another thunderous rumble drowned out their discussions. Su Changxing's fingertips flickered with a faint purple glow as he declared, "If within the span of an incense stick you of Jiuxian sect do not present the compensation before me, I shall take matters into my own hands." These words instantly transformed the expressions of the cultivators from Jiuxian sect into a palette of dread. Yet, they found themselves utterly speechless. The thunderclouds summoned by Su Changxing had now enveloped the entirety of Jiuxian sect. Bolts of lightning occasionally crackled near their feet, as if the wrath of heaven itself was upon them, rendering the young cultivators mute with fear. The elder opposite, Su Changxing, sighed softly and turned to the boy beside him, saying, "Take a few people to the storeroom and bring everything out for this esteemed friend to choose." Moments later, Su Changxing found himself surrounded by over a dozen storage bags. He did not hastily inspect them, but instead directed his gaze towards Zhou Leqi. Zhou Leqi promptly responded, "It is entirely up to junior brother to decide." Only then did Su Changxing approach the storage bags for examination. After a thorough inspection, he selected 6 of them and, enveloping Zhou Leqi in a beam of sword light, ascended away from Jiuxian sect. Alongside Su Changxing's sword light, the thunderclouds dissipated as well. Almost as Su Changxing's light vanished, the ominous clouds faded from sight. Above Jiuxian sect, the sky returned to a clear blue, as if the preceding turbulence had been but a fleeting illusion. Nevertheless, the faces of the Jiuxian sect disciples remained pale for a long while. Eventually, someone murmured, "The Luoxia sect has gone too far. Alas, surviving this ordeal is a blessing in itself. When that thundercloud descended, I thought I would perish alongside the leader." Indeed, that thundercloud was truly terrifying. "Wait, did you just say you would perish alongside the leader? Could it be that the leader has truly died? I do not know whether the leader is dead or not. All I know is that the storeroom's contents have diminished by more than half. When I accompanied them to the storeroom to pack things, I discovered many rare items were missing. It was evident they had just been taken away. Had it not been for the additional restrictions on the spirit stones and large quantities of materials in the warehouse, the entire storeroom might have been emptied. Could this have been the doing of Elder Lu? Who else could it be? I have long suspected Elder Lu was up to no good. Yet, alas, the leader became blinded by the breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Do you truly believe that the leader harbored malicious intent towards the disciples of the Luoxia sect? However, if that is the case, why did that person not present the evidence? Instead, they brazenly pillaged our 9 Immortals sect like those fiends. The Falling Sunset sect, after all, is a prestigious sect guarded by a venerable transformation ancestor. How could they possibly care for us mere mountain hermits? They allege that our sect leader has harmed their disciples. Yet do they not disregard our feelings entirely? The disciples of these grand sects are utterly despicable. Alas, it is fortunate that we have survived this ordeal. Had it been those demonic cultivators, they might have annihilated our 9 Immortals sect completely. Although the Falling Sunset sect acts tyrannically, they have not gone to extremes. Even more than a dozen storage bags we acquired were only half taken by them. Could it be that they truly came merely for compensation? Does this imply that the sect leader has colluded with the Incorp sect? As the disciples of 9 Immortals sect debated fervently, Su Changxing had already brought Zhou Leqi to a mountain peak. He directly presented 3 storage bags before Zhou Leqi, saying, "Second senior brother, this is your share." Zhou Leqi hurriedly waved his hand, declaring, No, I absolutely cannot accept this. Without the intervention of third junior brother, I would have long lost my life. Let alone seek vengeance for our sect. You should keep these compensations for yourself." Su Changxing shook his head, asserting that simply will not do. After a prolonged exchange of refusals, Zhou Leqi reluctantly accepted one of the storage bags, adamantly refusing the remaining 2. Su Changxing had no choice but to reclaim the bags and continued to soar through the skies, escorting Zhou Leqi back to the falling sunset sect. On the summit of Filiu Peak, Lu Chenyu gazed into the horizon, lost in thought. Just a few hours earlier, an inexplicable sense of unease had washed over him. However, after surveying the surroundings, he found no anomalies. What could possibly be amiss? Was it the instability of the elder's nascent soul? Or had the third brother's golden core encountered another mishap? As Lu Chenyu mumbled to himself, a flash of purple sword light suddenly appeared on the horizon. He was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't that the third brother's sword light? How did it end up here? Could something truly have gone awry?" A tightening sensation gripped Lu Chenyu's heart, and his expression turned grave. Chapter 61. The Sect Master of Falling Sunset Sect. Moments later, as the sword light dissipated, Su Changxing's figure was revealed. "What brings you here again? Is it that your golden core has encountered issues once more?" Lu Chenyu inquired, only to then notice Zhou Leqi beside Su Changxing. He was taken aback. "Second brother, you have returned as well. How did you two come to be together?" Zhou Leqi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I have brought shame upon my master. I was deceived into a secret realm and nearly lost my life. Had it not been for third junior brother's timely rescue, I would have likely been lost to the void." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Immediately, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Who possesses such audacity to harm even the direct disciples of my falling sunset sect? Take me there. I shall undoubtedly vanquish his stronghold." Beside him, Su Changxing hastily interjected, "Master, please quell your anger. I have already avenged second senior brother by slaying the principal culprit. I have also brought back his remains for your inspection." As Su Changxing spoke, he retrieved 2 halves of a desiccated corpse from his storage pouch. Upon seeing the ghastly sight, Lu Chenyu's wrath began to subside. He nodded, stating, "This is more acceptable. If a mere rogue cultivator dares to harm a direct disciple of the falling sunset sect, such behavior cannot be tolerated. You did well to slay him. However, these remains need not be brought back. He was merely a nascent soul rogue cultivator. Slaying a few of them should not warrant such alarm." Before Lu Chenyu could finish his thought, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Gazing intently at the halves of the corpse on the ground, he murmured, "The aura of this corpse seems peculiar. Is it not a nascent soul rogue cultivator?" Su Changxing smiled and nodded. "Master, your insight is remarkable. This is indeed not an ordinary nascent soul rogue. He is Wu Chuan, the leader of the 9 Immortal Sect." Lu Chenyu remarked, "Ah, Wu Chuan. I believe I have heard of him. Wasn't he also a nascent soul cultivator who only recently achieved his breakthrough?" At that moment, Lu Chenyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who did you say?" Su Changxing's lips twitched as he reiterated, "It is Wu Chuan, the leader of the 9 Immortal Sect." Lu Chenyu stared at Su Changxing for a considerable time before exclaiming incredulously, "It is indeed him. But has he not already solidified his nascent soul? You have slain even a nascent soul elder?" Su Changxing clarified, "Ordinary nascent soul elders would indeed be beyond my capabilities. However, Wu Chuan forcibly condensed his nascent soul using the sinister techniques of the corpse sect, resulting in a low-quality mixed soul. Moreover, it seems that during his condensation, he was tainted by corpse energy, rendering his nascent soul incomplete, inferior even to a standard mixed soul, and merely a remnant soul. Such cultivators are inherently vulnerable to my thunder sword, which is why I was fortunate enough to slay him." Hearing this, Lu Chenyu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "I see now. Even so, you have accomplished something remarkable. Even a remnant soul is not something a nascent soul cultivator at the initial stage could easily defeat." Suddenly, Lu Chenyu paused, turning to Su Changxing with a start. "Have you already surpassed the initial stage of nascent soul cultivation? Have you broken through?" Su Changxing scratched his head. "While in seclusion, I unexpectedly gained some insights and inadvertently broke through a small realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyu's lips twitched once more. Although he had long prepared himself for Su Changxing to surpass him, the day had come far too swiftly. It had only been 2 months since Su Changxing had solidified his nascent soul. In the span of merely 2 months, which is scarcely sufficient for an ordinary core formation practitioner to solidify their realm, Su Changxing astonishingly achieved another breakthrough. Lu Chenyu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the bewilderment etched on Lu Chenyu's face, Su Changxing himself felt somewhat speechless. His intention in revealing Wu Chuan's corpse was not to intimidate his master, but rather to present undeniable evidence of the 9 Immortal Sect's collusion with the corpse sect. When he was at the 9 Immortal Sect, Changxing could assert his dominance solely through martial prowess, as the cultivators there could do little to oppose him. However, upon returning to the Falling Sunset sect, he realized such an approach was no longer viable. As a prestigious orthodox sect, it was imperative to provide an explanation, even if it meant exerting pressure on smaller sections. This was essential for addressing the elders and fellow disciples within the sect. Once Lu Chenyu regained his composure, Su Changxing continued. Wu Chuan had evidently practiced the art of corpse transformation, reducing himself to a half-human, half-corpse monstrosity. During his confrontation with my disciple, he ultimately lost his sanity and behaved like a rampaging beast. Had it not been for this, my disciple might not have been able to slay him on the spot. Now, composed, Lu Chenyu crouched beside the two dried corpses, observing them for a moment before pondering aloud. This indeed bears the hallmark of the corpse sect. But why would they impart the art of corpse transformation to Wu Chuan? Su Changxing seized the opportunity to respond. I am uncertain. Yet I suspect this incident may be linked to the ambush faced by our second senior brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyu's gaze shifted back to Zhou Leqi, his brow furrowing as he inquired, How exactly were you ambushed? Please recount the details. Yes, master, Zhou Leqi replied, and proceeded to narrate his recent experiences. Lu Chenyu listened intently, then mused. The elder Lu from the Nine Immortals sect, who fled prematurely, indeed raises suspicion, given that this matter pertains to the corpse sect, is far from trivial. Moreover, Wu Chuan is the sect leader of the Nine Immortals sect and cannot be regarded as an ordinary Lu's cultivator. This matter must be reported to the sect master. Come, let us meet with the sect master. Su Changxing was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, the presence of the Falling Sunset sect's master was notably faint. During the last simulation, he had spent most of his time training outside and sought out the venerable ancestor transformation whenever issues arose. He vaguely remembered encountering the sect master a few times after sustaining injuries to his nascent soul during the previous simulation, but those moments were fleeting and lacked scrutiny. Now, in reality, he found himself compelled to engage with this seemingly inconspicuous sect master, evoking a profound sense of the unpredictable nature of life. Although he felt somewhat bewildered, Su Changxing had no reason to decline. Moments later, the two brothers, under Lu Chenyu's guidance, stood before the current sect master of the Falling Sunset sect. The leader of the Falling Sunset sect, Jiang Duolu, is currently at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Although he is a practitioner of this realm, he does not exude an overwhelming presence. Rather, he possesses a refreshing and gentle demeanor. After listening to Lu Chenyu and Zhou Leqi's account, he meticulously examined the two half-corpses before gently nodding and remarking, the dissolution of the nascent soul with corpse Qi, transforming oneself into a being that is half-human and half-corpse, is indeed the hallmark of the in-corpse sect. A nascent soul practitioner who has undergone such transformation possesses a body comparable to that of a top-tier magical artifact. Even I would find it quite challenging to cleave them in twain. It seems the recent rumors within the sect hold some truth. Our Falling Sunset sect has, in addition to Li Chang'e, produced another prodigious talent in the sword path. Old Lu, your ability to take on disciples is quite enviable, he added. Jiang Duolu's words served to validate the explanations provided by Lu Chenyu and his companions. Should anyone approach the sect regarding matters related to the Nine Immortals sect, the Falling Sunset sect will be able to shoulder a significant portion of the burden. Although Lu Chenyu held no fear of a Nine Immortals sect bereft of its leader, Jiang Duolu's statement nonetheless brought him considerable joy. Lu Chenyu chuckled. It was merely a fortuitous accident on my part. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jiang Duolu turned to Zhou Leqi and inquired, Do you know why the in-corpse sect has targeted you? Upon hearing this question, Zhou Leqi furrowed his brow. In truth, he had been unable to comprehend the reasoning behind it. Initially, he had believed that Li Hong, blinded by 1,000 spirit stones, sought to eliminate him. However, he later discovered that Wu Chuan, the leader of the Nine Immortals sect, was also involved, and that the in-corpse sect was somehow implicated. He found it perplexing that such a multitude of individuals would focus their attention on a mere foundation establishment practitioner like himself. As he hesitated, Su Changxing, who had been silently contemplating, suddenly felt a spark of realization. He had long regarded the in-corpse sect as a significant threat. His original plan was to wait until he consolidated his nascent soul before resolving this predicament. However, he now recognized that this moment presented a favorable opportunity. If the Falling Sunset sect could gain advanced knowledge of the in-corpse sect schemes, it might disrupt their plans. Although in previous simulations, The Yin Corpse sect had managed to awaken that ancient fiend ahead of time and obliterate the Falling Sunset sect a decade later. He had been incapable of participating in such matters then, and Xianxia had not yet attained the nascent soul due to his enlightenment. Moreover, he could continue simulating during this decade. By the time the Yin Corpse sect truly regained its strength, he might have already broken through to the transformation stage. With this thought in mind, Changxing stepped forward and said, "I do have some conjectures, though I currently lack concrete evidence and am uncertain whether to share them." Jiang Duolu smiled and replied, "There is certainly nothing you cannot share. Please, go ahead." Changxing continued, "If I am not mistaken, it is highly likely that the Yin Corpse sect aims to refine corpse pills." Upon hearing the term corpse dan, Jiang Duolu could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "What leads you to such speculation?" Changxing directly retrieved Li Hong's storage bag, stating, "This is the storage bag I took from Li Hong. I have not altered its contents in any way. The sect leader will recognize its significance." Jiang Duolu accepted the storage bag and, after a brief examination, furrowed his brow, remarking, "It is astonishing that Li Hong has deceived so many cultivators. When you and Zhou Leqi visited the Nine Immortals sect, did you notice anything amiss?" Changxing shook his head and replied, "I arrived too late. The elder Lu, who once incited Wu Chuan, had already fled. Any evidence of their conspiracy against righteous cultivators has likely been removed. I did not observe anything unusual at the Nine Immortals sect. I merely requested some compensation before returning to the sect." Jiang Duolu nodded, saying, "Those demonic cultivators are quite cunning. It is surprising that I remain unaware of the actions of the Yin Corpse sect. Now, with these relics from the unfortunate cultivators, we have at least some leads." As he spoke, Jiang Duolu presented a jade pendant to Changxing, saying, "This matter is of great importance. You have indeed made a contribution to the sect. The pendant contains 1,000 merit points, which you may exchange directly at the Internal Affairs Hall. Once the investigation yields results, we will supplement your merit points according to the severity of this matter." Changxing was taken aback to learn that reporting this incident to the sect would yield merit points. Although 1,000 merit points may not seem substantial, they equate to a considerable sum of 10,000 spirit stones. He immediately bowed slightly, expressing, "Thank you, sect leader." Jiang Duolu waved his hand and proceeded to inquire about further details before dismissing them. Zhou Leqi accompanied Lu Qinyu back to Filiu Peak, while Changxing made his way directly to his own mountain. After securing his door, he carefully extracted the various storage bags he had collected. Although his time away was brief, the rewards were indeed plentiful. Among the 5 storage bags were filled with spirit stones, amounting to over 100,000 in total. The final storage bag contained a selection of precious materials. However, as the Nine Immortals sect was not particularly affluent and had been thoroughly searched by Elder Lu, this bag contained no particularly high-quality treasures. Changxing estimated that the materials within were worth around 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The storage bag he prepared for Zhou Leqi was similarly filled with various treasures, valued comparably to the one he possessed. Changxing did not place much significance on these materials. He planned to find an opportunity to hand them over to Lu Qinyu, requesting his master to sell them for spirit stones. What truly brought Changxing joy were the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Now, his total of low-grade spirit stones amounted to a staggering 140,000. At the mid-stage of his core formation, he could simulate 7 times. Even if he were to advance to the late stage of core formation, he could still simulate 3 times. With these spirit stones, he could endeavor to condense his nascent soul within a few months. The reason for this time frame was that, with Changxing's cultivation progressing, he increasingly recognized the significance of a solid foundation. Should his cultivation surge too rapidly, both his mental state and physical form would find it challenging to manage the overwhelming influx of true essence. Fortunately, his talent was commendable. Each time he observed the simulated lives, he would achieve insights that would thoroughly stabilize his tenuous realm. It was precisely due to this advantage that he was confident in condensing his nascent soul within a few months. Otherwise, he would require several years to acclimate. Changxing promptly deposited all 14,000 spirit stones into the system and initiated the simulation. In the first month, feeling that his realm was still insufficient, he devoted himself to closed-door cultivation. In the second month, as you continued your training, your exceptional spirit root caused a vortex of spiritual energy during each practice session. Over time, a thin layer of thundercloud formed atop the mountain where you resided. In the 5th month, the thundercloud above your head became increasingly distinct, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. People began referring to your mountain as Little Thunder Peak. Although you found the name peculiar, you paid it little mind and continued your cultivation. In the 6th month, while practicing, you unexpectedly summoned a torrent of thunder. Following this, your realm ascended to the late stage of core formation. In the 7th month, you solidified your late-stage core formation and prepared to venture out for training, seeking opportunities to condense your nascent soul. In the 8th month, during your training, you inadvertently encountered an evil cultivator who was harming righteous practitioners. You swiftly dispatched the malevolent forces, rescuing the afflicted righteous cultivator, initially intending to exchange a few pleasantries before departing. You stumbled upon a secret realm related to a sword tomb while inspecting the spoils. Upon inquiry, you learned that the evil cultivators had lured the righteous cultivator out, using the sword tomb as bait, piquing your interest. The righteous cultivator extended an invitation for you to join him, and though a sense of unease washed over you, your confidence bolstered by the phantom of a divine sword, you felt undeterred by potential traps. Driven by curiosity about the sword tomb, you accepted the offer. Chapter 63. The Trap of the Yin Corpse Sect. In the 10th month, after a challenging exploration, you indeed discovered the location of the sword tomb. This site housed thousands of remnants of swords, each concealing the insights of a sword cultivator. The method to obtain these insights involved battling the remnants with your own flying sword. Although unaware of who had left this sword tomb behind, you recognized it as an extraordinary opportunity. You resolved to utilize this sword tomb to refine your sword pellet. In May of the 2nd year, after enduring more than half a year of fierce battles, you garnered nearly 100 insights, and your swordsmanship became increasingly refined. By November of the same year, your sword essence had finally reached a state of near perfection. However, for reasons unbeknownst to you, a trace of murderous intent had seeped into your sword essence. Upon reflecting carefully, you discovered that this trace of malevolence was, in fact, a remnant of sword intent from a broken sword. You initially intended to eradicate this sinister essence, but it had already fused with your sword intent. After several futile attempts, you could only proceed to explore the other sword intents within the sword tomb. In January of the 3rd year, after more than 2 months of rigorous training, your sword essence had matured to its utmost limit. Seizing the opportunity, you shattered your sword essence and condensed your primordial infant. Just as your primordial infant materialized, it wielded a sword of slaughter, treading upon thunderclouds. As you prepared to celebrate this breakthrough, the skies suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. The heavens themselves seemed to unleash a tribulation due to your advancement. Stunned, yet unperturbed, you resolved to cleave through the thunderclouds as Xianxia would. Your sword radiated light for 100 miles, slicing through 10 miles of thunderclouds with exhilarating ease. However, upon turning around, you were astonished to find that the thunderclouds were once again coalescing. To your bewilderment, you realized that your tribulation was not a singular event. Undaunted, you summoned your primordial infant once more and struck at the heavenly thunder. After the second wave of tribulation, your garments were tattered, yet your sword intent soared skyward. Just as you prepared to depart, you were horrified to discover that the thunderclouds had not yet dissipated. There was astonishingly a 3rd wave of tribulation. While your shock was profound, you had no choice but to muster your spirit and continue to resist the gathering storm. However, the energies expended in your previous assaults had drained your vitality, and the 3rd wave of tribulation proved exceptionally terrifying. You sensed that enduring this final trial was beyond your capabilities. At that moment, you suddenly noticed an elderly figure lurking ominously at the edge of the sword tomb. It was then that the realization struck you. This sword tomb was, in fact, a trap. A fiery wrath ignited within you, causing your sword intent to surge unexpectedly. Drawing upon this newfound intensity of sword intent, you forcefully summoned the divine sword from your sea of consciousness, cutting through the 3rd wave of thunderclouds with sheer will. The old man, witnessing the brilliance of your sword light, was overtaken by a profound fear. Yet, this fear quickly morphed into an overwhelming murderous intent. For he understood that if you survived this day, he would be left with no place to hide. Seizing the opportunity amidst your consecutive triumphs over the 3 waves of tribulation, the old man revealed his true form, transforming into a ghastly specter. At this moment, you had just expended all your strength in overcoming the tribulation, and if you attempted to flee with your sword, escape from this secret realm seemed unlikely. Thus, gritting your teeth, you ignited your primordial infant, using its radiant energy to summon the swords below. In an instant, 1,000 remnants of swords surged forth, transforming into a torrential rain of blades that mercilessly flayed the specter. Yet ultimately, you remained too weakened to continue the fight. The elder, despite the excruciating separation of his flesh and bones, valiantly fought his way through the torrential rain of swords to reach you, thrusting his severed limb, now bereft of a hand, deep into your chest. A ghastly smile escaped your lips as you ignited the nascent spirit you had just cultivated. Your consciousness transformed into a magnificent divine sword, obliterating your adversary utterly. In the aftermath of that singular strike, your primordial spirit was annihilated. Your corporeal form morphed into a shattered sword, descending into the sword mound below. You were dead. Su Changxing gazed at this outcome, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. He had never anticipated being ensnared in such a manner. Throughout previous simulations, he had skillfully concealed himself, gradually growing in strength while plotting against the Incorp sect. Yet, in this instance, he found himself unwittingly within their line of sight, a development he had not foreseen. Even more astonishing was the subtlety of the trap they had laid. They had exploited the precious sword mound, compelling him to attract heavenly tribulation while condensing his primordial spirit. Such a tactic had never crossed his mind before. Moreover, to ensure their success, they had positioned an elder demon nearby to deliver the fatal blow. Even in death, he remained oblivious to whether the Incorp sect had further contingencies in place. Damn it, how shameless could those bastards from the Incorp sect be? This intricate web of schemes was sufficient not only to deal with a mere core formation cultivator like himself, but even to contend with his elder brother. As Su Changxing pondered this, a sudden realization struck him. He surmised that the trap had likely been intended for Xianxia. After receiving his guidance, Xianxia had condensed his primordial spirit ahead of time and had already garnered considerable renown. It was not difficult to comprehend why the Incorp sect would prepare a trap for such a formidable cultivator on the verge of ascension. However, the fact that Xianxia remained unscathed in the previous simulation indicated that the trap had failed to ensnare him. Yet, in this simulation, for reasons unknown, the trap had ensnared Su Changxing, who had not yet condensed his primordial spirit, yielding a vastly different outcome. It seemed that, in the absence of systematic enhancement, his talent paled in comparison to that of his elder brother. Su Changxing lamented this, before refocusing his wandering thoughts to examine the evaluation and rewards from this simulation. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. In this life, you valiantly faced 3 tribulations, displaying exceptional talent. Even as a remnant sword in the sword mound, you remain the most resplendent. Based on the simulation results, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Experience the life of the character from a first-person perspective. 2. Attain late-stage core formation cultivation. As Su Changxing surveyed these 2 options, he couldn't help but voice his discontent. The evaluation is so high, yet the rewards are rather meager, he grumbled. Why not grant me the primordial spirit from the simulation? Though somewhat disgruntled, Su Changxing acknowledged that he had indeed experienced too little in this simulation. The most significant reward from this simulation should undoubtedly be the sword tomb. Although he was tainted by a murderous intent while comprehending the essence of the sword, which subsequently invoked 3 thunder tribulations, the benefits derived from the sword tomb were undeniably substantial. Had it not been for that sword tomb, he might not have been able to forge such a formidable sword embryo. Moreover, drawing upon his insights gained within the tomb, he remarkably withstood the 3 thunder tribulations. Had it not been for the intervention of the infant elder from the Incorp sect, his accomplishments would have surely surpassed those of previous simulations. He was resolute in his desire to retain the sword tomb. As soon as the simulation concluded, Su Changxing pondered how to seize the bait without falling into the trap. Without hesitation, he opted for the first choice. Chapter 64. The Incarnation of the Remnant Sword. As Su Changxing's voice resonated, the scenes from the simulation reappeared before him. The viewing experience, priced at 20,000 spirit stones, was indeed markedly enhanced compared to before. However, it did not result in a qualitative transformation, merely presenting a clearer perception. Su Changxing swiftly bypassed the initial months of seclusion and cultivation. When the visuals transitioned to his travels, he slightly slowed the playback speed, meticulously noting the journey's route. Soon, the imagery arrived at the sword tomb. At this juncture, Su Changxing deliberately decelerated the playback once more, intending to delve into the inheritance within the sword tomb. Yet, to his chagrin, the sensations he encountered were exceedingly vague. As anticipated, The system had obscured the content of the inheritance. After a moment of silent frustration, Changxing accelerated the playback again. Shortly after, the scene reached his final battle within this simulation. From a first-person perspective, he experienced the might of the heavenly thunder. The first bolt was effortlessly dispersed by him, yet the mere pressure emanating from it weighed heavily upon him. Changxing intuitively sensed that, at his current level, he would likely struggle to withstand even the first bolt of thunder. Following this were the second and third bolts, whose formidable forces caused his spirit to tremble intensely. Observing himself piercing through the terrifying thundercloud with an unfathomably sharp sword light, a surge of audacity welled up within him. He was determined to claim the sword tomb for himself. After the thunder, the final battle of this simulation ensued. Although Changxing fought valiantly to slay the infant elder of the Incorp sect, he remained deeply dissatisfied. This adversary's realm was far inferior to his own post-breakthrough self. Had he not nearly exhausted all means during the 3 bolts of thunder, he could have easily dispatched this old fiend with a mere flick of his sword. If I ever encounter you in reality, I shall surely reduce you to fragments. Changxing muttered angrily before preparing to exit the viewing experience. However, to his surprise, although the screen turned pitch black, his perception did not withdraw. Could there be more to follow? With such high accolades, the rewards ought not to be so meager. A surge of joy filled Changxing's heart as he awaited with eager anticipation. Moments later, his perception took on an unusual quality. While the surroundings remained devoid of color and sound, luminous points began to appear in his awareness. As time elapsed, these lights multiplied and grew increasingly vivid. After a brief period of contemplation, Changxing began to discern their significance. These were likely the manifestations he sensed after transforming into a fragmentary sword. He had refined his sword intent for months, yet this was the first time he perceived the external world through the lens of a flying sword. This sensation was refreshingly novel, granting him a unique insight into the nature of the flying sword. He was unaware of how much time had passed when his perception suddenly unveiled new images. In these newfound visuals, he felt himself being propelled by an external force, darting swiftly between heaven and earth. At intervals, a peculiar essence surged into his being, aiding him in vanquishing adversaries. After a moment of reflection, Changxing realized this must be the experience of unifying with the sword. The sensation of being guided by another was quite remarkable. Who was the wielder of this flying sword? Their swordsmanship seemed to surpass his own considerably. Experiencing the unification with the sword from a different perspective was intriguing, making Changxing acutely aware of the roughness of his previous sword techniques. As he pondered these nuances, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura, the presence of heavenly thunder. It appeared the sword's wielder was beginning to confront a thunder tribulation. Despite his unique perspective, he could still feel the overwhelming power of this tribulation far exceeding that which he had faced before. Yet, the flying sword he had become showed no fear, boldly piercing into the stormy clouds. From the viewpoint of a fragmentary sword striking at the heavenly thunder, Changxing became acutely aware of many previously unnoticed details. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into this revelation, the scene abruptly faded to darkness. When Changxing regained his senses, he found himself back in his chamber. This extraordinary experience lingered in his mind, leaving him in a reflective state for quite some time. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he summoned the Qingmu sword, which he had honed over several months and found relatively easy to wield. However, the Qingmu sword could hardly be deemed a top-tier flying sword. It had begun to lag behind his evolving capabilities. Although sword cultivators prioritize the refinement of sword intent, even when one's intent is sufficiently formidable, rendering leaves and flowers as swords, Changxing felt he had not yet reached that exalted level. Furthermore, he believed that, even upon achieving such mastery, wielding a supreme flying sword would still significantly enhance his combat prowess compared to mere foliage. Previously, Changxing had intended to seize an opportunity to reforge the Qingmu sword using celestial crystal sand, yet other matters had delayed him. Now, having just experienced the perspective of a flying sword, an impulse surged within him to enhance the Qingmu sword. However, according to his conception, relying solely on celestial crystal sand to enhance the flying sword is evidently insufficient. At the very least, several top-tier materials are necessary. For an ordinary core formation cultivator to gather the rare treasures required for sword enhancement, it would take years of arduous effort. Yet, Changxing is spared from such toil. for he possesses a commendable 11,000 points of sect merit. Initially, Su Changxing intended to exchange all of these merits for spirit stones. However, as he already has a substantial reserve of spirit stones, he refrained from doing so. In retrospect, this has proven advantageous. Otherwise, he would have had to expend time collecting merits. After pondering for a moment, Su Changxing took to the skies on his sword, flying towards the merit hall. Today, the duty fell upon a young disciple in the Foundation establishment stage. Upon seeing Su Changxing, the disciple momentarily froze. Then his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother Changxing." Su Changxing, intrigued, asked, "Do you recognize me?" The young disciple nodded eagerly, saying, "I saw you during the recent sect competition. You effortlessly severed 4 defensive artifacts belonging to Brother Yi Hong with a single strike, revealing to me the remarkable sharpness of a sword cultivator's flying sword. That scene remains vivid in my memory. Since then, I have shifted my focus to flying swords, though my talent is rather ordinary, and my progress has been slow." Su Changxing did not anticipate encountering an admirer. The experience was quite novel for him. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the young man, he continued, "I have come to exchange for some materials and to borrow the heavenly grade earth fire furnace." The young disciple's eyes lit up at this, and he replied, "Are you planning to refine a flying sword, brother?" Su Changxing affirmed, "Indeed, these are the materials I require." He then placed a jade slip before the young disciple. The disciple examined the slip for a moment, his mouth agape, and exclaimed, as expected of Brother Changxing, "Your request involves such precious materials. We still have 1,000-year dark iron and 1,000-year lightning-struck wood in stock, but unfortunately, the supreme cold crystal you seek is no longer available. A few days ago, Elder Qin needed it to forge a freezing artifact, and he exchanged all the supreme cold crystals." Su Changxing furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Are there any substitute materials?" The young disciple bit his lip and replied, "There are alternatives, although their quality is somewhat inferior. How about this? I can introduce you to Elder Chun. You probably won't need that many supreme cold crystals in the short term. If you only require 2 pieces, you might be able to borrow them from him. Once the stock is replenished in a few days, you can return the crystals to Elder Qin." Su Changxing contemplated this for a moment before nodding. "That would be most helpful. May I ask your name, junior disciple?" The young man smiled and responded, "It is my honor to assist you, brother. There is no trouble at all. My name is Li Yuchong. You may call me Xiao Chong. Please wait a moment, senior brother. I will retrieve the remaining materials you require," Li Yuchong said. A short while later, he emerged from the storeroom with a storage bag. Su Changxing opened the bag and discovered that all the precious resources he had exchanged for, except for the exquisite cold crystal, were inside. Once he confirmed this, he turned to Li Yuchong and said, "Then please lead me to Elder Chun." Li Yuchong had already arranged for his fellow disciples to cover his post. Upon hearing Su Changxing's request, he promptly guided him toward the blazing fire peak. The blazing fire peak was expansive, surrounded by numerous other mountaintops. Due to the geothermal heat emanating from below, the area was perpetually warm. The heavenly grade geothermal furnace that Su Changxing wished to rent was situated on a nearby peak. At that moment, the blazing fire peak was bustling with activity. To Su Changxing's surprise, he sensed the presence of over a dozen core formation cultivators below. Curiously, he inquired, "Are there usually so many elders present at the blazing fire peak?" Li Yushang nodded in affirmation. "This is the only geothermal furnace in our Xianxia sect. Elders often come here for weapon forging or sword crafting. Even when some elders wish to refine high-quality elixirs, they come here as well. Thus, it is common to encounter core formation elders. However, the heavenly grade geothermal furnace is not frequently used, as the number of elders forging swords is considerably less compared to those refining qi. Moreover, the merit required to rent the heavenly grade geothermal furnace is substantial. Even if an elder desires to forge a flying sword, renting the earth grade geothermal furnace suffices." "I see," Su Changxing responded. After exchanging a few more words, they arrived at a side hall on Blazing Fire Peak where several elders were resting. Li Yuchong pointed to a middle-aged man engaged in animated discussion with others and said, "That is Elder Chun. Please wait a moment while I greet him." He then made his way toward Elder Chun. After a brief exchange between Li Yuchong and Elder Chun, he brought the elder before Su Changxing. From a distance, Elder Chun smiled and said, "I have long heard of a prodigious talent in our sect, rivaling Lichanga. I was eager to see what kind of genius swordsman could even receive guidance from Lichanga. Unfortunately, you have been in seclusion, and I never had the chance to meet you. Su Changxing quickly returned the courtesy, saying, "Senior, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon a legacy by chance. To say that I guided the senior brother is indeed an exaggeration." After a round of pleasantries, Elder Chun inquired, "How many cold crystals do you need?" Su Changxing raised 2 fingers and replied, "2 will suffice." Elder Chun nodded, retrieving 2 exquisite cold crystals from his robe. "That is agreeable. If you require more, feel free to ask. By the way, we are quite interested in sword forging. May we observe from a distance while you forge your sword? Rest assured, we shall remain outside the sword-casting chamber and will not interfere with your refinement of the flying sword." Elder Chin's voice resonated loudly, quickly drawing the attention of those nearby. The elders, who had been engaged in conversation moments before, gathered around upon realizing that Su Changxing had arrived. Before Su could utter a word, someone remarked, "Are you the astonishingly talented disciple of Li Chang'e? Oh, I heard about you a few months ago." As Su Changxing observed the growing crowd, a sense of exasperation washed over him. He never anticipated experiencing the tribulations of stardom within the realm of cultivation. This was largely due to the fact that he had yet to establish a significant reputation. Had he been as renowned as Li Chang'e, these Golden Core elders would likely not have approached him so boldly. Although he had recently vanquished a nascent soul, his achievements had not yet spread widely. The elders were more curious than reverent. As the throng swelled, Su could only respond to each inquiry with a resigned demeanor. After a considerable time, he finally made his way, somewhat flustered, to the sword-casting chamber. Outside, dozens had gathered to observe. Fortunately, they maintained their distance, stopping 100 feet from the chamber, ensuring Su Changxing's process of refining the flying sword remained undisturbed. Taking a moment to calm his mind, Su withdrew the Qingmu sword. Rather than hastily beginning the refinement, he released his spiritual sense to attune himself to the sword's intent. After a prolonged period, he sensed a harmonious resonance with the Qingmu sword, achieving a state of remarkable synergy before finally tossing the sword pellet into the earth fire furnace. In the distance, the surrounding elders were momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. One exclaimed in disbelief, "Why did he just throw the flying sword in without any preparation? Shouldn't he first handle the materials? Perhaps the genius has a method of refining that differs from ours," mused another. Regardless, one would think that handling the materials first is essential. Furthermore, the sword pellet should undergo some preparation. Even with a heavenly-grade earth fire furnace, melting the pellet would not be a trivial task. Who can say? As the Golden Core elders engaged in their spirited discussions, Su Changxing took out a handful of purple cloud sand and placed it into the earth fire furnace. This action prompted the onlookers to exchange bewildered glances. "He truly is not processing the materials. This seems reckless. I had assumed this prodigy had received some profound inheritance in sword casting, yet it appears he is devoid of any methodical approach. Do not be so quick to judge." Another elder interjected, "I believe he would not refine his flying sword without a measure of confidence. Perhaps he possesses some unique techniques yet to be revealed." At this moment, Su Changxing retrieved a piece of 1,000-year-old Xian iron and added it to the earth fire furnace, prompting yet another wave of speculation among the distant elders. In their view, this was nothing short of absurd. The millennia-old dark iron could not possibly merge with the sword core without proper treatment. Even the core formation elder, who had previously defended Su Changxing, found himself at a loss for words. In Chapter 66, the Azurewood sword invokes the Thunder Tribulation. Su Changxing paid no heed to the elder observing from the sidelines. He was well aware of the steps required for refining flying swords as articulated by the core formation elders. Having experienced the initial simulations from a first-person perspective, he understood how to refine a flying sword. However, he was disinclined to employ such mundane methods to enhance the sword. What he aspired to achieve was to instigate an active transformation in the Azurewood sword. This idea had emerged after his experiential insights into the flying sword. Once this notion took root in his mind, it became impossible to suppress. Consequently, he ceased further simulations and opted to refine his Azurewood sword in this setting. Just moments ago, he had cast the sword core of the Azurewood sword into the furnace of earthly fire, not with the intention of melting it, but rather to invigorate it through the stimulus of the flames. Ordinarily, the spiritual essence of an ordinary flying sword could not attain such a level of vitality. Yet, after witnessing a previous simulation, the spiritual essence of the Azurewood sword had inexplicably surged. Thus, Su Changxing felt emboldened to pursue this endeavor. As it turned out, his judgment was indeed sound. After being scorched by the earthly fire for a time, the spiritual essence within the Azurewood sword was thoroughly awakened. Guided by Su Changxing, It resembled a ferocious beast trapped in a dire situation, desperately seeking a way to escape. The first to fall prey to the azurewood sword was the cluster of purple cloud sand. In a flurry of sword light, the partially melted purple cloud sand was cleaved into fragments. Throughout this process, the essence of gold and iron contained within the purple cloud sand merged with the sword core in a remarkable fashion. The azurewood sword, now bolstered by the infusion of this essence, became significantly more stable. Next, the millennia-old dark iron appeared before the azurewood sword. With another flash of sword light, it severed the dark iron into several pieces. Though the fragmented dark iron seemed unchanged at first glance, a closer inspection revealed a notable decline in its quality. Typically, millennia-old dark iron could endure in earthly fire for at least half an hour. However, this severed dark iron could barely withstand the burning of a single incense stick before being reduced to molten iron. Having absorbed the essences of both the purple cloud sand and the millennia-old dark iron, the azurewood sword exhibited remarkable stability. Over the following half hour, Changxing continuously cast various rare materials into the earthly fire. The azurewood sword voraciously absorbed the essences from these treasures as if it were a blood-sucking blade. Changxing, sensing the transformation of the azurewood sword, was filled with excitement, feeling that it was on the cusp of a profound metamorphosis. However, the elder practitioners, observing from a distance, were on the brink of madness. Having lived for centuries, it was their first encounter with such reckless sword refining. This was sheer folly. What he was doing bore no resemblance to the refinement of a flying sword. It was akin to using terrestrial fire to melt iron. If he were merely melting iron, it might have been acceptable. The crux of the matter lay in the materials he had carelessly tossed in, each one causing a pang of regret in their hearts. Indeed, the celestial crystal sand, millennia-old profound iron, golden jade, purple cloud sand, and the exquisite cold crystal from Elder Chun. Each of these treasures was exceedingly rare, unattainable for the average golden core cultivator. Yet, he had unceremoniously cast them into the furnace of terrestrial fire. What on earth was his intention? The materials he had thrown in were worth at least 6,000 merit points. 6,000 merit points, squandered without a second thought. I can no longer bear to watch. I shall take my leave now, while you continue to observe. After stating this, the elder took flight, ready to depart. However, just as his light of escape ignited, he suddenly noticed a beam of sword light illuminating behind him. Wasn't he the flying sword that Changxing intended to refine? How had it emerged from the furnace? Did he intend to abandon the refinement? Similar thoughts simultaneously flickered through the minds of several golden core elders. Even among the ordinary disciples observing from a greater distance, many shared these sentiments. Yet, before they could articulate their thoughts, they were astonished to witness a surge of intense terrestrial fire erupting from below. What was happening? How could terrestrial fire emerge? Had the furnace exploded? It seemed not an explosion, but rather the terrestrial fire within the furnace had been drawn forth by the sword light. A flying sword could summon terrestrial fire? Boom! As if in response to their bewilderment, a resounding thunderclap reverberated through the sky. At that moment, the startled cultivators suddenly noticed a dark cloud of thunder appearing above them. The recent thunderous roar was accompanied by a lightning bolt striking the body of the Qingmu sword. Almost simultaneously with the descent of the lightning, the terrestrial fire below had already caught up with the Qingmu sword. Heavenly thunder and terrestrial fire converged upon that small sword pellet. Boom! Another deafening explosion ensued as the thunder and fire collided. Such divine might sent the cultivators of slightly lower cultivation levels tumbling to the ground, leaving even the golden core elders momentarily dazed. Yet, at the nexus of the heavenly thunder and terrestrial fire, the sword pellet remained entirely unscathed. Not only that, but it even radiated a faint luminescence from its body. Elder Chan gazed at the sword pellet spiraling in midair, astonished, and remarked, his flying sword can withstand both heavenly thunder and terrestrial fire simultaneously. The quality of this sword is astonishingly high. Is there any room for further refinement? Could he be flaunting his wealth? No, that cannot be right. When the sword pellet was first placed into the furnace of earth fire, it certainly did not possess the formidable strength it exhibits now. Remarkably, he was genuinely refining the flying sword. This revelation left the surrounding core formation elders momentarily stunned as they hastily rummaged through their memories. Soon one of them, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "It is indeed true. This sword pellet has transformed significantly since before." Yet, he had merely carelessly tossed the materials into the furnace. Can such a random act truly refine a flying sword? This defies logic. Boom! Another thunderous roar interrupted the discourse among the core formation elders. They looked up in bewilderment, only to discover that the storm clouds above had thickened ominously. A chilling pressure emanated from the storm, signaling the impending tribulation. This was, indeed, the thunderous tribulation. The realization left the elders utterly dumbfounded. They exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. Moments later, one elder, his face filled with astonishment, remarked, Changxing's refined flying sword has actually attracted the thunder tribulation. Could this be the ancient method of the living sword recorded in ancient texts? Surely not. Has not this method been lost to time? How could a disciple who has merely been practicing for half a year uncover such a technique for refining flying swords? I have heard a rumor regarding this matter. What rumor? It is said that Changxing might be the reincarnation of a certain god transformation ancestor. Chapter 67. This matter must not be disclosed. As soon as this speculation was voiced, another core formation elder shook his head in disbelief. How could that be? Where does such a rumor even originate? It is sheer nonsense. The elder who had spoken earlier explained. Initially, I too found this rumor implausible. However, if Changxing is not the reincarnation of a god transformation ancestor, how could he transform from an ordinary Qi refining cultivator into a core formation elder like us in just a few months? How could he master the long-lost ancient method of the living sword? His words rendered those elders, who had intended to refute him, momentarily speechless. Just as they exchanged glances of confusion, the storm clouds above had already gathered over a radius of more than 10 miles. The unique pressure of the heavenly tribulation sent shivers down the spines of the cultivators below. Changxing, sensing that familiar aura, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had just been struck by heavenly lightning during a simulation, and now, while refining a flying sword, he found himself once again targeted by the heavens. Is this never-ending? Why does the heavenly lightning seem to have a vendetta against me? As he inwardly grumbled, a torrent of sword intent surged from his being. Although this was the tribulation of the Qingmu sword, as its master, he too could partake in the ordeal. Buzz! With Changxing's support, the Qingmu sword let out a resounding cry, soaring straight towards the storm clouds above. Boom! The thundercloud seemed unable to tolerate the provocation of the flying sword, unleashing a deluge of purple lightning. Simultaneously, the inferno below seized the opportunity to surge skyward, rushing towards the Qingmu sword. The convergence of heavenly thunder and earthly fire rendered the sky akin to a cataclysmic scene. In an instant, the radiance of the Qingmu sword trembled violently, and even Changxing, whose consciousness was intertwined with the sword, appeared pale and shaken. Despite his body quivering slightly, his gaze remained remarkably bright, for he had discerned that the power of this thunder tribulation was far less formidable than that encountered in his simulations. At that moment, the final scene from his observations of the simulation resurfaced in his mind, where he had charged towards the apocalyptic thunder tribulation from the perspective of a remnant sword. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that moment, the only distinction being that the current tribulation's potency was significantly diminished compared to the simulation. Unbeknownst to him, Changxing had closed his eyes, fully merging his consciousness with the Qingmu sword. With a resonant hum, the Qingmu sword emitted a piercing sound that transcended the cacophony of thunder. In the next moment, its brilliance surged skyward, as under Changxing's control. The sword resembled a cerulean dragon, soaring freely amidst the thunderclouds. The lightning struck the sword's body repeatedly, yet could not hinder its luminous ascent. After a considerable duration, the thunderclouds gradually dispersed, and the inferno below calmed. Moments later, the observing elders of the Jidan stage regained their senses. As they intended to congratulate Changxing on forging a supreme flying sword, they found that he had already vanished from beside the furnace. The elders exchanged glances for a moment before one of them murmured, "He truly succeeded." What had transpired just now? Why had the tribulation descended so suddenly? It is said that flying swords are instruments of slaughter and should not possess sentience like magical artifacts. Hence, only those imbued with consciousness would evoke a thunder tribulation. It is rumored that flying swords burdened with excessive bloodshed often perish amidst the tribulation. Judging by the power of the Qingmu sword's tribulation, it appears that it has not yet accumulated considerable bloodshed. Could it be that Changxing indeed employed the method of the living sword? But wasn't this technique for refining flying swords long thought to be lost? Indeed, it has been lost to us. Yet for ancient cultivators, it was a commonly utilized method. Does this imply that Su Changxing is truly the reincarnation of a god transformation ancestor? Let us refrain from such speculation. This matter bears great significance. And until the sect leader speaks, we must keep this under wraps. While the elders engaged in fervent discussion, Su Changxing had already returned to his mountain peak upon a sword. Only then did he find a moment to inspect the changes in the Qingmu sword. Compared to before, its sentience had surged manifold. Before undergoing tribulation, the Qingmu sword possessed a faint trace of spirit, yet it was exceedingly weak, even inferior to some high-grade magical artifacts. However, the spirit within the Qingmu sword now rivals that of spiritual tools. Even without Su Changxing's guidance, the Qingmu sword can autonomously engage in combat, albeit with diminished power. Beyond its newfound spirit, the sword itself has undergone a profound transformation. First, it absorbed a significant amount of gold essence within the earth fire furnace, and, subsequently, the blade was reforged amidst heavenly thunder and earthly fire, thoroughly integrating the gold essence into its core. With the current sharpness of the Qingmu sword, Su Changxing, with a mere flick of his will, could breach the defenses of a nascent soul cultivator. Should he encounter Wu Chuan again, he would likely require only a single stroke of the stunning swan sword to cleave him in two. Armed with such a formidable weapon, I should not find myself in the same dire straits when facing the third layer of thunder tribulation. If those fellows from the Yin Corps sect dare to show themselves again, I shall reduce them to mere fragments of flesh. Su Changxing gazed at the sword in his hand, increasingly satisfied, as if he had acquired a new toy, a sense of attachment washing over him. He decided to let go of his thoughts and began to traverse the nearby mountain peaks with his sword. It was only after he had thoroughly enjoyed himself that he returned to his chamber and immersed his consciousness into the sea of awareness, summoning the system panel. Su Changxing still possessed a staggering 12,000 points, indicating his considerable wealth. Without hesitation, he initiated the simulation once more. In the first month, you secluded yourself in rigorous cultivation while deepening your resonance with the Qingmu sword. In the second month, you continued your seclusion, and, as expected, a thin layer of thunderclouds gathered atop the mountain. In the third month, while you were engrossed in your closed-door training, a young disciple approached you bearing the sect leader's jade slip. Su Changxing was momentarily taken aback upon reading this. He had been brimming with determination to break through the traps of the Yin Corps sect, yet an unexpected twist had emerged. Could it be that the commotion from refining the Qingmu sword was too great? With a hint of curiosity, he continued to observe the subsequent developments. Accompanied by the disciple, you arrived at Jiangduolu's study, where, in addition to Jiangduolu, there was an elderly man with white hair and beard. To your astonishment, the aura of this old man was exceedingly profound. You sensed that he might be a transformation god elder. A moment later, your suspicions were confirmed. Under Jiangduolu's introduction, you learned that he was indeed a loose cultivator of the transformation god realm, named by Yuanju, of exceedingly high seniority, reportedly nearing 2,000 years of age. As his lifespan wanes, he has come to inquire about the method of reincarnation. You found yourself somewhat perplexed by the question. After a brief pause, you replied that you possessed no relevant memories. Bai Yuanju appeared noticeably displeased, but said nothing further. He merely cast a deep glance at you before departing. Chapter 68, The First Unscathed Clearance. Su Changxing gazed at the passage, his brow furrowing slightly. The name Bai Yuanju stirred a vague familiarity within him, as if he had encountered it before. Yet, before he could ponder further, the simulation in his consciousness resumed its unfolding. You paid little heed to this minor interlude, returning to your abode to continue your cultivation. In the sixth month, while practicing, you were suddenly beset by a tempest of thunder. Following the tumult, you ascended to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. In the seventh month, you solidified your late-stage Golden Core cultivation, preparing to venture forth for experience. In the eighth month, adhering to the route etched in your memory, you arrived early at the designated location within the simulation. You intended to linger nearby for a few days, seeking an opportunity to rescue the righteous cultivator being pursued. To your astonishment, as you approached the vicinity, you witnessed a familiar scene. It dawned upon you that even this moment had been orchestrated for your observation. Although displeased, you refrained from exposing the ruse and still intervened to save the beleaguered cultivator. After a brief exchange, he indeed divulged the location of the sword tomb. With a hint of mockery, you smirked and consented to accompany him. In the 10th month, You played along with this individual for 2 months before finally arriving at the sword tomb. Feigning ignorance, you began to contemplate the remnants of the swords within. In January of the following year, drawing from your prior experience as a fragment of a sword, your contemplation proceeded remarkably smoothly. In merely 3 months, you amassed nearly 100 insights. By February of the 3rd year, your sword core had reached its zenith. However, under your stringent control, you refrained from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. You could have returned to your sect, seeking refuge to coalesce your nascent soul and weather the heavenly tribulation. Yet you were reluctant to do so. Over the past 2 months, you had managed to locate the hidden nascent soul of the Incorp sect, concealed several dozen miles away, using the myriad remnants of swords within the tomb. Convinced that the time was ripe, you soared on your sword towards the old demon's lair. The nascent soul demon, upon witnessing your approach, was taken aback. Without engaging in idle chatter, you fused your being with the sword. After a fierce struggle for survival, leveraging the formidable sword intent gleaned from the sword tomb in your enhanced Qingmu sword, you vanquished him on the spot. It was exhilarating to slay a nascent soul demon while still in the golden core realm. With a resonant cry of the sword, your sword core shattered. A sword infant, wielding a slaying sword and standing amidst the thunderclouds, emerged from the remnants. Soon after, the anticipated thunderclouds reappeared. As the first bolt of heavenly lightning descended, it was cleaved effortlessly by your sword. When confronted with the second bolt, you felt a modicum of gravity but still managed to withstand it with relative ease. Then came the third heavenly tribulation. This time, you prepared as if facing a formidable foe, channeling the newly formed Thunder Sword Infant to its utmost potential. Thunder and sword light swirled around you. After a brief moment, the lightning dissipated, leaving you in tattered garments and somewhat disheveled, yet you had ultimately withstood this celestial tribulation. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over you, prompting an involuntary howl towards the heavens. Once you had vented your exhilaration, you intended to depart and find a suitable location to consolidate your realm. However, before you could make your move, you were astounded to discover that you had been locked onto by a formidable divine consciousness. Turning in astonishment, you beheld a somewhat familiar figure not far away. Suddenly, it dawned upon you that this individual was by Yuanju, the venerable ancestor who had sought your counsel on the art of reincarnation 2 years prior. An immediate sense of foreboding engulfed you. Yet, Bai Yuanju made no aggressive move. Instead, he posed an oddly curious inquiry regarding whether you were indeed a reincarnation of an ancient transformation deity. Taken aback, you responded that you possessed no pertinent memories. After a moment of silence, Bai Yuanju released a deep sigh, acknowledging that reincarnation is indeed at odds with the heavens and earth. Observing that he had not initiated an attack, you seized the opportunity to restore your cultivation while engaging him in casual conversation to bide your time. Bai Yuanju appeared oblivious to your intentions and engaged you in idle chatter. After conversing for a while, it dawned upon you with some astonishment that this sword tomb had been disclosed to the Incorp's sect by Bai Yuanju. You contemplated pressing him for details, but he merely sighed and departed. Although lingering questions plague your mind, you chose not to linger, suppressing your curiosity as you soared back to the falling sunset sect. In the 5th month of the 3rd year, having solidified your 2 realms, you resolved to refine the Qingmu sword once more. By the 10th month of that year, after 5 months of diligent effort, you finally gathered the materials necessary for the reforging of the Qingmu sword. In the 11th month, after a month of preparation, you returned to the earth fire furnace. This time, after the reforging, the Qingmu sword emerged even sharper, yet predictably, it summoned a triple thunder tribulation. With your assistance, the Qingmu sword effortlessly cleaved through the stormy clouds. Armed with the divine sword, you brimmed with confidence to face the forthcoming tribulations. In the 12th month of the 5th year, you achieved another breakthrough, advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. At this juncture, both your sword intent and true essence had reached a pinnacle, compelling you to investigate matters concerning the Incorp sect. In the 1st month of the 6th year, drawing upon your prior memories, you swiftly located the old fiend's hidden lair. Rather than raising alarms, you sought out Xianxia and Shi Haoyan once more. By the 3rd month, the 3 of you were thoroughly prepared, boldly infiltrating the secret realm where the old fiend concealed his corpses. Under your guidance, you deftly evaded the transformation deity guardians from the Incorp sect, like 3 sharp swords piercing directly into the heart of the secret realm. Before the guarding transformation deity could react, the three of you unleashed your ultimate skills, slaying the still slumbering old fiend. The guarding transformation deity from the Corp sect was left in a state of shock, unable to withstand your combined assault, sustaining grave injuries as he fled. You exchanged triumphant glances with Xianxia, reveling in the thrill of victory. Changxing, upon reading this, could not help but clench his fist tightly. After undergoing numerous simulations, he found himself less troubled by the impending crisis a decade hence. Yet, this was his first time successfully navigating a simulation without incurring any injuries. As he gazed at the sparse lines of text, an extraordinary sense of relief washed over him, akin to a colossal weight being lifted from his heart. Once he achieved a semblance of tranquility, he proceeded to examine the subsequent simulations. In December of the 9th year, all was tranquil. Since the abrupt assault by your party, the Corp sect had retreated into seclusion, remaining utterly silent. In high spirits, you continued your secluded cultivation. By the 18th year, both you and Xianxia had ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, emerging as the two sword deities of the falling sunset sect. Your master, Yu, capitalized on your formidable reputation, experiencing a meteoric rise within the sect. In his exuberance, Yu took on dozens of younger disciples. Yet none among them displayed the exceptional talents akin to you and Xianxia. In the 31st year, Xianxia transcended to the divine transformation stage. His sword light astonishing all within 100 miles as he severed through 6 tribulations of thunder. Changxing regarded this simulation with raised eyebrows, genuinely surprised that despite the numerous enhancements he had accumulated, he still had not achieved divine transformation before Xianxia. Chapter 69. 1900 years, life comes to an end. Could the senior brother be a child of destiny? Changxing mused, before continuing to scrutinize the subsequent simulations. In the 35th year, you two broke through to the divine transformation stage, your sword light equally stunning, cutting through 6 layers of thunder tribulation. The successive breakthroughs of you both galvanized the falling sunset sect, causing nearby evil cultivators to flee without a fight. The Corp sect had already relocated a decade prior. In that moment, the falling sunset sect basked in unparalleled glory. In the 53rd year, you felt an intense desire for movement and prepared to venture out and explore. In the 82nd year, after 30 years of contemplating the heavens and earth, you finally reached a profound understanding, advancing to the mid-stage of divine transformation. In the 86th year, intending to enter seclusion for a time, you unexpectedly discovered a promising celestial seedling within the sect, which you took as your disciple. Amidst your cultivation, you found moments to instruct your disciple, leading a rather leisurely life. It was then that you truly experienced the joy of cultivation. In the 109th year, your swordsmanship became increasingly refined, yet the more intricate techniques eluded you due to the inadequacy of the Qingmu sword. You resolved to venture forth to gather materials and reforge the Qingmu sword. In the 130th year, you finally amassed the necessary materials for reforging the Qingmu sword and returned to the mountain to commence the process. The reforged Qingmu sword once again attracted heavenly tribulations. Roiling thunder descended in succession, nearly shattering your soul. Although you have preserved the Qingmu sword thanks to your profound foundation, the might of the heavenly thunder has cast a shadow upon you. In the 183rd year, you experienced a breakthrough in your realm, ascending to the late stage of transformation. For the first time, you felt the suppression from the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, you comprehended why Xianxia wielded his sword towards the sky. This realm had begun to constrain your advancement. In the 331st year, you reached the ultimate limit of this world, and with every swing of your sword, you sensed the bindings imposed by the cosmos. Yet, you remained indecisive in your resolve to sever these constraints. By the 420th year, your disciple had attained the transformation stage, ensuring the continuity of the Xianxia sect, which alleviated some of your concerns. You once again gazed into the endless starry sky above, filled with anticipation. Nevertheless, you still could not summon the determination to strike the heavens with your sword. In the 463rd year, a tempest of thunder suddenly erupted at Xianxia's place of cultivation. Watching the relentless thunder, your heart trembled slightly. You realized that Xianxia had once more directed his sword towards the firmament. After the tribulation dissipated, it was no surprise that Xianxia fell at that moment, leaving behind only the celestial sword he had forged over many years. Standing at the edge of the thunderclouds, you gazed at that sword in a daze for several months, ultimately letting out a long sigh without claiming it. In the 486th year, after 2 decades of contemplation, You resolved to seal the Qingmu sword and choose to retire to the mountains and forests. In the 831st year, Shi Haoyan visited your humble abode once more, sharing wine and laughter. Yet, your mind was elsewhere, for you had discerned that Shi Haoyan's lifespan was drawing to a close. In the 852nd year, Shi Haoyan attained enlightenment in his cave dwelling, and you stood silently, watching his breath fade away at a loss for words. In the 890th year, the demon star once again approached this realm after a millennium. The sealed demon caverns, influenced by the star, began to exude demonic energy anew. The resurgence of this energy stirred turmoil across the world, yet you remained indifferent. You were already retired. Such matters were best left to the younger generation. In the 916th year, the heavenly demon star finally converged with this realm. The dense demonic energy birthed numerous fiends, awakening the slumbering great demons. Those sects without elder guardians in the transformation stage were engulfed in fear. You merely sighed at the hardships of the world and continued to relish your retirement. In the 933rd year, a great demon named by Yuanju resurrected, his demonic power stretching for miles. Upon his awakening, he swiftly slew 2 righteous transformation stage cultivators, sending shockwaves of fear through the righteous sections. Upon hearing the name by Yuanju, your gaze suddenly froze for a moment as a long-buried memory resurfaced. This individual, once acquainted with you as a transformation stage cultivator, had tragically fallen into the abyss of evil to prolong his life. In the year 955, by Yuanju, swept through numerous sects, leaving the righteous cultivators in a state of despair. Everyone lamented the imminent extinction of the righteous path's legacy. In the year 960, Bai Yuanju finally arrived at the outer gates of the Luoxia sect, wielding boundless demonic power. Witnessing the protective grand formation of the Luoxia sect on the verge of collapse, one could only sigh deeply and retrieve the Qingmu sword, sealed away for centuries. After hundreds of years, once again you held the Qingmu sword in your grasp. In that moment, you suddenly realized that deep within your heart still resided a sword cultivator. Following the profound insights from your heart, you infused the sword with the accumulated sword intent of centuries. The sword's radiance soared like the sun, dissolving the demonic aura in its wake. Even Bai Yuanju, who had dominated for an era, could not withstand its might. You were not yet dead. He merely uttered a final phrase before completely losing his vitality. After this battle, the demons trembled, and the morale of the righteous cultivator's soared. The Luoxia sect took the lead, forming a righteous alliance to launch a counteroffensive against the malevolent forces. In the year 998, after decades of arduous conflict, the righteous cultivators successfully quelled the chaos of the demonic stars. During this period, you intervened only a few times. Yet each time you decisively vanquished a formidable demon of great renown. Following this calamity, you were hailed by the world as the sole sword deity of the millennium. However, you never allowed those close to you to mention this title, for you felt that you were still inferior to Li Chang'e. Even to this day, you have not dared to strike forth the sword that resides in your heart. This was not due to a lack of refinement in your sword intent, but rather because a trace of killing intent lingered within your divine consciousness. You were acutely aware that the presence of such killing intent would render the impending tribulation extraordinarily terrifying, with no possibility of survival. Thus, you hesitated to unleash the sword concealed in your heart. In the year 1100, after a century of indecision, you still dared not to strike that sword. With a heavy sigh, you sealed the Qingmu sword once more. In the year 1500, in a profound state of tranquility, you ventured out once again, enlightening several spirit pets and accepting a few disciples under your name. In the year 1860, your vitality began to wane, and you suddenly realized that your lifespan had dwindled to less than a century. It dawned upon you that you wished to pass on your lifelong learnings. In the year 1900, the demonic stars descended once more, yet you were indifferent to the tumult of the outside world. Your remaining time was scant, and you sought only a suitable cave dwelling to leave behind your legacy. In the year 1930, your lifespan exhausted, you passed away unexpectedly within the inheritance you had established. You have departed from this world, and thus it concludes. The subsequent millennium feels rather hastily summarized. Su Changxing had expected this simulation to be prolonged, yet the system merely summarized it in a few lines after a millennium. He couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction. After a moment of lamentation, he found himself filled with anticipation. Among all previous simulations, this particular outcome was the most remarkable. The heights he had attained surpassed the majority of recorded heroes throughout history. Ultimately, he lived for over 1,900 years, passing away peacefully. This evaluation would undoubtedly be commendable. As Su Changxing contemplated this, he could not suppress his excitement for the forthcoming rewards. Chapter 70. Encountering 4 types of rewards soon enough. Su Changxing's conjecture was validated. Simulation complete. Evaluation. Among the practitioners in this realm, you have distinguished yourself as a paragon. Although you ultimately could not transcend this realm, you undeniably deserve the title of Sword God. Based on the simulation results, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Experience the life from a first-person perspective within the simulation. 2. Attain the cultivation of mid-core formation. 3. A fragment of the legacy you have left behind. 4. The residual consciousness of the divine sword that has accompanied you for a millennium. Upon seeing the rewards from this simulation, Su Changxing's eyes instantly brightened. There were 4 options, a sight he had not encountered in quite some time. Not only was the quantity of rewards ample, but their quality also exceeded his expectations. The prospect of attaining mid-core formation cultivation nearly made him salivate. In this simulation, he had coalesced a sword embryo wielding the killing sword while standing upon the thunderclouds. It was precisely this pinnacle of core formation that enabled him to be invincible in the realm of divine transformation. Moreover, the system had directly elevated him to mid-core formation, granting him a substantial leap in cultivation. The sole concern was the lingering killing intent within the core, which made him hesitant to confront the heavenly tribulation. After a moment of indecision, Su Changxing's gaze shifted to the latter 2 options. Upon inspecting the 3rd option, his eyes gleamed once more. The achievements he had realized in the simulation might be deemed unprecedented, but standing alongside the sages was certainly not an exaggeration. The legacy left by such a top-tier mighty figure was invaluable. Furthermore, the most suitable recipient of this legacy was undoubtedly himself. However, the drawback of this option was that the legacy was not complete, but rather a mere fragment. This system was rather unscrupulous. Su Changxing sighed inwardly and then turned his attention to the final option. This choice was certainly not without merit. However, when compared to the 3rd option, it fell somewhat short. The Qingmu sword was significant, yet could not be equated to the legacy he had left behind. Could the residual consciousness of the Qingmu sword possibly transform into a wise elder, offering guidance in his cultivation at any moment? Su Changxing initially intended to voice a complaint to alleviate his decision-making anxiety. Yet, after his moment of lamentation, he suddenly discovered himself feeling even more anxious. It dawned on him that the 4th option might not be as trivial as he had presumed. After much deliberation, Su Changxing ultimately dismissed the 2nd option. Although the mid-stage nascent soul cultivation was indeed appealing, its value to him was not particularly significant. After all, during his previous simulations, he had already managed to condense a similar sword embryo. With a few more simulations, he would inevitably acquire it. Furthermore, a higher cultivation level would exponentially increase the spirit stones required for subsequent simulations, which would not be conducive to his pursuit of greater benefits. Caught in a quandary between the fragment of inheritance and the remnants of the sword spirit, Su Changxing found himself in a state of indecision once more. Both rewards were exquisite enough to make him salivate, yet he could only choose one. After yet another round of internal conflict, he ultimately opted for the inheritance he had left behind. The functionality of the sword spirit remnants was merely conjectural, while the inheritance he had retained was tangible, presenting a lesser risk. Upon making his choice, Su Changxing's spiritual consciousness once again materialized in a peculiar space. However, this environment was starkly different from that in which he had previously received Li Chang's inheritance. There were no remnants of his soul, nor the tumultuous heavenly thunder. Only a beam of sword light remained. The sword light approached him, advancing swiftly from a distance. Before he could discern its nature, it pierced through him. He felt as though his soul had been torn apart, an indescribable agony surging from the depths of his being, alongside the excruciating sensation of his soul being severed. He also experienced a pain reminiscent of a thunderstrike. Could this inheritance be a sham? Was it possible that in his later years, he had succumbed to madness, intent on annihilating all who sought to claim the inheritance? After a considerable time, Su Changxing regained some semblance of awareness. It was then that he suddenly realized he had genuinely entered the inheritance in his physical form. Just as he uttered a complaint, the sword light reignited. A beam of light, once again, surged towards him from afar. This time, it directly pierced through his skull. Su Changxing cried out in anguish, clutching his head and rolling about, almost entirely losing consciousness. He could not tell how long had passed before a sharp pain shot through his chest once more. He had been pierced by the light sword again. Strangely enough, this searing pain restored a modicum of his awareness. With no time for further complaints, he turned and fled. Although he was oblivious to what madness he had succumbed to in the simulation, he was determined not to be impaled by the light sword again. He sought to find any mechanisms nearby that could provide shelter. Seizing this rare moment of clarity, he quickly began to search the vicinity. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when the sword light flared up once more. Moments later, Su Changxing regained consciousness again. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing rending of his soul, he continued his exploration. Time flowed swiftly, marked by the relentless strikes of the light sword. In the beginning, Su Changxing found himself momentarily lucid, only to be met again by the next radiant sword light. However, as the sword light descended repeatedly, he was astonished to discover his resistance to it had significantly increased. To be precise, it was not his resistance to the sword light itself that had improved, but rather his resilience to the accompanying heavenly thunder. Each time the sword light struck, it would still pierce through him. Yet the lightning entwined with the sword no longer rendered him disoriented for an extended period. This newfound clarity afforded him ample time to explore during the intervals between the sword strikes. He endeavored to counter the assaults with his own sword intent, but soon realized the futility of his efforts. His sword intent was as fragile as that of an infant in the face of the sword light, proving utterly ineffective. He could only endure the relentless strikes of the sword light upon every part of his body. To his vexation, the sword light did not spare even his vital points. One particular strike inflicted such pain that he could not help but curse aloud. Although his composure was somewhat shaken, Su Changxing remained resolute in his exploration of the surroundings. After an indeterminate passage of time, he ultimately traversed the entirety of this illusory space. To his bemusement, he discovered that aside from the incessant sword light, there was truly nothing else present. Yet, at this moment, he began to grasp the intent behind this inheritance. After enduring countless penetrations by the sword light, he found himself possessing a deeper understanding of the flying sword. This comprehension diverged from his usual training and was distinct from the experiences he had gained through dueling with others. He was intimately acquainted with the sensation of the flying sword piercing through his own corporeal form and spirit. In time, he had measured the dimensions of the flying sword with his own body, and he could even distinctly perceive the sleekness of its passage as it traversed him. At this juncture, he was certain that it was the projection of the Qingmu sword that had repeatedly pierced him. Chapter 71. The process of accepting the inheritance indeed consumes time. Beyond his enhanced understanding of the flying sword, Su Changxing unexpectedly discovered a peculiar resistance to heavenly thunder. Now, he observed his own repeated piercings by the sword light with a relatively tranquil mindset. Even the soul-rending agony could be suppressed through sheer willpower. This remarkable transformation was not solely a product of his exceptional swordsmanship talent, but rather due to the purification of the impurities within his soul, facilitated by the sword light as it penetrated him time and again. Furthermore, with each piercing by the Qingmu sword projection, a trace of sword intent was left within him. This process bore resemblance to marrow cleansing coupled with the impartation of skills, yet it was 1,000-fold more painful than conventional methods, yielding results that far surpassed ordinary marrow cleansing. At this moment, Su Changxing finally surmised the purpose of the simulated self in leaving behind this inheritance. In previous simulations, it was the lingering murderous intent in his soul that had rendered him incapable of wielding his heart's sword against the firmament until his dying breath. Thus, he aspired for his successor's soul to be thoroughly enlightened and their heart of the sword to be clear. Although Kenshin must constantly wipe his sword, the essence of his soul does not require such meticulous care. A pure soul can only be tainted under exceedingly harsh conditions. Correspondingly, the challenge of purifying the soul is equally formidable. Among the ancient texts known to Su Changxing, he had never encountered any methods for soul purification. In the simulation, however, he astonishingly managed to utilize a sword projection to cleanse the soul, incorporating it into the legacy. This signifies that, 2 millennia later, Su Changxing's mastery of sword intent has reached an astonishingly formidable level. Such swordsmanship can only be described as divine. Even Su Changxing himself cannot fathom the heights he has attained in the simulation. This marked transformation has rendered Su Changxing less averse to the sword light that strikes toward him. Nonetheless, he still harbors an aversion to the sensation of being pierced through by the flying sword. He began to employ his own methods to contend against the divine sword light. Initially, he found himself utterly powerless before the radiant blade. No matter how powerful the sword intent he gathered, it could not affect the sword light in the slightest. However, as he was pierced by the radiant sword time and again, he unexpectedly discovered a rapid enhancement in his sensitivity to sword intent, allowing him to condense an extraordinarily formidable sword light. If before receiving the legacy his sword affinity coefficient for his soul was 1, then now it must be at least 100. This hundredfold increase enabled him to influence the sword light, approaching him solely with his spiritual awareness, including the projection of the Qingmu sword. After attempting this several hundred times, he finally managed to touch the tip of the Qingmu sword projection with his finger. With a soft snap, the radiant sword that had struck him thousands of times shattered into countless luminous particles, merging into Su Changxing's body. Simultaneously, the space around him seemed to lose its support, gradually collapsing. Was this the conclusion? Su Changxing found himself momentarily stunned. He felt that the process of blocking this sword was surprisingly simple. Although his enhancement was significant, to block the sword light of a divine transformation sword cultivator remained a mere fantasy. Yet, not only had he blocked it, but he had also shattered the projection of the Qingmu sword. This left him with a sense of an anticlimactic resolution. Indeed, this legacy is flawed. Su Changxing shook his head with a hint of regret and sat cross-legged to contemplate this inheritance. Although he had been penetrated by sword light since entering the legacy, ultimately delivering a single effective counterattack, his gains were remarkably substantial, even aside from the sword affinity coefficient of his soul increasing 100-fold. His comprehension of the sword path has also multiplied compared to before. The scenes from the legacy continually replayed in his mind, each detail of being pierced by the radiant sword vividly presenting itself. After an indeterminate period, Su Changxing suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Swift!" The Qingmu sword responded instantaneously. The verdant flying sword did not burst forth from the thatched cottage. Instead, it transformed into a graceful silhouette, swirling around him. In truth, the cottage was rather small, insufficient for a sword cultivator to wield a flying sword effectively. Yet, under Su Changxing's command, the sword light flitted about like a nimble dragonfly, darting up and down within the confines of the cottage without colliding with any obstacles. Nevertheless, Su Changxing remained unsatisfied. He gestured with his fingertip beside him and declared, "Divide." As soon as his voice fell, the azure sword's light seemed to disassemble, splitting into more than 10 beams of sword light. These beams danced like butterflies in the sky, fluttering within the confines of the modest cottage. The division of sword light. Such a technique, even a Yuan-Ying ancestor might struggle to master. Yet Su Changxing, with his golden core cultivation, executed it effortlessly. Moreover, the sword lights he conjured were vivid and fluid, devoid of any stiffness. Observing the swirling lights around him, a slight smile graced Su Changxing's lips. The countless trials with his light swords had indeed not been in vain. Just as he contemplated whether he could establish a sword array single-handedly, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura outside the courtyard. Frowning, Su Changxing suppressed the sword lights. Moments later, a knock echoed at his courtyard door. Upon opening it, he found himself face-to-face with a young acolyte from the falling Sunset sect, bearing the title of Sect Master Jiang Duolu. The young acolyte bowed respectfully and then spoke, "Senior Brother Changxing, a venerable elder has come to pay a visit, specifically requesting to meet you. The sect master, in his helplessness, has sent me to invite you." As he spoke, he presented a jade slip before Su Changxing. Su Changxing's gaze fell upon the slip, momentarily taken aback. Bai Yuanju arrived so soon? Wasn't he supposed to be here in the 3rd month? Suddenly, Su Changxing realized that the timing was indeed plausible. He felt an impulse and began to calculate. Soon, he confirmed his suspicion. It had indeed been over 2 months since the last simulation. Accepting the inheritance truly required a considerable amount of time. Su Changxing silenti lamented, then turned to the acolyte before him, saying, "Since the sect master has extended an invitation, I have no reason to decline. Please lead the way." With that, he summoned the sword light and followed the young acolyte. Moments later, they arrived at Jiang Duolu's study. At that moment, Jiang Duolu was engaged in conversation over tea with an elderly man whose hair and beard were both white. This elder was evidently Bai Yuanju. The depth of Bai Yuanju's aura was indeed as profound as recorded in the simulations. However, Su Changxing was slightly taken aback to detect a faint hint of decay intermingled within that profound aura. Had Bai Yuanju's longevity diminished to such an evident extent? The thought instinctively arose in Su Changxing's mind, but he quickly recognized something was amiss. It is not that Bai Yuanju's decline can no longer be concealed, but rather that his perception is exceedingly keen, allowing him to detect that subtle, deeply hidden decay. Chapter 72. The Peculiar Crisis. Su Changxing suppressed the distractions in his mind and clasped his hands, saying, "I have met the sect master." Jiang Duolu immediately rose, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Come, let me introduce you. This esteemed elder is a master of the transformation stage, with an exceptionally high standing. In the days of my master, he had once been enlightened by this venerable figure." Before Su Changxing could speak, Bai Yuanju stood up and said, "In the presence of this young friend, there is no need to mention such credentials." After uttering these words, Bai Yuanju turned to Su Changxing and bowed, saying, "I am the old and humble Bai Yuanju. Pleased to meet you, young friend." Jiang Duolu was utterly taken aback, as he had not anticipated Bai Yuanju would show such deference to Su Changxing, leaving him momentarily stunned. Even Su Changxing was taken aback by this scene. It seems quite different from the simulation. Su Changxing vaguely felt that Bai Yuanju truly regarded him as the reincarnation of a transformation stage ancestor. However, in the simulation, that was not the case at all. The Bai Yuanju in the simulation merely came to see him out of curiosity upon hearing rumors. Later, in that secret realm, Bai Yuanju had directly questioned him about whether he was indeed the reincarnation of the transformation stage. Yet now, Bai Yuanju initiated the conversation, as if he had already confirmed Su Changxing's identity as the reincarnated transformation stage master. Could it be that I misjudged? Or has my temperament changed too drastically after receiving the inheritance? Su Changxing pondered briefly before deciding to probe further. He bowed in return and said, "Senior, you are being overly courteous. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Bai Yuanju smiled and replied, "Why feign ignorance, young friend? You must have already sensed the aura of decay surrounding me, have you not?" Upon hearing this, Su Changxing involuntarily twitched his lips. He could now essentially confirm that Bai Yuanju had taken him for the reincarnation of the transformation stage, which left him with a throbbing headache. In previous simulations, Bai Yuanju had willingly descended into darkness to extend his life, slumbering for nearly a millennium. Should Bai Yuanju set his sights on him, it would spell tremendous trouble. Currently, he was merely a mid-stage core formation cultivator, far from the formidable presence he possessed in the simulation. While Su Changxing was lost in thought, Bai Yuanju laughed heartily and said, "Young friend, you have indeed discerned it. Although my cultivation may not be exceedingly profound, my control over my aura is quite commendable. Even sect master Jiang may not perceive the decay that lingers about me. If you are not the reincarnation of the transformation stage, how could your divine soul be so pure? Pray tell, what conditions would you require in exchange for imparting the method of reincarnation to me?" Hearing these words, Su Changxing felt a chill in his heart. Bai Yuanju had firmly concluded that he was indeed the reincarnated transformation stage master. At this juncture, any explanation would be utterly futile. Ordinary individuals facing imminent demise instinctively clutch at every available straw. Bai Yuanju, having cultivated his essence for years, possesses an unwavering conviction in his judgments. The matters he deems certain defy rational explanation. Could this old fellow unexpectedly lose his sanity and abduct me? Su Changxing pondered this, feeling a surge of anxiety. He suddenly realized that he had inexplicably found himself in a perilous situation. Although this was the heart of the Xianxia sect, it was hardly a barrier against a deranged essence cultivator. If only he had anticipated this, he would have summoned Shi Haoyan in advance. A wave of regret washed over Su Changxing. He had long been aware that the outcomes of simulations could not be fully trusted, yet he had allowed himself to be lulled into complacency by their results. In previous simulations, Bai Yuanju had merely posed a single question before departing. During their second encounter in the secret realm, Bai Yuanju had not shown any hostility towards him. This had led him to approach this meeting with insufficient vigilance. Yet, all of this was predicated on the assumption that Bai Yuanju believed he was unaware of the means of reincarnation. Now, however, Bai Yuanju had firmly concluded that he was the reincarnation of an essence cultivator. Consequently, it was uncertain what actions this aging essence cultivator might take. Su Changxing's thoughts raced as he contemplated how to navigate this suddenly looming crisis. Moments later, he let out a long sigh, stating, "To be candid, my friend, even I am uncertain whether I am indeed the reincarnation of an essence cultivator." Bai Yuanju was momentarily taken aback by these words, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Su Changxing sighed again, responding, "You should be aware that the methods of reincarnation are intolerable to the heavens. Anyone who attempts this path will face the wrath of nature." Bai Yuanju had previously articulated similar sentiments during the simulations. Su Changxing believed this would resonate with him. Indeed, Bai Yuanju's expression grew complex as he acknowledged, indeed, lifespan is a gift from the heavens. Any endeavor to transcend the limits of one's lifespan will incur divine retribution. Su Changxing continued, "I am unaware of my past life and the actions I may have taken. The memories I have awakened are merely fragmented glimpses. I possess no recollection of my name before reincarnation. It is as though someone has meticulously erased that portion of my memories." Bai Yuanju's countenance shifted slightly as he inquired, "So, you have no recollection of how you achieved reincarnation?" Su Changxing offered a wry smile, saying, "How could memories that defy the heavens be so easily awakened? However, while I may not know the means of reincarnation, I might still provide you with some insights." Bai Yuanju's previously darkened gaze brightened once more, and he looked at Su Changxing with eager anticipation, urging, "Please share your thoughts." Su Changxing slowly lifted his gaze towards the vast sky above, declaring, "My soul is as clear as water, devoid of any impurities save for the essence of the sword. I have long believed that this was the vessel I prepared for my reincarnation. As those chaotic memories gradually began to awaken, I realized that my assumptions had deviated. Perhaps I had previously misinterpreted the cause and effect. Misunderstanding the cause and effect. Misunderstanding the cause and effect." Bai Yuanju repeated these words several times before abruptly lifting his head and inquiring, "Do you mean to say that only such a pure soul can reincarnate?" Yet, cultivation itself is the process of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to refine the soul. It is inevitable that impurities will be infused along the way. How then can such purity be maintained? Bai Yuanju paused abruptly at this point. Su Changxing, noticing his expression, smiled and remarked, "It seems you have already come to a realization. Indeed, as long as one cleanses all the mundane dust that has tainted the soul, it will naturally become as pure as water." After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Yuanju slowly turned to Su Changxing and asked, "Does your notion of cleansing everything include the memories of this lifetime?" Su Changxing did not respond immediately. Rather, he appeared to grapple with a dilemma, his brows furrowed tightly together. After a long while, he finally shook his head and replied, "I do not know. Within the memories I have awakened, there is no mention of reincarnation." Bai Yuanju opened his mouth, but refrained from uttering another word. Chapter 73. Indeed, steadiness is paramount. After a considerable pause, Bai Yuanju slightly bowed to Su Changxing and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." Following this, he offered a respectful gesture to Jiang Duolu, feeling somewhat disoriented as he departed. Su Changxing watched the retreating figure and could not help but release a quiet sigh of relief. However, his face did not betray any semblance of ease, as his brow remained tightly knitted, seemingly still pondering the earlier question. If one must perform, it must be done thoroughly. Particularly in the presence of the transformation god ancestor, one must not allow minor details to jeopardize the entire endeavor. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that his performance had not only astonished Bai Yuanju, but also left Jiang Duolu in a state of shock. Jiang Duolu glanced at the departing Bai Yuanju and then at the frowning Su Changxing, his astonishment nearly overflowing. Previously, when rumors had circulated within the sect that Su Changxing was the reincarnation of the transformation god, he had dismissed them as the idle chatter of the board. Little did he anticipate that there was truth to it. Su Changxing's pure soul was irrefutable evidence. Moreover, if he were not the reincarnation of the transformation god, how could he so effortlessly leave Bai Yuanju, a senior of that caliber, in such a daze with only a few words? Gulp! Jiang Duolu instinctively swallowed hard and said, "I, as a junior, have failed to recognize a mountain of significance, foolishly treating those words as mere rumors. I consider myself clever, only to realize that my cleverness has led me astray. How should I address you, esteemed senior? I'm misled by Yuanju, and yet you chose to join in." Su Changxing's lips twitched as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I have long since lost the memories of my past life. In this lifetime, I am merely Su Changxing, the third disciple of my master, Lu Chenyu." The sovereign need not act in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Jiang Duolu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he remarked, Senior, your insight is truly remarkable. I am in awe. Su Changxing, after exchanging a few more pleasantries, took to the skies on his sword, returning to his mountain abode. As soon as he arrived at his humble cottage, he summoned the system. He needed to swiftly simulate whether the recent upheaval had stirred any troubles. With a command to begin the simulation, lines of text materialized in his consciousness. In the first month, you secluded yourself in rigorous cultivation, undisturbed by any external interruptions. In the second month, an uneasy feeling lingered, prompting you to visit Lu Chenyu at Filiu Peak. After your conversation, you discovered that the news of your ancestral transformation into the god of alchemy had spread widely within the Luoxia sect. Had it not been for the decree issued by Shi Haoyan prohibiting any disturbance from the sect, your mountain might have been overwhelmed by visitors. While you felt somewhat speechless, a sense of reassurance enveloped you. The protection of your sect was undeniably comforting. In the third month, you continued your seclusion and training. By the sixth month, your cultivation realm quietly advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment. Although you were confident in directly condensing your nascent soul, you opted against such haste. After careful consideration, you ultimately decided to venture out for some practical experience. In the seventh month, following the route etched in your memory, you directly entered the secret realm housing the Sword Tomb. After a brief exploration, you pinpointed the location of a hidden elder of the Yin Corpse sect. In the next moment, a brilliant beam of sword light shot forth from before you. The elder of the Yin Corpse sect was momentarily taken aback, only to mock your audacity. Yet, you swiftly manifested hundreds of strands of sword light. These strands harmoniously coalesced into a formidable sword formation, ensnaring the elder within. After an intense battle, you fell the elder of the Yin Corpse sect on the spot. After a brief respite, you approached the sword tomb, attuning yourself to the remnants of the swords within. In the eighth month, you discerned the sword intent emanating from dozens of remnants, only to find their essence muddled and impure, contributing little to your advancement. During this time, a thread of murderous intent attempted to infiltrate your soul while you were immersed in comprehension. However, you detected the anomaly in advance and extinguished the inheritance within the remnants. Disheartened by the futility of further exploration within the sword tomb, you concentrated your dissatisfaction into a singular thread of sword intent. Wherever your intent spread, the remnants of swords within the tomb humbly submitted to your will. With a single gesture, thousands of remnants converged towards you like bees returning to their hive. After gathering all the remnants from the sword tomb, you prepare to depart the secret realm on your sword. However, upon reaching the exit, you encountered 3 elders of the Yin Corpse sect who had come to intercept you. Although taken aback, you remained unfazed and composed. You unleashed a myriad of fragmented swords, intertwining them with your own sword intent to establish a formidable array of 1,000 blades before you. You engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 nascent soul ancestors for an entire day, ultimately paying the price of severe injury to vanquish one of them and gravely wound another. Just as the last nascent soul ancestor of the Yin Corpse sect was grinning menacingly, poised to deliver the final blow, you summoned the ethereal image of the divine sword from your sea of consciousness. The sword light flashed, and the sinister ancestor of the Yin Corpse sect fell to the ground, completely devoid of life. Witnessing this, the severely injured ancestor was taken aback and desperately employed secret techniques to flee. As you beheld the retreating figure, you let out a wild laugh towards the heavens. Yet, just as your laughter began to echo, you were struck with dread upon sensing an overwhelmingly powerful presence nearby. To your astonishment, you discovered that it was none other than the transformation god ancestor of the Yin Corpse sect. Truly, a reincarnated transformation god. You heard nothing but a single phrase before plunging into an endless abyss. You are dead. Su Changxing gazed at those final words, his lips twitching slightly. Was the transformation god ancestor of the Yin Corpse sect truly mad, venturing all this way merely to ambush a humble golden core cultivator? He scoffed briefly before sighing, Alas, I have grown too complacent. Though Su Changxing had strived for stability, witnessing his invincibility in simulations and receiving the divine sword's legacy had inevitably led to a sense of hubris. Otherwise, he might have realized that his identity as the reincarnation of a transformation god ancestor could very well incite the Yin Corpse sect's wariness. Simulation complete. Evaluation. Although you have glimpsed the vistas from lofty heights, you have yet to stand there yourself. Based on the simulation results, You may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Experience the life in the simulation from a first-person perspective. 2. Attain late-stage golden core cultivation. These two options were evidently lacking in appeal. After a brief moment of hesitation, Changxing opted for the latter. As he spoke, a surge of warmth erupted from his dantian, and radiant light emerged from his sword core. After a considerable time, the brilliance faded, and Changxing's cultivation level ascended to the late stage of golden core. Now, the points required for his next simulation had skyrocketed to 40,000. With his current points exceeding 80,000, he was just able to simulate 2 more times. Chapter 74. Breaking the core to become an infant. Just as Changxing prepared for another simulation, he suddenly found himself wavering. He had begun to sense the onset of a bottleneck. Should he simulate once more, he would likely break through the golden core and enter the nascent soul stage. In previous simulations, each time he transitioned from golden core to nascent soul, he faced the tribulation. Although he had successfully overcome it each time, there was a common prerequisite in those simulations. He had undergone months of training, and his breakthroughs had come naturally, with a profound mastery of his own power. Should he choose to break through the confines of his current form, his mastery over his own strength may not be as fluid as he desires. Confronting the tribulations of the heavens in such an uncoordinated state could very well result in his utter annihilation. There exists a possibility that the nascent soul he acquires through this transformation may not necessitate enduring the heavenly tribulation. However, he is unwilling to take that gamble. With a more prudent approach available, why would he risk it? Moreover, he harbors a subtle intuition that the tribulation serves as both peril and opportunity. To forego the trials of the tribulation would be akin to missing out on a precious chance. After all, time is not a scarce resource for him at present. He can afford to meticulously refine his cultivation without the urgency to hastily ascend. Following a period of profound contemplation, Changxing resolved to first stabilize his current realm before contemplating the path to breakthrough. The previous simulations have already demonstrated that as long as he remains within the confines of the Xianxia sect, danger will not befall him. In the absence of unforeseen variables, the results of the simulations remain remarkably reliable. In the ensuing months, Changxing remained indoors, diligently fortifying his realm. Besides his cultivation, he frequently pondered the sword from his inheritance. Having been struck by that blade thousands of times during battle, the memory of that sword light was etched deeply into his being. Yet, each time he reflected on that sword, new insights emerged. After over 3 months of relentless contemplation, Changxing was suddenly elated to discover that the inheritance he received in the simulation still held lingering nuances. That inheritance was not merely a means to purify his soul with the sword light. The sword itself harbored an exceptionally profound sword intent, a detail seemingly overlooked in the simulation. The simulated version of Changxing was somewhat aloof, overly eager to attain a breakthrough, and had failed to immerse himself in the essence of that sword. Now, with nowhere to go, he delved deeper into his reflections, truly grasping the quintessence of the sword within the inheritance, filling him with ecstatic joy. Once the initial exhilaration subsided, Changxing committed himself wholeheartedly to the study of that sword. As time gracefully unfolded, 3 more months slipped by. At this juncture, Changxing had reenacted the sword light countless times. He had meticulously recalled each instance in which the sword pierced through him, reflecting on it repeatedly. Initially, he believed that the sword light remained unchanged throughout. Yet, he suddenly realized that his previous understanding was profoundly mistaken. Each time the sword passed through his form, there were minute differences that he had previously failed to perceive. Now, with a fresh perspective on the sword light, he discovered himself stepping into a brand new realm. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered a wondrous state. In this state, he seemed to transform into that very sword, striking again and again at the perceived adversaries. At this moment, Changxing's consciousness was completely immersed in that extraordinary state. He remained oblivious to the fact that his own aura was rapidly ascending with each simulation. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen miles began to converge frantically around him. Gradually, a vortex of spiritual energy materialized in his vicinity. Under the refinement of this immense spiritual energy, his sword essence began to emit a faint luminescence. In that extraordinary state, Changxing found that the sword he had transformed into became increasingly agile. A sudden realization struck him. The space he occupied felt somewhat constricted. How wonderful it would be to break through the barriers ahead and venture into a more expansive realm. At the very instant this thought blossomed, Su Changxing felt something within him crack open. A series of crisp sounds echoed, causing him to momentarily freeze in surprise. This sound was oddly familiar. Could it be? Suddenly, Su Changxing became aware of something, jolting back to reality from his moment of enlightenment. To his astonishment, he discovered that his sword essence had developed several fissures. His sword essence had actually cracked during his epiphany. Was he truly on the verge of a breakthrough? This was all too sudden. He felt unprepared. Su Changxing gazed at his shattered sword essence, his expression a tapestry of emotions. He had not anticipated achieving such a swift transformation from essence to infant. Thunder rumbled overhead, snapping him back to attention. Su Changxing looked up, bewildered, only to find that a dense dark cloud had mysteriously gathered above. The preceding roar was the sound of this thundercloud brewing a tribulation. This scene left Su Changxing speechless. He had thought his breakthrough was swift, yet the tribulation was responding even more rapidly. His nascent soul had yet to emerge, and the tribulation was already in preparation. Was he not allowed a moment's peace to complete his breakthrough? Su Changxing grumbled with frustration, then focused his mind, channeling all his sword intent into the imminent shattering of his sword essence. With the situation having escalated to this point, further complaints were futile. The utmost priority was to transform his essence into a nascent soul and endure the heavenly tribulation. Another series of crisp sounds rang out, and at last, Su Changxing's sword essence shattered completely, releasing a nascent soul imbued with sword intent that soared skyward. To Su Changxing's surprise, his nascent soul did not wield a glowing sword or tread upon storm clouds as he had previously envisioned. Instead, it bore no embellishments. If one were to observe it superficially, it appeared almost indistinguishable from an ordinary nascent soul. However, unlike a typical nascent soul, his radiated an exceptionally sharp sword intent, as if it were a divine sword capable of cleaving the heavens. Thunder rumbled once more, as if the thundercloud above had sensed this nascent soul, and the roar intensified exponentially. Such celestial might has subtly surpassed the tribulation encountered by Xianxia during the formation of his nascent soul. Yet, Su Changxing felt no overwhelming sense of dread. Instead, he found the spirit energy imbued with the essence of heavenly thunder rather delectable. Indeed, it was quite delectable. Following his instincts, Su Changxing opened his mouth and drew in the ethereal energies swirling around him, consuming them entirely. His newly formed nascent soul similarly inhaled, devouring the remnants of the thin layer of thunderclouds that had once lingered in his dantian. After his breakthrough, these clouds had almost dissipated entirely. However, his nascent soul spared none of the final remnants, swallowing them whole. Chapter 75. Heavenly thunder tempering the nascent soul at this moment. Numerous onlookers had gathered at the fringes of the thunderclouds. A certain elder of the core formation stage expressed his confusion. Why are there thunderclouds again? That seems to be Filiu Peak. What on earth is happening? Is this a nest for heavenly tribulations? Indeed, our falling sunset sect has produced many nascent soul cultivators. Yet none have provoked a tribulation. Just recently, Xianxia had coalesced his nascent soul, and within less than a year, he has attracted the wrath of heavenly thunder. Who do you think is facing the tribulation this time? Could be old Lu? Impossible. Lu's talent pales in comparison to mine. If anyone should break through first, it ought to be me. Then could it be Su Changxing? Surely not. I recall Su Changxing formed his core during Xianxia's tribulation, which was less than a year ago. Even stabilizing his realm may not suffice. While that may be true for us, have you forgotten? He is a reincarnated god transformation cultivator. Is that really the case? Does reincarnation truly exist? I too find it hard to believe. Yet look, the person undergoing the tribulation has taken flight. This declaration drew the gazes of the crowd towards a distance. Moments later, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "It is indeed Su Changxing. He has truly coalesced his nascent soul." Just as this individual was marveling, his eyes widened in shock. What is he doing? It appears he is inhaling and exhaling the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Has he lost his senses? How dare he consume energy infused with heavenly thunder? Is this perhaps an ancient tradition among cultivators? Surely not. Such records are absent from ancient texts. A thunderous roar interrupted their discourse. The terrifying pressure emanating from the tribulation caused the surrounding core formation elders to turn pale. Quickly retreat. The heavenly tribulation has been provoked. One timid core formation cultivator fled backward. Yet others shook their heads. What is there to fear? Have you not noticed that the power of this tribulation is comparable to what Li Chang'e faced previously? We are merely observers and cannot be affected. That is indeed a valid point. I recall that on that day, Li Chang'e severed the thundercloud with a single sword strike, did he not? This suggests that Su Changxing's realm appears to be somewhat inferior to Li Chang'e's. After all, Li Chang'e is a prodigious talent of our Xianxia sect, a once-in-a-thousand-years phenomenon. Even a reincarnated deity may not stand a chance against him. But what is he doing? At the sound of this exclamation, a nearby golden core cultivator displayed an expression of disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and then exclaimed, how could he release his nascent soul? Is he attempting to withstand the heavenly tribulation with it? Has he lost his mind? While the powers of nascent soul cultivators largely stem from their nascent souls, the nascent soul itself is rather fragile. Any cultivator engaged in a battle would prioritize safeguarding their nascent soul, let alone using it to confront the heavenly tribulation. Yet, Su Changxing boldly positioned his freshly condensed nascent soul above his head. Before anyone could comprehend Su Changxing's intentions, another voice cried out, the nascent soul has exited the body. Is this truly the nascent soul's emergence? Wasn't it just recently condensed? How could it possibly exit so soon? Such remarks left the observing Golden Core elders in a state of bewilderment. When a nascent soul is first formed, it is exceedingly vulnerable and requires time to nurture before it can fully emerge. In ancient times, a specific realm was established for the emergence of the nascent soul. Although that realm no longer exists, emerging from the body is still not something a freshly condensed nascent soul cultivator could achieve. Yet beneath the thundercloud, Su Changxing's nascent soul was clearly visible. This scene nearly overturned the understanding of all the Golden Core elders present. Suddenly, a resounding boom jolted everyone from their astonishment. Under the watchful eyes of the Golden Core elders, the first bolt of heavenly lightning descended. Su Changxing's nascent soul, with fingers poised like an unmatched divine sword, met the thunderbolt head-on. In the next instant, purple light erupted. Su Changxing, along with his newly formed nascent soul, trembled violently under the strike of the heavenly lightning. Though the spectacle appeared somewhat disheveled, his nascent soul remained unscathed. In the distance, the observing Golden Core elders gaped in astonishment. He endured it. His nascent soul truly withstood the heavenly tribulation. Was it not just recently condensed? How could it confront the heavenly tribulation so boldly? Are there any similar records in ancient texts? This question led to a flurry of exchanged glances among the Golden Core elders, who suddenly felt their knowledge was rather superficial. As silence fell, another voice inquired, even if Su Changxing's nascent soul is extraordinary and can face the heavenly tribulation right after condensation, must he take such a perilous risk? Why did he release his nascent soul? Was it merely to astound us? Finally, someone ventured, could it be that he is using the heavenly lightning to temper his nascent soul? Madness. To refine the primordial infant with heavenly thunder would surely result in instant annihilation. The individual intended to express that one would be reduced to mere fragments in moments. Yet, as the words left his lips, he abruptly recognized that Su Changxing's primordial infant remained entirely unscathed. He paused momentarily, then incredulously remarked, is there truly someone who refines their primordial infant in such a manner? An explanation followed. It is said that some ancient, top-tier sword immortals employ the technique used for refining flying swords to enhance their primordial infants. Such a sword infant, upon formation, possesses a sharpness akin to that of a flying sword. If one can endure the tribulation of refinement, then in the future, wielding the sword with the primordial infant, each strike would carry the might of divine retribution. This revelation left the gathered elder alchemists in a state of rapture. Given their experience, they could scarcely fathom the formidable prowess of such a primordial infant sword cultivator. Just as many were lost in contemplation, someone suddenly exclaimed, why have the thunderclouds not dispersed? Look, the clouds above remain. The elder alchemists, upon hearing this, all lifted their gazes. When they beheld the distant spectacle, astonishment filled their eyes. How could the thunderclouds have transformed into such a form? This is even more profound than before. Could there be a second bolt of heavenly thunder? Boom! As if in response to his words, another bolt of thunder, laden with terrifying pressure, descended. This time, Su Changxing did not attempt to withstand it with his primordial infant. Though he had endured the first strike, his primordial infant had been violently shaken. Now, with his primordial infant yet to recover and the second bolt far more formidable than the first, To resist it again would be tantamount to courting death. Before the second bolt struck, Su Changxing withdrew his primordial infant and, merging his essence with the sword, faced the impending thunderhead directly. Moments later, as the lightning subsided, Su Changxing's figure emerged. Surrounding him were lingering sparks of electricity, yet his aura remained steady, undisturbed in the slightest. The might of the second bolt was considerably less than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was not that the second bolt was weak, but rather that his strength had significantly increased since the previous simulations, allowing him to withstand the second bolt with relative ease. If that were the case, then surely the third bolt would also be manageable. Su Changxing felt a flicker of joy within, patiently awaiting the arrival of the third bolt. Chapter 76, The Fourth Thunder Tribulation. Boom! The third bolt of thunder arrived as expected. Su Changxing again opted to merge with his sword and confront the thunder directly. When the third flash of lightning dissipated, his aura finally displayed signs of disarray. However, his robe remained intact. This trial was less arduous than I had imagined. Su Changxing's lips curled into a slight smile as he intended to return to the mountain to solidify the realm he had just ascended to. Yet, as he turned, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The storm clouds in the sky have yet to dissipate. Could there be a fourth celestial thunder? This seems rather excessive. Su Changxing's lips twitched slightly, yet he displayed no trace of fear. The sword embryo he had just condensed was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Even in the face of the fourth thunder tribulation, he was wholly confident in his ability to endure it. Su Changxing swiftly stabilized the true essence within him. Simultaneously harnessing the sword embryo he had just formed to manifest a sword light of thunder around him. As his sword light reached its zenith, the fourth thunderclap had already completed its brewing. With a resounding boom, a thunderbolt, far more potent than its predecessors, struck down upon Su Changxing's head. The sword light he had concentrated for so long erupted forth. The sword light and the thunder clashed, unexpectedly creating a brief vacuum around Su Changxing. In the next moment, arcs of lightning surged forth. Amidst the splattering lightning, a figure clad in tattered garments flickered into view. Su Changxing had ultimately endured the fourth thunder tribulation. At that moment, the distant onlookers, cultivators in the core formation stage, had ceased their discussions. When the first two bolts of celestial thunder had descended, they had already exhausted every expression of astonishment they could muster. Now, they found themselves at a loss for words to convey their shock. It was not until the calamity clouds began to slowly dissipate that someone swallowed hard and uttered, "It's finally over." This sentiment echoed the thoughts of the multitude. Immediately, others chimed in, "Indeed, it has finally come to an end. I never imagined that anyone could face fourfold thunder tribulations while condensing their nascent soul." This statement drew a chorus of agreement. Yet amidst this wave of consensus, a voice emerged. Perhaps a typical cultivator condensing their nascent soul would never encounter fourfold thunder tribulations. The speaker's voice was not loud, yet it struck those around like a beacon, leaving them momentarily stunned. Someone queried in astonishment, "Are you suggesting that this fourth thunder tribulation is an additional punishment for those who have been reincarnated?" I believe that is the case. Reincarnation in the realm of the divine is inherently at odds with the heavens. Now that he not only has been reincarnated, but is also continuously regaining his former strength, it is only natural that he must endure greater heavenly retribution than others. And that makes sense. No wonder his tribulation is so unique. I always thought that a typical cultivator should not face 4 consecutive thunder tribulations. The sheer force of the previous strike was such that even a slightly weaker ancestral cultivator would struggle to withstand it. Indeed, the power of his tribulation is undeniably terrifying. Yet, he has managed to endure it with merely minor injuries. This is not something an ordinary reincarnated cultivator could achieve. It stands to reason that before his reincarnation, he must have left a remarkable mark in this realm as a top-tier divine transformation cultivator. If that is the case, there must be records pertaining to him in ancient texts. You inquire about the identity of the predecessor he was in his previous life. As the discussions among the Golden Core elders meander further from the point, Su Changxing has returned to his own mountain peak, diligently fortifying his realm. After enduring the 4th heavenly tribulation, he found himself somewhat disheveled. However, to withstand the heavenly thunder with his own sword light is an exceedingly rare experience. The insights gained from severing the heavenly thunder with his sword have proven immensely beneficial. Yet, the greatest boon came not from the formidable 4th heavenly thunder, but rather from the first. That bolt of thunder struck directly at his nascent soul, effectively assisting him in refining it. Now, the area surrounding his nascent soul is enveloped in a tempest of thunder, its aura far more concentrated than before. This is despite the fact that he has yet to fully absorb the tribulation lightning. Once he stabilizes his realm completely, his strength will undoubtedly increase further. During his prior seclusion, Changxing never anticipated such a significant harvest. He vaguely sensed that once his realm is thoroughly solidified, he might even challenge those of slightly weaker divine transformation. However, this thought was quickly suppressed. In his last simulation, he had perished due to his overconfidence. This time, he must remain grounded. After silently reiterating this sentiment several times, he resolved to diligently stabilize his cultivation. For the next 5 months, Changxing remained sequestered, steadfastly solidifying his realm. His initial plan was to secure his position before amassing points for another simulation. After breaking through to the early nascent soul stage, the points required for simulation surged to 100,000, while he currently possessed just over 80,000. Nonetheless, this was not a grave issue. Given the elapsed time, the batch he entrusted to Xianxia should have been processed by now. With those spirit stones, he could proceed with the simulation. However, the unfolding events rarely align with expectations. To Changxing's astonishment, after thoroughly digesting the residual thunder from the tribulation, he experienced an unexpected epiphany. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that he had indeed broken through a minor realm, advancing to the mid-nascent soul stage. At this juncture, the points required for simulation doubled once more, soaring to 200,000. This left him momentarily speechless. In resignation, Changxing resolved to continue solidifying his realm. After another 2 months, he emerged from his humble abode, his expression one of dissatisfaction. He had completely absorbed the benefits from the tribulation and recognized that any further breakthroughs would require at least several years. Rather than waiting, he deemed it more prudent to gather spirit stones for a simulation. After a brief contemplation, he summoned his sword and soared towards Filiu Peak. As he descended, he noted that Xianxia's aura had significantly strengthened since their last encounter. Remarkably, during his year-long seclusion, Xianxia had also broken through a minor realm, advancing from mid-golden core to late golden core. The master's talent is not as lacking as I had imagined. Changxing mused silently before dissipating his sword light, landing outside Xianxia's courtyard. After a brief announcement, he entered Xianxia's study. Upon their first encounter, Changxing smiled and exclaimed, "Congratulations, master, on your breakthrough in cultivation." Xianxia cast him a peculiar glance and replied, "Indeed, my realm has seen some improvement. Yet, hearing congratulations from your lips always strikes me as somewhat odd. In such a short span, you have transformed from a 9th-tier Qi refining practitioner to an early-stage nascent soul ancestor. In fact, I have already reached the mid-stage of nascent soul." Changxing pondered for a moment, but chose not to provoke Xianxia. Instead, he smiled and said, "My rapid advancement to the nascent soul realm is merely a stroke of fortune. In terms of foundational stability, I cannot claim to surpass you, master." Though Xianxia recognized that Changxing was merely flattering him, he could not help but smile. "You must have come to collect those spiritual stones," he stated directly, leaving Changxing at a loss for words. Fortunately, Xianxia took the initiative and retrieved a storage bag, saying, "I sold all those materials for you. Here are 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Accept them." Changxing was momentarily taken aback. How could there be so many? He recalled that the total value of the treasures he had collected was only around 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Xianxia had previously given him 50,000 spiritual stones. It should not have amounted to this much. Xianxia explained, "After news of your reincarnation as a god transformation practitioner spread, the materials you entrusted me to sell also saw a significant rise in value. Those unenlightened folk wished to bask in your fortune, which caused a considerable markup on this batch." He then sighed, "Had I known that your formation of the nascent soul would create such a stir, I would have delayed selling. Compared to before, the prices for those herbs have soared several times. I ended up shortchanging those scoundrels." Changxing was left speechless. He had never anticipated that cultivators in the Immortal Realm could be so superstitious. However, this unexpected windfall relieved him greatly. With these 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, the gap to reach 200,000 was now less than 20,000. Selling off the remaining materials on him should not pose much difficulty. Yet, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he engaged in casual conversation with Xianxia. After a while, their discussion naturally gravitated towards cultivation. the most common topic among practitioners. Now, that Lu Qinyu had just advanced to the late stage of core formation, he was at a particularly perplexing juncture, and he lamented his confusions aloud. Su Changxing found himself in a position to offer insights into the challenges faced by his master. Though his time in cultivation has been brief, he has experienced simulated training multiple times and possesses considerable insights into the late stage of the Golden Core realm. After a moment's hesitation, Su Changxing subtly offered guidance to Lu Qinyu. They conversed for the better part of the day before he took his leave. Rather than returning to his own mountain peak, he soared directly towards the market within the sect, riding his sword. The Luoxia sect spans over 1 million acres, nearly rivaling an entire city from his previous life. And naturally, it contains a place for trade. However, due to his relatively short time in the sect and his previous focus on simulation and cultivation, he had not found the opportunity to explore. Had it not been for his insufficient spirit stones this time, he likely would not have visited. Although he had never been here in person, the market was not entirely unfamiliar to him, as he had observed it in simulated visions. Su Changxing spent the better part of a day visiting several shops, selling nearly everything he had to offer. Despite his limited cultivation experience, he possessed a considerable number of items. Lu Qinyu and Li Chang'e had previously gifted him numerous low-tier elixirs, which he no longer needed after forming his nascent soul. Additionally, he had acquired a substantial amount of materials from the 9 Immortal sect, valued at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. He sold all these items, along with some unused magical artifacts. Upon exiting the last shop, he found himself enriched by over 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. If he were to convert all his spirit stones into points, it would amount to over 250,000 points, sufficient for a simulation, with a comfortable surplus. Just as he prepared to depart on his sword, he was unexpectedly drawn in by the conversation of 2 nearby cultivators. Have you heard? There's been fighting again in the Sword Tomb's secret realm. Who is it this time? It seems to involve both the Xingyun sect and the Incorp sect. I heard several Golden Core elders from both sides are engaged, and the battle is quite fierce. At this rate, it won't be long before the nascent soul ancestors are alerted. Upon hearing the words Sword Tomb Secret Realm, Su Changxing's heart stirred slightly. He sensed that the secret realm being discussed was likely the same sword tomb he had encountered in his simulations. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, the 2 individuals continued their discourse nearby. What treasures could possibly be hidden in the sword tomb to incite such fierce conflict? One of them lowered his voice and replied, I heard there are thousands of broken swords within that sword tomb, each concealing insights into the sword path. If one could comprehend all the sword insights, they might uncover some ancient swordsmanship. Ancient swordsmanship? Wasn't it deemed obsolete? Why is it resurfacing now? That perspective is several years old. Since our Falling Sunset sect has produced a reincarnated sword cultivator, the ancient swordsmanship has surged in popularity. 6 months ago, our venerable ancestor, Su, successfully severed 4 heavenly tribulations, condensing an unparalleled sword infant, which has rendered the sword cultivator legacy a coveted treasure. I have heard that the elder of the Xingyun sect, who has attained the Golden Core stage, stumbled upon records regarding the sword tomb in an ancient text. To his astonishment, he encountered members of the Incorp's sect there. Their initial intent was to silence him, yet he managed to escape using a secret technique. Subsequently, both sides rallied their allies, resulting in the current tumultuous situation. Upon hearing this, Su Changxing's expression became somewhat peculiar. The conversation between the 2 truly referred to the secret realm he had simulated. It appears that this incident was indeed incited by a severing of the 4 heavenly tribulations. Initially, Su Changxing had no intention of revisiting that secret realm. However, the discussions of those 2 rekindled his interest. Should he manage to acquire the 1,000 remnants of swords within the sword tomb, his combat prowess might experience a significant leap. Yet, this remained merely a thought. In his last simulation, he had perished in a trap within that realm. Although his cultivation has improved this time, and encountering an ancestor of the transformation stage may not necessarily spell doom, he still hesitated to risk his life. It is prudent to return and initiate the simulation immediately. With this in mind, Su Changxing ascended on his sword and returned to his mountain peak. After investing the spirit stones he obtained into the system, he once again commenced the simulation. In the first month, you feel that with your current strength, you are ready to investigate the affairs of the Incorp sect. However, the karmic ties you have recently accrued have introduced numerous variables, prompting you to ultimately opt for a more cautious approach. After considerable contemplation, you decide to delve into the study of the sword escape technique to its utmost perfection.